Chapter 1 After the breakup, I became a father? Let's break up. The sudden breakup surprised Jiang Yao, especially since they had just been. Jiang Yao frowned, got out of bed and dressed, then turned to ask her why she wanted to break up. Gao Wenwen is a famous beauty in the school's performing arts department. Not only does she come from a wealthy family, but she is also beautiful and has a hot figure. Such a beautiful woman naturally became quite famous at the school. Moreover, it is also pursued by wealthy young men and academic high achievers. However, this stunningly beautiful woman actually accepted his advances and became his girlfriend a few months ago. Jiang Yao considered himself to be somewhat handsome and had a little money in his pocket. However, he was actually quite surprised that such a beautiful woman agreed to his pursuit. After all, Jiang Yao hadn't really put in much effort back then. He had only symbolically given Gao Wenwen a bouquet of roses and treated her to a meal. However, he and Gao Wenwen had been together for several months, and now this woman was actually breaking up with him. Jiang Yao was naturally not too happy about it either. Gao Wenwen lazily got out of bed, fiddled with the curly hair in front of her, and sneered, "We were just playing around. You don't really think I like you, do you?" Jiang Yao remained expressionless upon hearing this, replying calmly, "Miss, I don't like you either. Do you think I'm one of those simps chasing after you? You're dreaming." Gao Wenwen rolled her eyes, then said absent-mindedly, "In that case, let's end it here." "Haha, did I agree to break up? Although I don't like you, I have to admit you're quite good at it, so I don't agree to break up." Jiang Yao smiled and teased the woman in front of him. Upon hearing this, Gao Wenwen said with a mocking expression, "You're probably too confident. To tell you the truth, I was really looking forward to being with you. The reason I agreed to date you is because my roommates told me your family is somewhat wealthy and you're handsome. And since I happen to be single, I just wanted to have some fun with you. But don't be angry, you know how many men want to pursue me." Jiang Yao wasn't angry when he heard the truth. After all, it wasn't like he wasn't without suitors. So he calmly retorted, "Hee, to tell you the truth, many girls like me too. The reason I'm pursuing you is because a friend told me there's a beautiful actress in the performing arts department who's really hard to get. So I decided to give it a try, but you're not as hard to get as the rumors say." Gao Wenwen was so angry at Jiang Yao's shameless words that she laughed. She got out of bed, dressed, picked up her bag, and prepared to leave. "After all, I don't want to stay here for even a second longer. Hey Jiang, we've broken up. If you dare to shamelessly pester me again, I'll have someone deal with you." After Gao Wenwen finished speaking fiercely to Jiang Yao, she turned around and slammed the door shut as she left. The loud slamming of the door was like a bomb exploding in the quiet room, making the whole room seem to tremble. "Dream on. Do you think I'd pester you? I have plenty of beautiful girls to seduce." Jiang Yao called out to her retreating figure. He and Gao Wenwen were just playing around. There was no real affection between them. That was probably the most intimate contact between the two of them. Apart from that, the two of them were practically no different from strangers. It was only a matter of time before the two of them broke up. Jiang Yao was just packing his things and leaving the hotel when his phone suddenly rang. "Who is it? What do you need?" While checking the room to see if anything was missing, Jiang Yao asked on his phone. "Hello, is this Xiao Jian? I'm Yang Sweki's father. Do you have time to come to my house?" "Yang Sweki's father?" Jiang Yao asked, looking completely bewildered. "Hello, Mr. Yang Sweki, what can I do for you?" There was a pause on the other end of the phone. "It's like this, I accidentally discovered that my daughter gave birth to your child. Could you come over to my house?" Jiang Yao was stunned into place, as if struck by lightning. Yang Sweki is his ex-girlfriend. She was the school beauty from the neighboring school. He and Yang Sweki got together because of a friend's introduction. Jiang Yao fell in love with Yang Sweki at first sight. After a long period of persistent pursuit, Yang Sweki finally agreed to date him. However, the two later argued constantly over some trivial matters, and eventually broke up. It's been a year since they broke up, and Yang Sweki has actually gotten her own child. He couldn't believe it for a long time, and his heart was filled with unease. "Are you listening?" Mr. Yang asked somewhat seriously. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yao tried to compose himself and replied, "Uncle, I'm listening. Could you please tell me your home address? Otherwise, I don't know how to get there." 14th floor, Building 1, Hongjie Building, Number 2, Bing, Gongdi East Road, Jiayang District, Yanjing City. After giving the address, Yang's father was worried that Jiang Yao might not have remembered it, so he repeated it. "Okay, uncle, I'll remember that. I'll visit your home in a few days." Well, that's all for now, uncle. I have some things to take care of. After saying that, Jiang Yao hung up the phone. Oh no! Is Yang Sweki really pregnant? That's an incredible pregnancy. I haven't had enough fun yet, and now I'm a dad. Jiang Yao seemed to see a series of alluring beauties waving goodbye to him. After all, having a child means taking responsibility. Even though Yang Sweki was a stunningly beautiful woman, he still felt a pang of sadness. A few days later, Jiang Yao appeared outside Yang Sweki's house carrying gift boxes and fruit he had bought from the mall. Jiang Yao took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner unease and tension. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he pressed the doorbell in front of him. Creak! The door in front of Jiang Yao was quickly opened, and a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and imposing stature appeared inside. Are you Xiao Jian? Come in. Yang's father looked at Jiang Yao kindly and said. Jiang Yao nodded with unease and went inside. Yang's father was sitting on the sofa at this moment, and waved to Jiang Yao to sit next to him. Jiang Yao walked in that direction and then sat down on the sofa. Since you're already here, I won't beat around the bush. My Shuer is currently at Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. She has already given birth. She gave birth to a daughter, and both mother and daughter are safe and sound. I called you here to ask you what your attitude is towards this matter. Yang's father looked into Jiang Yao's eyes and said somewhat seriously. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yao forced himself to remain calm and replied, Uncle, I had already thought it through before I came. Since Sweki has given birth to my child, I definitely have to take responsibility. If possible, Uncle, could you take me to the hospital now? I want to see Sweki and the baby. After hearing this, Yang's father nodded to Jiang Yao with satisfaction. Of course you can. You are indeed a responsible and good child. Your uncle was right about you. I'm relieved to hear that. I'll take you to the hospital now. After saying that, the two went out and hailed a taxi, arriving at Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. They arrived at the delivery room without incident, and Mr. Yang carefully pushed the door open. At this moment, Yang Sweki was lying exhausted on the hospital bed. Her lips were chapped and bloodless, and her beautiful face was pale. Yang Sweki's eyes were closed, and she looked like she was sleeping soundly. She was holding a little one in her arms, who was lying restlessly in his mother's embrace. The little guy has rosy cheeks and looks very cute. When the little one grows up, she should be as beautiful as Yang Sweki. At this moment, Jiang Yao also suddenly felt a little nervous. After all, it was his first time being a father. Although Jiang Yao had seen babies before, he had never felt so nervous and at a loss as he did at this moment. This made Jiang Yao sigh. Life is like a play. He was dating Gao Wenwen a few days ago, but they broke up later. And now, he actually has a child with his ex-school beauty, Yang Sweki. He originally planned to live a carefree life and be a playboy, but now he has embarked on a different path in life. Chapter 2, Father to leave, daughter to stay. I won't allow it. Jiang Yao and Yang's father stood quietly in front of the hospital bed, neither of them making a sound to disturb the mother and daughter's rest. Not long after they started looking, Yang Sweki suddenly woke up. Dad, what brings you here? And Jiang Yao, what are you doing here? Yang Sweki stared wide-eyed at the two people in front of her in shock, and then asked. Would you like some water? Jiang Yao noticed that her lips were chapped like autumn leaves, dry and lacking moisture, so he kindly asked her what was wrong. Yang Sweki was indeed very thirsty, so she nodded. She took the water Jiang Yao handed her, drank a few sips, and then smiled at Jiang Yao, saying, Thank you. Seeing his daughter's pale face and weak appearance, Yang's father felt very distressed. Mr. Yang sighed and said slowly, Silly child, you're pregnant. Why didn't you tell your father and mother? You must feel so helpless giving birth to a child all by yourself. Later I went to your school to look for you, but your classmates told me that you had already taken several months off. Nobody knows why you took so many days off, and Dad is really worried about you. After listening to her father's words for a while, Yang Sweki frowned and asked, Dad, now that you know, why did you bring Jiang Yao along? Yang Sweki originally intended to raise the child alone and never thought of letting her ex-boyfriend Jiang Yao know that she was pregnant. After all, it was she who, after discovering she was pregnant, couldn't bear to abort the child, and it was she who decided to give birth. But now Jiang Yao is standing right in front of him, and he already knows that he has given birth to a child. Yang Sweki was at a loss for what to do. Jiang Yao was slightly taken aback when he saw that Yang Sweki didn't seem to welcome him. He said, I came to the hospital to see you on my own initiative. Don't blame your father. As the child's father, it's not wrong for me to come and visit, is it? Hearing Jiang Yao say that, Yang Xueqi's eyes flickered, and she didn't know how to respond. However, Jiang Yao was somewhat unexpected to her. He is much more responsible than I imagined. Yang Xueqi nodded, then looked down tenderly at the baby in her arms. Yang Xueqi slowly said, "The baby is very healthy, weighs 4 pounds and 6 ounces, and was born at 1 o'clock in the morning." Then Yang Xueqi looked at her father beside her and explained with some guilt, "Dad, don't blame me, I didn't want to hide it from you. I decided to give birth first because I was afraid you and Mom would worry, and then I'll tell you about it later." Mr. Yang was well aware of his daughter's intentions and couldn't bear to say anything to scold her. "I'm worried about you. Your mother is still traveling out of town, and I haven't told her about you. Your mother will be home soon, and I'll talk to her about your child then. She can also help look after the child." Mr. Yang looked at his daughter with a kind expression and said with concern. Yang Xueqi's heart was instantly enveloped by a warm and comforting feeling. She tried her best to control the tears welling up in her eyes and prevent them from falling. After a while, Yang Xueqi regained her composure, nodded to her father, and then said, "Dad, can you go out for a bit? I have something to say to Jiang Yao." After watching her father walk out the door, Yang Xueqi turned to look at Jiang Yao. Yang Xueqi let out a long sigh and said, "Jiang Yao, I only found out I was pregnant after we broke up. I was actually quite scared at the time, but when I thought about having a baby in my belly, I suddenly wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I made the decision to have the child myself. It has nothing to do with you. You can pretend you don't know anything about it." After Yang Xueqi finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Yao with a calm expression. Jiang Yao was surprised. So, they wanted to leave the daughter behind. "That won't do." Jiang Yao quickly said, "I disagree. The child should be raised by both of us. I'm the child's father too. How could I possibly let you take care of the child alone? Besides, it's too hard for you to do it all by yourself." Jiang Yao spoke decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Yao was very confident, and Yang Xueqi had no reason to object. After all, wouldn't it be good to have another person to take care of the child? As expected, Yang Xueqi did not immediately refuse after hearing this. She was seriously considering whether she and Jiang Yao could raise a child together. After thinking for a moment, Yang Xueqi nodded in agreement. After all, Jiang Yao is the child's father, so it's only right that he take some responsibility. Moreover, with Jiang Yao's help, things will be a bit easier for me. Then, Yang Xueqi suddenly blushed and looked at Jiang Yao, stammering, "Jiang Yao, could you help me wipe my body? I haven't showered for several days, and I feel a bit uncomfortable." After saying that, she felt that her request was a bit excessive and didn't dare to look at Jiang Yao's expression. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao was slightly taken aback and went outside to fetch a basin of hot water. Having children will definitely bring many challenges. Jiang Yao had thought about it seriously. It was his first time being a father. If there's anything he doesn't know, he can try his best to learn it. You can also ask your mom to help take care of the child. She'll definitely be happy to know she can take care of her granddaughter. While getting water, Jiang Yao went out to make a phone call to his mother. "Mom, are you free these few days?" "Yes, I need you to come over for something. The address is Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Don't ask for specifics, it's urgent." "Okay, then hurry up." After making the phone call, Jiang Yao returned to the ward to continue taking care of Yang Xueqi. He had just sent Yang's father back, since only one person needed to stay and take care of things here. Yang's father is getting old, so it's more appropriate for him to stay and take care of him. "I've already told my mom to come to the hospital. I haven't told her about your pregnancy yet. I'll surprise her when the time comes." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Xueqi and the child in her arms, and said happily. Jiang Yao quickly settled into the role of a stay-at-home dad, and felt quite happy and proud. He, who was previously somewhat lost and confused about life, now suddenly has more expectations and aspirations. Upon hearing this, Yang Xueqi's eyes widened, and her mind suddenly went blank. "Why don't you ask your mother to come over? What if we have a fight? When the time comes, you'll definitely side with your mom. You'd better not let your mom come. I can take good care of the child myself." Jiang Yao tapped Yang Xueqi's head with his finger. He really didn't know what she was thinking. "My mom is a very good person, and even if we really have a conflict, how could I not side with you and the child? Watch fewer TV dramas. Not every family experiences mother-in-law-daughter-in-law conflicts." Jiang Yao spoke earnestly. Upon hearing the term mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict, young Sweki immediately retorted, "I'm not your wife, so I don't have any mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict." Okay, I admit I misspoke. Jiang Yao was speechless at young Sweki's reaction. They had already had a child, she would be his wife sooner or later. Young Sweki felt slightly relieved after hearing this. After all, Jiang Yao's thoughtfulness and care for her were not feigned. She could sense Jiang Yao's seriousness and responsibility, which made her feel more at ease. Suddenly, the baby in the crib started crying loudly. The sound broke the silence of the room. Chapter 3: The baby has plenty of food. The two new parents immediately became nervous. It was only after being reminded by the people in the next bed that I realized the baby was hungry and wanted to drink milk. Yang Sweki was at a loss for what to do. Should she breastfeed the baby? She doesn't know how, she has no experience in this area. Jiang Yao glanced at her 30D breasts and wasn't worried at all that his baby wouldn't have enough milk. Yang Sweki must have had some milk left after feeding her baby. Yang Sweki thought for a moment and decided to ask Jiang Yao to call a nurse over, otherwise she really didn't know how to feed the baby. Soon, a nurse came to help. The nurse looked at the two young parents and congratulated them, saying, "You're so lucky to have become parents at such a young age. We deliver many babies every day in our obstetrics and gynecology department, but it's rare to see parents as young and good-looking as you. Your child will definitely be good-looking in the future. After all, the child's parents are both very good-looking." Jiang Yao was a little embarrassed by the praise, but what the nurse said was true. Yang Sweki is beautiful, so her daughter will naturally resemble her. Yang Sweki's expression shifted slightly, but she didn't say anything. After praising her, the nurse remembered her important task, to help the new mother with decongestion and check her physical condition. "Handsome guy, could you please open the baby's blanket later? I need to help the pretty lady drain some moisture." After giving Jiang Yao her instructions, the nurse turned and went out to prepare the disinfection tools. Yang Sweki, lying on the hospital bed, covered her face, looking very embarrassed. Most girls are shy and easily embarrassed. After a while, the nurse appeared in the ward. Lying in her hospital bed, Yang Sweki covered her face with the blanket, unable to face what was to come. "Hey, why is your wife covering her face with the blanket? She'll suffocate like that. Handsome, go help her uncover it," the nurse said to Jiang Yao, who was standing to the side. She guessed that the new mother might be embarrassed, but she still had to face it. Then Jiang Yao helped lift the blanket, revealing Yang Sweki's somewhat pitiful face. Yang Sweki was wearing a hospital gown, and although the clothes covered her, her astonishing bust size was still clearly visible. That said, Yang Sweki was one of the few beauties Jiang Yao had ever seen who had a large bust but a slender figure. She was a famous beauty at the school next door, the kind who was featured on the school forum. Moreover, Yang Sweki is also a top student, making her a goddess with both inner and outer beauty. Jiang Yao was initially attracted to Yang Sweki's appearance, but after spending more time with her, he felt that she was quite ambitious and hardworking. Seeing that Jiang Yao couldn't help and the baby was crying loudly, the nurse said to him, "Handsome, you should buy some formula for the baby first. The baby hasn't had her period yet, so she can't eat it." After hearing this, Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki lying on the hospital bed. Yang Sweki's face was flushed and she turned her head away, not daring to look at him. He nodded to the nurse, then went out to buy baby supplies. After Jiang Yao left, the nurse pulled up the medical curtain to isolate herself from everything outside. She gently rubbed Yang Sweki's lower abdomen with her hand. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Yang Sweki nodded and said, "I feel a little uncomfortable. I feel weak all over and my stomach is bloated." The nurse smiled and comforted her, saying, "These are all normal reactions for pregnant women. I'll help you with the discharge now. After you pass gas, you can eat something. You can eat some porridge to help with digestion." The nurse continued, "Next, I'll help you drain the discharge. Then the baby can drink milk. It might hurt a little, so please bear with it." Yang Sweki nodded, her pale face now looking rather pitiful. After all, girls are afraid of pain. The nurse then disinfected her hands with alcohol and carefully massaged Yang Sweki's chest. Beads of sweat streamed down Yang Sweki's face as she bit her lip and closed her eyes. She was afraid that if she opened her eyes, tears would fall. Even though the nurse's technique was very gentle, she almost cried because it was just too painful. Half an hour later, the nurse finally stopped. She took a towel that Jiang Yao had washed with boiling water and patiently wiped the sweat off Yang Sweki's face. "You are the strongest girl I have met today. I helped several girls relieve their pain today, but most of them couldn't bear the pain and cried. A beautiful and strong girl like you is wonderful. Your husband is so lucky, the nurse said with a smile. Yang Sweki smiled and quickly closed her clothes. Luckily, she was wearing a hospital gown, which made things easier. She didn't want Jiang Yao to see anything he shouldn't see. After buying the formula, Jiang Yao, with the help of the kind aunt in the next bed, prepared the formula for her baby. At this moment, he supported the baby's body with one hand and fed the child with a bottle in the other. He looks like a good father and a good stay-at-home dad. Jiang Yao has a strong learning ability and quickly adapted to the role of a stay-at-home dad. Jiang Yao overheard what the nurse said, which made the two new parents feel a little embarrassed and unsure how to respond. After finishing her work, the nurse packed up her things and then reminded Jiang Yao that before the handsome young man breastfed the baby, he should first cover the beautiful woman's breasts so that the baby wouldn't drink cold milk. Jiang Yao nodded vigorously, indicating that he would definitely remember it. The nurse left after giving her instructions. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were left standing there, looking at each other in an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 4. Jiang Yao's gaze towards Yang Sweki was terrifying. Both of them were a little awkward at this point. After all, they had broken up a year ago. The past was still vivid in Jiang Yao's mind, and the moments they spent together replayed over and over again. It would be a lie to say that Jiang Yao no longer likes Yang Sweki at all. Because whoever got a girlfriend who was a campus beauty, and this girlfriend was not only beautiful and charming, but also well-behaved and sensible. Anyone would be moved and unable to forget her after all. Who doesn't love a pretty girl? The reason for their breakup was that neither of them was mature enough and they didn't know how to solve problems, which made the conflicts escalate. Now, when Jiang Yao recalls the scene of their breakup, he finds it quite funny. At the time, Yang Sweki cried and said that she would never see him again after the breakup. But fate is so strange, because the baby and the others started getting back together. After a long pause, Jiang Yao could no longer contain himself and said, "Sweki, now that you've given birth to my child, I also have a responsibility. I've already called my mother to come and help take care of you. You're a young woman who just became a mother. If there's anything you need my mom and me to take care of, just let us know." Yang Sweki blushed and nodded. Jiang Yao was quite a man. He's actually quite good at taking care of people. It's been a year since we broke up, and the man in front of me has become more responsible and dependable. She had originally prepared herself to be a single mother, planning to study and take care of her child at the same time. If she's too busy, she can hire a nanny to help. Anyway, she can't spend all the pocket money her parents give her each month, so raising a child isn't a difficult task for her. However, the plans have changed. Jiang Yao now wants to raise the child with her. Judging from his current appearance, Jiang Yao is actually quite reliable. Before the two of them knew what to say, the baby was already whimpering. "I just fed the baby formula, so the baby shouldn't be hungry anymore. I don't know what's wrong with the baby." Now, both of them had cast aside their embarrassment and concerns. Jiang Yao went to the baby first, just as he was about to carefully observe where the baby was uncomfortable. A foul odor wafted over, and the neighbor lady noticed it too. "You haven't changed the baby's diaper yet, have you? The baby is still small, and poop and pee shouldn't be held in for too long, or the baby will be uncomfortable." "Thank you for reminding me, Auntie. You've really gone to so much trouble." Jiang Yao picked up the diaper he had bought for the baby, feeling embarrassed, and prepared to put it on the baby. He spent most of the day trying to change it, but still couldn't get it right. When the aunt in the next bed saw this, she kindly helped Jiang Yao change the baby's diaper. "You two are obviously newbies. Is this your first time having a child? Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. I'll be right here taking care of my daughter-in-law. We're all in the same ward, so just let me know if you need any help." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao replied gratefully, "I have already asked my mother to come and help take care of the child, but she is still on her way. We are indeed new parents and don't know how to take care of a baby. Thank you so much for your help, Auntie. You've really gone to so much trouble." Aunt Zhang smiled and waved her hand, saying, "It's nothing. My son and daughter-in-law are also having their first child. They don't know anything about it. I'm an elderly person whom my son asked to take care of his daughter-in-law, so it's only right that I take care of the children as well. By the way, I just saw the nurse help your wife with the discharge. You can let your wife breastfeed the baby later. Formula milk is not nutritious enough, breast milk is better." Aunt Zhang kindly gave these instructions. Jiang Yao nodded and thanked him repeatedly. He turned to look at young Sweki lying on the hospital bed. She had her eyes closed weakly and seemed to have fallen asleep again. Yang Sweki had just finished urinating and was also very tired after giving birth, so it was normal for her to be a little sleepy. Young Sweki slept for another 2 or 3 hours before waking up. When I woke up, it was already dark. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Jiang Yao sitting in the chair in front of the hospital bed, scrolling through Douyin videos. But where is the baby who should have been lying in her arms? Where's the baby? Jiang Yao, where did you take the baby? Yang Sweki asked Jiang Yao anxiously. Jiang Yao shifted his attention from the Douyin video and looked up at young Sweki, who had just woken up. Jiang Yao replied, "My mom is here, and she took the child out. He should be somewhere in the hospital now, so don't worry, my mom just took the child out for some fresh air." After hearing this, young Sweki felt a little relieved. Puff! A loud fart echoed in the ward. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw young Sweki looking embarrassed, her face flushed red. Young Sweki was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and jump down. Jiang Yao laughed and said, "Now that you've passed gas, we can eat." At that moment, young Sweki's stomach suddenly started rumbling. Young Sweki looked at Jiang Yao somewhat awkwardly and asked for help. "Jiang Yao, could you buy me something to eat? I've been sleeping for a long time and I'm a little hungry now." Jiang Yao smiled, thankfully he was prepared. He pointed to the stainless steel lunchbox on the table next to the hospital bed. "My mom already guessed you'd be hungry when you woke up, so she asked me to get you a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork from the hospital cafeteria. It should still be warm now, you should eat quickly, we've already eaten." Jiang Yao stood up, opened the stainless steel lunchbox, and a rich aroma wafted out. Yang Sweki licked her lips and took the lunchbox and spoon that Jiang Yao handed her. She lowered her head and ate spoonful after spoonful until her stomach could hold no more. Yang Sweki then looked up at Jiang Yao, who was scrolling through Douyin videos. So she curiously glanced at the content playing on Jiang Yao's phone. To her surprise, Jiang Yao was watching a popular science video about parenting tips. Jiang Yao looked up at Yang Sweki, and their eyes met. Young Sweki is a great beauty with a perfect figure. Although she looks a bit weak now that she has just given birth, she is young and has a good constitution. After a period of recovery, her body will definitely be as full of energy as before. But why did Jiang Yao's gaze towards him suddenly become somewhat fiery? Yang Sweki couldn't stand Jiang Yao's gaze and turned her head to look in another direction. "Jiang Yao, could you get me a glass of water? I'm a little thirsty." Yang Sweki has been feeling unwell lately and is unable to get out of bed, so she had to ask Jiang Yao for help. Jiang Yao nodded, stood up from his chair, picked up his water glass, and went outside to get some water. Yang Sweki watched Jiang Yao's departing figure and let out a long sigh. "The way Jiang Yao looked at me just now was terrifying, it was like he wanted to devour me. How scary." Chapter 5: Zhang's mother's assistance. After receiving the call from her son, Zhang's mother immediately drove to Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. She was both shocked and frightened along the way. She was shocked that her son would send her to a place where she would give birth, and she was afraid that her son might have gotten the girl pregnant. She often urged Jiang Yao to find a girlfriend at school and get married after graduation. However, Zhang's mother did not expect that her son, who was only a junior in college and had not yet graduated, might have gotten a girl pregnant. This left her somewhat bewildered, though these might just be her own speculations. "My son probably called me to the hospital for something else." So, with a mix of anxiety and trepidation, she rushed to the hospital. Zhang's mother called her son to find out the room number. Then she searched through the rooms one by one until she finally found the door and pushed it open. As soon as I entered the room, I saw a beautiful girl lying on the hospital bed, looking like a porcelain doll, with my beloved son sitting next to her. Seeing this, Zhang's mother had no doubts. Zhang's mother suppressed the urge to beat her son. After all, she hadn't expected that this kid would actually give her such a surprise. Because Yang Sweki was asleep, Jiang Yao was afraid that speaking too loudly would wake her up. So Jiang Yao took his mother's arm, and the two of them went out of the room to talk about it. After Jiang Yao explained the whole story to his mother, she sighed deeply. "Why didn't you take precautions when you were dating girls? Now look what's happened, you've ruined a beautiful young woman. She went through so much hardship to give birth to your child, so you must repay her and be devoted to her, you know? You'll be a father someday, so you need to mature and stop being as playful as before." Jiang Yao. After listening to his mother's lecture, Jiang Yao said he understood and quickly changed the subject to the child. "Mom, Yang Sweki gave birth to a daughter for our family. You must take good care of the baby for me. Sweki and I are both first-time parents, and we're not very good at taking care of children. Mom, could you please help us out more often?" Jiang Yao said to his mother with a proud expression. Oh dear, how could I forget about my precious granddaughter? I'm more than willing to take care of her, needless to say. Mom's business isn't important, let Dad handle it. Taking care of my granddaughter is more important. I want to experience what it's like to be a grandma. After saying that, John's mother happily went to the room, looked around, and realized that her precious granddaughter was sleeping in young Sweki's arms. John's mother looked at her little granddaughter with excitement. The baby's little face is rosy and he's so cute. Next, after the child woke up, John's mother took the child outside for some fresh air. Oh, you have a daughter. John's mother beamed with joy. Yes, it's a daughter. And you? Did your daughter-in-law give birth to a boy or a girl? The woman said dejectedly, it's another daughter. This is my daughter-in-law's second daughter. I just wanted a grandson, but my daughter-in-law hasn't given birth to one yet. Sigh. John's mother smiled and said, in this day and age, it's the same whether you have a boy or a girl. Just relax. The woman was still quite upset, but she managed to smile. Yes, that makes sense. John's mother chatted with the woman for a few more minutes, then took the child and returned to the ward. When John's mother opened the door and returned to the ward with the baby in her arms, she saw that the beautiful girl had already woken up and was staring blankly at the ceiling. John's mother greeted young Sweki warmly and kindly, saying, I heard my son call you Sweki, so I'll call you Sweki from now on too. Did you eat the porridge that Jiang Yao packed for you? Sweki, if you feel unwell anywhere, you can tell Auntie. After hearing John's mother's caring words, young Sweki emerged from her reverie. Jiang Yao and his mother both seem nice, so I don't need to think too much about it. John's mother, in particular, looked very young and seemed easy to get along with. After Yang Sweki understood, she smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I have already finished the porridge you prepared. Auntie, I'm not feeling unwell. I would have told you if I was. Auntie, you must be tired standing here. You can sit down on the chair over there for a while. This girl is not only beautiful, but also very caring. John's mother looked at Yang Sweki and became more and more satisfied, feeling that her son was not good enough for this girl in any way. Now that Jiang Yao was not around, John's mother had a few private words with Yang Sweki. Sweki, you've really gone through a lot, giving birth to a child for our family. That brat didn't tell me you were pregnant beforehand. Otherwise, Auntie would definitely give you a gift when we first met. Auntie will make it up to you next time. After hearing this, young Sweki forced a smile and replied, Thank you, Auntie, but I wanted to have the child myself, so please don't blame Jiang Yao. Looking at her sensible daughter, Jiang's mother felt even more guilty. Don't worry, she said, I will make sure Jiang Yao treats you well. Jiang Yao also needs to take on the responsibilities of being a father. You don't need to feel sorry for him. Once you've recovered, I'll have Jiang Yao propose to your family, so you can marry into our family in style and honor. Ah. Auntie, I haven't thought about getting married yet. Young Sweki was a little stunned, after all, she didn't have the idea of marrying Jiang Yao at the moment. Seeing Yang Sweki's attitude, John's mother didn't want to force her, so she said, It's okay, you young people have your own ideas, and I won't interfere. Then I'll let Jiang Yao get along well with you, and you two can discuss the marriage yourselves. Yang Sweki nodded obediently. Just then, Jiang Yao finished filling the water cup and walked into the ward, where he saw his mother and Yang Sweki chatting happily. He was also very happy, after all, a harmonious relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is a good thing for him. When Jiang Yao's mother saw him return, she complained, Where did you go? Why did it take you so long? You didn't spend more time with Sweki. Jiang Yao. Who is the real biological child? How could your own mother so quickly turn against her own? Jiang Yao explained with a speechless look, I went to get water for Sweki, not to play. John's mother. Yang Sweki watched the mother and son interact and laughed heartily. I never expected Jiang Yao to get along with his mother like this, it's quite funny. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki speechlessly when he heard her laughter. Then he handed the water to Yang Sweki, saying, Here, this is the water you wanted. The temperature is just right, you can drink it now. Yang Sweki nodded after hearing this, took the water and drank it. After holding the baby for a while, John's mother handed the baby to young Sweki and said, Sweki, it seems the baby hasn't had any milk yet. Do you want to feed the baby some milk now? Yang Sweki looked at Jiang Yao shyly, bit her lip, and asked, Breastfeed? How do I do that? Jiang Yao shook his head. Don't ask him about these things. They're all new parents, how could he possibly understand these things? John's mother reacted quickly, smiling and saying, "Sweki, you should have expelled the diaper rash by now. Just bring the baby over and let her drink it." John's mother and Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki and nodded in satisfaction in unison. Chapter 6 Birth Certificate, Baby's Name? Yang Sweki is not only beautiful, but also has a hot figure, especially her breasts, which seem about to burst out of her clothes. "But I don't know how," Yang Sweki said, shaking her head. "Then I'll teach you, and you'll know how to do it later." John's mother smiled. Next, John's mother guided Yang Sweki step by step on how to support the baby's body with her hands and breastfeed the child. The correct breastfeeding posture is also important. It's best to breastfeed the baby while lying on your side. Yang Sweki obediently did as instructed. At first, the baby had trouble finding the food, but John's mother managed to grab it and put it into the baby's mouth. Yang Sweki suddenly felt a sharp pain where her hand was being held. "Baby, it feels like you've bitten me." Jiang Yao replied with a gentle smile, "Baby, I wouldn't bite you. The baby hasn't grown any teeth yet. The baby is probably hungry, so the baby is being a bit strong. Just bear with it a little." John's mother, watching the sweet interaction between the young couple, felt like a third wheel. However, when Yang Sweki quickly realized what had happened, she immediately blushed and became shy. Yang Sweki said shyly, "Jiang Yao, you should go out for a bit. I'm a little embarrassed to breastfeed in front of you." Jiang Yao found it amusing to see Yang Sweki's face turn completely red. They both have children, yet they're still acting like strangers. However, Jiang Yao didn't want to argue or put Yang Sweki in a difficult position. So he obediently walked out of the ward. Perfect timing, he can go to the toilet now. In the restroom, Jiang Yao was watching a Douyin video when a phone call suddenly came in. Jiang Yao looked at the caller ID. It belonged to his college roommate and best friend, Chen Yuan. "Hey, Chen Yuan, what's up? Get to the point quickly," Jiang Yao urged after answering the phone. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yuan chuckled mischievously, "I've seen you haven't been to school for so many days. Can I show you some concern? Besides, I heard you broke up with Gao Wenwen. Such a big thing, and you didn't even tell your buddies." Jiang Yao sighed and explained, rubbing his forehead, "My ex-girlfriend got pregnant and just gave birth to my baby a few days ago. I'm taking care of her at the hospital now, so I don't have time to go to school. Since you're calling right now, could you please ask my teacher for leave for me? Just tell them I have appendicitis and am having surgery." Jiang Yao didn't intend to hide it from Chen Yuan, since he knew he would find out sooner or later anyway, so he told him the truth. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had heard some explosive news. "Holy crap! No way, you're really a dad? You're not kidding me, are you? Which ex-girlfriend is it? I've never heard you mention her. Could it be Gao Wenwen?" "Wait a minute, Gao Wenwen is perfectly fine at school." Seeing Chen Yuan's wild guesses, Jiang Yao interrupted, "Stop guessing. It's not Gao Wenwen. My ex-girlfriend is the school beauty from the next school. I'll introduce you to her after I start my studies. But when you meet her, you'll have to call her sister-in-law." Chen Yuan felt this was too surreal. After all, he hadn't seen his good buddy for only a few days. They already have a child, and it's even the child of a student from the neighboring school. "Okay, so what are you planning to do next? You're not really planning to marry that school beauty, are you? No, I mean, you're planning to marry your sister-in-law, right?" Jiang Yao didn't want to continue the conversation and explained impatiently, "We're not getting married for now, so I won't say too much. Just a heads up, don't talk about this at school. I only told you this because you're my good friend. I don't want my classmates at school to know about this yet. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else." Just as Chen Yuan was about to agree, Jiang Yao hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat depressed, and lost all interest in watching Douyin videos. Jiang Yao shook his head, stopping his wild thoughts. After flushing the toilet, he opened the bathroom door and walked towards the ward. It's been so long, Yang Sweki should have finished feeding the baby by now. Inside the ward, Yang Sweki was holding her baby in her arms after feeding him, gently coaxing him to sleep. John's mother, standing to the side, was carefully peeling an apple with a fruit knife. When Jiang Yao entered the ward, he saw this warm and harmonious scene. When John's mother saw her son, she said, "The doctor came by just now and told us to get the child's birth certificate and get him vaccinated. The birth certificate form requires the child's name, as well as your marriage certificate, household registration book, birth permit, and ID card." "Oh, this. Jiang Yao shook his head and asked in confusion, Mom, but Sweki and I haven't gotten our marriage certificate yet, so how do we get this birth certificate? Just as Zhang's mother was about to answer, Yang Sweki's voice came from the side. I just asked the doctor the same question, and the doctor said that it's okay if you don't have a marriage certificate, you can bring other documents to complete the process. After hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded in relief. That's good. Luckily, we brought all our other documents. So, what's the baby's name? Sweki, why don't you come up with the name? Zhang's mother suggested. Young Sweki hadn't decided on a name for her child yet, and said hesitantly, I haven't decided yet. Jiang Yao, why don't you think about it too? The couple hadn't discussed having a child yet, so choosing a name was a bit rushed. Jiang Yao, the child has the surname Jiang, is that alright? Yang Sweki nodded. Of course you can, you're the child's father. Jiang Yao had actually thought about the child's name for a while, but hadn't chosen one yet. How about naming the baby Jiang Yuanan? Yang Sweki thought about the name, and thought it was a good name. After speaking, Yang Sweki looked at Jiang Yao with admiration. Let's call her little Nan Nan then, Yang Sweki suggested. Jiang Yao, okay, I'll listen to you. John's mother also thought the name was good, so let's take our documents and get the child's birth certificate now. After John's mother finished speaking, she took Jiang Yao to get the baby's birth certificate. After they left, Yang Sweki looked at the ground, feeling slightly melancholy and confused. But when she thought about Jiang Yao's responsible attitude during this time, and how well she got along with John's mother, she suddenly felt that things weren't so bad after all. Chapter 7, Vaccinating the Baby and Feeding Yang Sweki Wontons. Jiang Yao was filling out forms in the doctor's office, while his mother chatted with the doctor beside him. Your son is quite handsome, and he's very young. Is he still in college? His girlfriend's ID photo is very beautiful, she looks like a celebrity, and she and your son seem to be a good match. The doctor praised it. Yes, my son is a sophomore in college, Zhang's mother said with a smile. The doctor, who was typing on the computer, continued, then your son should treat his girlfriend well, after all, she gave birth to a daughter for him so early. Zhang's mother nodded. Yes, that's what I told my son too. If he dares not to treat her well, I won't let him off the hook. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Yao naturally knew that it was out of concern for Yang Sweki. After all, Yang Sweki's childbirth was indeed very difficult. The birth certificate was quickly processed and handed to Jiang Yao. The doctor said, the child's birth certificate is ready. Now you can take the child to get vaccinated. The child will need the vaccination record to go to school in the future. Zhang's mother nodded while holding the child and thanked him, saying, okay, doctor, we'll go get it now. Jiang Yao and his mother walked toward the hospital's injection room, where the baby in his mother's arms was sleeping soundly. There weren't many people queuing in the injection room at the moment, and Jiang Yao's turn came quickly. The doctor entered Jiang Yuanan's name into the database and showed one of the child's arms. The nurse prepared a hepatitis B vaccine. Zhang's mother gently shook the little girl's body, trying to wake her up. The little girl stirred in Zhang's mother's arms, smacked her lips, and then drifted off to sleep again. The nurse came over with the needle, disinfected the injection site on the little girl's thin arm, and then quickly inserted the needle when the baby wasn't paying attention. The little girl's features were scrunched up, her mouth wide open, and she was crying loudly, a sound that broke one's heart. Zhang's mother gently coaxed him, baby, don't cry, you'll feel better after the injection. Amid the baby's struggles and cries, the nurse successfully administered the 3 hepatitis B vaccines to the little girl. This is the child's vaccination record. It clearly states which vaccines the child should receive every few months. It's important to vaccinate the child regularly. This time, the baby received the hepatitis B vaccine and the BCG vaccine. The baby will receive 3 more doses of the hepatitis B vaccine when he is 1 month old. The injection site should not get wet for 24 hours to avoid infection. Also, make sure the baby drinks plenty of water. The nurse handed the vaccination record to Zhang's mother and then gave her some instructions. When Jiang Yao and his mother brought the little girl back to the ward, Yang Sweki was flipping through a book. When Yang Sweki saw them return, she put down the book she was holding and said, Auntie, could you hold Xiananan for a moment? Xiananan must be hungry. Zhang's mother handed the child to Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki was so focused on the child that she didn't notice Jiang Yao standing next to her. She lifted her clothes to let the baby drink milk. When the baby suckles, her little mouth is pink and plump, like a ripe cherry, making you want to take a bite. After the baby finished drinking the milk, Yang Sweki noticed Jiang Yao in the room and felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Yao seemed not to have noticed, his eyes remaining calm, so Yang Sweki didn't care. After the baby finished drinking milk, Zhang's mother took the baby out for a stroll. Only Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki remained in the room, while the hospital bed next to them was empty. The family had packed their things and gone home. Hey Zhang Yao, could you help me empty my pee bag? And wipe my body down too? Because it's summer now, and Yang Sweki was sweating easily while covered by a blanket, she couldn't stand it anymore, which is why she asked Zhang Yao for help. Zhang Yao had already emptied Yang Sweki's pee bag many times, so he nodded, took the pee bag from Yang Sweki's body, and emptied it. After he finished pouring, Zhang Yao brought a basin of hot water into the ward. Zhang Yao took a cloth that had been washed with boiling water and gently wiped Yang Sweki's body. Yang Sweki pursed her lips, not daring to look directly at Zhang Yao. Although Zhang Yao had wiped her body several times, she was still not used to him doing this for her. After washing up, Yang Sweki felt much more comfortable. All over. The sticky feeling on her body had finally disappeared. Thank you, Zhang Yao. Yang Sweki sincerely thanked Zhang Yao. After all, Zhang Yao, a grown man, had really worked hard to take care of her these past few days. Moreover, Zhang Yao showed no signs of impatience, which made Yang Sweki look at him with new respect. After all, Zhang Yao was the kind of person who had never done any housework since childhood, so it was quite remarkable that he could take such good care of himself. Zhang Yao shook his head and said calmly, compared to the pain you endured during childbirth, it's only right that I take care of you. Besides, my mother has always told me to take good care of you, so I should do my best. Zhang Yao's warm words flowed into Yang Sweki's heart like a warm current, making her heart tremble slightly. Shortly after, Zhang's mother returned carrying the child and a stainless steel lunchbox in her hand. This is the food I got for you. I took the kids to the cafeteria for a stroll and saw that they made seaweed and shrimp wontons today, so I packed 2 servings to take home. Zhang Yao opened the stainless steel lunchbox, which was a 2-layered one, both layers filled with delicious wontons. Mom, thank you. I was just craving wontons today. Zhang Yao was deeply moved by his mother's kindness in helping him take care of his child and her constant concern for his and Sweki's meals. Zhang Yao couldn't help but step forward and kiss his mother's cheek. Oh dear, you're such a grown-up and you still kiss your old mother so affectionately, aren't you ashamed? Zhang's mother felt a sweet warmth in her heart, but scolded him playfully. Seeing the loving scene between Zhang Yao and his mother, Yang Sweki also felt a sense of home in her heart. After all, a family is about everyone caring for and looking after each other. Yang Sweki also felt a longing for family after giving birth. Auntie, you've worked so hard during this time. You and Zhang Yao have put in so much effort to take care of me. After Yang Sweki finished speaking, her eyes also became a little moist. Zhang's mother sat by the hospital bed, wiped away Yang Sweki's tears with her hand, and said with heartache, pregnant women shouldn't cry right after giving birth. Sweki, you are such a good child. Auntie and Zhang Yao are just doing their duty to take care of you. You gave birth to such a lovely child for us. Don't thank us anymore, we're all family. Zhang Yao, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Yes, we are family. Zhang's mother comforted Yang Sweki for a while, then urged her, eat your wontons quickly, or they'll get cold. Yang Sweki wiped away her tears and nodded. Just as Yang Sweki was about to eat the wontons with a spoon, Zhang's mother nudged Zhang Yao's shoulder and said, you feed Sweki with a spoon. Sweki isn't feeling well right now and it's inconvenient for her to eat by herself. Zhang Yao had just taken a bite of his wonton when he heard his mother say this. Okay, I was just moved for nothing. Yang Sweki saw Zhang Yao standing there, seemingly not having reacted at all. She covered her mouth with her hand, secretly bursting into laughter. Chapter 8: The feeling of being fluttering. Days passed by, and finally, the day before discharge arrived. Zhang's mother instructed Zhang Yao to go to Yang Sweki's apartment early in the morning to get some clean clothes and daily necessities. Zhang's mother believed that if Yang Sweki's body was to recover better, it would be better for her to go to a postpartum care center to do some rehabilitation programs. Several of her female clients' daughters-in-law went to postpartum care centers for rehabilitation after giving birth. On their recommendation, Zhang's mother chose Kangxing Confinement Center. This postpartum care center has a top-notch reputation and qualifications, and Zhang's mother also carefully investigated it. When she talked to Yang Sweki about the postpartum care center, she received Yang Sweki's approval. I originally planned to go to a postpartum care center for recovery after giving birth. But since you've already chosen one for me, Auntie, I'll listen to you, Yang Sweki said obediently. I asked Zhang Yao to go to your apartment to get some of your change of clothes. Where is your apartment? During her last conversation with Yang Sweki, Zhang's mother learned that Yang Sweki had rented an apartment outside the school for her to use while taking care of her child. However, the situation is different now, and the apartment is no longer needed, so Yang Sweki plans to cancel the lease. The address is Unit 2, Building 12, Room 12-2, Haofu Garden Community, Chaoyang District. Zhang Yao, go to this address and pick up Sweki's things, Zhang's mother said. After saying that, Zhang's mother took out her car keys and handed them to Zhang Yao. She also had to help take care of the children and couldn't leave, while Zhang Yao happened to be free, so he was the most suitable person to go. Okay, I understand. Zhang Yao took the car keys and walked to the hospital parking lot. He got his driver's license right after graduating from high school, and he would drive Zhang's mother's car from time to time, so his driving skills were pretty good. Zhang Yao drove to the Haofu Garden apartment. After asking the guardhouse, I found Building 12. With a ding, we arrived at the 12th floor. Zhang Yao found the door of Yang Sweki's apartment. There was an adorable lucky cat on the door, as if it was greeting Zhang Yao, which looked very festive. After he entered the password, the door opened. Yang Sweki's apartment was very clean. It was a studio apartment. Although the room wasn't large, it had everything you needed, and Yang Sweki had decorated it to be very warm and comfortable. Zhang Yao found the master bedroom in the apartment, opened the wardrobe, and saw that it was filled with a pile of clothes. However, the clothes were all folded neatly, looking very tidy, and the clothes, pants, skirts, and pajamas were all divided into their own areas. This is also convenient, as it helps the room owner choose their outfits for everyday outings. She really is a refined girl. The air is filled with a sweet and fragrant scent. Zhang Yao took a deep breath of the air in the room inside. Zhang Yao picked up some clothes, pants, and underwear that he thought Yang Sweki usually liked to wear, and then looked at the pajama section. Wow, I never knew Yang Sweki usually wears lace pajamas. Zhang Yao picked up a white lace nightgown and swallowed hard. Boys all like these sexy pajamas. Zhang Yao packed up all the pajamas he liked and took them with him. He took a bunch of clothes and put them in his suitcase. Even the last suitcase wasn't enough, because Yang Sweki had just too many beautiful clothes. Most of Yang Sweki's clothes are styles that Zhang Yao really likes. This put Zhang Yao in a dilemma. Which item should he take with him? If you take this one, you won't want to part with that one. In the end, Zhang Yao had no choice but to make the difficult decision because his suitcase was full. After all, no boy dislikes a girl who dresses beautifully every day, in a way that he likes. After packing his things, Zhang Yao drove back to the hospital. Did you bring all the clothes and daily necessities? Zhang's mother asked. I brought them all. Yang Sweki glanced at it, then turned back to continue reading. Because the workload in the third year of university is actually very heavy, taking so many days off has seriously affected my usual grades. So, in the hospital, Yang Sweki would study her CET-4 English whenever she had free time. Yang Sweki's eyes started to ache and her head felt dizzy after watching for a short while. It was Zhang's mother who noticed that Yang Sweki kept rubbing her eyes and looked drowsy. Zhang's mother advised, Sweki, you just gave birth not long ago, you should take care of your health first. Your eyes will get tired from staring at the book all the time. After hearing this, Yang Sweki also felt that she couldn't bear to watch any longer. Since she became pregnant, she has not had as much energy as before, and she gets tired very easily, as if she can never get enough sleep. So she put down the book, closed her eyes again, and continued to sleep for a while. By nearly 6 o'clock in the evening, it had already gotten dark. After Yang Sweki woke up, she ate the porridge that Zhang Yao fed her. Zhang Yao noticed that Yang Sweki didn't seem to have a good appetite. She was eating rather slowly. Zhang Yao put down the bowl in his hand, took out a mint from his pocket, and handed it to Yang Sweki. Look, eating some mint candies might improve your appetite. Yang Sweki took the mint candy with her hand and put it in her mouth. This mint tastes like jasmine. It's quite delicious. After eating, Yang Sweki felt refreshed, as if a gentle breeze had brushed against her face, bringing a faint fragrance that made her feel invigorated. Where did you buy this? I want to buy one next time. Yang Sweki, like a kitten that had just eaten cake, licked her lips contentedly and said with a satisfied expression. You don't need to buy it. I'll bring you whatever you like to eat in the future. Zhang Yao said generously. After all, it's just a little candy. He's happy to do it if it makes the beautiful woman happy. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki blushed and her heart raced. She thought Zhang Yao was so handsome. Yang Sweki's eyes were fixed on the boy in front of her. The surrounding commotion disappeared, and she could only hear the pounding of her own heart. Jiang Yao's eyes were also on Yang Sueki, meeting her gaze. Jiang Yao looked at the girl in front of him, whose cheeks seemed to be getting redder and redder. He raised his hand and touched her forehead, saying, "You don't have a fever? Why are your cheeks so red?" After realizing what was happening, Yang Sueki awkwardly removed Jiang Yao's hand from her face. "Why are you touching my face? Take it off." To hide her lapse in composure, Yang Sueki turned her face away, not wanting Jiang Yao to notice anything amiss. Jiang Yao clenched his hands tightly, his palms sweating with nervousness. Yang Sueki's face feels so soft. Her skin is so good, even after having a child. Jiang Yao's heart was pounding wildly, as restless as a turbulent lake. After finishing her meal, Jiang's mother was about to clean up when she noticed that her son and Sueki were doing something and not eating properly. "Sueki, Jiang Yao, hurry up and eat. I still need to clean up after you finish." "Okay, let's eat here." After realizing what had happened, the two of them silently continued eating their meals. We all felt, without prior arrangement, that the food suddenly tasted better. Chapter 9: Yang Xiaohua's prank during postpartum confinement. As night fell, everyone went to rest after a busy day. The next day, after everyone packed up their belongings in the ward, Jiang Yao went to the hospital reception to complete the discharge procedures. After Jiang Yao successfully completed the formalities, he helped Yang Sueki slowly get out of bed, while he carried the large and small bags of things by himself. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki walked to the hospital entrance, got into the car driven by Jiang's mother, and left the hospital. Jiang's mother was a skilled and experienced driver, and the car drove smoothly on the highway. Soon the car brought the group to the entrance of Kangshin Confinement Center. Kangshin Maternity Center is located in the center of Chaoyang District, with a superb environment surrounded by lush greenery and landscaped gardens. Jiang Yao felt a warm atmosphere as soon as he entered the door, making him feel right at home. Yang Sueki was drawn to the pink-themed lobby and rooms, which was absolutely adorable. The receptionist greeted guests warmly upon their arrival, welcoming them to Kangshin Confinement Center. "Do you have a reservation? If so, I will take you to your reserved room." Jiang Yao shook his head. "We don't have an appointment. My wife needs to go through postpartum confinement. Do you have any services you could recommend?" Yang Sueki raised an eyebrow when she heard Jiang Yao address her by that name, but did not deny it. The receptionist introduced the store in a professional tone. "Guests, you've come to the right place. We not only have a luxurious and comfortable living environment, but also a professional nursing team and a wide range of maternal and infant care services. We guarantee our guests will experience a queen-like postpartum care experience, turning postpartum confinement into a truly blissful one." After listening to the receptionist's introduction, Yang Sueki's eyes lit up. "Wow, that's great. Does that mean it's very effective? Beautiful lady, you must be in your postpartum period. Don't worry, choosing us was the right decision. We'll definitely satisfy you," the receptionist said proudly. "If you still don't believe me, I can show you the room and the facilities." Jiang Yao: "Okay, then take us to see it. I'm quite curious about it too." The receptionist showed Jiang Yao and his group around the rooms of different sizes, including the Queen's presidential suite. The room features a separate master bedroom, a spacious living room, and a luxurious bathroom, catering to the individual needs of guests during their postpartum period. Jiang Yao and the others were very satisfied after seeing it, so with the support of Jiang's mother, they booked a luxury suite. Jiang's mother ordered a 28-day care package for Yang Sueki, which included various postpartum recovery treatments, a diastasis recti repair device, sauna, moxibustion, and weekly yoga classes, a wide range of services. Looking at so many projects, Yang Sueki felt that she couldn't possibly finish them all. Jiang's mother's thoughtfulness, help, and generosity filled Yang Sueki with love and made her feel incredibly happy. After ordering a meal for Yang Sueki, Jiang's mother, holding the child, said, "Sueki, Jiang Yao, I'll take the little girl back first. It's inconvenient for the child to stay here with you, so I'd like to hire a nanny to take care of the child at home. Although the postpartum care center can help Sueki take care of her baby, I still think it's better to keep her at home. Sueki, please take good care of yourself. I will take good care of the child for you." Jiang's mother made the decision after careful consideration. As a grandmother, she also wanted to spend more time with her grandson, and of course, she also wanted the young couple to spend time alone together to nurture their relationship. "Okay, Mom, you should go back now. Get some rest when you get back and don't overwork yourself." When Jiang Yao heard the news that his mother was going home, he looked at her with concern. Yang Sueki nodded in agreement, since it was indeed inconvenient for her to take care of her baby while she was in postpartum confinement. Yang Sweki felt at ease leaving Xiao Nannan with Zhang's mother. Goodbye, little one, mommy will come to see you after I finish my postpartum confinement. Yang Sweki looked at her baby with some reluctance. This was the first time they had been separated since the baby was born. Goodbye, mommy, goodbye, baby, little girl is the best child. Zhang's mother held her little girl's tiny hand and waved it off. The little girl had big eyes at this moment, and looked very innocent and cute. She has no idea that she is being separated from her parents. After Zhang's mother drove her away, Yang Sweki and Zhang Yao's figures gradually disappeared from the car window. Only then did the little one realize that the familiar figure was gone, and he opened his mouth and burst into tears, feeling wronged. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki's nose also felt a little sore, and her eyes reddened. Zhang Yao, standing to the side, gently comforted her. Once you finish your postpartum confinement, you'll be able to see your little baby. Don't cry, it's not good for your health. Yang Sweki nodded in response, then wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. After putting away his luggage and checking the surroundings, Zhang Yao looked at Yang Sweki sitting on the bed and said, Sweki, I've taken care of all your clothes and everything. Are you hungry? They even provide postpartum meals here. Yang Sweki shook her head, somewhat absent-minded. Although the environment here is very nice, and it's also her favorite pink style. But having just separated from her little girl, she couldn't feel good at all. Zhang Yao let her be, letting her spend some time alone. Girls are generally more emotional, especially when facing separation or parting. Zhang Yao understood, and then he opened the door and went out for a stroll, bringing Yang Sweki some snacks along the way. Although there are postpartum meals available here, Zhang Yao also knows that Yang Sweki loves to eat snacks, the kind that would rather eat snacks than meals. I remember that was when the two of them had just started dating. Yang Sweki asked me to buy her a big box of snacks, but she finished them all in less than a month. Zhang Yao was shocked. He hadn't expected Yang Sweki to love snacks so much, and that she could maintain such a good figure. Isn't it said that eating snacks will make you fat? He didn't see that in Yang Sweki. Because this is the city center, and there's a large shopping mall nearby. Zhang Yao walked into the mall and picked out some snacks that Yang Sweki liked in the snack section, as well as some small candies. Although you shouldn't eat too many sweet things, it should be fine as long as you eat them in moderation, right? Zhang Yao also wanted to take these snacks back to cheer Yang Sweki up. After all, the two of them are often alone together now. If she's in a bad mood, Zhang Yao won't be in a good mood either. When Zhang Yao returned to the room with a large bag of snacks, the door was unlocked, and Zhang Yao easily pushed it open and entered. Zhang Yao saw that Yang Sweki was curled up in bed, asleep. What a sleepy little kitten! Zhang Yao exclaimed. Zhang Yao couldn't bear to disturb Yang Sweki's rest, so he tiptoed into the room and put his things down. He lay down next to Yang Sweki and slowly fell asleep as well. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Sweki opened her eyes and was about to stretch when she suddenly realized that there was a man lying next to her. Yang Sweki was startled. She looked closely at the man and realized it was Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao, wake up! Don't sleep anymore. Yang Sweki checked the time and realized that the two of them had slept until 1 p.m., and she hadn't had lunch yet. Her stomach suddenly started rumbling, as if protesting that her owner wasn't feeding her. I nudged Zhang Yao a few times, but he was sleeping like a log, drooling at the corner of his mouth, and I couldn't wake him up no matter what I did. Suddenly, Yang Sweki glanced sideways, a sly glint in her eyes. Since she couldn't wake Zhang Yao, she wouldn't be so smug as to play a prank. She picked up the pen quietly and drew 3 horizontal lines on the right side of Zhang Yao's face. As if to cooperate, Zhang Yao scratched a few times and then flipped over to the other side. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Sweki quickly drew 3 horizontal lines on the other half of Zhang Yao's face. This time, Zhang Yao turned his face to the front, so she wrote a large king character on it. Yang Sweki examined her work and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Chapter 10 Yang Sweki coaxes Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao suddenly stirred. He opened his eyes and looked at Yang Sweki with a puzzled expression. Yang Sweki still had a strange smile on her face and kept staring at her own face. Zhang Yao sensed something was wrong, so he quickly ran to the mirror next to the bathroom sink and saw his own face. After washing his face, Zhang Yao glared at Yang Sweki and threatened, I'll draw on your face every time you fall asleep. Ha! No, Zhang Yao, I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki felt guilty and quickly said, Please forgive me, okay? With a hint of coquettishness on her lips, Yang Sweki pleaded with Zhang Yao to forgive her this time in a soft, coquettish tone. Zhang Yao was completely powerless against Yang Sweki's coquettish voice. His whole body felt tingly and numb, as if he were being electrified. Zhang Yao's expression softened slightly. Okay, I forgive you. However, you are not allowed to use that tone when talking to other men in the future. Yang Xueqi asked in confusion, why? There's no reason why, just listen to me. After all, Yang Xueqi's coquettish manner is just too alluring. Zhang Yao didn't want other men to see it, so he said it that way on purpose. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. When Zhang Yao opened the door, he saw the receptionist and a beautiful, tall, and sexy woman. The receptionist introduced Zhang Yao. This is our top yoga instructor, Ms. Yu. She is most skilled at teaching pregnant women yoga poses for postpartum recovery. Postpartum yoga can effectively help women who are in postpartum confinement to quickly regain their pre-pregnancy figure. Teacher Yu looked at the handsome young couple in front of her. The man was good-looking and the woman was beautiful. They were a very pleasing sight to behold. She smiled and extended her hand, saying, "It's nice to meet you." Seeing this, Yang Xueqi and Zhang Yao also extended their hands to shake hands with Teacher Yu to show their friendliness. Teacher Yu looked at Yang Xueqi and smiled. In the next few days, I will help you learn postpartum yoga poses. You are very beautiful and have a celebrity face. I believe that after you complete the treatment at our store, your figure will quickly return to its previous state. After Teacher Yu finished speaking, she looked at Yang Xueqi with an envious gaze. After all, she had a child at such a young age, so her body recovered better. Yang Xueqi blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Yang Xueqi's embarrassed appearance, Zhang Yao thought to himself, she's pretty and easily embarrassed. She's such a pure and lovely girl. After chatting with Teacher Yu for a few more minutes, I learned that there was a yoga class in the afternoon. The two asked the front desk to bring them food, since they hadn't eaten lunch and their stomachs were growling loudly. Yang Xueqi finished her postpartum meal with great satisfaction, giving it a perfect score in her mind. Maybe it's because I'm hungry that it tastes so delicious. Zhang Yao also felt that the food at the postpartum care center was indeed quite good, with both meat and vegetables. There are 6 meals a day during postpartum confinement, one at 8 a.m., one at 12 p.m., and one at 6 p.m., with snacks between each meal. Every time it's mealtime, the front desk delivers food to the room. The two of them fell asleep at noon, which is why the front desk didn't deliver it. Zhang Yao's meals were prepared separately, unlike Yang Xueqi's postpartum meals. The important thing is that even though they overslept, there was still hot food prepared for them, which was very thoughtful. After finishing their meal, the two played on their phones for a while. Yang Xueqi saw that it was almost time for her yoga class, so she changed into the yoga clothes and sharkskin pants that the store had prepared. She changed her clothes and then tied her hair into a bun. Zhang Yao's eyes lit up when he saw Yang Xueqi's outfit. How did Yang Xueqi's figure become so good? And she has such a feminine charm. She is very thin, but she has all the right curves and is quite voluptuous. Yang Xueqi noticed that Zhang Yao's gaze was fixed on her, staring intently at her. Her face flushed slightly, and then, ignoring Zhang Yao's gaze, she put on the coat she had brought. The beautiful spring sunshine was mercilessly covered up by the coat. Soon it was time for yoga class, and Yang Xueqi ignored Zhang Yao. She followed the directions of the receptionist and went to the yoga room. Zhang Yao was told that he needed to stay in the room alone. Although Zhang Yao asked the receptionist if he could go over there and just watch without disturbing her. However, they were still rejected by the receptionist and Yang Xueqi. Zhang Yao, who was left alone in the room, was also very bored. He watched TV for a while and played on his phone for a bit, but he still really wanted to watch Yang Xueqi do yoga. Zhang Yao threw his phone on the bed, got up, and said, "You don't want me to look at it, but I'm going to look anyway." Are you kidding me? Leaving me alone in the room waiting for Yang Xueqi to come back? If all the upcoming projects are like this, I'll be so bored. Zhang Yao got dressed, tidied himself up, and closed the door. When no one was paying attention, I used my judgment to search each room one by one, and finally arrived at the door of the yoga room. The corridor was quiet. Zhang Yao peeked through the crack in the door. The yoga room was filled with a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere, with soft and elegant music playing from the speakers. The sound of flowing water in the music makes you feel one with nature. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows and fell on the wooden floor. Yang Xueqi stretched her body on the yoga mat to the music. Under the teacher's one-on-one guidance, students complete one standard yoga pose after another. Pay attention to your breathing and place your hands on your abdomen, chest, and top of your head in sequence, chanting A for one set, U for another set. Teacher Yu explained the yoga poses while adjusting Yang Xueqi's yoga postures. Jiang Yao peeked through the crack in the door and saw what was happening inside. It must be said that young Sweki's flexibility is quite good. She perfectly presented each yoga pose. Her stunning figure and flawless skin made her look like a fairy descended from heaven, beautiful and elegant. Jiang Yao's heart pounded, and sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping onto his body. Chapter 11. Yang Sweki felt like her eyes were no longer clean. After watching for a while, Jiang Yao returned to his room before anyone noticed him. He lay flat on the bed, his mind filled with images of young Sweki doing yoga poses. They say girls change a lot as they grow up, and Yang Sweki is becoming more and more charming. Yang Sweki a year ago was not like this. After Yang Sweki finished her yoga session, she returned to her room, panting. Yang Sweki's clothes were covered in sweat, and the sticky feeling made her very uncomfortable. I was just about to open the bathroom door and go in to change my clothes. She then saw the bathroom door open, and a man's body appeared before her. Neither of them expected this unexpected event, and they both exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yao reacted quickly and wrapped himself in a bath towel. Jiang Yao saw that Yang Sweki was still shouting and helplessly covered her mouth with his hand. "Little darling, stop shouting. If you keep shouting, people will think there's a pervert in your room." Yang Sweki stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yao, who was covering his mouth with his hand. She nodded, gesturing for Jiang Yao to remove his hand from her mouth. Then Yang Sweki gasped for breath and said angrily, "You almost scared me to death. I thought someone had walked into the wrong room." When Yang Sweki thought about what she had just seen, she suddenly felt that her eyes were not clean anymore. Jiang Yao wasn't much better off. He also felt very embarrassed. It's because he forgot to bring a change of clothes into the bathroom, so he had to run out to get them. Jiang Yao assumed Yang Sweki was still doing yoga and wouldn't be back anytime soon, plus he didn't notice the sound of Yang Sweki opening the door. That's why such an awkward scene occurred. Jiang Yao scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, I thought you hadn't come back yet." Yang Sweki snorted and ignored Jiang Yao standing to the side. She took a set of clothes from the closet and went into the bathroom to change. This misunderstanding inadvertently brought the two closer together. After spending these past few days together, their relationship has improved considerably. Jiang Yao felt relieved to see that Yang Sweki didn't hold it against him. He took a change of clothes that Zhang's mother had brought and put them on. After changing, Jiang Yao checked the time on his watch. It was lunchtime again. Jiang Yao called the front desk and asked them to send the food over. "After all, we've spent so much money at the postpartum care center, so we should enjoy it to the fullest." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao sat on the edge of the bed and picked up his phone to play games. Soon, there was a knock on the door. The receptionist appeared at the door, smiled, placed the food and dishes on the table, and then closed the door and left. After Yang Sweki changed her clothes and came out of the bathroom, she smelled the aroma of food. She placed stir-fried yam and wood ear mushrooms, eggplant with minced meat, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and fresh shrimp, mushroom and tofu soup on the table. They all looked delicious. Yang Sweki's tongue swirled in her mouth, eager to taste the delicious food. After practicing yoga all afternoon, she was both tired and hungry. Afterwards, Yang Sweki saw that Jiang Yao was still engrossed in the game and couldn't get him to move no matter how much she called him. She couldn't help but sit down at the table and eat her meal alone. "Wow, this stir-fried wood ear mushroom smells so good. It's even better than the stir-fried ones at school. And this eggplant, I can eat several bowls of rice with this sauce. This soup is so delicious. It's so rich and flavorful." Yang Sweki is now very satisfied with the services at this postpartum care center, because not only are the yoga classes well taught, but the food here is also so delicious and nutritious. As Yang Sweki ate, she made sounds of admiration, which made Jiang Yao's eyes involuntarily turn to her. "Is it really that delicious? I want to try it too." Jiang Yao's interest was piqued by Yang Sweki's praise. He walked to the dining table, looked at the food, and then said. Jiang Yao picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of wood ear fungus, and put it in his mouth. "Yes, it tastes really good." In no time, the two of them had devoured all the food in front of them. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yao lay on the bed with a satisfied look on his face. He picked up his phone and started scrolling through short videos on Douyin while stealing glances at Yang Sweki out of the corner of his eye. Yang Sweki felt extremely embarrassed as she looked at Jiang Yao lying on the bed. There's only one bed in the room, how are two people supposed to sleep? Although Yang Sweki has given birth to Jiang Yao's child, she hasn't figured out her relationship with Jiang Yao yet. Prior to this, the two had not been in contact for a year. Their relationship only started to improve in the last few days. But Jiang Yao showed no intention of giving up the bed to her. He was currently lying on the bed playing on his phone. Young Sweki sighed deeply in her heart, as if she had made up her mind. She tentatively asked Jiang Yao, do you want to sleep on the floor? There's only one bed, how are we supposed to sleep? Jiang Yao put down his phone, raised an eyebrow and said, I'm not sleeping on the floor. It's so cold on the floor, how can it be as comfortable as a bed? This bed is big, you can come and sleep on it too. But young Sweki found it hard to say it. But what? If you're not going to sleep in the bed, you can sleep on the floor yourself. Jiang Yao made his statement. After all, Yang Sweki would never sleep on the floor, so he said that on purpose. Yang Sweki had no choice but to ask the front desk to bring another blanket, which was the best solution she could think of. She picked up the blanket, placed it on the other side of the bed, and lay down. However, she chose the furthest corner by the bed, with her back to Jiang Yao. Just as she comfortably adjusted her lying position, Jiang Yao's voice came over, You're lying so close to the side, aren't you afraid of falling off while you're sleeping at night? And why are you standing so far away from me? I'm not going to do anything to you. Yang Sweki deliberately ignored Jiang Yao when she heard what he said. Jiang Yao noticed that Yang Sweki was ignoring him and playing on her phone. He felt a little uncomfortable. After all, this was a good opportunity to get closer to the two of them. Yang Sweki covered her upper body with the blanket, leaving her legs exposed to the air. Because it is currently the height of summer, the temperature at night is quite muggy. Even though the air conditioning in the room was already set very low, it still felt very hot. Jiang Yao's eyes secretly glanced at Yang Sweki's smooth, long legs. The lines of her legs were very beautiful, and they were so slender that not a single bit of excess fat could be seen. The scent of Yang Sweki's shower gel still lingered in the air. Yang Sweki also noticed a gaze lingering on her legs, and a blush rose to her face as she felt extremely shy. Yang Sweki felt a feeling she couldn't quite put into words. A complex feeling, a mixture of shyness and anger, spread through her heart. Chapter 12 Yang Sweki's meticulous care. Pretending not to see Jiang Yao's gaze, Yang Sweki grabbed the blanket in front of her and covered her legs with it. Although Yang Sweki appeared calm, her heart was pounding wildly, as if she were too nervous to control. A tense atmosphere filled the air, like an invisible cloud enveloping the two of them. When the blanket covered Yang Sweki's legs, Jiang Yao's eyes revealed disappointment. But then he suddenly clutched his stomach and groaned in pain. My stomach hurts so much. Could it be that I ate something unclean tonight? I feel so awful. Jiang Yao was in so much pain that he curled up and rolled around in the blankets, looking like he was in great discomfort. When Yang Sweki heard Jiang Yao's voice, her heart tightened and she immediately turned to look at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, what's wrong? If you're really feeling unwell, I'll call the front desk right now and have them send you some medicine. After saying that, Yang Sweki was about to get up and go out to ask the front desk to bring the medicine over quickly. Jiang Yao quickly pulled Yang Sweki back, shook his head and said, I just have a bit of a stomachache, or maybe I caught a cold. Sweki, could you please pour me a glass of warm water? Yang Sweki breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. She picked up the kettle, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, drink this while it's hot. If you're still feeling unwell, I'll call the front desk. After all, a stomachache is no small matter, your health is more important. Seeing Jiang Yao's distressed state, Yang Sweki was also very worried, but she still patiently showed concern for him. Jiang Yao took the water Yang Sweki handed him and said uncomfortably, Sweki, could you help me ask the front desk for some painkillers? My stomach probably got upset from eating something bad. I'll take some painkillers to relieve the pain. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki immediately went out to get painkillers from the front desk. Back in the room, Yang Sweki handed the pills to Jiang Yao, but Jiang Yao did not take them immediately. Jiang Yao was in so much pain in his stomach that he had no strength left in his body. He clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. Jiang Yao, sweating profusely, pleaded, My stomach hurts so much, Sweki, could you feed me some medicine? Young Sweki couldn't bear to see Jiang Yao suffer, yet she ignored him completely. That was too heartless. Yang Sweki's beautiful eyes, her thick eyelashes fluttering slightly, said, Okay, then sit up and take your medicine. Yang Sweki held the pill in her hand and fed it into Jiang Yao's mouth. After feeding him, Yang Sweki quickly gave Jiang Yao some warm water. Jiang Yao, lie down and rest for a while. The effects of the medication shouldn't kick in so quickly. Jiang Yao nodded weakly, smiling as he looked at Yang Sweki. Sweki, thank you for feeding me the medicine. Yang Sweki shook her head, this is just a small favor, you should get some rest. Jiang Yao obediently closed his eyes to rest, his body completely covered with the blanket. Yang Sueki sat on the sofa playing on her phone, but her eyes were constantly watching Jiang Yao's situation. After all, a stomachache can be a minor or major issue, and Yang Sueki was also upset when Jiang Yao suddenly had a stomachache. After a while, Yang Sueki asked with concern, "Jiang Yao, is your stomach feeling any better now?" Jiang Yao on the bed was not asleep, his eyes were just half closed. Upon hearing Yang Sueki's voice, Jiang Yao opened his eyes and sat up in bed. Jiang Yao stretched his body and felt that his stomach pain had indeed subsided after taking the medicine. He looked at Yang Sueki with gratitude. "Sueki, thank you for feeding me my medicine. My stomach does feel much better after taking the medicine." After hearing this, Yang Sueki finally felt relieved. "Your stomach hurts, it's probably because you caught a cold. I'm fine after dinner, so the food must have been clean. The weather is so unpredictable these days, going from hot to cold all the time, especially with the air conditioning on all the time. It's normal for your stomach to get cold easily." Yang Sueki glanced at Jiang Yao's thin clothes and couldn't help but remind him, "Jiang Yao, your clothes are a bit too thin. You should wear more clothes." Jiang Yao nodded. "Okay, I understand. Thank you." Chapter 13. Jiang Yao, why are you so close to me? Time passed quickly, little by little. The night sky was dark, with a bright moon and few stars. It was already very late. Jiang Yao looked at the time on his phone. It was already past 11 p.m. He usually goes to bed around midnight, so he couldn't help but yawn. Jiang Yao rubbed his sore eyes and looked at Yang Sueki, saying, "Sueki, are you sleepy? It's getting late, why don't we turn off the lights and go to sleep?" Yang Sueki was still replying to her best friend Tang Qingyue's WeChat messages, and the two were chatting happily. "I'm not sleepy. If you are, you should go to sleep first." Yang Sueki usually goes to bed late and has already had enough sleep during the day, so she is not very sleepy yet. After hearing this, Jiang Yao had no choice but to decide to go to sleep later. He logged into the Clash of Clans game interface, ready to play a few more rounds to gather resources. Jiang Yao's tribe is now level 16, although there's not much left to upgrade. But you still need to log in frequently to guide new members and participate in clan wars. Yang Sueki was chatting with her best friend Tang Qingyue, the two of them exchanging a few words. "Tang Qingyue, what's been going on with you lately? Why have you been on leave for so long?" Yang Sueki, "No, I just want to rest for a bit, I'm not feeling well." Just as Tang Qingyue was about to press for more information, Yang Sueki quickly changed the subject to studying. "Yang Sueki, I heard you did well on your mock exam." Tang Qingyue, "Don't ask anymore. Anyway, it's not good. I have to retake the exam next time, sob sob." Yang Sueki burst out laughing when she saw the crying emoji her best friend sent her. After Yang Sueki replied to her best friend Tang Qingyue's message, she put down her phone and looked at the ground with a somewhat confused expression. Just now, when Tang Qingyue asked her what happened, Yang Sueki really wanted to tell Tang Qingyue that she had taken leave because she had given birth. But she held back. After all, she didn't want more people to know about this so soon. Although her classmates would find out sooner or later, Yang Sueki still wanted to delay it as much as possible. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to explain later, especially given the relationship with Jiang Yao. Yang Sueki actually likes Jiang Yao, but because they have broken up before, she is afraid of getting hurt. After thinking for a moment, Yang Sueki heard the sound of the game. Jiang Yao is currently engaged in a clan war, and he is quite skilled at strategizing and troop deployment. Unsurprisingly, I got another 3 stars. Jiang Yao typed in the tribe's chat channel, "I got 3 stars again." After waiting for a while, no one in the tribe responded to him. Jiang Yao thought that it was probably too late now, and he should wait until tomorrow to check the message. Yang Sueki noticed that Jiang Yao had put down his phone. "Jiang Yao, it's too late now, you should get some rest." Jiang Yao nodded and turned off the light. After Jiang Yao turned off the lights, the whole world went dark. The two slept back to back, their breathing unusually clear in the darkness. The fragrance emanating from Yang Sueki wafted faintly toward Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao dragged himself along, carefully moving towards Yang Sueki. The two of them suddenly closed the distance considerably, and the fragrance grew stronger and stronger. Yang Sueki felt a warm breath near her ear and turned around to look behind her. Jiang Yao's face was so close that Yang Sueki felt her lips were about to touch his. "Jiang Yao, why are you standing so close to me? How am I supposed to sleep with you so close? Move over there a little, I'm about to fall." Yang Sueki was genuinely angry. What was she up to, staying up so late at night? However, Jiang Yao only wanted to be closer to Yang Sweki. Jiang Yao, didn't you hear me? I told you to move over a little. Yang Sweki warned again in a serious tone. If we don't move over there soon, Yang Sweki will really get angry this time. Jiang Yao could only helplessly purse his lips and say, "Fine, don't be angry, I'll move over a little." But it was only a little bit, the two were still very close. Yang Sweki was almost laughing in anger at Jiang Yao's shameless behavior. What exactly was he trying to do? So Yang Sweki reached out and pushed Jiang Yao away from her. However, Yang Sweki gave up immediately after pushing it a few times. After all, Jiang Yao was a very strong young man, and she couldn't push him with her own strength. Thinking of this, Yang Sweki suddenly felt wronged and wanted to cry. Yang Sweki had no choice but to plead, "Jiang Yao, could you please move over a little? I really can't sleep like this." Yang Sweki's voice still trembled with sobs. Jiang Yao felt that he had indeed gone too far. Why did he feel like he was bullying Yang Sweki? Okay, don't cry. I didn't mean anything by it. I just thought you smelled really good, so I couldn't help but want to get closer to you. Jiang Yao felt wronged and said in a pitiful tone. He had no choice but to move his body further away from Yang Sweki. After hearing Jiang Yao's explanation, Yang Sweki realized that she might have misunderstood him. But does she really smell good? Why doesn't she realize it? Yang Sweki sensed the grievance in Jiang Yao's tone, and her heart softened a little. She thought for a moment and replied, "Then you can come closer to me, but not too close. Otherwise, if your body heat gets on me, I really won't be able to sleep." Really? No, never mind. Jiang Yao asked tentatively. Yes, you can move closer to me. After saying that, Yang Sweki suddenly felt a little regretful. Am I being too good to Jiang Yao? I can accept being so close to her. Jiang Yao looked delighted, but Yang Sweki couldn't see his expression in the darkness. When Jiang Yao approached Yang Sweki again, Yang Sweki did not object. This made Jiang Yao think that Yang Sweki was a really good person, the kind who really thought of others. Yang Sweki sensed Jiang Yao's approach and tensed up, not daring to make any rash moves. Jiang Yao was also feeling unwell, so he got up and ran to the toilet. Yang Sweki felt that there was no one beside her. She also lowered her guard and breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Sweki waited for Jiang Yao for a while longer, but he still didn't return. So she couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell asleep. After using the toilet, Jiang Yao climbed into bed and went to sleep. He saw that Yang Sweki had fallen asleep, so he slowly fell asleep as well. Chapter 14, Repaying Kindness. How can one repay kindness without a hug? The morning sunlight streamed into the room, and birds chirped and twittered in the branches. The sun was high in the sky, shining brightly, but the two people inside were still fast asleep. On the bed, Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao were both fast asleep, sprawled out. In his dream, Jiang Yao seemed to see a beautiful girl placing her hand on him and then about to kiss him with her pink lips. Just as Jiang Yao was looking forward to the kiss, his mouth suddenly felt like it was being covered, and then he couldn't breathe through his nose. Jiang Yao was startled awake by this uncomfortable feeling, and he opened his eyes. Jiang Yao then discovered that a jade-like foot was resting on his mouth. It was Yang Sweki's feet. He frowned and pushed the foot away from his mouth with his hand. Then Jiang Yao vigorously wiped his lips with his hands, but it felt like he couldn't get them clean no matter how much he wiped. So Jiang Yao got up and went to the bathroom to rinse his mouth with water. After Jiang Yao finished washing up, he came out of the bathroom. He discovered that the person who had done the bad thing was still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up. Jiang Yao walked to the bedside, looked at Yang Sweki who was sleeping in a very bad position, and looked helpless. Yang Sweki used to be like this, she was always restless when she fell asleep. I used to tease her, "Many people think you're a beautiful fairy, but who knew that fairies are so restless when they sleep? If you film a video and post it, your image will be ruined." Yang Sweki, at the time, also acted shamelessly and denied the matter. The two of them got along in their ordinary days, bickering and arguing like a loving young couple. After Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki broke up, he cried bitterly and got drunk with his roommates in the dormitory. Jiang Yao once thought of severing his heart from love and becoming a playboy in the world of romance. And that's exactly how he spent his time, but fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on him. The two, who had separated, were now bound together again because of their child. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki's sleeping posture and couldn't help but find it amusing. Yang Sweki, still asleep, had a beautiful face, like a porcelain doll. Then, incongruously, drool was hanging from the corner of her mouth, and her sleeping posture was extremely restless. Jiang Yao had a wicked idea. He gently pinched Yang Sweki's cheek with his hand. Ha ha, it looks just like a pufferfish. Jiang Yao chuckled inwardly, just as he was about to do something naughty again, when Yang Sweki slowly opened her eyes. When Yang Sweki opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Yao standing in front of her. She was startled, then angrily said, Jiang Yao, what are you doing standing here? Are you trying to take advantage of me while I'm asleep? Jiang Yao was stunned by these words. Grandma, are you alright? I had so many opportunities to molest you. But I didn't. What reason do you think I had to do that kind of thing to you while you were asleep? Jiang Yao immediately retorted. After hearing this, Yang Sweki breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Jiang Yao really wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, the two have a child together. If others knew this, they would only think it was a couple having a fight. So Yang Sweki forced a smile and said, okay, I misunderstood you. Then Yang Sweki decided to get up and wash up, since it was getting late. She was also a little hungry, and Yang Sweki planned to have breakfast after washing up. After Yang Sweki finished washing up, she came out of the bathroom. As Yang Sweki calmly walked out of the restroom, she suddenly slipped, lost her balance, and fell forward. Jiang Yao saw the girl in front of him about to fall to the floor and immediately reacted. He immediately rushed to Yang Sweki's side, stretched out his arms, and caught her steadily. As if seeing a lifeline, Yang Sweki unconsciously grabbed Jiang Yao's collar, trying to find some support. Jiang Yao held Yang Sweki tightly in his arms. Yang Sweki could feel his firm chest, and the sound of his heartbeat echoed in her ears. Their eyes met in the air, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. After Yang Sweki realized what was happening, her face turned as red as a peach blossom, her flushed cheeks revealing a strange shyness. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao found Yang Sweki's shy appearance quite adorable, and he really wanted to tease her. Excuse me, could you please take your hand off my waist? Yang Sweki said somewhat embarrassedly. Just as Yang Sweki was about to slap Jiang Yao's chest, Jiang Yao suddenly released his hand from her waist. I was just joking, I was just giving you a hug. You're going to hit me? Besides, how can you repay a debt of gratitude without doing so? Jiang Yao grabbed Yang Sweki's wrist and sneered. Yang Sweki looked away guiltily and shook her head in denial. I didn't mean to hit you, why did you hug me? Jiang Yao released Yang Sweki's wrist, turned around, opened the door, and went out. Watching Jiang Yao's departing figure, Yang Sweki felt a mix of emotions, including a sense of loss. Yang Sweki sighed, feeling a little regretful. Was my reaction just now a bit too much? Just as she was feeling annoyed and thinking about what had just happened, Jiang Yao quickly pushed the door open and entered again. Jiang Yao was holding the breakfast he had taken from the receptionist. The front desk originally wanted to deliver it, but they were worried about disturbing their rest. After learning the reason, Jiang Yao waved his hand and said, It's okay, you can knock on the door next time in the morning. We really did get up too late, you don't need to worry about disturbing our rest. Jiang Yao put down his breakfast, looked at Yang Sweki, and said, Come and have breakfast. Today's breakfast is quite substantial. There's porridge and eggs, a lot of things. I just took your favorite yogurt. Yang Sweki saw that Jiang Yao acted as if nothing had happened, inviting her to have breakfast and even giving her her favorite yogurt. Her heart felt like a taut string, which suddenly began to loosen. Yang Sweki walked to the dining table, picked up the bread and yogurt in front of her, and ate them in small bites. The two ate their breakfasts quietly, without exchanging a single word. Of course, although Jiang Yao didn't speak to Yang Sweki, he kept observing her out of the corner of his eye. When Jiang Yao saw Yang Sweki finish eating her bread, there was still a little bread crumb left at the corner of her mouth. His hand unconsciously reached out to Yang Sweki's mouth to wipe it away for her. Yang Sweki stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yao's actions. She felt a warm hand touch the corner of her mouth. A surge of heat welled up in Yang Sweki's heart, and her face flushed red. Though outwardly calm, her heart was in turmoil. Just as the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, there was a knock on the door. When Jiang Yao opened the door, he saw that it was the receptionist standing outside. Hello, today we have arranged a breast care and massage package for your wife. This can effectively help postpartum women improve blood circulation in their breasts, improve breast shape, and promote breast health and beauty. The receptionist explained professionally. Jiang Yao raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled, Okay, I understand. I'll have my wife work on the project later. Thank you for your help. These are things we should do. I've scheduled a nursing appointment for my wife at 2 p.m., and I'll call you in advance to let you know. Starting tomorrow, the schedule for nursing services will be quite full, as we hope that our clients can get enough rest and adjust their condition in the first day or two. So I hope you and your wife can get up a little earlier, as this will be better for your health. The receptionist continued. Jiang Yao nodded, then turned and went back into the house to tell Yang Sweki about it. The receptionist told me that my schedule is quite packed with projects coming up. We need to get up early for breakfast and avoid staying up late tonight. Then at 2 p.m. today, they arranged a breast care treatment for you. Sweki, you can rest for a bit. The front desk will remind us in advance this afternoon. Breast care? What is that? Yang Sweki asked in confusion. Chapter 15. Handsome guy, you and your wife have such a good relationship. After asking the question, Yang Sweki suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, Jiang Yao is a boy, he wouldn't know anything about these things. Jiang Yao smiled and replied, I don't really know either. The receptionist just said that this project is good for your breast recovery. Then Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki with a meaningful gaze. Yang Sweki glared at Jiang Yao, her face flushed, and covered her chest with her hands. After all, Yang Sweki was wearing a low-cut, short nightgown, which is what she usually wears when she's home alone. Because these pajamas are stylish and cool, but at this moment Yang Sweki wished she could put a burlap sack over herself and wrap herself up tightly. When Yang Sweki discovered that among the clothes Jiang Yao had brought for her to pack at the apartment, there were even some rather revealing pajamas. She was also on the verge of tears. Jiang Yao was truly wicked. Didn't Jiang Yao see that she had quite a few conservative pajamas in her closet? My suitcase is full of rather revealing pajamas. So when she took off this nightgown, she put it on reluctantly. I remember last night, when Yang Sweki appeared in front of Jiang Yao wearing this nightgown, Jiang Yao's gaze towards her became somewhat fiery. Yang Sweki could only pretend not to see it, and crawled into the quilt, using the blanket to cover her upper body. Yang Sweki didn't realize that she was still wearing her pajamas when she woke up. At this moment, her face was flushed, like a tempting red apple. Then Yang Sweki grabbed a change of clothes, turned around and ran to the bathroom to change out of her pajamas. These past few days, she's been shy in front of Jiang Yao, especially when she touches her cheek. My cheeks were burning, and my heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. Yang Sweki turned on the tap in front of her, cupped some water in her hands, and patted her cheeks. Yang Sweki, you have to be more ambitious. Don't always be shy in front of Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki encouraged herself in front of the bathroom mirror. She steadied her breathing and then walked out of the bathroom as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yao was playing Clash of Clans on his phone at the moment, and he was a leader in the clan. He plays this game during his leisure time, and it has been with him for many years without him even realizing it. There's a type of game that's all about nostalgia. Jiang Yao thought that's how he played Clash of Clans. Jiang Yao looked at the score of yesterday's competition with another unit, which was 35-32. He looked at the result with pride, having easily defeated the opposing tribe. With his own efforts and the help of the elite troops in the army, the clan war was won with ease. Sure enough, this clan can't function without me. Yesterday I defeated 2 opponents to 3 stars. You guys can go check it out and learn from it. The league season is starting soon, everyone needs to play their best. That way we'll win the championship quickly. Jiang Yao typed a long message in the tribe's chat channel. Then, an elder member of the tribe with the ID Barbarian King who was quite active saw it and replied, Chief is awesome. I watched yesterday's battle so many times this morning. I watched and studied it repeatedly, and I replied to you as soon as I saw you were online. By the way, boss, could you let me play a few more games in the league? I promise to aim for 2 stars and then 3 stars, and I won't hold the clan back. Then LD Barbarian King posted several more grinning emojis. When Jiang Yao saw this, he realized that the man also wanted to develop his character and acquire more resources. Then he replied with a smile, no problem, you're usually very active in the clan. It's fine for you to play a few more games, but you have to play well, because the outcome affects everyone in the clan. Then, in the tribe's chat channel, after Jiang Yao finished speaking, LD Barbarian King replied, I guarantee I will complete the task, thank you, Chief. Jiang Yao chatted with the other members for a few more minutes, exchanging game tips, and then logged off. Jiang Yao was very satisfied with the harmonious atmosphere in the tribe. The longer you run a tribe, the more effort you put into it, so he also hopes that his tribe will get better and better. Yang Sweki watched as Jiang Yao kept his head down playing games and ignored her. Yang Sweki looked at Jiang Yao's phone screen with some curiosity and asked, Jiang Yao, what game are you playing? Zhang Yao turned to look at Yang Sueki, who seemed a bit curious, and proudly said, I'm playing Clash of Clans, and I'm the leader in my clan. My skills are top-notch, are you interested in joining me? Zhang Yao then tempted him, join my tribe, and I can guide you, so you can develop faster. Yang Sueki licked her lips, a thoughtful expression on her face, clearly lost in thought. After thinking for a moment, Yang Sueki smiled and said sweetly, okay, I'll download the game right away. You have to take me with you. Since Zhang Yao plays this game, if I play it too, we can develop a shared interest. Having more topics to talk about makes it easier for two people to get along. Yang Sueki shrewdly realized this, after all, she actually liked Zhang Yao too. After downloading the software, Yang Sueki logged into the game and chose the username Mishue Bing Chi Tiannimi. Then Zhang Yao readily invited Yang Sueki to join the tribe. Yang Sueki was secretly delighted her plan had succeeded. The two played games together for a while, then rested for a bit after lunch. Soon it was 1:50 p.m., and the telephone in the house rang. Zhang Yao rubbed his slightly sleepy eyes. Then he took the microphone and said, What's the matter? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone, Sir, it's almost time for your wife's treatment. We'll take her there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yao nudged Yang Sueki, who was taking a nap next to him. Seeing that Yang Sueki was still asleep, Zhang Yao leaned close to Yang Sueki's ear and said loudly, Get up quickly, it's time to eat. Yang Sueki immediately jumped up, then opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhang Yao, asking, Where's the food? Zhang Yao looked helplessly at Yang Sueki, whose mind was still not clear, and laughed, The food is in your stomach, get up quickly, you need to do breast care later. After hearing this, Yang Sueki rubbed her head. After standing there for a moment, she slowly regained consciousness. After realizing what had happened, Yang Sueki tidied her appearance. After all, she had just woken up, and her hair was a bit messy. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Yang Sueki followed the receptionist into the beauty room. Zhang Yao was left in the room once again. He was a little puzzled. Wasn't he allowed to accompany Yang Sueki for her nursing care? After all, he had told the store that they were a married couple, and it's normal for couples to spend time together, right? With some doubt, Zhang Yao thought about it and decided to talk to the front desk again about wanting to accompany Yang Sueki for her treatment. He thought it would be fine if a guy was watching this breast care procedure. Zhang Yao also wanted to feast his eyes, but how is this breast care done? As a boy, it's normal for him to be curious, right? When he mentioned this to the receptionist, she raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, Men aren't allowed to sit next to us girls while we're getting treatments. Because if a man is there, the girls won't be able to fully enjoy the treatment. I explained this to you yesterday when you wanted to watch your wife do yoga, you may have forgotten. But handsome, you and your wife have such a good relationship. You want to stay with her forever, even in such a short time. Even the receptionist was a little envious. Zhang Yao felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, realizing that he had indeed forgotten about it. Well, there's nothing I can do if I can't be there for the project. Although he really wanted to be with Yang Sueki every day, after he finished accompanying Yang Sueki through her postpartum period, Zhang Yao still had to go to school and take care of his own things. However, Zhang Yao would naturally not tell his innermost thoughts to a stranger. So he forced a smile, chatted with the receptionist for a few more minutes, and then went back to his room to play on his phone. Chapter 16 Welcome to our home. For the next month, Zhang Yao patiently stayed with Yang Sueki during her postpartum period. Whenever Yang Sueki was working on various projects, he would be alone in his room playing on his phone. The days passed by pleasantly, and before she knew it, it was time for Yang Sueki to finish her project and prepare to leave the store. Zhang Yao had told his mother about this beforehand and asked her to drive over to pick them up and take them home. His thinking was that having Yang Sueki stay at his home for a while would make it easier for her to take care of the child. After all, it had been a month since she had seen her child, and Yang Sueki had told Zhang Yao more than once that she missed her child. Zhang Yao patiently comforted Yang Sueki, because women who have just given birth need more care from men. Zhang Yao also learned from Douyin videos. Since finding out he was pregnant, Zhang Yao has frequently searched for parenting tips. Over time, I naturally learned some tips and tricks for caring for postpartum women. After the two had packed their things in the room, Zhang's mother drove to the entrance of the postpartum care center to pick them up. Zhang Yao is also full of gratitude towards his mother. It's so rare to find a mom who's both taking care of the baby and paying for the postpartum care center. Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki stood at the store entrance with their luggage, waiting for Zhang's mother to pick them up in her car. After waiting for a while, Zhang's mother's car appeared in front of them. After putting their luggage in the trunk, the two got into the car. Sweki, how are the services at the postpartum care center? Do you feel they've been effective? John's mother took the initiative to show concern for Yang Sweki. After all, daughters-in-law are the real treasures these days. They're the biggest contributors to the family. Although Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki are not married yet, John's mother has already regarded Yang Sweki as her daughter-in-law. Naturally, they were exceptionally enthusiastic towards Yang Sweki. Auntie, the postpartum care center has provided excellent service, and I've learned a lot. I also feel my body is recovering very well, and I'll continue to exercise at home by doing yoga. Yang Sweki replied with a satisfied expression. That's good. Women who give birth when they are young will recover faster. Unlike me, I was almost 28 when I gave birth to Jiang Yao. Because I was busy with work, even though Jiang Yao's father and I got married early, I didn't want to have children sooner. Later, I accidentally got pregnant, and I was still working when I was about to give birth. Once Jiang's mother thought about these old stories, she started talking non-stop. Jiang Yao listened to his mother recount all the embarrassing things that happened to him in his childhood to Yang Sweki, and he was speechless. Mom, could you please not involve me in your conversation? Just as Jiang's mother was recounting her embarrassing story, and the two of them were laughing heartily. Jiang Yao, having reached his limit, stopped the two, as they were really going too far. Jiang's mother even recounted how she wore girls' clothes when she was only 1 or 2 years old during her childhood. Mom, please stop talking. Jiang Yao said somewhat angrily. Seeing that her son was really angry, Jiang's mother quickly shut her mouth and stopped the conversation. Even one's own son has his limits. He dislikes it most when his father talks about his childhood. Jiang's mother only brought it up because she got along well with Yang Sweki. I didn't expect that I would accidentally upset my son. Next, with Jiang Yao joining in, the conversation ended, and the car drove calmly into the basement of Taihua community. Jiang Yao's family made some money in their early years because his parents did business, so he lived a very comfortable life from a young age and never had to worry about money. John's mother, with her keen eye, quickly bought a house after making money. After John's mother slowly parked the car in the basement, the three of them got out and headed for the elevator. As soon as John's mother opened the door to the room, a spacious living room came into view, with dark marble tiles on the floor. John's mother looked at Yang Sweki kindly and said, "Welcome to our home." Yang Sweki smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Her eyes are like crescent moons, and her little tiger teeth are especially cute when she smiles. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki with doting eyes. She has a beautiful smile. When the housekeeper, Sister Zhang, gently carried the little girl over, Yang Sweki's gaze was also drawn to this precious daughter. After all, it's been a month since I last saw my little girl, and I really miss her. Yang Sweki took the little girl from Sister Zhang's arms and then held her gently in her arms. The little girl looked so soft and warm in Yang Sweki's arms, as if she were the center of the world, filling Yang Sweki's heart with happiness. Yang Sweki's face was filled with a happy smile, and the little girl seemed to sense her mother's presence, closing her beautiful, watery eyes and quietly enjoying her mother's care. Jiang Yao felt a sense of warmth and love as he looked at the scene. This must be what home feels like. John's mother took out 2 exquisite little boxes from the room and handed them to Yang Sweki. "Sweki, Auntie said last time that she would give you a gift when we first met. This time, I'm giving it to you as a belated gift. Open it and take a look." Looking at the exquisite box, Yang Sweki felt that the contents must be very valuable. Yang Sweki shook her head and said, "Auntie, I can't accept anything too expensive. How could I possibly accept such a gift? You're too kind, Auntie." John's mother stuffed the gift in her hand into Yang Sweki's hand and said, "Sweki, you should take it. This is indeed valuable, but it was originally intended as a gift for my future daughter-in-law. Now that Jiang Yao has come to you, this is naturally meant to be a gift for you. Please open it and take a look. I hope you won't find it unappealing, Sweki." Looking at the gift in her hand, Yang Sweki realized that John's mother was determined to give it to her, and she would feel bad for refusing. Yang Sweki nodded, and seeing that Yang Sweki was holding the baby and it was inconvenient for her to open the box, Sister Zhang stepped forward and took the baby away. After Yang Sweki opened the box, she found a beautiful jade bracelet and a gold necklace. Yang Sweki liked them very much when she saw them. These 2 items were quite valuable. Seeing the look of pleasure on Yang Sweki's face, John's mother stepped forward and helped Yang Sweki try it on. Yang Sweki was extremely satisfied with the effect of wearing it in the mirror, and felt even more grateful to John's mother for loving her like a daughter. "I shouldn't have even suspected the conflict between my mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. When Jiang Yao saw his mother take out her treasured jewelry and give it to young Sweki, he naturally understood that his mother had accepted this daughter-in-law in her heart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given Sweki such an expensive gift. Jiang Yao secretly cheered himself up, hoping to get young Sweki to accept him as soon as possible and make her his rightful wife. Chapter 17, Starting Over with Jiang Yao. After Jiang's mother showed young Sweki around the whole house, she asked Jiang Yao to put his luggage in the bedroom. Sweki, please put your luggage in the bedroom for now, and we can unpack it when we have time, okay? Yang Sweki nodded, of course. Seeing that her son looked very tired, Jiang's mother said, "Go to your room and rest. You've really gotten up too early today. I have something to do and need to chat with Sweki." Jiang Yao nodded. He really needed to take a nap. Only Yang Sweki and Jiang's mother remained in the hall. Jiang's mother asked, "Sweki, what are your plans for the future?" Yang Sweki knew that Jiang's mother was concerned about her, but to be honest, she herself wasn't quite sure. Ever since Jiang Yao found out about her giving birth to her daughter, she hasn't had time to seriously think about what happened next. She was just taking it one step at a time, since she was physically weak and really needed someone to take care of her, so Jiang Yao's appearance actually helped her a lot. Yang Sweki agreed to Jiang Yao's request to raise the child with him. Actually, it was only after she gave birth that she realized taking care of a child was not as simple as she had imagined. If Yang Sweki were to raise the child alone, she would probably have no choice but to take a few years off from school and return to school when the child is older. Otherwise, she was actually a little worried about leaving the nanny alone at home to take care of her child. So now that things have come to this, Yang Sweki really needs to think about what to do next. She shook her head. "Auntie, I haven't really thought about it yet." Jiang's mother sighed. "Sweki, you don't actually have to rely on yourself. Jiang Yao actually told me about you too. You broke up a year ago, right?" Yang Sweki, Sweki, you could try starting over with Jiang Yao. After all, you dated before and know each other. "Auntie, may I ask you if you still like our Jiang Yao? Although you have already given birth to our Jiang family's child, Auntie doesn't want to force you to be with my son. You young people have your own ideas, and Auntie is aware of that." Yang Sweki lowered her head, bit her lip, and said shyly, "I like Jiang Yao, and I want to start over with him." Only. Jiang's mother was overjoyed, but what was it? "I just need some time to get to know Jiang Yao again. I don't want to get hurt again, and I hope he becomes more mature and responsible." Yang Sweki's eyes were firm. She was a traditional girl who only wanted to grow old with one person. Moreover, having a good partner can also provide a happy family environment for the baby. After hearing this, Jiang's mother understood Sweki's concerns. After all, his son hadn't been very well behaved before. "Okay, Sweki. Auntie supports you. As long as my son hasn't matured, Auntie will never force you to get a marriage certificate with my son. If you need any help, just ask Jiang Yao, he's quite efficient." As they were talking, Sister Zhang came over and asked, "Madam, I've finished cooking. Are you ready to eat?" "Okay, I am a little hungry." Jiang's mother glanced at the clock. It was already 12:30 in the afternoon. Yang Sweki went to check on the baby in the crib. The baby was fast asleep. Yang Sweki had just fed the baby, so the baby was full and sleeping. The kitchen was very hot on a sweltering day. Jiang's mother instructed Zhang Jie in the kitchen to take good care of Yang Sweki and the baby when she went out later. "Okay, madam, I know what to do." Then Jiang's mother turned to Yang Sweki and said, "Sweki, I'm going out this afternoon. It's just you and Jiang Yao left in the house. If you need anything, you can ask Sister Zhang for help." Yang Sweki nodded obediently. "Auntie, should we wake Jiang Yao up for lunch?" "No need, he's sleeping soundly right now. He can eat it after he wakes up." Jiang's mother and Yang Sweki finished their meal at the table, and not long after, Jiang's mother went out. Yang Sweki looked at the tall and slender Zhang Jie, who was busy in the kitchen, and smiled, saying, "Zhang Jie, do you need any help? I can help you wash the dishes." "No need, Mississippi. You've just finished your postpartum period, you should rest more." Sister Zhang politely declined Yang Sweki's offer of help. "Miss, are you still in school? You look very young." "Yes, I'm in college." "Sister Zhang, you must be wondering why I had a baby at such a young age, right?" "No, miss. Actually, young people in my area get married quite early. Some people your age are already grandmothers." Sister Zhang laughed. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki's eyes widened. "Ah. Really? Afterwards, young Sweki chatted with Sister Zhang about many everyday family matters. After hearing this, young Sweki felt she had learned something new. Sister Zhang, please don't call me miss anymore. My name is Sweki, you can call me Xiaoshui. Sister Zhang nodded, okay, Xiaoshui. Young Sweki seemed easy to get along with, which made Sister Zhang very satisfied with this little master. Although Sister Zhang has been working as a nanny for 10 years, she has actually encountered very few good clients. Clients like the Zhang family are actually quite good. They offer her a salary of over 10,000 yuan, plus room and board, and the work isn't too strenuous. Zhang Jia genuinely felt that this job was quite good, and the family was also easy to get along with. Therefore, Sister Zhang became even more serious and responsible about this job. Xiaoshui, you should go and get some rest. I'll look after the child for you should take a good nap. Yang Sweki nodded and turned to go to the bedroom. In the bedroom, Jiang Yao was fast asleep on the bed. Not wanting to disturb Jiang Yao's rest, Yang Sweki tiptoed to the wardrobe, grabbed a quilt, and then went to rest on the sofa in the living room. Because Ms. Zhang was resting in the guest room with her baby, there was no one in the lobby. The sofa in the lobby was large enough for her to lie down and rest. Yang Sweki spread the blanket over herself, then turned on the fan and fell asleep. Golden sunlight streamed into the corner of the hall, making the tiny dust particles dance and sparkle, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Chapter 18. You haven't even married me yet, and you're already trying to save me money. In the bedroom, Jiang Yao was suddenly awakened by hunger. He felt unable to relax and tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall back asleep. His mind seemed to have turned into a mess, his thinking became sluggish and confused, a typical sign of sleeping too long at noon. Jiang Yao struggled to get out of bed. He hadn't eaten lunch and his stomach was empty. Jiang Yao patted his head, gradually clearing his mind. He walked out of the bedroom and saw Yang Sweki lying curled up on the sofa, asleep. Jiang Yao saw that Yang Sweki was still asleep and didn't want to disturb her rest. He went to the kitchen to see if there was anything left to eat. He opened the rice cooker and saw that there was still pork rib soup being kept warm inside. Jiang Yao took a bowl, drank some pork rib soup, and his hunger was quickly dispelled. He patted his belly with satisfaction, and then his phone beeped in his pocket. Jiang Yao glanced at it and realized it was a message sent to the dormitory group. They were all talking about Gao Wenwen finding a new boyfriend. In short, it was a bunch of men gossiping. Gao Wenwen's current boyfriend is Su Anbo, the school heartthrob, who is also a popular figure at school. Su Anbo comes from a wealthy and prominent family. He has a gentle and refined demeanor and excels academically. It is said that he plans to pursue further studies abroad after graduation. Therefore, not only did many girls in the school secretly admire Su Anbo, but even the boys admired him greatly. Although Gao Wenwen is the school beauty, she has dated several boyfriends during school, and her reputation is not very good. Therefore, people were not optimistic about this relationship, and many even felt that Gao Wenwen was not good enough for a guy like Su Anbo. Chen Yuan, how could Su Anbo be with Gao Wenwen? This woman is clearly the daughter of the sea. Wasn't our brother Jiang abandoned by her? Wang Zihao, yeah, Jiang Gu is so pitiful. She was dumped not long ago, and Gao Wenwen has already found a new boyfriend. Brothers, let's not talk about this anymore, otherwise Jiang Yao will be heartbroken if he sees it. Sigh, it's probably because I was heartbroken after the breakup that I took so long off work to stay home and adjust my mood. Jiang Yao almost burst out laughing when he saw his roommates talking about increasingly outrageous things. Jiang Yao, stop making wild guesses. How could I possibly be dumped by Gao Wenwen? It's more like I'm the one who doesn't want her. Who Gao Wenwen is with is none of my business. Brothers, please don't associate me with this woman anymore. The other people in the dormitory group were very happy to see Jiang Yao finally post something. Chen Yuan, our brother Jiang actually already has a girlfriend, I almost forgot to tell everyone. Jiang Yao, yes, I already have a girlfriend. When I get back, I'll introduce her to everyone. Soon, everyone in the dormitory became curious about Jiang Yao's new girlfriend, but no matter how much Ma Go and Wang Zihao asked, Jiang Yao and Chen Yuan wouldn't say anything. After a bit of a commotion in the group chat, the topic was put to rest. Jiang Yao got up to check on Xiao Nan, but Yang Sweki was still asleep. Looking at the time, it was already 2 p.m. Jiang Yao gently knocked on the guest room door, and Sister Zhang opened it. The little girl is being held in Sister Zhang's arms. She's already awake. The little girl smiled when she saw Jiang Yao. When the little girl smiles, her eyes squint into crescent moons, and a pair of adorable dimples appear on her cheeks. Jiang Yao was charmed by his adorable daughter and reached out to hug her. Sister Zhang, I'll hold you for a while, you can go back to sleep. After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he carried the little girl back to his bedroom. Jiang Yao put the little girl on the bed and played with her. Little girl, this is your dad. When you're a little older, will daddy take you out to play? The little girl seemed to know what Jiang Yao was talking about, and she giggled happily. Seeing that there were no toys for children at home, Jiang Yao decided to go to the mall to buy some toys and to a baby store to buy some baby supplies. The baby's diapers and clothes need to be changed frequently. Jiang Yao planned to buy more to keep at home in case of emergency. He also planned to take Yang Sueki out for a walk later, as the weather outside wasn't so hot in the afternoon, making it a good time to get some fresh air. Yang Sueki vaguely heard the little girl's voice in her sleep, and she slowly woke up. She stretched and got up to go check on the little girl. Just then, Yang Sueki saw Jiang Yao carrying the little girl into the hall. Jiang Yao, are you taking care of the little girl? Why didn't you wake me up? I slept for too long. My little one, is daddy good to you? Mommy wants to hug you too, okay? Yang Sueki's heart melted when she looked at the little girl's adorable face. The pain of childbirth was forgotten all at once. Jiang Yao handed the baby to Yang Sueki. Sueki, you hold her for a while too. I'll take you to the mall later to buy some things for the baby, okay? Yang Sueki looked up at Jiang Yao and said, okay. She felt that her experience at Jiang Yao's house was wonderful, as she was taken care of wholeheartedly by everyone there. At least for now, Yang Sueki is satisfied with everything. Jiang Yao also became very considerate and cared about everything concerning him. After taking good care of Xiao Nannan, Yang Sueki handed Xiao Nannan over to Sister Zhang to look after. Yang Sueki went to her bedroom to change her clothes, and then went shopping with Jiang Yao. There was a large shopping mall near Jiang Yao's home, and the two arrived there in no time. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki walked side by side in the mall. This was the first time the two had gone out since having their baby. The store was bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, creating a lively atmosphere. It's afternoon now, but there are still a lot of people. It's easy to imagine that the mall's night market will be even more lively at night. Yang Sueki, there are so many people in the mall. Jiang Yao, stay close to me, don't get separated from me. Yang Sueki nodded and moved closer to Jiang Yao. Inside the mall, some people were shopping, some were choosing clothes, and some were selecting goods. Various shouts and bargaining sounds filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the hall. Jiang Yao led Yang Sueki up the escalator to the second floor of the mall, where there was a supermarket, a coffee shop, an accessory store, and various game facilities. Jiang Yao, we're out of snacks at home, and we also need to buy some toys for our little girl. Let's go to the supermarket first, and then I'll take you to the baby store later. Yang Sueki nodded. She did like to eat snacks when she was bored. Jiang Yao even thought of the little girl wanting to play with toys. He's quite thoughtful. Yang Sueki felt a sweet warmth in her heart. The two picked out some snacks in the snack section, and also bought a few toys for the little girl to play with, such as a foot piano and a little yellow duck. Then Jiang Yao took Yang Sueki to a baby store and bought several packs of diapers, baby bottles, nipples, and other similar items. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki's clothes, then thought for a moment and said, Sueki, let me buy you some maternity clothes. Your clothes aren't warm enough, you can change into something warmer. Seeing that Jiang Yao had already spent a lot of money, Yang Sueki shook her head and refused, saying, no need, you should save your money. There will be a lot of money to spend on Xiaonanan in the future. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow and laughed, you're not even married to me yet, and you're already trying to save me money. No need, I'll earn that money back later. Yang Sueki blushed upon hearing this, but didn't know how to refute it. The female sales clerk in the maternity and baby store who was watching Jiang Yao and his partner interact was also fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Why are all the good men other people's? Look at this young man, he's so good to his wife, I'm so envious. Jiang Yao said to the saleswoman, Miss, could you recommend some maternity clothes for my girlfriend? The saleswoman, who had been called Miss, was too shy to look at Jiang Yao after realizing what she had said. Sure, I'll introduce her to the beautiful lady. Finally, Jiang Yao bought Yang Sueki 2 sets of pink maternity clothes and several nursing bras. The saleswoman repeatedly emphasized that nursing bras can prevent breast sagging during breastfeeding. Jiang Yao was also very tempted, so he bought several pieces for Yang Sueki to wear. Yang Sueki was too shy to look at Jiang Yao's face. She felt a little embarrassed. After shopping, Jiang Yao carried the groceries and took Yang Sueki home. Chapter 19. Sueki, you are still just as beautiful when you cry. When they got home, John's mother was already waiting for them. John's mother looked at the large bags her son was carrying and asked, "What did you buy with Sweki? Is it heavy?" John Yao, "Mom, I took Sweki to the mall and bought some things for the little girl. These aren't heavy." John's mother nodded, then took young Sweki's hand and sat her down on the sofa. "Sweki, you just gave birth. You should rest at home and not go out too often. John Yao is young and doesn't understand these things, so don't listen to him." John Yao. Young Sweki nodded obediently. "Auntie, I don't go out often. I just wanted some fresh air, please don't blame Jiang Yao." "Sweki, you are such a good child." John's mother then pulled young Sweki aside and talked on and on. Then John's mother suddenly remembered something and looked at Jiang Yao. "When are we going to the police station to register Nanan's household registration? I happen to have some free time these few days, you can go and do it." Jiang Yao, "What's the household registration? What documents are needed?" John's mother, "Just bring your daughter's birth certificate, your ID cards, household registration book, marriage certificate, and other documents. You can postpone getting your marriage certificate until later, you just need to fill out a declaration of non-marital childbirth." Jiang Yao nodded, but then he wondered whether the child's household registration should be under his name or Yang Sweki's. "Sweki, where is the child's household registration?" Jiang Yao asked. Yang Sweki thought for a moment and decided to leave it with you. Although both she and Jiang Yao are from Kyoto, it's better for the child to be registered under the father's name. Jiang Yao replied, "Okay, I'll go get Nanan's household registration booklet tomorrow." Jiang Yao then placed the baby products he bought in Sister Shang's guest room, while he took the snacks and maternity clothes back to his bedroom. Because Jiang Yao's house has 3 bedrooms, with Jiang's mother and father sharing one room and Sister Zhang sharing another, Yang Sweki had to share a room with Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki felt awkward, but she could only leave it at that for now. After all, you can make do on the sofa for a lunch break, but it's more comfortable to rest in the bedroom during the day. Sister Zhang placed the steaming hot food on the dining table. In the summer, it gets dark late, so dinner is usually served around 5 or 6 o'clock. John's mother called young Sweki to eat, saying, "Sweki, you eat first, and then you can breastfeed the baby later." Yang Sweki nodded and walked towards the dining table. Today, Sister Zhang prepared a 4-dish and 1 soup dinner: fig and chicken soup, stir-fried beef with green peppers, grouper, stir-fried greens, and pork, seafood, and mushroom soup. Jiang Yao's mouth watered at the sight of the sumptuous dinner. "Sweki, you should eat more. This is a meal that Sister Zhang specially prepared so that you can get more protein and vitamins," Zhang's mother said with a smile. Seeing his mother get a wife and forget about her son, Jiang Yao felt a pang of sadness. "Jiang Yao, Mom, why don't you ask me what I like to eat?" John's mother glanced at her son and said, "Don't you love to eat everything? Do you even need to ask?" A rant from my own mother. Jiang Yao. After dinner, young Sweki held her baby girl and breastfed her in the living room. Young Sweki was already used to the breastfeeding position, so she quickly finished feeding the baby. As for whether she would feel awkward breastfeeding in front of Jiang Yao, Yang Sweki thought Jiang Yao had already seen her breastfeeding many times, so she didn't care anymore. As for Jiang Yao, he would watch young Sweki breastfeeding every time he saw her. They all marvel at how lucky their babies are, never lacking food from a young age. After feeding the baby, young Sweki left the child with Sister Zhang. Ms. Zhang sleeps with her child at night. Fortunately, the baby is relatively quiet and doesn't fuss too much, so Ms. Zhang isn't too tired. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yao went back to his bedroom to rest. There was a projector in the room where he could watch movies. Jiang Yao found a Stephen Chow film, King of Comedy, to watch, even though he had already seen it many times. "But I never get tired of it, I always choose to watch it when I don't know what movie to watch to kill time." The scene in the movie where Lu Piapia wears a men's white shirt on the beach, revealing her smooth thighs, and her long hair is blown by the wind, always amazes Jiang Yao. So much so that later on, whenever Jiang Yao saw a girl wearing a white shirt on the street, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. As young Sweki entered the bedroom, she saw the projector screen playing King of Comedy. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Jiang Yao, who was lying on the bed. "Jiang Yao, you also like watching Stephen Chow's movies?" Jiang Yao replied, "Yes, Stephen Chow's movies are classics." "Sweki, why don't you sit on the bed and watch the movie with me? Oh, and we can eat the snacks I bought this afternoon while we watch." Young Sweki nodded. "I can't eat high-calorie snacks right after giving birth, so I'll just eat some nuts." Jiang Yao replied, "Okay, I bought you a bag of nuts, you can have some." Then, Jiang Yao started munching on potato chips, and Yang Sweki, watching him enjoy them so much, cried with envy. The nuts in my hand are delicious, but nothing compares to potato chips. But Yang Sweki held back. After all, she had just given birth and needed to avoid certain foods. When Lu Piapiao in the movie asks Yin Tiancho, "If I don't work, will you support me?" Yin Tiancho replied, "I'll take care of you." Lu Piapiao burst into tears in the car because of the words, "I'll take care of you." Yang Sweki couldn't help but shed tears of emotion while watching this scene. Girls are mostly emotional and pay attention to details and romance in the process of dating. If you can win them over, they are willing to follow the boy wholeheartedly. Jiang Yao found the somewhat sentimental Yang Sweki quite endearing, as she was moved to tears by the scenes in the movie. Jiang Yao handed a piece of paper to Yang Sweki and said, "Sweki, wipe your tears. Don't cry. It's all fake in the movie." Yang Sweki pouted. "So what if it's fake? You guys are just like that, you don't understand us girls." Jiang Yao was amused by this remark. "So you girls don't understand us boys either. Sweki, you are still just as beautiful when you cry." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki's face and then said seriously. This unexpected remark stunned Yang Sweki. A sweet warmth instantly overwhelmed her heart. It was the feeling of being moved, making her feel that she had received the most beautiful affirmation. No girl dislikes hearing praise from boys, especially from a boy she has a crush on. Chapter 20, Taking the Baby for a Walk. Yang Sweki wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue and ate the nuts in her hand. Seeing Yang Sweki's obedient appearance, Jiang Yao couldn't help but pat her head. "What are you doing? Don't touch my head. I'll just touch it once." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki's puffed out cheeks and knew she was angry, so he simply patted her head to calm her down. Although this wasn't the first time the two had been alone in a room together, Yang Sweki still felt very awkward. "Jiang Yao, I'm only staying at your place temporarily. Once the baby is 6 months old and can start eating solid foods, I'll go back to school." "Okay, actually, so am I." Jiang Yao was already starting to miss his roommates and school life. Although he usually finds school quite boring, Jiang Yao still prefers being at school to being at home every day. Having a group of friends to play and study with makes life more interesting. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that he had promised his roommates that he would introduce Yang Sweki to them. Then he said, "Sweki, there's something I want to ask you. I'd like to introduce you to my friends. Would you be willing? Because they all know I have a girlfriend, they're all curious about what you're like. So Sweki, would you like to come with me to meet my friends?" After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he was still a little worried that Yang Sweki would refuse. After all, their relationship is currently ambiguous. After hearing this, Yang Sweki thought for a moment and then agreed. Yang Sweki was very happy that Jiang Yao was willing to introduce her to his friends. "Okay, when would you like to go?" "I'll go with you." "Okay, I'll let you know in advance, Sweki. But at least wait until you've fully recovered, it'll be more convenient that way," Jiang Yao said. After chatting for a while, the two turned off the lights and went to sleep. The next morning, Yang Sweki got up early. Because you get more rest during the day, you don't need to sleep as long at night. In addition, Yang Sweki also wanted to breastfeed her baby as soon as possible and couldn't bear to let her baby go hungry. Yang Sweki held her baby girl and finished feeding her. "Little girl, you're so clever. Do you know how to play with this little duck?" Yang Sweki took the toy and then demonstrated how to play with it to the little girl. Yang Sweki pressed the little duck, and the little duck made a quacking sound. The little girl grinned and giggled. Then Yang Sweki placed the little duck in Xiao Nanan's hands, and Xiao Nanan pressed the little duck's head down with her hand in a very similar manner. But there was no sound. The little girl was too weak. Seeing this, Yang Sweki took the little girl's hand and gently pressed the little duck. Then it made a clattering sound again. The little girl waved her hands, looking very happy. A carpet was laid out on the floor, and Yang Sweki sat on it with her little girl in her arms, playing with toys. Not long after, the little girl got tired of playing, so Yang Sweki lifted her clothes to breastfeed her. At this moment, Jiang Yao got up, washed up, and walked out of the bedroom, only to see Yang Sweki sitting on the carpet, breastfeeding her baby. Yang Sweki also noticed Jiang Yao's appearance, and her face couldn't help but turn red. "Why does Jiang Yao always see me breastfeeding?" Jiang Yao walked closer to the carpet and saw the toys he had bought laid out on it. "Little girl, do you like playing with these toys? If not, I can buy more." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki and asked. The little girl likes it quite a bit, but when she's a bit older, we can buy her toys that can play music or be used for learning. Children have strong learning abilities, and I hope my little girl will have a head start in life. After all, society now places higher demands on children. Although this was young Sweki's first child, her cousin, after giving birth, exposed her baby to English and other knowledge as the child grew up. Young Sweki also thought this method was good. After hearing it, she decided that when she had children in the future, she would learn how her cousin took care of them. Jiang Yao nodded. Then I'll buy another one of these talking toys for Sha Nan Nan in a few days. She should like it too. Then Jiang Yao turned around and went to look at the kitchen, where Sister Zhang was making breakfast. John's mother went out very early. She usually eats breakfast outside. John's father is busy with business and is currently on a business trip out of town. John's mother planned to tell John's father about Yang Sweki's pregnancy and childbirth later when he returned. So, the people who usually stay at home are Yang Sweki, Bao Bao, Jiang Yao, and Sister Zhang. Jiang Yao saw that Sister Zhang had already prepared the breakfast and was about to take it out. For breakfast, Sister Zhang made 8 treasure porridge, fried eggs, and steamed buns and dumplings. This is enough for adults. Sister Zhang, let's serve it ourselves. You can have some breakfast with us too. After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he picked up a bowl and chopsticks. He served Yang Sweki a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a few steamed buns. Jiang Yao took the breakfast out and placed it on the dining table. Then, seeing that Yang Sweki had finished breastfeeding, he invited her to come and eat. Sweki, come and have breakfast. Sister Zhang prepared a very lavish breakfast today. Yang Sweki nodded. She was also a little hungry now. I didn't feel it when I first woke up, but after feeding the baby, I realized I was indeed a bit hungry. Jiang Yao finished his breakfast quickly. He ate quite fast. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki was still sipping her 8 treasure porridge. After Jiang Yao finished eating, he put the bowl and chopsticks in the kitchen sink. Then he said to Yang Sweki, Sweki, after you finish eating, let's take the baby for a walk in the neighborhood downstairs. Babies stay at home all day, but they also need to go out and breathe some fresh air. Then he turned to Sister Zhang and said, Sister Zhang, we'll take the baby out to play later, so you can rest at home for a while. Sister Zhang said, okay. Yang Sweki also wanted to go out for a walk, especially since she hadn't really explored this neighborhood much before. Okay, then wait until I finish breakfast. After Yang Sweki finished speaking, she quickened her pace in eating breakfast. Don't rush, be careful not to choke. Seeing this, Jiang Yao became concerned about the tunnel. Jiang Yao waited for Yang Sweki for a short while before she finished eating breakfast. Yang Sweki changed into a long dress, and Jiang Yao held the little girl. The family of 3 happily took the elevator into the community. Chapter 21. How can I be with you if you don't pursue me? The winding paths in the residential area lead to secluded spots, with buildings and greenery on both sides complementing each other to create a tranquil and beautiful scene. A family of 3 appeared in the community corridor, creating a beautiful scene. Yang Sweki was seen wearing a white lace dress, which accentuated her elegant figure and fair skin. Bathed in sunlight, her long hair shimmered with a golden light, captivating all who beheld her. Jiang Yao was wearing a light-colored denim jacket, a gray sweatshirt underneath, dark jeans, and white sneakers. The handsome man and beautiful woman made the people in the neighborhood unable to help but steal glances at them. Aunt Gao was taking her beloved grandson for a walk in the neighborhood when she saw Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki appear in the neighborhood as well. Because Aunt Gao and her family were neighbors on the same floor as the Zhang family, and she would often greet Zhang's mother, she naturally knew about this matter concerning the Zhang family. She greeted him warmly. Jiang Yao, are you taking your girlfriend for a walk in the neighborhood? Your girlfriend is really beautiful. When are you two getting married? The people around them chimed in curiously. Young man, you're really something, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. Oh my, you've already had a baby. How lucky you are to have a child at such a young age. Jiang Yao listened to the praise from those around him and felt their enthusiasm and care. After all, most of them were kind people. Aunt Gao, when my girlfriend and I get married, I'll send you wedding candy. Also, thank you all for your concern. I'll definitely send out wedding candy when I get married. After Jiang Yao finished speaking, the people around him showered him with praise once again. When Yang Sweki heard Jiang Yao mention marrying her, her face flushed red to the roots of her neck. She was both ashamed and angry, and pushed Jiang Yao away. Jiang Yao smiled. Jiang Yao looked at the little girl in his arms, who was now opening her big eyes and curiously observing everything around her. She was quiet and didn't make a fuss. She wasn't shy at all. This saved Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki a lot of trouble. After all, some children will cry out of fear when they see strangers or are in unfamiliar environments. But the little girl wasn't afraid, which made the uncles and aunts around her praise her. This child is brave and will definitely be successful in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki smiled and faced the crowd. Once everyone had dispersed and gone about their own business, the crowd dispersed. Yang Sueki's body finally relaxed, and she felt that the air was fresher and more natural. That's because she felt uncomfortable with strangers around. Zhang Yao, however, has a social butterfly syndrome, so he doesn't care about these things. After walking around the neighborhood for a while, Yang Sueki felt her calves getting sore, so she said to Zhang Yao, I want to go home. I'm a little tired from walking around outside for too long. Seeing this, Zhang Yao said gently, then let's go home. Drink more water when you get home. Yang Sueki nodded. When she got home, Sister Zhang was washing her little girl's clothes on the balcony. When Sister Zhang saw that Zhang Yao had brought the little girl back, she stopped what she was doing and said to Zhang Yao, Xiao Zhang, give me the baby later. I need to give her a bath today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao said, okay, I'll have Sueki take care of the baby. Aunt Zhang, you can do the laundry first. Yang Sueki took the baby from Zhang Yao's arms. Zhang Yao had already held the child for a while, so it was Yang Sueki's turn to hold the baby. After all, your arms will hurt if you hold the baby for too long, so it's best to take turns holding the baby. My little girl is so good. How about mommy plays games with you for a while? Yang Sueki sat on the carpet holding her baby girl, letting the baby play rock and roll. Yang Sueki placed a large, rolled-up towel on the carpet, picked up the little girl and let her lie face down on the towel, turning the little girl's head to one side to make it easier for her to breathe. Then Yang Sueki held the little girl's buttocks with both hands and gently rocked her from side to side along the surface of the towel while humming a nursery rhyme. Rock-a-bye, rock-a-bye, all the way to Grandma's bridge. Yang Sueki learned this game online, which can help her little girl improve her balance and spatial awareness. Zhang Yao sat on the sofa, watching the heartwarming interaction between the mother and daughter. He couldn't resist filming a video and posting it on Douyin to record his baby's growth and life. Zhang Yao turned on his Douyin camera and, taking advantage of Yang Sueki's inattention, filmed her playing games with her little girl and uploaded the video to Douyin. After filming the video, Zhang Yao continued watching the TV series playing on the television as if nothing had happened. The TV was showing Bright Sword. After Yang Sueki took care of the baby for a while, Sister Zhang took the little girl to take a bath. Only Yang Sueki and Zhang Yao remained in the living room. Zhang Yao glanced at Yang Sueki, who had nothing to do, and said, Sueki, why don't you sit on the sofa and watch some TV for a while? Zhang Yao handed the TV remote to Yang Sueki. No need, I'll just watch the TV series Bright Sword. I don't have anything else I want to watch. Yang Sueki waved her hand, refusing. Zhang Yao thought for a moment and then said, Sueki, you can chat with me if you're bored. After hearing this, Yang Sueki paused for a moment and replied, okay, then you can think of a topic. Sueki, then I'll just ask you directly, do you want to get back together with me? Yang Sueki had no idea that Zhang Yao would ask such a direct question. Faced with this sudden question, Yang Sueki felt a strong sense of bewilderment, as if the whole world had stopped. I don't know either. Yang Sueki gave this answer hesitantly. She lowered her head shyly in front of the person she liked, her eyes, as bright as stars, filled with countless emotions. However, Zhang Yao did not notice Yang Sueki's unusual behavior and assumed that Yang Sueki did not like him. The feeling of loss is like autumn leaves falling silently, leaving behind only desolation and loneliness. Zhang Yao sighed. All right then. Yang Sueki sensed the disappointment in Zhang Yao's tone and quickly said, if you don't pursue me, how can I be with you? Zhang Yao's eyes lit up immediately, and he looked at Yang Sueki excitedly. His eyes were like a dazzling galaxy, deep and bright, as if they could draw one's soul into them, making one completely intoxicated. Yang Sueki's heart pounded as she listened to that look. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, like a lotus flower blooming in the morning light, shy and bashful. A faint fragrance filled the air, intoxicating the senses. Their breaths mingled, creating a beautiful melody that made one want to linger in the ambiguous atmosphere. Chapter 22, Yang Sueki's parents suddenly showed up at the door. Zhang Yao looked at the girl in front of him. Her face was as red as a ripe persimmon, making one want to take a bite. I'll pursue you diligently, and I hope you'll agree. After Zhang Yao finished speaking, he looked at Yang Sueki with a determined gaze. Yang Sueki lowered her head, avoiding Zhang Yao's gaze, and whispered okay. They remained silent, the wind rustling gently, the sunlight intoxicating. After a while, Yang Sueki suddenly remembered that Jiang Yao was going to get the little girl's household registration book today. Jiang Yao, you need to get the little girl's household registration booklet today, don't forget. Yang Sueki reminded him. Jiang Yao finally remembered this matter after being reminded by Yang Sueki. Okay, I'll go get the baby's household registration book after I finish lunch. Today is Monday, there should be someone at the police station. After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he got up and went to the bedroom to organize all the documents. That way I won't have to make an extra trip if I forget when I go out. At this moment, Sister Zhang was in the bathroom applying baby powder to her little girl after her bath, and then dressing her. Sister Zhang carried the little girl into the living room and then handed her to Yang Sueki. Xiaoxue, you can look after Xiaonan for a while. I've already given Xiaonan a bath, and now I'm going to make lunch for you. You can breastfeed your baby later when it's a little later. Okay, Sister Zhang, you can go ahead and get busy. After saying this, Yang Sueki hugged the little girl's tiny body and looked at her sweet smile. A deep feeling of love welled up in her heart. Thank God for giving me such a wonderful gift. The little girl smelled lovely after her bath. Yang Sueki couldn't help but kiss her little girl. Little girl, mommy loves you so much. Do you love mommy too? As if she understood, the little girl smiled slightly and narrowed her eyes into two crescent moons. The little girl's smile is as warm as sunshine, so cute that it's captivating. Jiang Yao also saw the little girl smile, and his heart was almost melted by her cuteness. Sueki, would you like me to play with the little girl for a while? I happen to have nothing to do. Okay, could you please take out the cushions, blankets, and quilts from my bedroom? Okay. Although Jiang Yao didn't know what Yang Sueki was going to do, he still obediently did as she said. Yang Sueki placed all the things Jiang Yao brought on the carpet, and then put the toys that Xiaonan liked to play with in front of her. Little girl, do you see that toy? Slowly crawl over and get it, okay? Little girl, you're great. Keep it up, little girl. Yang Sueki watched as the little girl struggled to climb to the toy, then picked it up with a delighted expression. Suddenly, she thought of her childhood. She must have been like this when she was a child, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. After becoming a mother, I realized how difficult it really was for my parents. Yang Sueki was missing her parents at this moment. She hadn't seen them much since giving birth. Jiang Yao watched the little girl crawling with all her might. I suddenly missed my parents. It must have been very hard for them to raise me. Seeing Yang Sueki like this, Jiang Yao said, Sueki, how about I call your parents later and ask them to come over and keep you company? Anyway, your parents' home is in Chaoyang district, so it's not far. Yang Sueki was about to nod in agreement. Ding ding ding. The doorbell rang. Someone was outside. Jiang Yao, go open the door, your mother might be back. Okay, I'll go drive it. Jiang Yao got up to open the door, but when he opened it, he found that it wasn't his mother standing outside, but Yang Sueki's parents. Jiang Yao was surprised, then said, hello, uncle and aunt. After Mr. Yang hummed in agreement, Mrs. Yang asked, hello, Xiao Jiang, is my Sueki home? Yes, please come in. When Yang Sueki's parents stood before her, she could no longer hold back her tears. Deeply moved, Yang Sueki's eyes welled up with tears, which rolled down her cheeks like pearls of love. Mom and Dad, what brings you here? Yang Sueki, holding her little girl, got up from the carpet. After I came back from my trip, your father told me about your childbirth, and I was very anxious. After making inquiries, I found out that you were at the Zhang family's house, so I immediately brought your father to see you. After Yang's mother finished speaking, she couldn't help but wipe away her tears as she looked at her daughter's haggard appearance after giving birth. It's obvious that Yang Sueki looks like her mother. Yang's mother's beautiful face was like a uniquely crafted painting, with elegant lines and gentle colors that were captivating. Although Yang's mother was already 50 years old, she was still radiant and showed no signs of aging, as if time had stood still for her. Is this my granddaughter? Yang's mother's gaze was suddenly drawn to the little girl in Yang Sueki's arms. Yes, the nickname I gave my baby is Xiaonan. Jiang Yao's formal name is Jiang Yuanan. Yang Sueki nodded, and then said. Upon hearing this, Yang's mother was overjoyed and greeted the baby, little girl, I'm your grandma. Seeing that her mother was very happy to see the baby, Yang Sueki handed the baby to her mother to hold. Little girl, let grandma hold you. Yang's mother held her little girl, her face full of tenderness, and at that moment the baby grinned and smiled. The little girl's laughter was like heavenly music. Her innocent voice infected everything around her, as if the whole world became warmer because of her laughter. Everyone present was touched by the little girl's smile. Mom, this must mean your little girl likes you. This little girl has never been this happy when anyone else has held her, she must like you. Upon hearing this, Yang's mother felt even more affection for her little granddaughter, realizing that she and her beloved granddaughter were destined to be together. My little girl is so good. Grandma will bring you a longevity lock next time we meet, okay? Auntie, this is a bit too expensive. Mom, there's no need to send such an expensive gift. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki declined. It's alright, this is for my dear granddaughter, you don't need to worry about it. After Yang's mother finished speaking, Yang's father nodded kindly and said, this is a small token of our appreciation for our granddaughter. Please don't refuse. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki had no choice but to accept it. Jiang Yao noticed that Yang Sweki's parents were standing and felt it wasn't appropriate, so he invited them to rest on the sofa. Uncle and Aunt, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? I'll ask Aunt to cook a little extra for lunch. After saying that, Jiang Yao turned and went to the kitchen to help, asking Aunt Zhang to cook a few more dishes for lunch, as guests were coming. Seeing Jiang Yao go to the kitchen, Yang's mother took the opportunity to ask her daughter in a low voice, Xiao Jiang, how have they been treating you lately? Are you comfortable staying at their house? After hearing this, Yang Sweki nodded shyly. Mom, Jiang Yao treats me very well. He hired a nanny to help take care of the children, so I'm quite comfortable. That's good. If Xiao Jiang treats you badly, tell your parents, and we'll stand up for you. Yang's mother said somewhat seriously. Okay, thank you, Mom and Dad. Yang Sweki was immersed in her parents' love at this moment. Parents' love is like warm sunshine no matter where she is, she can feel their care and protection. The family of three chatted for a while in the living room. Chapter 23 Yang's father's urging to marry. Jiang Yao waited in the kitchen for Sister Zhang to finish preparing the meal before helping to bring it to the table. The Zhang family's dining table was quite large, with each dish neatly arranged on it. Jiang Yao then helped set out the bowls and chopsticks, and after finishing all that, he invited Yang's parents, who were sitting on the sofa, to eat. Uncle and Aunt, come and eat. Sweki, you eat first, then feed the baby later. Who will take care of the little girl? Yang's mother asked. After all, if they all need to eat, there will be no one to take care of the baby. At this moment, Sister Zhang came out of the kitchen and said, let me take care of the little girl. I've already finished eating. Okay, thank you. You're welcome, this is just part of my job. Yang's mother handed the little girl to Sister Zhang, and then joined Yang's father and the others at the dining table for dinner. The table is laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, making one's mouth water. Each dish is meticulously prepared, vibrant in color, and rich in flavor, offering a truly delightful experience. Xiao Jiang, Sister Zhang's cooking skills are really good. Yes, this meal was very lavish. Mr. and Mrs. Yang praised the dishes highly after seeing them. Your house is very big too, I just took a look. Your home is beautifully decorated, your parents are very capable. The moment Mr. and Mrs. Yang stepped inside, they were stunned by the exquisite decorations. Everywhere they looked, there were gorgeous decorations and exquisite details. I didn't praise her just because I was worried about my daughter's condition. Jiang Yao was pleased to hear Yang Sweki's parents praise, but he still humbly said, my parents just run a small business. This house was bought when they made money in the past. Business is tough these days, and my mom is telling me she needs to retire and take care of her grandson. Upon hearing this, Yang's father agreed, saying, yes, it's really not easy to do anything now. Your aunt and I are civil servants, which is why our lives are a bit easier. Yang's mother was also intrigued. My next-door neighbor's son graduated from university but didn't go to work. It seems like it's because jobs are hard to find or something. Anyway, the neighbor next door is quite worried. I also advised them that worrying is useless, and that they shouldn't put pressure on their child all the time. All I want for my daughter, Sweki, is for her to live a happy life. Young Sweki was already feeling a bit down after hearing this, because she was studying acting and didn't know if she would be able to get acting roles in the future. However, hearing my mother say that made me much happier. Zhang Yao had actually thought about this job a long time ago. His major was computer science, so he had long wanted to start a game company and develop a game that young people would love. Seeing that none of them had picked up chopsticks to eat, Zhang Yao quickly said, Uncle and Aunt, please eat quickly, or it will get cold. Then Zhang Yao picked up his chopsticks, placed a piece of beef in Yang Sweki's bowl, and said, Sweki, eat more meat. You're so thin. Yang Sweki felt a warmth in her heart and hummed in agreement. Seeing this, Yang's parents' goodwill towards Jiang Yao increased even more. After dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Yang sat on the sofa to rest. Having finally managed to see her daughter, Yang's mother pulled Yang Sweki aside and quietly chatted about some women's topics. "Sweki, did Xiao Jiang bully you?" Yang's mother couldn't help but ask. Yang Sweki was a little confused. Didn't she just say that Jiang Yao was very good to her? She shook her head. No. Yang's mother hesitated for a moment, stammering as if she found it difficult to speak. I'm asking you, do you have that?" Yang Sweki's eyes widened in surprise. "Mom, I didn't," she exclaimed. That's good. You've just given birth, it's best to avoid that kind of activity." Yang's mother leaned close to Yang Sweki's ear and whispered something. Yang Sweki felt both ashamed and embarrassed when she heard her mother's intimate words. How can I possibly say something like this out loud? After all, Jiang Yao and I haven't gotten married yet. Yang's father stood to the side, deep in thought, his face stern and silent. He called Jiang Yao, who was fawning over him by serving tea and water, to sit down beside him. In a calm tone, he said, "Little Jiang, stop what you're doing. Uncle needs to talk to you about something. Come and sit down." Jiang Yao paused for a moment, then put down the kettle in his hand and sat down next to Yang's father. "Xiao Jiang, I'll be frank with you, when do you plan to register your marriage with my daughter?" Mr. Yang felt that his daughter shouldn't have children for someone else without a proper status. She should be married off legitimately. Jiang Yao immediately replied, "Uncle, as long as Sweki is willing to register our marriage, I can register it with her right now." Mr. Yang nodded, clearly satisfied with Jiang Yao's attitude, and his expression softened considerably. "Is it time to register the child's household registration?" "Yes, I was planning to register my baby's birth this afternoon. But since my aunt and uncle are coming, I'll have to go tomorrow." Jiang Yao replied. Jiang's father nodded, his expression hardening, and said firmly, "Then I'll make the decision. You two should go and get your marriage certificate today." Jiang Yao? Yang Sweki. Chen's mother's eyes lit up, but she remained silent. Just as Yang Sweki was about to say something, her father continued, "It's still early, the Civil Affairs Bureau should still be open. Xiao Jiang, why don't you take Sweki to get the marriage certificate now? Her mother and I are here waiting for you to come back." Yang Sweki was completely stunned, not expecting her father to urge her to get married so soon. But she didn't know how to respond. Mr. Yang looked at his daughter with a kind expression and said, "Sweki, don't you want to marry Xiao Jiang? If you don't, I take back what I just said." Mr. Yang really wanted his daughter to have a stable home, but if she didn't want to get married right now, he couldn't force her to. During her stay at the Jiang family's house, Yang Sweki did think about her future with Jiang Yao, but she couldn't make up her mind. She even tried to avoid the matter, but her father's encouragement finally made her decide. She pursed her lips. "I don't want to marry Jiang Yao, it's just that getting our marriage certificate today was a bit too sudden." The expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Yang involuntarily relaxed. They had been worried about their daughter all this time, but now they can finally rest easy. After all, as parents, they all hope that their children can live a happy and fulfilling life. Mr. Yang was overjoyed. "It's not surprising. I checked, and today is an auspicious day, perfect for getting our marriage certificate. After you get your marriage certificate, wait until you finish your postpartum confinement period, and then you and Xiao Jiang will hold your wedding." Yang Sweki's face suddenly stiffened. She hasn't thought that far ahead yet. Yang's mother noticed the change in her daughter's expression and interrupted her beaming husband, saying, "Don't rush, let them get their marriage certificate first and then we'll talk about the rest." Only then did Mr. Yang remember the plan he and Mrs. Yang had discussed at home, to let their daughter and Xiao Jiang develop their relationship first. He then said, "Yes, you two should get your marriage certificate first. We can talk about the wedding later." Yang's parents handed the household registration booklet they had brought from home to Yang Sweki and urged Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki to go out and get their marriage certificate. Looking at the household registration book in her hand, Yang Sweki suddenly felt like she was about to be married off. Chapter 24. They got their marriage certificate, and the in-laws met. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki appeared at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau shortly afterward. At this moment, Jiang Yao stared at the plaque of the Civil Affairs Bureau, his palms trembling slightly, and sweat even seeping from his forehead. Although he was really looking forward to getting married and registering his marriage with Yang Sweki, he couldn't help but feel nervous when the moment actually arrived. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki, who was also looking nervous and uneasy, and sighed deeply. Sweki, although your father wants us to get a marriage certificate, if you don't want to, we can pretend that we have already gotten one. It's not good to deceive your elders like this, but I don't want you to regret it in the future. Yang Sweki shook her head, looking firmly at Jiang Yao. I'm willing to get a marriage certificate with you, don't overthink it. This sudden confession surprised Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao asked seriously, his face serious, are you serious? Yang Sweki smiled and nodded. Yes, do you want to get a marriage certificate with me? Without a second thought, Jiang Yao replied firmly, of course I'm willing to get a marriage certificate with you. Yang Sweki asked again, will you treat me well in the future? Will you promise to be devoted to me and not like other girls? Jiang Yao replied decisively, I promise to treat you well from now on, to be devoted to you, and not to like other women. After all, marrying a beautiful, well-behaved, and sensible school beauty is something many men dream of. Okay, let's go in and get our marriage certificate now. Yang Sweki nodded. Okay. Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki's hand and walked step by step into the Civil Affairs Bureau. When Jiang Yao walked into the office hall and saw the two bright red characters for Marriage Registration Office, a feeling of sweetness and excitement welled up in his heart. Jiang Yao couldn't resist taking a photo to capture this beautiful moment. During the registration process, the attentive staff completed the registration of all the required information. After submitting the forms, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were led to a conference room. In this meeting room, there is a beautifully decorated feature wall covered with happy photos and messages from couples. Yang Sweki felt the happiness and joy of the many people here, and her heart was inexplicably warmed. Next, we moved on to the wedding vows. Standing in such a solemn setting, Jiang Yao felt an immense sense of happiness and responsibility. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki held hands, faced each other, and solemnly made a lifelong promise to one another. At that moment, Jiang Yao truly felt that a bond had been established between him and Yang Sweki. Afterwards, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki took some marriage registration photos as arranged by the photographer. Although Yang Sweki wore light makeup and had a simple look, she still looked great on camera. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, had applied hair wax and changed his clothes before going out. In the final photos taken by the photographer, the two looked like a perfect match, like a golden couple. Jiang Yao was very satisfied with the wedding photo. The two people in the photo had bright smiles and a feeling of happiness and sweetness. When Jiang Yao received his marriage certificate from the office staff, he felt a mix of nervousness, sweetness, and surprise, a feeling that defied description, rippling like waves on a lake. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao locked eyes, looking at each other face to face, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Jiang Yao knew that although there were many uncertainties and difficulties ahead, the future was still uncertain. But he firmly believes that as long as he keeps moving forward, nothing is insurmountable. The Jiang family. Mr. and Mrs. Yang waited on the sofa for the young couple to return after obtaining their marriage certificate. Although they were somewhat anxious, they did not show it. Don't think about it so much, Yang's mother comforted Yang's father, who seemed preoccupied. Sai, you too. Don't think I don't know, you're worried about it too. Hopefully, Xiaojiang and Xueqi can live a good life together after they get their marriage certificate. After Yang's father finished speaking, some of the frustration in his heart dissipated. Just as Mr. and Mrs. Yang were talking, the door was suddenly opened. The newcomers were Zhang's mother. Looking at the two strangers before her, her alarm bells rang, and she asked in a wary tone, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Yang's father replied, "You must be Xiao Zhang's mother. We are Yang Sweki's parents." Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother immediately beamed with joy and said enthusiastically, "So it's our in-laws. It's all Jiang Yao's fault for not telling me you were coming. You gave me quite a fright. When did you arrive? I'm so sorry I couldn't greet you personally. Mr. Yang, we arrived around noon. It's our fault for not telling Xiao Jiang beforehand." Then Zhang's mother and Yang Sweki's parents chatted for a while in the living room. Zhang's mother learned from Yang's father that her son and Sweki had just gone out to get their marriage certificate. She was overjoyed, a weight had finally been lifted from her shoulders. My father-in-law is really something else. I told Jiang Yao and his wife to get their marriage certificate, but they just wouldn't listen to me. Who knew that as soon as the father-in-law arrived, they went to get their marriage certificate? Mr. Yang waved his hand and said, No, they wanted to get the marriage certificate themselves. Let's wait for the young couple to come back after they get the certificate. Her mother and I are also worried, and we hope they will come back after getting their marriage certificate. After Zhang's mother hummed in agreement, she pondered for a moment and said, Father-in-law and mother-in-law, we still need to observe the proper etiquette for our son-in-law's wedding. Zhang Yao's father is away on a business trip. We'll discuss the wedding details when he gets back. We can't just get a wife for nothing. We'll definitely provide the young couple with the necessary support. After hearing this, Mr. Yang felt that his daughter had indeed married the right person. Look, they took the initiative to talk about marriage. Although Yang's mother couldn't get a word in edgewise, she was extremely satisfied with the Jiang family. Moreover, Zhang's mother seemed to be easy to talk to and could get along well with her daughter. Mr. Yang smiled and said, "Her mother and I were thinking of having them get their marriage certificate first, and then get married later. Once the marriage certificate is obtained, it's not easy to separate easily in the future." Zhang's mother nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, that's how it should be." The two families met for the first time and got along very well, with both sides expressing satisfaction with each other's families. After all, it's not easy to find in-laws who are both polite and easy to get along with these days. Chapter 25. The elders were overjoyed. After obtaining their marriage certificate, Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki slowly walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Golden sunlight shone through the clouds, illuminating everything with a bright and warm glow. A gentle breeze caressed my cheeks, bringing a refreshing breeze that made me feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed. Seeing that it was still early and there was still time, Zhang Yao decided to go to the police station to get Xiao Nanan's household registration booklet done. He hailed a taxi and sat in the back seat with Yang Sueki. The two, who had just received their marriage certificate, felt as if the air was filled with the faint sweetness of cotton candy, or like the sweet melons of summer, with every corner brimming with sweetness and contentment. The taxi driver, seeing the newlyweds just coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, greeted them warmly. "You must have just gotten your marriage certificate. You're a perfect match. Congratulations." Upon hearing this, Yang Sueki blushed, clearly a sign of embarrassment and shyness. Zhang Yao replied with a beaming smile, "Thank you, uncle, we did just get our marriage certificate." The taxi driver's enthusiastic conversation and cheerful banter throughout the journey dispelled any boredom or awkwardness. Soon the taxi arrived at the entrance of the police station in Chaoyang district. Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki smiled and said goodbye to the taxi driver, then opened the car door and got out. The household registration service window in the police station was packed with people seeking services. These people often handle their household registration matters before going out to work, or during their lunch break or market time, causing periodic congestion at the small household registration service window. Unfortunately, Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki arrived at a time when there were many people seeking services. Seeing this, Zhang Yao could only sigh helplessly. "We were originally planning to go home as soon as we got the household registration booklet sorted out. Now it's much worse, we'll have to spend more time queuing to register our household registration." Yang Sueki smiled and comforted her, "It's alright, you're already here. And since everyone is queuing up to register their household registration, let's hurry up and join the queue too." Zhang Yao nodded and led Yang Sueki to join a queue that seemed to have fewer people. Time passed slowly, and after everyone at the front of the line at the household registration service window had finished their business, it was finally Zhang Yao's turn. "Officer, I need to register my baby's household registration," Zhang Yao said. "Please show me your ID card, household registration booklet, marriage certificate, and your child's birth certificate." The police officer in charge of household registration spoke patiently with a smile. The computer in my hand was constantly busy, inputting and typing information from people seeking services into the computer system. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao immediately handed the documents he had brought to the police officer at the window. After receiving the information, the police officer in charge of household registration carefully checked it and entered it into the computer system. The police were extremely efficient. After completing the household registration, they put the child's permanent resident registration card into the household registration book. The police then returned all the documents to Zhang Yao. "Your child's household registration is done. Next." After Zhang Yao finished registering his household registration, he and Yang Sueki walked out of the police station together. Yang Sueki checked the time on her phone. It was 5 p.m. After a busy afternoon, the two were exhausted and wished they could suddenly grow wings and fly home to rest. But that was impossible, so Zhang Yao called a ride-sharing service on the Didi platform. Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki stood at the intersection in front of the police station, patiently waiting for their ride. After waiting for a few minutes, Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki finally got a ride home. The ride-sharing car stopped at the entrance of Taihua Community. Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki smiled at each other, got out of the car, and walked home. Knock knock knock. Yang's parents and Zhang's mother, who were sitting on the sofa, both heard the knocking. It must be Sueki and the others returning. I'll go open the door. John's mother reacted even faster, taking a step forward and quickly opening the door. Sweki, you're back. Go home and get some rest. Xiaojiang, Xueqi, did you get your marriage certificate this afternoon? Show it to us. When Mr. Yang saw that the young couple had finally returned, he immediately said. Seeing her husband's anxious expression, Yang's mother was furious. These two kids just got back, and they weren't even allowed to have a drink of water or sit down and rest. As soon as they came back, they started acting like supervisors, wanting to see the children's marriage certificates. Yang's mother couldn't help but pat her husband's arm. What are you doing? Let the young couple rest for a bit first, and then take out the marriage certificate later, okay? Yang's father looked at Yang's mother with some embarrassment, and took small sips of tea from his cup. Young Sweki sat on the sofa, watching her parents interact, and felt a little touched. Because her parents' love for her was so profound, as vast as the ocean, encompassing everything, and silently giving to her, young Sweki felt incredibly warm and at ease. Jiang Yao took a sip of the tea his mother handed him, and then took out the marriage certificate that he had obtained that afternoon. Uncle, Aunt, and Mom, this is my marriage certificate with Sweki. Let me see it. Wow, your marriage registration photo is really beautiful. That's great. You two finally got your marriage certificate. Your mother and I can finally rest easy. Jiang Yao, you must treat Sweki well from now on, or don't come back to this house. The three elders beamed with joy, chatted happily, and were all smiles. John's mother planned to make a phone call to urge John's father to come back quickly. After all, there's a big happy event in the family. What business could be more important than your son getting married? Mr. and Mrs. Yang are planning to share this good news with their relatives and friends so that everyone can share in the joy. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were happy to see their parents celebrating with such joy on their faces. But when Yang Sweki learned that her parents planned to tell their relatives and friends about their marriage, she immediately stopped them, saying, Mom and Dad, please don't tell our relatives and friends about Jiang Yao and me getting our marriage certificate yet. Otherwise, they would definitely urge us to hurry up and have the wedding, and then have the wedding banquet. Jiang Yao chimed in, Uncle and Auntie, you should listen to Sweki and me. It would be better if we informed our relatives and friends when we hold the wedding later. Sweki just gave birth and still needs to recover. It's not appropriate to hold the wedding right now. After hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Yang quickly calmed down. They had almost forgotten about it. Zhang's mother also realized what was happening and decided that when she called her husband later, she would remind him not to tell anyone about their son's marriage. Yang Sweki breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her parents had listened to her. After all, she can accept getting a marriage certificate with Jiang Yao now. But Yang Sweki was still reluctant to hold a wedding with Jiang Yao right now. Because after the wedding, everyone will definitely know that they got married. Yang Sweki was also thinking of spending more time developing her relationship with Jiang Yao, plus the baby was still young and needed her care. She simply doesn't have the energy to deal with the various details and trivial matters of the wedding. Jiang Yao also felt that it was too rushed to hold a wedding at this time, and he was not in a hurry to hold a wedding with Yang Sweki. After all, they've already registered their marriage, so they'll have a wedding sooner or later. Chapter 26. May you grow old together, united in heart and soul. After the elderly people figured things out, they continued their joyful celebration. Anyway, the deed is done, the marriage certificate is issued, and the baby is born, so there's no way they can easily separate now. As for the wedding, let the young couple decide for themselves. Young people nowadays don't like older people interfering too much. They say it makes them feel restricted. Zhang's mother suddenly remembered that she had been so busy with her son and Sweki getting their marriage certificate after returning home that she hadn't seen her beloved granddaughter yet. She got up and looked around, even carefully checking the room, but couldn't find Xiao Nan or Sister Zhang. Where is my little girl? Where did she go? Sister Zhang didn't see anyone either. Did Jiang Yao see where Xiao Nan went? Zhang's mother asked anxiously, her voice tinged with worry. When Yang Sweki heard that her baby was missing, she also began to panic. Jiang Yao patiently comforted Yang Sweki and helped her look for the baby. Seeing their anxiety, Yang's mother quickly replied, Don't worry, Xiao Nan was taken for a walk downstairs by Sister Zhang. She should be back soon. After hearing this, Zhang's mother finally felt relieved, but then she realized it was already past 5 p.m. Let Sister Zhang hurry back and cook. After all, today is the day our son and Sweki get their marriage certificate. She took out her phone from her pocket and dialed Sister Zhang's number. Sister Zhang, please come back with the baby soon. We have a big celebration at home today. On your way back, see if you can buy a little extra groceries. We're having a celebration tonight. When you get back, I'll reimburse you for the groceries." Upon hearing this, Sister Zhang's face lit up with a smile. "Okay, I'll go buy groceries right away." After hanging up the phone, Sister Zhang pushed her little girl in the stroller and happily headed towards the nearest shopping mall. Soon, Sister Zhang returned to the Zhang family home carrying a large bag of things. Zhang's mother told Sister Zhang that her precious son had already registered his marriage with Sweki. He also told Sister Zhang to hurry up and cook more dishes so he could give her a red envelope as a reward for her hard work during this time. After hearing this, Sister Zhang was genuinely happy for them. The Zhang family was truly a family of good character and blessed with good fortune. So she happily went to the kitchen to get busy. Meanwhile, at home, Mr. and Mrs. Yang were discussing the issue of raising the child with Mrs. Zhang. Although the elders were discussing their own affairs, Yang Sweki and Zhang Yao, being the younger generation, didn't dare to interrupt and listened obediently from the side. "We can take our granddaughter home to look after her. Her mother and I are retired and don't have much to do at home, so helping to take care of a child shouldn't be a problem." Yes, we're helping the kids take care of their children now, so they can continue their university studies with peace of mind. No, in-laws. We should keep the child after all, he's a child of the Zhang family. We've hired a nanny to help take care of the kids, so we don't have to worry about them not being able to take good care of us. We will absolutely do our best to provide the best living conditions for the children, so please feel free to let us take care of them. Zhang's mother strongly opposed the idea of Yang's parents taking their grandson to their home to be raised. So Zhang's mother continued, "My dear in-laws, you've retired and want to enjoy life. It's very tiring for two elderly people to take care of one child. You should think it through before you decide to do this." After hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Yang wavered. Yes, raising children is indeed hard work these days. They decided to let it go and listen to their in-laws. So Mr. Yang nodded, indicating that Mrs. Jiang should make the decision. As the child's maternal grandparents, they would also visit the Jiang family from time to time to see the child. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki were both moved to see their parents worrying about them. Having a child is hard, raising a child is even harder. Now that they have a baby, they understand even more how difficult it is to be a parent. Especially when a small family is established, with the help of parents, life becomes much easier. Zhang Yao told himself that when he was able to do so in the future, he would definitely repay the elders who had been kind to him. You must also be able to shoulder the responsibilities of a family and not rely on your parents' help. Although Zhang Yao's family was well off, his mother and father taught him from a young age to be independent and self-reliant, and not to depend on his parents' help. After all, parents will grow old sooner or later. Soon, Sister Zhang in the kitchen finished the last dish and brought it to the dining table in the living room. "Dinner is ready, madam, please come and eat." "Wow, Sister Zhang, your cooking is amazing. My mouth is watering." She looked at the table laden with food, swallowed hard, and exclaimed in genuine admiration. Zhang Yao's appetite was whetted when he saw the big fish and meat dishes on the table. Tonight's dinner was really lavish, with fish and shrimp, just like celebrating the New Year. It's Chinese New Year, isn't it? Today is your big day, so of course we should celebrate it properly. Zhang's mother even brought out a bottle of red wine that she had been treasuring for a long time to share with everyone. She opened the wine bottle, and a rich aroma of wine quickly filled their nostrils. Then Zhang's mother poured red wine into their glasses, especially Yang's father's glass, which was filled to the brim. When Mr. Yang smelled the aroma of the wine, his eyes lit up. This was a bottle of 1982 red wine. His in-laws were really generous. "Haha, I'm so happy today because my son and Sweki got their marriage certificate. Let's raise our glasses and wish the newlyweds a long and happy marriage." Zhang's mother stood holding a glass of red wine and looked at everyone. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Yang happily raised their glasses to toast with Mrs. Jiang. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki were taken aback by the spectacle. After all, they were just getting their marriage certificate, not getting married yet. Was it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Yang Sweki's heart pounded as she heard the words "growing old together and being of one heart forever," and her body felt hot and feverish. Her face was flushed, as if she had applied blush to her cheeks, making her look as charming and beautiful as a bride-to-be who was about to get married. "Sweki, Zhang Yao, you two should get up and clink glasses. Today is your special day, so why don't you stand up and wish for good luck?" Seeing that the young couple was still being shy and hesitant, Zhang's mother had no choice but to urge them on. Yang's father and mother chimed in, urging them to stand up and clink glasses. Seeing this, Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki had no choice but to stand up, pick up their wine glasses, clink glasses with their elders, and then sit down. After sitting down, Zhang's mother, Yang's father, and Yang's mother each praised the other's child for a few words. Your Sueki is so beautiful, my son is really lucky to be her match. Not at all, your son is also very handsome, more than a match for my Sueki. Yes, our Zhang Yao is a very sensible and well-behaved child. He will definitely make sure your Sueki enjoys a good life. Zhang Yao found it amusing to listen to the elders praising each other. After all, his mother usually complains about him, but today she actually said a lot of nice things about him. This made his face slightly flush, and he felt embarrassed. Yang Sueki, on the other hand, focused on eating and didn't dare to say anything more, lest the elders bring up other things. Chapter 27. The mischievous Zhang Yao takes Yang Sueki's parents home. The aroma of this meal was truly unforgettable, like savoring a gourmet feast, making it impossible not to enjoy it bite after bite. After they finished their meal with great relish, they patted their round bellies with satisfied expressions. This is so delicious. Your aunt's cooking is really good, it tastes even better than the food at restaurants. Yang's mother even burped because she was so full, licked her lips, and gave Sister Zhang a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother proudly replied, Sister Zhang used to run a restaurant back in her hometown, and her child is now in elementary school. When I saw that Sister Zhang was young, not only did she have a professional qualification certificate, but she was also a very good cook, so I quickly hired her to come to our house. Hearing her wife's praise, Sister Zhang waved her hand shyly, saying, I'm not as amazing as you say. I'm just glad you enjoyed your meal. Zhang's mother got up, took out a red envelope from her bosom, and stuffed it into Sister Zhang's pocket. Sister Zhang, you've worked so hard. You've really gone to a lot of trouble these past few days. This is a little bonus for you. Sister Zhang smiled and accepted the red envelope. Mr. Yang was already a little drunk, and he kept muttering, My dear-in-law, your wine is so sweet and mellow, with an unforgettable aftertaste. I want more. Mr. Yang was about to drink from his wine glass when his mother quickly stopped him. My husband doesn't have any particular hobbies, except that he loves drinking. But I can't drink too much, I get drunk very easily. It's one thing to get drunk at home, but it would be terrible to make a fool of yourself at your in-laws' house. Yang's mother said sternly, Don't drink anymore, or you'll really get drunk. Seeing this, Yang's father could only look at the wine in his glass with a pitiful expression. He wanted to drink but couldn't. So, stealing his resolve, he turned away from the wine. Zhang Yao covered his mouth and chuckled secretly when he saw his father-in-law acting so childishly. Yang Sueki saw that Zhang Yao actually dared to laugh at her father, so she slapped Zhang Yao's hand and thought angrily to herself, Let's see if you dare to laugh again, I'll hit you again. Zhang Yao felt the delicate hand in his palm, the skin smooth as cream, and felt as if an electric current was running through his body. Zhang Yao chuckled softly, grasped Yang Sueki's small hand in his own, and thought to himself, You dare hit your husband? I'll punish you. Because Zhang Yao's side made little noise, the elders didn't notice their little actions. Zhang Yao held Yang Sueki's small hand tightly under the table, pretending to be nonchalant. Yang Sueki was so angry at his shameless behavior that she almost laughed, and she tried her best to break free from his restraints. Her face suddenly turned as red as an apple, and her heart began to beat faster involuntarily. She thought to herself with resentment, Zhang Yao is such a bad person, he just likes to bully her. Luckily, they were holding hands under the table, otherwise it would have been so embarrassing if my parents had found out. Yang Sueki glared at Zhang Yao and said softly, Zhang Yao, you're holding my hand too tightly, it hurts a little. Please let go of my hand. Zhang Yao's heart softened immediately when he saw the little girl pleading with him with a pitiful expression. Zhang Yao's clenched hand immediately relaxed. Yang Sueki took the opportunity to pull her hand back and quickly move away from Zhang Yao. That scoundrel, he's always trying to take advantage of me. Seeing that her two in-laws had finished eating, and that it was already late, Zhang's mother realized that it was getting late. She thought for a moment and then called Zhang Yao over. Zhang's mother said, Go to the hotel and get a room for your father-in-law and the others to rest. It's getting late, and there aren't enough rooms at home to sleep in. Aunt Zhang is already sleeping in the guest room that was originally intended for guests, so let my in-laws stay at the hotel for a while, and I'll pay for it. Zhang Yao thought for a moment and then nodded. It's getting late, so let's make do with Sueki's parents staying in a hotel. After finishing their meal, the group sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. Zhang's mother fulfilled her duties as a host, chatting with Yang Sueki's parents to pass the time. After a while, Zhang's mother saw that it was almost time and glanced at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao understood immediately, picked up the car keys, and walked up to Sweki's parents. "Uncle and aunt, it's getting late. Let me take you back to the hotel to rest for a bit, and I'll drive you home tomorrow. I've had my driver's license for 2 years, so you can ride with peace of mind." After Zhang Yao finished speaking, Yang's father nodded. "Her mother and I originally wanted to go back early, but we didn't expect that the delay would make the time pass so quickly. It's really too late now, and it's not safe for us to go home. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, Xiao Jiang." Zhang Yao smiled and nodded, indicating that these were things he should do. Yang Sweki looked at her parents with reluctance, her eyes almost brimming with tears. "Mom and Dad, you should go to the hotel first. Zhang Yao and I will take you home tomorrow." After hearing this, Yang's mother said kindly, "You just rest at home, and let Xiao Jiang take us. You just gave birth, so please rest more. Your parents will come to see you and your grandson again in a while." Yang Sweki nodded vigorously, biting her lip lightly, seemingly suppressing her emotions. Zhang Yao stood beside young Sweki and comforted her. "Sweki, don't be sad. Don't worry, we will definitely take good care of you for your parents." Yang Sweki nodded and hugged the little girl. She quickly calmed down and said, "Mom and Dad, please hold our little girl." I said goodbye to the little girl before leaving. Yang's mother took the baby from young Sweki's arms and reminded her, "Sweki, don't forget to breastfeed the baby later." Then Mr. and Mrs. Yang said goodbye to their daughter. "Little girl, Grandpa and Grandma are going home now. We'll come again next time, little girl, you have to be a good girl and listen to Mommy and Daddy." The little girl looked at the adult in front of her with her big, clear, watery eyes, and then suddenly started whimpering. Yang Sweki quickly picked up the little girl. She must be hungry. Yang Sweki turned around and went to breastfeed her baby. Seeing this, Yang Sweki's parents were relieved. They believed their daughter would not suffer, and that Zhang Yao and his mother would definitely treat Sweki and the baby well. After all, Xiao Jiang and his mother's thoughtfulness and care cannot be fake. They genuinely treat Sweki and the baby with their hearts. Zhang Yao led Yang Sweki's parents to the underground parking lot and drove them to a nearby hotel to rest. Zhang Yao helped Yang Sweki's parents book a room and settle them in. Then he drove home alone. Chapter 28: Yang Sweki's Scars. Back home, Zhang Yao played on his phone for a while, then got a little tired of it. "I'm getting a bit bored of playing on my phone every day." "Sweki, aren't you bored?" Yang Sweki nodded. "Yes, a little." Zhang Yao's brows were furrowed, and his eyes were deep, as if he was thinking seriously. "Sweki, do you want me to see the wound on your stomach?" "I didn't mean to look at your wound, I just wanted to show you I cared." Zhang Yao had always been curious about what Yang Sweki's stomach looked like now. Because Yang Sweki was born via cesarean section, she should have a scar on her abdomen. Zhang's mother also gave birth to him via cesarean section, and there was a scar on her abdomen that looked like a caterpillar, which was because Zhang's mother had a tendency to form keloids. Zhang Yao's cousin also told me that she had a very ugly scar on her stomach after giving birth. For a while, my brother-in-law even disliked my cousin because of this, but later my cousin went to the hospital and spent a lot of money to repair the wound, and the wound faded a lot. When Zhang Yao heard this, he felt quite sorry for her. After all, a wound on her once snow-white belly would sadden anyone to see. Yang Sweki's heart skipped a beat when she heard Zhang Yao's question. She thought about it for a moment, then nodded somewhat reluctantly. Yang Sweki said understandingly, "Okay, then I'll let you take a look." After Yang Sweki finished speaking, she gently lifted the clothes that were stuck to her lower abdomen. This was the first time Zhang Yao had seen the wound on Yang Sweki's stomach. It was a thin, long, slightly whitish red line. Compared to her snow-white skin, she looked somewhat frightening. Yang Sweki said with some pride, "My wound is relatively minor. I used to know a female classmate who had a child before graduating from junior high school. Her wound was much more serious than mine, and it was a deep and unsightly scar. I can get it repaired later, and it should look much better." After Yang Sweki finished speaking, seeing that Zhang Yao didn't speak, she cautiously asked, "Zhang Yao, are you scared? You probably haven't seen a C-section scar before, have you?" Zhang Yao asked, puzzled, "Why do you think I'd be scared? You gave birth to my baby, how could I possibly dislike you? And from what I've seen before, it's really not easy for you girls to give birth." Yang Sweki's eyes were a little moist, and she smiled as she said, "I'm very happy that you think that way. Giving birth is inherently a very difficult thing, so she didn't think the scar was ugly, and was even proud of her strength. If Zhang Yao were the kind of shallow boy, that would disappoint Yang Sweki. It seems that Jiang Yao is a boy who knows how to be grateful and care about others. Jiang Yao smiled gently and said, "Once you've recovered, I'll take you to the hospital to see if the wound can be repaired. My cousin also had it repaired, I'll consult her about it later." Yang Xueqi hummed in agreement and turned her head away from Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's gentleness and consideration were like a feather, lightly tickling Yang Xueqi's heart, both itchy and warm. Seeing the girl's shy expression, Jiang Yao had a sudden inspiration. He suddenly thought of making Yang Xueqi his own braised pig's trotter soup the next day. "It seems that Sister Zhang is taking leave to go home tomorrow, so I can take care of cooking for Yang Xueqi." When Jiang Yao was a child, his parents were often away on business trips and he was a picky eater who didn't like the food cooked by the housekeeper. He studied recipes on his own and cooked while looking at the recipes. "I remember when I cooked a meal for my parents by myself, they kept praising me for my cooking skills." So Jiang Yao was actually a boy who was very good at cooking, but very few people know this. He was planning in his mind that he should get up earlier tomorrow. Go to the market early, and the produce will be fresher. After making up his mind, Jiang Yao picked up his phone, intending to play a few more games before going to sleep. Soon it was time for the two of them to rest. Jiang Yao and Yang Xueqi tacitly placed their phones on the bedside table, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Chapter 29: A Man's Ideal, a Wife, Children, and a Warm Bed. The next morning, Jiang Yao was woken up by his cell phone ringing. This is the alarm clock Jiang Yao set last night, just before going to bed. Because he needs to get up early tomorrow morning to take Yang Xueqi's parents home. I was afraid I would oversleep, so I had to set an alarm. After waking up, Jiang Yao quickly turned off the alarm clock. Otherwise, it might disturb Yang Xueqi's rest. Seeing her lying down and sleeping soundly, Jiang Yao finally felt relieved. Jiang Yao rubbed his still sleepy eyes, then tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Jiang Yao quickly grabbed his car keys and headed out. As Jiang Yao rode the elevator toward the underground parking lot, he checked his phone for unread messages. It turned out that Zhang's mother had sent her a WeChat message last night. "I put a case of red wine in the trunk of your car. Could you please deliver it to Xueqi's parents' house? Just tell your father-in-law that this is a token of my appreciation." Upon seeing this, Jiang Yao smiled knowingly. Then I sent Zhang's mother a meme of a little bear happily dancing. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Jiang Yao opened the trunk and saw that there was indeed a case of Italian brand red wine inside. After confirming everything, Jiang Yao drove to the hotel where his father-in-law and his family were staying. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, they saw that Mr. and Mrs. Yang had already packed their things and were waiting for Jiang Yao's arrival. Jiang Yao greeted them, "Uncle and Aunt, I've come to pick you up." Mr. Yang nodded. "Xiao Jiang, you've had a hard day. Your aunt and I have been out all day and are worried about things back home. We have to trouble you to take us back as soon as possible." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "It's all right, Uncle and Auntie, I'm not tired. By the way, please get in the car with me. It will take about an hour to drive you home now. There is bread and milk on the bus, uncles and aunts, please make do with some." Mr. and Mrs. Yang were extremely pleased to hear this. They came in such a hurry, yet they still thought to prepare breakfast for them. "That's great, this young man is a good kid." After they got into the car, Jiang Yao chatted with Yang Xueqi's parents the whole way. He also told Yang's father that his mother had sent him a case of red wine. The case of red wine is in the trunk now, he'll help carry it upstairs later. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yang said happily, "My dear in-laws are so generous. They treated us to drinks yesterday, and today they've sent a whole case of wine. Please thank your mother for me. Next time we visit your home, we'll bring some gifts too. We were a bit rushed this time and didn't bring anything, we're so sorry." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Uncle and Aunt, we are very happy as long as you come. Xueqi, in particular, misses you all very much. You must come visit often, you can keep in touch via WeChat." On the way back to the hotel yesterday, Jiang Yao added the two elderly people on WeChat. Yang's mother even created a family group chat and added Xueqi and Zhang's mother to it as well. The family group chat is called A Loving Family. Jiang Yao was amused by the name at the time, but then he thought about how old people nowadays name their children like that. The intention was simply to bring good luck, so Jiang Yao didn't say anything. Mr. and Mrs. Yang nodded, extremely satisfied with Jiang Yao. At such a young age, he speaks and acts very appropriately. This may also be due to the careful upbringing at home, which is why she grew up to be so poised and confident. It's considered a blessing for one's daughter to find a son from such a family. At least this family is kind and reliable, and they won't let their daughter suffer. After a while, the car quickly arrived at the Young family's door. The Young family's residence is located in a hudong in Chaoyang District, Beijing. The hudong is laid out with north-south streets and lanes intersecting, forming a maze of intricate layouts. Every household in the hudong has its own unique characteristics. Although the Young family's house looked unremarkable from the outside, it was decorated exquisitely by Young Sweki's parents inside. When Jiang Yao came to the Young family last time, it took him a long time to find the house number. Therefore, Jiang Yao quickly found the location of the Young family's residence by relying on his memory. The car was parked in front of the Young family's house, and Jiang Yao helped carry the red wine from the trunk into the Young family's house. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Young returned home, they relaxed completely. After all, it's more comfortable and relaxing to stay at home. Yang's father looked at Jiang Yao and said with a smile, "Little Jiang, why don't you stay at home for a while before you leave? I didn't get to properly entertain you last time, so this time I can show you around my home." Yang's mother chimed in, "Yes, Xiao Jiang, you've worked hard bringing us back. You can sit down and have some water." Jiang Yao shook his head, somewhat embarrassed, and refused, "Uncle and Aunt, it's not that I don't want to stay in your house a little longer. Our housekeeper is on leave today, and my mom isn't home either. I need to go back early and then go to the market to buy groceries for Sweki." Upon hearing this, Yang's father stopped insisting that Jiang Yao stay for a while and said, "All right, then be careful on your way." On the contrary, Yang's mother's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Xiao Jian to be able to cook. "That's really good. You should go back now. Your aunt and uncle feel bad asking you to stay any longer." Jiang Yao nodded, waved goodbye to Yang's parents, and said, "Uncle and Aunt, I'll be going now. Next time you're coming to our house, please let me know in advance." Mr. and Mrs. Yang nodded kindly and said, "Be careful on the road and drive carefully." After saying that, Jiang Yao drove back. On the way back, Jiang Yao turned on the car's Bluetooth, connected it to his phone via Bluetooth, and started playing music. The music playing was a song about boundless freedom and the sea. "Forgive me for my untamed and unrestrained life, for I also fear that one day I might fall." Jiang Yao was in a good mood, humming music as he drove. The morning sun was bright, and the sunlight was like scattered gold dust on the ground. Jiang Yao breathed in the fresh morning air and was filled with hope for the future. "I have registered my marriage with Yang Sweki, although we haven't held a wedding ceremony yet. However, he does indeed have a family, a wife and children. Wife, kids, and a warm bed." Jiang Yao believes that as long as he works hard, his future will surely be bright. With his wife and children waiting for him at home, Jiang Yao was eager to return. This should be considered a family bond, a feeling Jiang Yao had never experienced before. If we keep adding chapter 30, we'll get overloaded with nutrients. Jiang Yao arrived home relatively early. He walked to the nearby farmer's market to buy groceries, including onions, pig's trotters, spare ribs, and soybeans. Then I carried a bunch of groceries home to cook. Pig's trotters and soybean soup is high in protein, so Jiang Yao started getting busy in the kitchen. Since junior high school, he has often taken care of himself on his own, and he also studies some recipes to cook for himself. Before Sister Zhang left, she entrusted the little girl to Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki was breastfeeding her baby in the bedroom. She was a little sleepy, but she was forcing herself to stay awake and take care of her baby. Fortunately, the little girl is very well behaved, so it wasn't too difficult for her to take care of her. After Yang Sweki finished breastfeeding, she walked out of the bedroom and found Jiang Yao busy doing something in the kitchen. "It looks like they're cooking." Yang Sweki watched for a while and then asked, "Jiang Yao, what are you doing?" Jiang Yao is now simmering pig's trotters soup over a low flame, and has turned down the range hood. Hearing Yang Sweki's question, he gently replied, "I'm making soup for you. I'm cooking for you today so you can taste my cooking." Yang Sweki stared wide-eyed in disbelief and said, "Jiang Yao, you really can cook?" After all, when she was with Jiang Yao, she didn't realize that he could actually cook. Moreover, the way he cooks looks quite professional, not like someone who doesn't know how to cook. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow and said proudly, "Of course, and you'll see my skills in a moment. This is the first time I've cooked for a girl, I hope you like it." Yang Sweki felt a little shy after hearing this, and thought to herself, is he flirting with her? Jiang Yao doesn't speak properly. He always says things that make people blush and their hearts race. After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he continued with his work. After watching for a while, Yang Sweki went to the bedroom to play games with her little girl. Yang Sweki found some tutorials online that could help improve her baby's learning abilities, and then played games with her baby. Children learn fastest when they are young, so Yang Sweki naturally hopes that her little girl can learn more. Nursery rhymes were playing in the bedroom. Soon young Sweki smelled a delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. Glug glug. Her stomach rumbled. Young Sweki had eaten a little something in the morning and was already a bit hungry. Young Sweki licked her slightly dry lips and went to the kitchen to see if Jiang Yao had finished cooking. A few steps to the kitchen door, I heard Jiang Yao turn off the stove. When Jiang Yao saw young Sweki appear, he smiled and said, "The pig's trotters are stewed and the vegetables are stir-fried. Once it cools down a bit, we can eat." After hearing this, young Sweki hummed in agreement and turned to go back to her bedroom. After Jiang Yao finished his work, he tidied up the kitchen and put the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar back in their places. Then I went into the bedroom and saw young Sweki singing nursery rhymes to make the little girl happy. Two tigers, running fast, one has no ears, one has no tail, how strange. The little girl grinned and smiled. They look incredibly cute, they're so adorable they melt your heart. Jiang Yao stood at the door and looked around, but didn't go into the bedroom to disturb them. He went to the kitchen and helped set out the bowls, chopsticks, pig's trotter soup, and dishes, placing them all on the table. With the baby in good condition, young Sweki can go out for a meal. After he finished his work, he went to the bedroom and called young Sweki out for dinner. "Sweki, come out and eat. I've already laid out the dishes, come and eat." Yang Sweki hummed in agreement, patted her stomach, and sighed inwardly, "Finally, I can eat. I'm starving." Yang Sweki picked up the little girl and walked out of the bedroom. She saw the food on the table, which looked and smelled delicious, but she wondered how it would taste. Young Sweki licked her lips. "Jiang Yao, the food you made looks pretty good." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Then sit down and eat. I also made you some pig's trotter soup today. Drinking this will help you recover faster." Yang Sweki felt a warm glow in her heart and was somewhat moved. She hummed in agreement, sat down at the dining table, and took a sip of the pig's trotter soup in front of her. Yang Sweki sipped it slowly. "Wow, it's so delicious. The flavor is very fresh, and there's no fishy taste at all." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. I'll cook all sorts of different dishes for you in the future. I'll also look into postpartum diets to help you get more nutrition. Yang Sweki has plenty of breast milk, but she sometimes experiences engorgement and discomfort." She waved her hand, "No need, I'm getting plenty of nutrition. If we keep adding more, there will be an oversupply." Jiang Yao didn't answer her question. He would make the decision himself, since it was all for Yang Sweki's own good anyway. Jiang Yao put the baby in the crib and let the baby play by herself for a while. Anyway, they're right there watching, so it's safe. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down to eat with them. "If only my mom were here, we could have some soup together." Jiang's mother usually comes home for lunch, but she didn't come home today, she must have eaten out. Yang Sweki nodded. "Yes, the soup you made is very nutritious. Auntie should like it too." Given her current situation, she can't help Jiang Yao either. Yang Sweki thought for a moment and asked, "Is cooking hard for you? If it's too hard, let's order takeout." Jiang Yao understood her thoughts. "I don't think cooking is hard work, and I quite enjoy it myself. Ordering takeout is unhealthy, you need nutrition now." Yang Sweki, "Okay." After finishing their meal, Jiang Yao cleared the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them, while Yang Sweki took a rag and wiped the table. After all, she doesn't usually do much work, so she can help Jiang Yao with some tasks within her ability. Yang Sweki isn't very good at cooking, she only occasionally makes noodles or something similar at home. She usually helps her parents at home, and her mother does all the cooking, so she doesn't have to worry about anything. Jiang Yao was washing dishes in the kitchen when he received a call from his mother. "Have you had lunch yet?" "I've finished eating. I'm washing the dishes now." "Have you eaten?" "I'm eating braised noodles at a noodle shop." "Is your baby being naughty at home? Could you help Sweki look after the baby if you're free?" The baby was very well behaved. I even made pig's trotter and soybean soup for Sweki at noon, and she was quite happy about it. John's mother was very satisfied after hearing this. Her son had become sensible and knew how to care for his wife. Just as I was about to say something, a work call came in, so I had to hang up in a hurry. Jiang Yao hung up the phone and continued washing the dishes. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yang Sweki was hesitating whether or not to tell Jiang Yao. Chapter 31. Why are all the good men someone else's? Yang Sweki looked embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, and she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "It's inconvenient for me to go to the mall to buy sanitary napkins, and it's also difficult to change out of my clothes. She had no choice but to turn to Jiang Yao for help. After Jiang Yao finished washing the dishes, he came out of the kitchen. He saw young Sweki looking anxious and embarrassed, and asked curiously, "Sweki, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Young Sweki avoided eye contact and stammered, "My period started. Could you help me buy some sanitary napkins?" Jiang Yao. Although Jiang Yao had dated girlfriends, he had never bought sanitary napkins. So when Jiang Yao heard Yang Sweki ask him to buy sanitary napkins, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed and awkward. But he couldn't bear to refuse Yang Sweki. Jiang Yao had no choice but to muster his courage and reply, "Okay then." After saying that, Jiang Yao was about to go out to buy sanitary napkins. Yang Sweki suddenly called out to him, reminding him, "By the 420mm night use ones." Jiang Yao turned around and said okay, then quickened his pace to go to the mall to buy sanitary napkins. Once Jiang Yao had walked away, Yang Sweki quickly ran to the restroom and used some tissues to cushion herself. Jiang Yao arrived at the shopping mall supermarket, where the shelves were filled with a wide variety of sanitary napkins. He didn't know how to choose, so he picked out some of the more expensive sanitary napkins and then went to the cashier to pay. Jiang Yao, shameless as ever, pretended not to notice the stares from the girls around him and casually placed a sanitary napkin on the cashier's counter. Among the girls around him, there were many envious and jealous glances. When the cashier saw a handsome young man paying with sanitary napkins, her heart broke. She thought to herself, "Why are all the good men someone else's?" Of course, Jiang Yao couldn't hear any of the girl's thoughts. After buying sanitary napkins, Jiang Yao stopped at a baby store and bought several packs of diapers and baby pads. The little girl goes through panty liners very quickly, so Jiang Yao has to restock them frequently. It's not very hot yet, so it's okay to use diapers for the little girl. But when summer arrives and the dog days of summer begin, diapers will have to be replaced with cloth diapers. These little bits of knowledge were things that Jiang's mother repeatedly told Jiang Yao, since she was more experienced. Jiang Yao returned home carrying a bag of things. Yang Sweki was still standing in the living room, staring blankly at the ground. Jiang Yao smiled and said, "I'm back. Sweki, here's what you wanted." After saying that, Jiang Yao handed the sanitary napkin to Yang Sweki. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki's eyes lit up, and she happily said, "Thank you, Jiang Yao. I'll go to the bathroom to change first. You can stay in the living room and watch the baby." Jiang Yao hummed in agreement, and then saw Yang Sweki take a new dress from the bedroom and go to the bathroom. He turned his gaze back to the baby lying in the crib. The little girl was sleeping soundly, with glistening drool still hanging from the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yao became engrossed in watching. When Yang Sweki changed her clothes and appeared in front of him, he didn't even notice until a sweet voice came, "Jiang Yao, do you think I look good in this dress?" Jiang Yao turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came, and there was the sweet and lovely Yang Sweki looking at him with a smile. She was dressed in a pure white dress, looking like Snow White from a fairy tale, pure and beautiful, making people yearn for her. Jiang Yao couldn't help but swallow hard. Yang Sweki was as beautiful as a fairy. The white dress made her look even more pure, lovely, and full of sunshine and vitality. Seeing that Jiang Yao didn't respond, Yang Sweki asked in confusion, "Jiang Yao, what's wrong? Do you think I look good dressed like this?" After hearing this, Jiang Yao realized what was going on and nodded. "Sweki, you look so beautiful dressed like this. You can dress like this often and show it to me." Yang Sweki blushed and scolded, "You wish. I'm not going to wear it for you." Jiang Yao chuckled but didn't respond. Jiang Yao suddenly realized that Yang Sweki and he were the only ones at home today. He suggested, "Sweki, you look so beautiful. Today is a rare opportunity, would you like to go for a walk in the park with me?" Yang Sweki paused for a moment, seemingly considering Jiang Yao's suggestion, before replying, "What about Xiao Nan? Xiao Nan can't be home alone, she needs an adult with her." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Of course I'll take the little girl to the park. The three of us will go out and play together." Yang Sweki couldn't help but blush. Although it was indeed a family of three, how could he say it so naturally? They only got their marriage certificate a few days ago, but they already feel like an old married couple. The sun was still quite strong outside, and Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao suddenly felt a little sleepy. The two found a spot on the sofa and closed their eyes to rest. "It's still early now. We can go for a walk in the park when the sun isn't so strong." The two were sound asleep when they were woken up by the little girl's whimpering. Jiang Yao immediately sat up and rushed to check on the baby. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the little girl had peed. It's time to change the diaper, otherwise the baby's bottom will be very uncomfortable. Seeing that Yang Sweki had also gotten up, Zhang Yao said considerately, "You can sleep a little longer. The little girl just peed. I'll change her diaper." Yang Sweki nodded and fell asleep on the sofa again. Zhang Yao skillfully picked up the little girl and changed her diaper. Zhang Yao quickly mastered the diaper changing technique after practicing a few times. After changing the baby's diaper, Zhang Yao coaxed the baby to sleep. Once the baby fell asleep, Zhang Yao gently placed him in the crib. He's becoming more and more of a qualified dad, and he's getting better and better at taking care of the baby. After finishing his work, Zhang Yao felt sleepy and lay down on the sofa, falling asleep as well. Chapter 32 Yang Sweki in a Cheongsam. Time passed little by little. Soon, Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki woke up one after the other and sat up from the sofa. "After all, I've slept for quite a while, so I'll feel a little dizzy." Yang Sweki rubbed her temples, gradually regaining her senses. Zhang Yao stretched out a big yawn and rubbed his neck and shoulders. After regaining his composure, Zhang Yao went to the balcony and breathed in some fresh air. The neighborhood is shaded by green trees, a gentle breeze caresses your face, and a faint fragrance wafts on the wind. The warm sunlight shone on Zhang Yao's face, and that warmth seemed to soothe all his worries. Yang Sweki saw Zhang Yao basking in the sunlight, looking quite content. I also went out onto the balcony to soak up some sun. The two basked in the warm sunlight, the golden rays falling on their faces, bringing them joy and peace, and allowing them to appreciate the beauty of life. After sunbathing for a while, Zhang Yao turned to Yang Sweki and said, "Now is the perfect time to take the little girl for a walk in the park, but we can rest a bit more before we go. Anyway, it's still early, so it's okay to be a little late." Yang Sweki hummed in agreement and continued basking in the sunlight. This warm feeling made Yang Sweki feel very comfortable, and she couldn't help but want to bask in the sun a little longer. Anyway, she stays at home every day and occasionally gets some sun, which helps her get more calcium. Before leaving home, Yang Sweki changed into a Cheongsam. Yang Sweki wore a Cheongsam, her tight lines highlighting her breathtaking figure, exuding a faint fragrance, like a lotus flower in the water towns of Jiangnan. Zhang Yao was completely stunned. After a while, Yang Sweki, wearing a Cheongsam and holding her baby, walked with Zhang Yao towards Westlake Park near their residential area. The environment surrounding Westlake is picturesque and breathtaking. They can enjoy the fresh air and pleasant scenery as they step onto the lakeside. The clear water, green trees, pavilions, and stone bridges in Westlake Park complement each other, giving people a sense of tranquility and harmony. People strolled along the Westlake in an endless stream, creating a beautiful scene. Zhang Yao and his family of 3 were a striking sight in the crowd. A handsome man and a beautiful woman will attract attention wherever they go, because their beauty and good looks are amazing. Zhang Yao is 180 centimeters tall, handsome, and has the typical physique of a model. Yang Sweki, on the other hand, is a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with a height of 168 centimeters. Such a handsome and beautiful couple made passers-by unable to help but take a second look at them. "Hey, look at that couple walking ahead. Are they celebrities? The woman is beautiful and the man is handsome, it's so enviable. Yes, I'm even thinking of filming a video and uploading it online." The scene was just so beautiful it was incredibly soothing for my eyes. But was that girl holding a baby? Good heavens, how come they already have children? She's had a baby and still has such a great figure. It's infuriating. We've all lost our chance. Those around couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Someone in the crowd even took out their phone to secretly take a picture of Yang Sweki's back and posted it on their WeChat moments. "I went to the park today and met a beautiful woman. However, I only took a few simple photos of their backs or side profiles before continuing to stroll around the park." At this time, various stalls have gradually appeared in the passageways of Westlake Park. The stalls sold food, drinks, and even dolls and other items. In short, Westlake Park is also very lively in the afternoon. And since it's the weekend, there were naturally more people coming and going. Among them were many handsome young men and beautiful young women, and some young people even wore hanfu and cheongsam and asked their friends to take photos for them. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki strolled leisurely through the park, enjoying the lush greenery all around. When the crowd was dense, Zhang Yao pressed himself close to Yang Sweki, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and protected her in his embrace. Yang Sweki felt a sense of security from Zhang Yao, and her pretty face flushed red, even more vibrant than the flowers in the park. Her heart was pounding, and she walked along with her head down, seemingly unconcerned. Zhang Yao kept an eye on his surroundings and didn't notice anything unusual about Yang Sweki. When they reached an ice cream stand, Jiang Yao stopped and looked at Yang Sueki beside him, asking, "There's ice cream here, would you like some?" "Since it's hot, we can each have an ice cream cone." Yang Sueki nodded. "Okay, I want to eat it." Jiang Yao asked the stall owner for 2 ice cream cones, one strawberry flavored and one chocolate flavored. Jiang Yao handed the strawberry flavored ice cream in his hand to Yang Sueki. He then started eating his chocolate ice cream. Eating a cool, refreshing ice cream in the summer instantly dispels all the heat and discomfort. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki ate ice cream as they walked, and their mood became cheerful. The little girl opened her eyes wide, drool dripped from her mouth, and she started whimpering. Upon hearing this, Yang Sueki forgot about the ice cream in her hand and quickly and gently coaxed the baby in her arms. The little girl stared curiously at the ice cream in Yang Sueki's hand, and even drooled. Jiang Yao laughed from the side. The little girl wanted ice cream. It seems she's been a foodie since she was little. "That's like me, ha ha ha." Yang Sueki replied somewhat helplessly, "But, is it okay to let the little girl eat ice cream? After all, ice cream is so cold, can a baby's stomach handle it?" Jiang Yao looked at her with affection and smiled. "It's okay for the little girl to just lick the ice cream. Her mouth is small, so one lick shouldn't be a problem." After hearing this, Yang Sueki let the little girl lick a bite of ice cream. Sure enough, the little girl immediately stopped crying and even became happy, waving her little hands. Seeing this, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki were both touched by the baby's smile. Children's world is simple and pure, they can be happy very easily. Jiang Yao led Yang Sueki to a lakeside in West Lake Park and pointed to the fish in the water, saying, "Hey, why have the fish here gotten bigger? I came here a few months ago, and I don't think there were many fish this big back then." Yang Sueki was also attracted by the large number of fish. The fish in the lake, like a group of elves, danced lightly on the clear water, creating a vivid picture. Fish raised in a natural environment appear more vibrant and full of life. Chapter 33, Give Yang Sueki a Big Princess Carry. After watching the fish in the lake for a while, Jiang Yao took Yang Sueki to continue exploring the scenery around the park. The West Lake Park features artificial hills, pavilions, Ingbo Bridge, and the evening bell at Nanping Hill, among other scenic spots, which provided them with a feast for the eyes. Yang Sueki couldn't resist taking out her phone and snapping photos of these beautiful scenic spots. Jiang Yao watched as Yang Sueki took several photos with her phone. The beautiful woman and the stunning scenery blended together to create a picture so beautiful it seemed unreal. Jiang Yao stared at it, somewhat mesmerized. Coming to his senses, he had a sudden inspiration and suggested, "Sueki, stand in front of that artificial hill, and I'll take some pictures of you." After hearing this, Yang Sueki turned to look at Jiang Yao and nodded. She casually struck a few poses for photos, such as making a C sign with her hand next to her cheek, pointing her index finger to her cheek, and covering her mouth with her hand while laughing. Yang Sueki can be cute and playful at times, and cool and stylish at others. Jiang Yao looked at the effect of the photo and exclaimed in amazement, "Sueki, your posing is so professional that you could be a model. Every single picture I take is unbelievably beautiful." Yang Sueki smiled smugly and said, "During my summer vacation, I worked as a model for a Taobao store at a photography studio. My posing techniques are all professionally trained, so it's hard for me to take a bad picture." After hearing this, Jiang Yao suddenly realized and said, "No wonder your poses are so casual yet beautiful." Yang Sueki took Jiang Yao's phone and admired her own photos. Jiang Yao stood to the side, seemingly preoccupied, lost in thought. When Jiang Yao was taking pictures of Yang Sueki, the people around them seemed to be glancing at her. Especially the men standing on the pavilion, who pretended to be looking at the scenery but were actually stealing glances at Yang Sueki. Jiang Yao noticed all of this, and he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Luckily, I accompanied Yang Sueki to the park, otherwise, wouldn't strange men have tried to strike up a conversation with her? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't sit still any longer. Just then, a kind-looking middle-aged woman walked past Jiang Yao. He immediately called out to the older woman, "Big sister, don't go. Could you help us take some photos?" Jiang Yao's voice came from behind the aunt, and she stopped in her tracks. The woman looked left and right and realized that she was the only woman around. Could it be that the handsome man was calling her? Just as the woman was still wondering whether to call her, Jiang Yao had already walked up to her. "Could you please take a picture of my wife and me? I can't take a picture because I'm holding the baby. I can pay you so you won't work for nothing." After Jiang Yao finished speaking, his eyes were full of expectation, making it hard for anyone to refuse him. So, Big Sister is what she calls herself. The auntie is usually called Big Sister by people, but she never expected to be called Big Sister by a handsome guy today. The auntie realized what was happening and suddenly became overjoyed, immediately nodding in agreement to Jiang Yao's request. "Hey handsome, I was just taking a picture for you guys, I wouldn't take your money. Give me the baby, and I promise I'll take some beautiful photos of you too." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao beamed with joy and handed the child to the aunt, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, big sister. It's not hard work. When my sisters and I go out, we often take photos of each other. I'm a great photographer, don't worry." The little girl lay in the aunt's arms, neither crying nor fussing, which made the aunt praise her several more times. Yang Sweki, who was standing nearby, naturally overheard Jiang Yao asking the older woman to take photos, and she had no objection to it. "I even think Jiang Yao's social skills are really impressive." Jiang Yao's words made the aunt so happy she felt like she could fly. The two are now chatting enthusiastically, as if they've known each other for a long time. She handed Jiang Yao's phone to the older woman and, mimicking Jiang Yao's sweet talk, said, "Big sister, this is the phone." The older woman hadn't noticed the beautiful woman beside her. Her attention was entirely on Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki's beautiful appearance and Jiang Yao looked like a perfect match. The auntie regained her enthusiasm and had Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki stand in the scenery while she took pictures of them. Jiang Yao put his arm around Yang Sweki's shoulder, and they looked very affectionate. Yang Sweki felt extremely awkward. But it's not good to show it in front of outsiders. She had no choice but to cooperate with Jiang Yao, while still putting on a happy smile. Jiang Yao secretly chuckled to himself, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to openly and intimately interact with Yang Sweki. Then Jiang Yao became bolder and picked up Yang Sweki in a princess carry. This sudden princess carry startled Yang Sweki. Just as he was about to punch Jiang Yao in the chest, Jiang Yao grabbed his hand instead. He looked at Yang Sweki domineeringly and laughed. "Sweki, your aunt is watching from the side. How could you hit your own husband? That's not right." Yang Sweki was speechless, and immediately didn't know what to say to refute Jiang Yao. A rosy blush rose on her face, like the pink sunset in the sky. Seeing this pleasing scene, the auntie became even more enthusiastic in taking pictures of Yang Sweki and the others. "With such great models, I'm even more motivated to take photos." Under the setting sun, Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao looked at each other face to face in the camera lens. Their eyes were filled with deep affection. They were like a couple deeply in love, their intense affection making the air around them seem to be filled with pink bubbles. Only after the older woman finished taking the photos and walked up to the two of them did they reluctantly turn their gazes away from each other. Yang Sweki was so happy with the atmosphere for taking photos, and Jiang Yao's eyes looked so beautiful in the sunset. She stared into those eyes, completely mesmerized. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao felt a pang of unease as they looked at the photos the aunt had taken. The way the two people in the photo look at each other seems to indicate that they are deeply in love. This made Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao feel a little embarrassed. The woman was very satisfied with her work and even suggested making a copy to share on her WeChat moments. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki naturally agreed. After all, the aunt had taken so many beautiful photos for them. After taking the photos, the woman proactively added Jiang Yao on WeChat. Jiang Yao immediately selected a few good photos from the pictures he had taken and sent them to the aunt, along with a red envelope. The aunt was delighted to receive the photos. She saw Jiang Yao's red envelope but refused to accept it. The auntie, seeing that it was getting late, said, "Handsome, I won't accept this red envelope. I'm happy to take your photos. It's getting dark now, so I'll head home first. You should all head home early too." The woman was busy taking pictures and only now realized that her arm, which had been holding the child, was a little sore. She quickly handed the child to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao took the child and Yang Sweki with both hands, and waved goodbye to the aunt. Watching the woman walk away, Jiang Yao turned to Yang Sweki and said, "Sweki, it's getting late, let's go home now." Yang Sweki nodded obediently. She was feeling a bit tired. Chapter 34, Jiang Yao's friends found out he had become a father. After the two returned home and finished dinner, the little girl started moaning again. Yang Sweki was exhausted and had already gone to bed to rest. Hearing the little girl's movements, Jiang Yao quickly got up to check on her. Considering that Yang Sweki had just finished feeding the baby not long ago, it shouldn't be because she was hungry. Jiang Yao checked the baby's diaper and found that the baby wasn't urinating. Could it be that the baby pooped? Jiang Yao leaned closer to the baby and smelled it before realizing that the baby had indeed pooped, and it had a very strong smell. Jiang Yao quickly fetched a basin of hot water, tested the temperature with his hand, and then washed the baby's bottom. Although it wasn't the first time Jiang Yao had washed the baby's bottom, he was still very careful. After Zhang Jia finished washing the dishes, she saw Jiang Yao washing the baby's bottom. Xiao Jiang, the child isn't that delicate, so you can wash him without worry. Otherwise, I can wash the baby's bottom instead. Babies are prone to diaper rash in the summer. You can apply a layer of baby powder after bathing to keep them cool. Jiang Yao, who was just washing his bottom and getting ready to put on a diaper, was taken aback. Sister Zhang, I think I forgot to buy baby powder. Do you have any? If so, can I borrow it? Aunt Zhang nodded, then turned and went to the bedroom to get a box of baby powder. Here, this is a baby powder made from pearls. I asked someone to buy it for me, and it works really well. If you want to buy them, I'll ask that person to buy a few more boxes later. Jiang Yao took the powder puff and carefully applied the talcum powder to the little girl's soft, white bottom. After the little girl poops, she'll get hungry again very easily. I'll take care of her later. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Could you ask your friend to buy me a few more boxes of that talcum powder? Let me know how much you spent, and I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat. It's alright, it's part of my job. Xiao Jiang, you look young, but you're mature and steady. Xiao Shui definitely found the right person. Jiang Yao smiled. Then Jiang Yao poured out the used hot water and came back to sit down to rest. Sure enough, the little girl started whimpering again soon after. Sister Zhang is holding her baby and making formula for the baby. Yang Sweki was sleeping soundly in the bedroom, and I couldn't bear to wake her, so I could only feed the baby some formula first. Normally, Yang Sweki breastfeeds her baby, and only when she is unable to do so will she give her baby formula. After all, breast milk is more nutritious than formula, and the baby is still young and needs to drink more breast milk to improve immunity. Fortunately, Sister Zhang could help him, otherwise, it would be difficult for Jiang Yao to take a break, as he would have to do all sorts of trivial things. Environment shapes a person's growth. Back then, Jiang Yao was also a free and easy young man, living a carefree life day after day. He doesn't usually need to help with housework at home, he only does some chores occasionally when he wants to treat himself to a meal. Now, in order to take care of the baby, I have become a responsible stay-at-home dad. However, he has no regrets about it and can even feel the happiness of being needed. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother was driving home in her car. After a busy day, Zhang's mother was worried about her granddaughter and rushed home. After being stuck in traffic for half a day, Zhang's mother finally drove to the underground parking lot of the residential area. The Zhang family's apartment complex is near the shopping mall, making it very convenient for them to buy groceries. Zhang's mother bought a sea base, beef, vegetables, and other things at the supermarket before returning home. Finally, I'm home. As soon as Zhang's mother entered the house, she put all the groceries she had bought into the refrigerator in the kitchen. It's getting late, but Zhang's mother hasn't had dinner yet. Because of her busy business, she often forgets to eat. But things are different now. Zhang's mother has a granddaughter, and for the sake of her children, she also needs to take good care of her health. Zhang's mother found the food still warm in the rice cooker in the kitchen. He even knew to leave food for his mother, so raising this kid wasn't a waste of time. Zhang's mother had just taken the food out and was about to pick up her chopsticks when she received a call from her husband. Hey, what are you doing right now? Have you eaten? As Zhang's mother picked up some food and put it in her mouth, she spoke in a high-pitched voice. I'm eating now. I've been busy all day and only now do I have time to eat. I've told you so many times to take care of your health. Don't risk your life for business, you know? Oh, I see, we're eating. How is our granddaughter doing lately? Great. Our son seems to have suddenly grown up, taking such good care of our little girl. That's good. Our son is married now and should be more sensible. He can't be as carefree and irresponsible as before. Okay, when are you coming back? Soon, I'll be home in a few days. Okay, that's all for now. I'm hanging up now. After finishing her meal, Zhang's mother washed the dishes and put them in the sterilizer before going back to her bedroom to rest. The next morning, Zhang's mother specifically instructed Sister Zhang to remember to make sea-base soup for Yang Sweki, and then she went out. Sister Zhang was in the kitchen, steaming rice and making sea-base soup. After Zhang Jia finished preparing the food, she noticed that the young couple hadn't gotten up yet, so she took the baby downstairs for a walk. Not long after, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki woke up and got up to wash up. Jiang Yao opened the door and smelled the aroma of fish coming from the bedroom. Jiang Yao went to the kitchen, opened the pot lid, and saw the fish soup that Sister Zhang had prepared. He took a deep sniff, his appetite was whetted, and he couldn't help but swallow. Sweki, come out and have some fish soup. It seems Sister Zhang made some for you. After hearing this, young Sweki happily walked out of the bedroom and went to the kitchen. Wow, the fish soup that Sister Zhang made smells so delicious. The cooked fish soup is milky white in color, which makes people's mouths water. Then you should drink a few more bowls later. Young Sweki nodded obediently, okay. The two of them sat at the table, enjoying the fish soup they had just received. I've heard that women who have given birth need to replenish their protein intake, and fish soup is rich in protein, so you should drink more of it. Jiang Yao said considerately, which warmed young Sweki's heart. I understand, Jiang Yao, you should drink more too. You do a lot of work taking care of the kids, so you need to get some extra nutrition. Young Sweki blushed slightly after saying that. The way they care for and cherish each other makes them seem quite like a married couple. The fish soup was white and thick, and the two of them drank bowl after bowl. They only put the bowl down when they couldn't drink anymore. It must be said that Sister Zhang is a very good cook, and young Sweki was very satisfied with her meal. After eating, her belly was round and bulging. Jiang Yao put the dishes in the sink and, having a moment of free time, sat on the sofa and looked at his phone. That's when they discovered the dorm group chat was in an uproar. It turned out that news of him becoming a father and young Sweki giving birth to his child had been leaked. Chapter 35, Young Sweki and I really had a baby. Jiang Yao looked at the messages in the group, and most of them were about himself. The content was all about verifying the authenticity of the rumors between Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki, and even asking him if he had really broken up with Gao Wenwen cleanly. Wang Zihao and Ma Ge kept urging Jiang Yao to come out and explain, otherwise things would get misunderstood. Now the news has spread throughout the school, and many people know about it. Jiang Yao was puzzled. Only Chen Yuan knew that he was a father. Could it be that he was the one who leaked the information? Jiang Yao made a voice call to Chen Yuan, which was answered quickly. Chen Yuan, did you tell them about my situation? Only you know that I'm a father, otherwise how would they know? I'm innocent, boss. How could I dare tell anyone about your affairs? Dude, did you post a video on Douyin before? Did your classmates see it and that's why this happened? If you don't believe me, I'll send you the video, and you'll see. After saying that, Chen Yuan quickly sent the Douyin video to Jiang Yao. This matter needed to be explained clearly, otherwise they would lose their brotherhood. Jiang Yao hung up the phone and opened the Douyin video that Chen Yuan had sent him. Then I remembered that it was indeed the Douyin video I posted. In the video, young Sweki is playing games with her little girl, looking serene and content. If someone Jiang Yao knew saw this video, they would naturally suspect he was pregnant. After Jiang Yao realized this, he knew he had wronged Chen Yuan and sent him an apology message. The video features young Sweki and her daughter, but not young Sweki herself, leading many to suspect that it was staged. After all, Yang Sweki was the school beauty of the neighboring school, and she didn't usually have any interaction with Jiang Yao. How could two people like that get together? Therefore, Jiang Yao's close friends were very suspicious of this and bombarded him with text messages and phone calls. Jiang Yao thought about it and decided to be honest. After all, the truth will eventually come out, so it's better to be honest and tell the truth to avoid misunderstandings. Jiang Yao made a video call directly in the dormitory group to explain things to his brothers. Brother Jiang, is it true that you and the school beauty Yang Sweki had a child? Brother Jiang, please tell us quickly, is it true? If it is, when will you bring your wife over to meet us? I'll treat you to a meal. Yes, Brother Jiang, just tell me. I can pay you back the few hundred yuan you lent me now. Jiang Yao. How can he possibly answer so many questions at once? After finishing her fish soup, young Sweki ran downstairs to look for Xiao Nan. At this moment, Jiang Yao was the only one in the house. Seeing that the other end had finished speaking, Jiang Yao picked up his phone and replied. Yes, this rumor isn't false. I did have a baby with young Sweki. The people on the phone screen were all shocked. Brother Jiang, you're really amazing. It's only been a short time, and you're already pregnant. Wang Zihao, you just said you would pay me back, is that true? I have children now, and I need money for everything. Pay me back quickly. Upon hearing this, Wang Zihao quickly transferred the money, which Jiang Yao received instantly. He was supposed to pay back those few hundred yuan soon, since his mom had just given him living expenses this month, so he had money now. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yao hung up the video call after receiving the money. Hey, you haven't explained this clearly yet. Why did you hang up? The group was so anxious they were jumping up and down, wanting to rush to Jiang Yao, grab him, and make him explain himself. Jiang Yao kept them in suspense. This matter couldn't be explained in just a few words, they could talk about it later when they had time. Jiang Yao hung up the phone, beaming with joy. How can I tell them too much about such private matters? They're brothers, but I can't tell them everything. These grown men are even more gossipy than women. Wang Zihao and Ma Ge were extremely envious. After all, they were both lifelong singles and had never even held a girl's hand. That's Yang Sweki, the #1 winner in the school beauty pageant, a goddess who can make people fall in love at first glance. They had previously discussed in their dorm whether Yang Sweki or Gao Wenwen was prettier. Who would have thought that Yang Sweki would one day marry her roommate Jiang Yao? Brother Jiang, what are your plans for the future? You already have children. Jiang Yao smiled and said, of course I'll work hard to earn money to support my wife and children. Although my family can support our children, a man still has to support his family. Wang Zihao, I feel like you're showing off your love, I can't take it, I'm a little jealous. Brother Ma added, exactly. We're still single. Can't you give us single guys a break? Jiang Yao. He wasn't trying to show off his relationship, he was just stating the facts. Wang Zihao, I want to find a girlfriend too. Jiang Yao. As we chatted, the topic turned to Gao Wenwen. When Jiang Yao told them what had happened that day, they were all quite angry. Wang Zihao said angrily, I didn't expect Gao Wenwen to treat you like this. I thought you had dumped her. Brother Ma, yes, Gao Wenwen is truly a sea woman, a daughter of the sea. Chen Yuan chimed in, saying that Brother Jiang has found someone even better, so let Gao Wenwen go to hell. This kind of restless woman can't stay with anyone for long. I hope Suanbo dumps Gao Wenwen and lets her experience what it's like to be dumped. The three of them were very dissatisfied with Gao Wenwen's actions and were just about to plot how to teach this woman a lesson. Jiang Yao interrupted their conversation, saying, never mind, let's just let this go. I don't want to say anything more about this woman anymore. Someone like her will get what's coming to her sooner or later. Having finished their conversation, Jiang Yao ended the dialogue. He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower before Yang Sweki and the baby returned. Chapter 36 Moving House. After Jiang Yao finished taking a shower, he also washed the little girl's clothes. After washing the clothes, Jiang Yao was carrying a basin of Sha Nanan's clothes to the balcony to hang them up when he almost bumped into Yang Sweki, who was walking towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Yao reacted quickly and managed to calm them down in time. Both of them were startled. You're home? What are you doing on the balcony? The weather is nice today, so I'm enjoying the breeze on the balcony. Okay, I'll go hang up the baby's clothes first. After hanging up the clothes, Jiang Yao went into the bedroom and noticed that Yang Sweki's expression seemed a little off. Yang Sweki was pale and leaned weakly against the bed. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Yang Sweki shook her head and said with effort, my stomach just hurts a little, it's okay, I can bear it. Do you need to use the restroom? I can help you there. Yang Sweki blushed and said awkwardly, no need, I can go by myself. Although Yang Sweki insisted, Jiang Yao could tell that Yang Sweki was really in pain and probably didn't even have the strength to walk, so he insisted on helping Yang Sweki over even though it was only a few steps. Yang Sweki struggled to get up from the bed, looked at Jiang Yao, and said, then you can help me to the bathroom door. Jiang Yao carefully helped Yang Sweki to the bathroom door. I think it's necessary for me to wait for you at the door. You are currently weak and need someone to take care of you. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki blushed and managed to say, no need, I can go to the toilet by myself. Don't wait for me at the door. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao did not respond to Yang Sweki and simply stood at the door without leaving. This made Yang Sweki very anxious. She couldn't help but say, I might have to go to the hospital. It's not convenient for me to be out here. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment, then had no choice but to agree. Alright then, I'll be in the living room. You can call me if you need anything. Yang Sweki nodded, then turned and went into the restroom, closing the door behind her. In the living room, Ms. Zhang was gently patting the baby's belly to help the baby fall asleep. When Sister Zhang saw Jiang Yao arrive, she made a shushing gesture with her hand over her red lips. Jiang Yao nodded, knowing that Sister Zhang was telling him to keep his voice down, as his baby was sleeping. For babies a few months old, all they need to do is eat well, sleep well, and have normal bowel movements. Seeing that the baby had fallen asleep, Sister Zhang gently placed the baby into the crib. Jiang Yao lay on the crib, staring blankly at the little girl's pink and tender face. The little girl fell asleep, with drool still hanging from the corner of her mouth. My darling daughter is so adorable. Jiang Yao was almost completely charmed by the little girl, his heart softening completely. Jiang Yao couldn't resist taking a few photos of the little girl with his phone. Ever since Jiang Yao filmed the little girl's video, he has been taking photos of her with his phone from time to time to keep as a memento. He plans to see when to get the photos printed and then create a photo wall. Jiang Yao looked at the little girl's feet, which were tiny and adorable, not even as big as his palm. When Yang Sueki came out of the toilet, she saw Jiang Yao lying by the crib with a happy look on his face. She watched quietly, and from Jiang Yao's words and actions, she could tell that he truly loved this baby. She had seen all of Jiang Yao's efforts during this time, and she had to admit that Jiang Yao was a truly responsible and good father. At noon, Sister Zhang reheated the fish soup from the morning and stir-fried a few other dishes. A delicious lunch is ready. Sister Zhang brought out the food and said to Yang Sueki with a smile, "The sea basin vegetables this morning were bought for you by your mother-in-law. She also specifically told me to make sure you drink a few more bowls. Your mother-in-law treats you exceptionally well, just like her own daughter." After hearing this, Yang Sueki felt even more grateful to Zhang's mother. She has been taken very well during this time. Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao were eating at the dinner table. There was a sudden knock on the door. Jiang Yao opened it and found that it was Chen Yuan who had come with gifts. Chen Yuan, with a grin on his face, said, "Brother Jiang, I've come to see you and your child." Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. "Then come in quickly. Your timing is perfect. You can have lunch with us." Chen Yuan had been busy all morning and was already very hungry, so he happily went to wash his hands and get his bowl and chopsticks. As Chen Yuan walked, he looked around. This was his first time visiting Jiang Yao's house. Although Jiang Yao had invited him to his home before, Chen Yuan had never gone. Chen Yuan was taken aback when he saw Yang Sueki sitting at the table. He then smiled and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. This is a small gift I brought for you. Please don't find it offensive." Yang Sueki accepted the gift, smiled, and replied, "I don't mind at all. I'm so grateful to you." Several dishes were placed on the table, all of which looked and smelled delicious. Fortunately, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki didn't have big appetites, so even with Chen Yuan, it was just enough for them. After Yang Sueki finished eating, Jiang Yao told her to go back to her bedroom to rest. Jiang Yao and Chen Yuan were still eating at the dinner table. "What made you decide to come to my house today? Brother Jiang, you're not saying you don't welcome me, are you? What are you saying? I certainly welcome you." After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he opened a bottle of beer and poured it into Chen Yuan's glass. "You should be fine if you drink a little, right?" Chen Yuan nodded. "Of course I'm fine. Am I the kind of person who gets drunk easily? By the way, Jiang Gu, when are you planning to go back to school?" "Jiang Yao, it'll be soon. I'm taking care of the child. In a few more days, I'll be going back to school." When they had almost finished eating, Jiang Yao suggested that Chen Yuan stay a little longer. Chen Yuan said no problem. "By the way, Chen Yuan, could you help me find a place near the school?" Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise and asked curiously, "Doesn't the school have dormitories? Why do you need to rent a house?" Jiang Yao replied, "I have Sueki now, and Sueki will be going to school soon. We didn't go to the same school, so it was a bit inconvenient for us to meet. So I was thinking of renting a place between the two schools, which would be more convenient for Sueki and me." Chen Yuan felt as if a handful of food had been forced into his mouth. "Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. Chen Yuan, you're truly my good brother, please put in some effort." After hearing this, Chen Yuan's sour feeling faded. "If you encounter any difficulties, you can talk to your brothers about it, after all, you have a family now." After hearing this, Jiang Yao patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, his eyes filled with emotion, and said, "Thank you, brothers. I won't bother you unless it's absolutely necessary." Chen Yuan smacked his lips and said, "All right then, just don't be polite with the brothers." Chapter 37 Moving to a new home, a fresh start. Chen Yuan stayed at Jiang Yao's house for a while in the afternoon, then rushed back to school to inquire about suitable rental housing nearby for Jiang Yao. Thanks to Chen Yuan's efforts, he actually found an apartment. Chen Yuan quickly sent the message to Jiang Yao, "Brother Jiang, I found the house you asked me to help you find. It's in the Jiangnan Mansion area." "So, it means moving to the Jiangnan Mansion? The houses there seem quite nice, the rent must be expensive, right?" Chen Yuan replied that the rent there was not cheap, but the landlord of this house happened to be a friend's cousin. With my silver tongue, I successfully negotiated the rent down to 2,000 yuan. Brother Jiang, as you know, a fully furnished apartment like this costs more than 2,000 yuan a month. Zhang Yao smiled and said, I'll treat you to a big meal next time. I'll pack up and move in. Chen Yuan was shocked. So fast? Sweki has almost fully recovered. Chen Yuan was delighted. Alright, I'll share this good news with the brothers, and we'll have a get-together then. Zhang Yao ended the conversation and told Yang Sweki about the move. Yang Sweki nodded. I'm satisfied with moving to the Jiangnan mansion. The environment there is indeed quite nice. By the way, did you tell your aunt about this? Zhang Yao hummed in agreement. I just sent a WeChat message to my mom, and she knows about it. She also said she wouldn't be going to work tomorrow because she wanted to help us move. After dinner, Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki began packing their things. Zhang Yao, should we take this with us? No need, we can buy new ones later. What about this one? You don't need to bring this. Although this is a move, we use what we can and throw away what we don't need. After tidying up the bedroom, I started cleaning the bathroom. Apart from the essential toiletries, everything else can be bought new. Sweki, take a break. We can clean up together when mom gets back. It was a hot and humid summer day, and they were both covered in sweat after only a short time of cleaning. Yang Sweki wiped the sweat from her forehead, nodded, and started blowing on the electric fan. During his break, Zhang Yao turned on his phone and ordered some necessities online, which would be delivered to his new home in a few days. Not long after, Zhang's mother also returned. Zhang's mother helped roll up the summer mats, and vacuum-packed Zhang Yao and the others' clothes and bedding, then put them in the closet. Yang Sweki heard noises coming from the bedroom while she was in the living room, and ran over to take a look out of curiosity. Everything in the bedroom has been tidied up, and even the pots and pans in the kitchen have been put away. She couldn't help but admire Zhang's mother's efficiency. She had packed everything up in such a short time. Auntie, you've worked so hard. Would you like some water? Zhang's mother smiled and nodded, yes, I am indeed a little thirsty. Yang Sweki brought a glass of warm water and handed it to Zhang's mother. After finishing her water, Zhang's mother sat on the sofa, enjoying the breeze from the fan. Zhang Yao, when are you moving tomorrow? Mom, we're planning to move to the Jiangnan mansion around lunchtime tomorrow. Okay, I'll help you move tomorrow, and then I'll go back to the company. Thank you, Mom. Zhang Yao said gratefully. Around 8 a.m., Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki got up and washed up. The packed luggage was neatly placed in the living room. Xiao Jiang, why are you up so early? Sister Zhang was a little shocked to see the young couple getting up so early for the first time. Yang Sweki smiled and said, Sister Zhang, we're moving today, that's why we got up so early. Move place? Yes. Sister Zhang smiled and said, that's good. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the little girl at home. Sister Zhang, we'll pick up the baby and bring him to our place when we have time. After all, as parents, we also miss our children. You can pick up your little girl whenever you have a holiday or a break. After Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki finished breakfast, they continued to check if there was anything they had forgotten to bring. Time passed slowly, and after lunch, they began to carry their luggage downstairs. Yang Sweki struggled to carry her luggage out of the room. Zhang Yao felt that Yang Sweki was a girl and couldn't bear to let her carry heavy luggage, so he took the luggage from her. You can take the lighter items, I'll handle the heavy luggage. Yang Sweki's face turned bright red, especially with Zhang's mother standing next to her, which made her very embarrassed. She whispered, I can move these things. Zhang Yao smiled and said, I can't let you move it. You don't have any strength. Zhang Yao carried the luggage steadily and quickly, and soon moved the things downstairs. The group moved all their luggage into the trunk of the car, filling it to the brim. Fortunately, the trunk of the car that Zhang's mother bought was large enough to fit everything in. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan residence, Zhang Yao asked around and searched until he finally found out where Building 18 was. The three of them helped carry things upstairs. There weren't many things, and it was over after 2 or 3 trips. Upon arriving at Building 18, Unit 18-2, the door was open. Zhang Yao opened the door and put his luggage inside. Zhang's mother found a straw mat and quilts to make the bed so that the young couple could rest comfortably. Sweki, you rest for a bit. Zhang Yao and I will go tidy up outside. Zhang Yao handed the air conditioner remote to Yang Sweki. Here, this is the air conditioner remote. It's so hot today, I need to turn on the air conditioning to fall asleep. Yang Sueki yawned and did not refuse Jiang Yao's kindness. She really needs rest, she gets tired more easily after giving birth. Jiang Yao and his mother turned around and walked out of the room. After leaving the room, Jiang Yao gently closed the door. Jiang Yao looked at the things in the living room, took a deep breath, and turned to look at his mother. Mom, there's another room over there. You can go and rest if you want, I can tidy up by myself. How could Mom possibly let you pack your things by yourself? How long would it take you to clean all this by yourself? You'd be exhausted. It'll be faster if the two of us tidy up together. Let's hurry up and get ready. Jiang Yao and his mother organized everything in the kitchen and bedroom. Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao's clothes should be placed in the second bedroom for now, and the things in the kitchen can be moved to the new kitchen. After the two finished tidying up, they roughly categorized the items, and Jiang Yao would take care of the smaller items later. Time passed quickly, and it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. John's mother packed the last of her belongings and went back to work. Chapter 38. He married the school beauty at a young age. Jiang Yao was lying wearily on the sofa, squinting his eyes to rest. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Yao opened it and saw that it was Chen Yuan and a few of his roommates who had come to see him. Chen Yuan stepped forward enthusiastically, patted Jiang Yao on the shoulder, and said, "Brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for days, I've missed you quite a bit." Wang Zihao excitedly echoed loudly, "Yes, yes. Brother Jiang. We all miss you." Wang Zihao got excited and his voice filled the hall. Jiang Yao immediately made a shushing gesture and said softly, "There's someone sleeping in the bedroom, so keep your voice down." Upon hearing this, Wang Zihao immediately understood and replied apologetically in a low voice, "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I spoke a little too loudly just now." Jiang Yao knew he didn't do it on purpose, so he didn't take it to heart. "It's okay, just keep your voices down." Chen Yuan nodded. "This apartment in Jiangnan Mansion is pretty good, isn't it? I think the surrounding environment and facilities are excellent. If my mom hadn't forbidden me from living off campus, I would have preferred to live outside for more comfort." Chen Yuan's family was relatively wealthy, but they were strict, so he was quite obedient to them. Wang Zihao and Ma Go looked around at their surroundings with envy. They only receive enough money from their parents for living expenses, so they can't afford to rent a place outside. Among the group, Brother Ma was the most composed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Jiang Yao, the rent for this place isn't cheap, is it? If you're short of money, you can borrow from us." Wang Zihao chimed in, "Yeah, you have a wife and kids now, so if you need money, just ask your brothers. If a few of us can pool our resources, it might be able to help you." Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. "That's right, after all, we've been friends for several years. These days, life isn't easy for anyone." Wang Zihao and Ma Ge didn't have much living expenses, and although Chen Yuan's family gave him a little more, it was just enough. Wang Zihao, in particular, is very frugal and has been using the same mobile phone for several years. Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with emotion as he smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Chen Yuan for helping to negotiate the price. The rent for this house is now 2,000 a month. My goodness, this is such a great deal." Wang Zihao and Ma Ge both exclaimed in unison. Chen Yuan looked smug, "I've saved Jiang Yao a lot of money. Jiang Yao, you should thank me properly." "Okay, I will definitely not forget this kindness." Jiang Yao looked at his friends and said solemnly, "Thank you for your help. I will definitely help you if you ever need me in the future. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me." Chen Yuan's eyes lit up with emotion when he heard Jiang Yao's words, "We're brothers for life." "Yes, brothers for life." Wang Zihao and Ma Ge nodded seriously. After having a few cups of coffee in Jiang Yao's living room, Chen Yuan and the others said goodbye to Jiang Yao. After the three left the residential area, Wang Zihao and Ma Ge talked about the house's decoration, saying it was really high-end. "You definitely can't achieve this effect without spending hundreds of thousands on renovations. The environment here is really nice. I hope I can afford a house like this someday." "You're overthinking it. The housing prices here are so high, how could ordinary people possibly afford to buy a house?" "Oh, I was just saying." Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Then you should work hard in the future. It's a good thing to have a goal." The group of people discussing the topic nodded in unison. "Yes, I'll have to get married eventually, so I definitely need to think about buying a house." By the way, did Jiang Yao buy a house after marrying Yang, the school beauty? Chen Yuan was quite familiar with Jiang Yao and knew about their family situation. They were considered to be from a fairly well-off family. Jiang Yao's family is well off, and his parents will probably help him buy a house. Wang Zihao and Ma Ge were immediately filled with envy. My goodness, I'm so envious of Jiang Yao now. He married the school beauty at such a young age, and his family is quite well off too. Sigh, there's no use in being envious, it's all fate. Let's just stick to our studies and work. Chen Yuan wasn't too envious, after all, his family was quite wealthy, and besides, comparing himself to others would only make him feel mentally exhausted. You don't need to envy Jiang Yao, just focus on living your life well. Wang Zihao smiled after hearing this and said, Chen Yuan, you're speaking so formally now, I hardly recognize you. Chen Yuan laughed and said jokingly, where? How about we sleep together tonight? Let's get to know each other better? Upon hearing this, Wang Zihao pretended to vomit. I'm straight. The group regained their cheerful mood. Good brothers are all about playful banter and teasing. Most people are ordinary and need to work hard to achieve their life goals. While his good friend was happy for Jiang Yao, he was also a little sad, but most of the time he sincerely wished him well. It's very convenient to get a taxi around here, so the group decided to find a place nearby to eat some snacks. Chen Yuan thought of the recent seafood platter and his appetite was whetted. Would you like to have a seafood platter? I can treat you. Neither of them had any objections. I quickly hailed a Didi ride nearby and arrived at a seafood restaurant. Coincidentally, I ran into Gao Wenwen and her boyfriend Suanbo eating seafood at the same seafood restaurant. They were accompanied by several good-looking peers, both male and female, who were probably students. Ma Gu and Wang Zihao are both of the ordinary, honest-looking type, while Chen Yuan is a bit chubby. None of the three were as good-looking as Jiang Yao, so they looked quite ordinary and unattractive. Of course, if you could drive a luxury car, it would be even more attractive. There were 8 or 9 men and women on the other side, while Chen Yuan's side only had 3. As soon as Chen Yuan and the others sat down, they heard Gao Wenwen talking to her boyfriend. Gao Wenwen said in an affected tone, Anbo, I have a small appetite and can't eat too much. Could you help me eat a little more later? Suanbo looked at him with doting eyes and said, Of course you can. You girls all like to maintain your figure and don't like to eat too much. Thank you, sweetheart. You're amazing, I love you the most. After Gao Wenwen finished speaking, she looked at Suanbo with an admiring gaze. Watching Gao Wenwen's affected performance, Chen Yuan and the others were almost disgusted to the point of vomiting. Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel indignant on behalf of his brother. Before Wang Zihao and brother Ma could stop him, he stubbornly retorted sarcastically, Oh, isn't this Gao Wenwen? Why is the boyfriend you brought this time different from the one last time? You've changed boyfriends again? No wonder you're the school beauty, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Gao Wenwen's expression changed, and she scolded, Chen Yuan, you fatso, what nonsense are you talking about? Gao Wenwen's girlfriends chimed in, Yeah, you fatso, what are you trying to prove? Chen Yuan hates it when people tell him he's fat. He clenched his fists to control his emotions. Seeing his good friend being called a fatso, Wang Zihao couldn't sit still any longer. Are you guys crazy? You have no manners at all. Your parents should take you back and discipline you properly. Otherwise, just release it and disgust others. Brother Ma also stood up and said to the boys who were with Gao Wenwen, Dude, I advise you to stay away from these women. They're all women with nothing but a pretty face and no substance whatsoever. Gao Wenwen started dating my brother because she was attracted to his good looks and his money. He's not good enough to date Gao Wenwen if he's poor, and he even dumped my brother. This woman is just a vain and stupid woman. Gao Wenwen was furious, You're talking nonsense. Gao Wenwen's girlfriends were also furious, after all, they were insulted for having nothing but a worthless body. They immediately sought help from the boys sitting next to them. Were you just going to stand by and watch them bully and insult us girls? Those boys and girls weren't actually familiar with each other, they were just dragged along to eat together. The boys looked at each other, and one of them even asked Brother Ma, Are you telling the truth or not? Just as Ma was about to answer, Chen Yuan angrily shouted, Gao Wenwen, you know what you've done? You dumped my brother because you thought he wasn't rich enough. Gao Wenwen, look at your boyfriend now. Would you be with him if he didn't have money? Everything I've said is true. If I've told a single lie, may I be hit by a car or choke on water. Gao Wenwen, do you dare swear that you didn't do these things? Suanbo, who was standing to the side, finally showed some change in his usually calm expression. Suanbo frowned, his eyes sharpened, and his face turned ugly. He was clearly getting angry. Suanbo turned to Gao Wenwen and questioned her, Is what he said true? Do you really just like me because I'm rich? Gao Wenwen was so angry she was almost crying. Her eyes were red and brimming with tears. Gao Wenwen replied with a wronged expression, "Of course not, I really like you. How could you doubt my sincerity? I'm so disappointed." Suanbo did not react after hearing this. Suanbo was trying hard to calm himself down. After all, this incident had a huge impact on him. One of the boys suddenly asked, "Is your buddy named Jiang Yao?" Chen Yuan replied, "Yes, my brother's name is Jiang Yao." The boy hummed in agreement. This guy named Jiang Yao was indeed quite handsome, but didn't they break up because their personalities didn't match? Gao Wenwen stubbornly insisted, "Yes, we broke up because of personality clashes. It's not like what he said at all." Chen Yuan sneered, "You woman, you're really stubborn. If you don't use this excuse, are you going to go around telling everyone that you broke up with my brother because he wasn't rich enough?" At the time, Gao Wenwen and Jiang Yao's breakup actually had a significant impact on the school, because both of them were prominent figures. Many people are speculating about why they broke up. After the breakup, Jiang Yao focused all his attention on Yang Sueki and their child, completely ignoring what others thought. Later, Gao Wenwen took the initiative to say that the breakup was due to personality clashes, which calmed down the gossip. It can't be said that Gao Wenwen dumped Jiang Yao. After all, Jiang Yao had some female admirers at school. Gao Wenwen didn't want to cause trouble for herself, so this was the only explanation she could give. Therefore, a peaceful breakup is better for both parties and more dignified. Moreover, Gao Wenwen also enjoyed the feeling of being pursued by Jiang Yao, and gained a good reputation. Suanbo's face turned ugly. He got up and left, saying, "I won't be treating you to this meal. Those of you who want to stay and eat, go ahead and stay and eat." Gao Wenwen and the other men and women present were left completely bewildered. They hadn't expected Suanbo to leave so rudely. These men and women were all invited by Gao Wenwen, who said her boyfriend was treating them to dinner. They figured they might as well eat here, so they came along for the meal. Now that the person who hosted the meal has left, they've lost their appetite and can't stay to continue eating. We're all poor students, and a meal at a seafood restaurant isn't cheap, so let's leave quickly. After Suanbo left, the group of men and women also left. Gao Wenwen was left sitting alone at the dining table, looking embarrassed. Gao Wenwen felt that today was incredibly unlucky, having encountered such a thing. Now look what happened. Her new boyfriend is angry too, and she's lost face in front of so many people. Gao Wenwen was furious. She glared at Chen Yuan and the others fiercely, picked up her bag, and was about to leave the restaurant. At this moment, the pretty waitress saw this and quickly stopped her. "Miss, your food will be served soon, you cannot leave." The waiter maintained a polite smile. Gao Wenwen snorted coldly, "The food hasn't been served yet. I want to cancel it now." The waiter smiled and replied, "Miss, we don't allow refunds after you order. The food will be ready soon, please sit down and wait." At this moment, the people around also heard the commotion from Gao Wenwen's side and discussed, "How can such a beautiful woman be so unreasonable? Where can I order food and then cancel it?" Exactly. If someone is good looking but has a bad character, their relationship won't last. Hearing their discussion, Gao Wenwen turned pale with anger and finally couldn't hold back any longer, shouting, "What's it to you? If you like meddling in other people's business so much, why don't you become a policeman?" Those around them were taken aback by these words, thinking that it was none of their business and they couldn't be bothered to argue with such a person. Gao Wenwen wanted to leave, but the waiter wouldn't let her go. In the end, Gao Wenwen had no choice but to take out her money, pay the bill, and leave. When Chen Yuan and the others saw Gao Wenwen's predicament, they laughed until their chests were sticking out of their backs. "Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. A beautiful girl from the school was left alone in a restaurant to pay the bill. How could this be? It's so funny." After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he burst into laughter again. Especially just now, Wang Zihao even filmed Gao Wenwen arguing with someone. Gao Wenwen is in for a lot of trouble now. She'll be utterly humiliated. After discussing it, Chen Yuan and his team decided to send the video to Jiang Yao. "Let my good brother have a good laugh too, after all, this kind of thing is really too funny." Chapter 39. Yang Sueki is such a virtuous wife and loving mother, living in her new home. Chen Yuan's face showed sarcasm, and his tone was full of disgust. It was because of people like Gao Wenwen who loved vanity that love had become so distorted. I should never have praised Gao Wenwen like she was a fairy. In reality, she's not even as good as Yang Sueki. Exactly, I wonder if Gao Wenwen had plastic surgery on her face. I always felt that her nose looked strange, a bit too high and too straight, especially like my second aunt's nose after she had surgery. However, she must have gone to a doctor with poor skills to have her face done. It looks completely plasticky. Wang Zihao is the most sarcastic of the three. He can launch into a tirade against Gao Wenwen. After hearing this, Brother Mai nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, Gao Wenwen's nose is a bit too high, which looks a bit out of place with her other features." After finishing his rant, Wang Zihao took a breath and poured himself a glass of water. "Forget it, I won't scold Gao Wenwen anymore. This woman has so many flaws, I'm tired of yelling at her." Chen Yuan chuckled to himself. "Wang Zihao, you should have scolded Gao Wenwen to her face just now. Making this woman look bad is the only way to vent our brother Zhang's anger." Wang Zihao smiled and said, "I was thinking the same thing, but the scene was so intense just now that I didn't have a chance to scold her." Brother Mai nodded, patted Wang Zihao on the shoulder, and said, "Wang Zihao, you really are Jiang Yao's good brother. No matter what, we're all in the same dorm, and we can't let a woman bully our brothers." The group nodded in unison, all agreeing with Brother Ma's statement. The brotherhood in college is very pure and full of loyalty. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan decided to make a voice call to tell Jiang Yao about it. "Hey, brother Jiang, the three of us are currently in a seafood restaurant. Guess who we just met?" Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. "How would I know who you met?" Chen Yuan smiled mysteriously. "Hee, we've run into your ex-girlfriend Gao Wenwen." "Oh, is that all? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." After saying that, Jiang Yao prepared to hang up the phone. "No, I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't hang up. Speak quickly, I still need to continue cleaning the room later." Chen Yuan quickly described in detail what had just happened. After saying that, he sent the video he had just filmed to Jiang Yao. "You mean Gao Wenwen was just abandoned by her boyfriend and lost face in front of her friends? Afterwards, I had to pay for it myself. That's really interesting. Gao Wenwen must be furious." Chen Yuan smiled. "That's right, it's about this. You have no idea how pathetic Gao Wenwen looked just now. Brother Jiang, did you see the video I just sent you? Gao Wenwen, a beautiful school beauty, can even get into an argument with a stranger. They've completely lost their composure. They've made a complete laughingstock of themselves." Jiang Yao hummed in agreement, his tone noticeably more cheerful. "I told you long ago, this woman would eventually crash and burn. And now that day has come. However, I already have Sweki, so you don't need to tell me about Gao Wenwen anymore." Chen Yuan, "Okay, brother Jiang, we understand. I'm only telling you this because it's so funny. By the way, brother Jiang, you should be going back to school soon, right?" Wang Zihao, who was standing next to Chen Yuan, couldn't help but take Chen Yuan's phone and say, "Brother Jiang, you should go back to school soon. The guys are missing you too, and most importantly, you can finally see Gao Wenwen's downfall." Jiang Yao nodded. "Okay, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao felt much better. After all, he had long disliked a woman like Gao Wenwen. Having such an ex-girlfriend is like a stain on Jiang Yao's reputation. Jiang Yao tidied up everything in the kitchen. He still needed to cook dinner that evening. "We need to tidy up the living room again, otherwise it will be inconvenient to walk around." Yang Sweki dozed off for an hour or two, then turned around and found no one beside her. She went into the living room and saw that Jiang Yao was still tidying up. "Jiang Yao, why are you still packing? You've been packing long enough, you can finish this tomorrow." Jiang Yao yawned. "Okay, I'll finish these things and then go take a shower. I feel sticky all over, which is a bit uncomfortable." There was a bathroom in the master bedroom, but that was the room where Yang Sweki rested. After thinking about it, Jiang Yao went to another bathroom to take a shower. Taking a shower in the summer is very convenient. Just rinse your body with water and then dry it off. As for washing your hair, it's even simpler. Just use a hairdryer to dry it. By the time I finished, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Yao wanted to lie in bed and rest for a while, play on his phone, and watch some Douyin videos. But he remembered that dinner hadn't been prepared yet, so he didn't lie down to rest. Yang Sweki looked at him and asked, "Aren't you going to rest for a bit?" Jiang Yao put down his phone. "No, I still need to make dinner later." "Jiang Yao, you must be tired after a long day. Let's order takeout tonight, you can rest for a bit." Jiang Yao thought about it and realized he was indeed a bit tired, so he decided to order takeout for dinner. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll play on my phone for a bit longer before going to sleep." After a while, Jiang Yao felt his eyelids were about to close, so he quickly put down his phone and went to sleep. An hour later, Jiang Yao woke up feeling much more energetic and his mind was very clear. This is definitely the benefit of rest. Jiang Yao walked out of the bedroom and found that the food had already been set on the dining table in the living room. There was shredded pork with garlic sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and a bowl of rice. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki sitting at the dining table and asked, "Sueki, did you order takeout? It's quite a feast." Yang Sueki nodded. "I know you love tomatoes and meat, so I ordered a little extra for you." Jiang Yao's eyes flickered, a complex emotion spreading through his heart. He hadn't expected that Yang Sueki would even know what he liked to eat. This only proves one thing: Yang Sueki probably liked him too. Thinking of this, a smile bloomed on Jiang Yao's face. "Then I must eat more to do justice to the meal you treated me to." Yang Sueki smiled and nodded. Jiang Yao wasn't a picky eater and quickly finished all the food. This fully furnished apartment is so comfortable to live in. It has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, which is more than enough for them. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yao cleaned up the table and took a bag of trash downstairs. "Sueki, I'm going downstairs to take out the trash and pick up a package." Yang Sueki, Jiang Yao ordered several packages, all containing daily necessities such as tablecloths, garbage bags, and toilet cleaning tools. When Jiang Yao got downstairs and took out the trash, he was stunned to see the packages in the Fengchao locker. Looking at the huge box, Jiang Yao was puzzled. He didn't think he had bought anything that heavy. What's with the text message reminding me to pick up my package? Jiang Yao checked the information on the package, including his home address and phone number, and confirmed that it was indeed his package. Fortunately, the apartment building Jiang Yao rented had an elevator, so Jiang Yao struggled to carry it in and then moved it to his home. Jiang Yao opened the package and found a juicer, a rice cooker, and an air fryer inside. Who bought this for their family? That's so kind of you. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment and then asked his mother on WeChat if she had bought the kitchen appliances for them. John's mother sent Jiang Yao an emoji. Jiang Yao smiled and sent his mother a thank you emoji of a little bear bowing. Next, Jiang Yao moved these things into the kitchen and tidied them up. Chapter 40. We're already married, a legally married couple. After Jiang Yao finished packing his things, he noticed it was almost 7 o'clock, but the sky outside was still bright. Thinking that I could take Yang Sueki downstairs for a walk around the neighborhood, I called Yang Sueki to get up and go out for a stroll. "Sueki, get ready and come with me downstairs for a walk around the neighborhood." Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Yang Sueki looked up at him and said, "Okay, wait for me a moment." She changed her clothes and walked over, only to see that Jiang Yao had already tidied up the living room. The living room was spotless, and the floor was clean and tidy, as if it had been coated with wax, reflecting a bright shine. Yang Sueki's eyes lit up, and she admired Jiang Yao even more. Logically speaking, many boys don't like doing housework, but Jiang Yao is different. He is not only an excellent cook, but also a master at cleaning and tidying up. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki's changed clothes and asked, "Why are you wearing so little? Although the weather is quite hot now, your body is still relatively weak, so you should still be careful not to catch a cold." Yang Sueki blushed and said, "I understand. We're just going out for a walk and we'll be home soon." Jiang Yao thought about it and agreed. He didn't say anything more. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki stepped into the elevator and pressed the down button, just as the elevator doors were about to close. Just then, a stunningly beautiful woman walked in. When she saw Jiang Yao in the elevator, her beautiful eyes lit up. A pair of beautiful eyes curiously looked Jiang Yao up and down, then noticed Yang Sueki beside him. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Are you students from around here?" Jiang Yao smiled slightly and said, "Yes." That smile even made the beautiful woman's heart flutter. "Are you classmates?" "We have already registered our marriage. We are a legally married couple." Yang Sueki blushed when she heard Jiang Yao's introduction. "Wow! You're getting married so young. Congratulations." The beautiful woman's tone and expression couldn't hide her disappointment. Just as Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki were about to step out of the elevator, the beautiful woman seemed to remember something and called out to Jiang Yao. I'm also a student living nearby. We live on the same floor, so let's look out for each other if needed." Jiang Yao said "oh," and then, "Okay, thank you." As Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki walked away, the beautiful woman couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, such a handsome boy, getting married so early. However, he and that girl seemed to be a perfect match, which made people envious. In the neighborhood, Jiang Yao also ran into a high school classmate, but they weren't very familiar with each other. After exchanging a few greetings, they went about their own business. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki strolled around for a while, then went to a nearby shopping mall to buy some fruit and snacks. After shopping, Jiang Yao carried a large bag of things home, with Yang Sueki following beside him. Despite Yang Sueki mentioning several times on the way back that she wanted to help Jiang Yao carry things, but Jiang Yao refused her without hesitation, saying, "I'm a man, and these things aren't heavy. I don't need you to help me carry them." Yang Sueki had no choice but to accept it. Jiang Yao is quite a man, he takes good care of her in many ways. He didn't let her do any heavy work, and Jiang Yao even took over most of the cooking and washing of dishes, but she didn't complain at all. Back home, Jiang Yao put the fruit and milk he bought into the refrigerator. Yang Sueki suggested, "I'll make breakfast tomorrow morning, you haven't tried my cooking yet." Jiang Yao thought it was okay, so he said, "But you only need to do a simple one, you don't need to do too much." Yang Sueki nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Jiang Yao looked around the bathroom, rinsed the bathtub with boiling water, and then wiped the tables and chairs around the bathroom with a rag. After tidying up, Jiang Yao sat down on the sofa to rest. Jiang Yao was covered in sweat from all the work and his back ached from exhaustion. He planned to take a shower and go to sleep later. Yang Sueki felt extremely distressed when she saw Jiang Yao in this state. She fanned him with a fan and said, "Do you want to go back to the bedroom and rest for a while? There's air conditioning in the bedroom." Jiang Yao shook his head. "After sweating, it's best not to go straight to the air conditioner. It's not good for my health, I'll cool off after resting for a bit." Feeling the breeze from Yang Sueki's fan, Jiang Yao felt less hot. Jiang Yao stood up and said, "Sueki, you don't need to fan me anymore. I'm going to the bathroom to rinse off." Yang Sueki nodded obediently and went back to her bedroom. Jiang Yao wiped his sweat, took a quick shower with warm water, and then returned to his bedroom. He saw Yang Sueki lying in bed in the bedroom playing on her phone and smiled. "Sueki, don't stare at your phone screen for too long. Your eyes will get tired easily." Yang Sueki looked up at Jiang Yao and said, "Okay, I'll watch for a while longer, then I'll get ready to rest." "Jiang Yao, what do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow?" "Anything is fine with me, I love eating whatever you make." After saying that, Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki with bright, sparkling eyes. "Okay, I understand." Yang Sueki's cheeks were as red as the sunset reflected on the horizon, and the blush revealed a touch of coquettishness and gentleness, making people want to get closer. Time passed by unnoticed, and soon it was midnight. Jiang Yao yawned, went to the bathroom, and then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Chapter 41. Here's 200,000, take it and use it. The next day, Yang Sueki got up very early to prepare breakfast. Seeing Jiang Yao working so hard every day, running around doing all sorts of things, Yang Sueki felt a little sorry for him. Her health has improved a lot since giving birth. So she wanted to do something within her power to repay Jiang Yao for taking care of her during this time. Yang Sueki took out the ingredients for breakfast from the refrigerator: ham, scallions, milk, eggs, and flour. She added half a bowl of flour, 3 beaten eggs, ham, chopped green onions, and 250 milliliters of milk to a bowl and stirred until smooth. Then she fried it in a pan until cooked. The delicious and nutritious egg pancakes are ready. Yang Sueki felt that eating only egg pancakes for breakfast seemed a bit too dry. She opened the refrigerator and saw the 8 treasure rice inside, so she decided to make another 8 treasure porridge. She washed the 8 treasure rice, poured it into the rice cooker, added an appropriate amount of water, and cooked it until done. A delicious breakfast is ready. Yang Sueki checked the time and found that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Skipping breakfast is also bad for your stomach. Yang Sueki was about to knock on the door to wake Jiang Yao up for breakfast. The door in front of her opened, and Jiang Yao appeared before her. "Good morning, Sueki. Is breakfast ready? If not, we can go out to eat." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sueki with a beaming smile. Yang Sueki nodded, "It's ready. I was just about to knock on the door to remind you to eat breakfast when you got up." Jiang Yao laughed, "Perfect timing, I'm a little hungry too, let's have breakfast together." Jiang Yao looked at the egg pancakes and 8 treasure porridge laid out in front of him. "It looks like a feast." Jiang Yao was somewhat shocked. He had originally planned to have a simple breakfast. Surprisingly, Yang Sueki's breakfast was actually quite good. Jiang Yao took a bite of the egg pancake, his eyes lit up, and he took several more bites. "Sueki, you fried this egg pancake so crispy and tender. How come you're such a good cook? I never knew you could cook." Yang Sweki was a little embarrassed. My mom made me learn to cook. She said that if I can cook, I can order less takeout. That way, I can eat healthier. Zhang Yao laughed and said, your mother is right. It's definitely healthier to cook for yourself. After saying that, Zhang Yao saw that Yang Sweki put down the egg pancake after only a few bites. He frowned. Sweki, why don't you eat more? Don't you have an appetite? Yang Sweki was drinking a treasure porridge and felt incredibly warm-hearted by Zhang Yao's thoughtfulness. This egg pancake is a bit hot, I'll let it cool down a bit before eating it. Zhang Yao hummed in agreement and continued eating his breakfast. After lunch, Zhang Yao suggested that he cook lunch instead. Yang Sweki had no objection. After all, she actually quite liked the food Zhang Yao cooked. At 10 o'clock, Zhang Yao, wearing an apron, was busy at the stove, while Yang Sweki held a radish and watched. She had once dreamed of this scene. Zhang Yao served the dishes, stir-fried a braised fish, and also made pork rib soup. The pork rib soup contained red dates and soybeans, and it smelled delicious. In the dining room, Yang Sweki helped get the bowls, chopsticks, and soup spoons. Eat up, Sweki. Yang Sweki smiled sweetly and said, okay, thank you. Zhang Yao found it amusing. Why do you always thank me? Yang Sweki sipped the pork rib soup, which tasted delicious, and was sprinkled with some chopped green onions. Zhang Yao, wait a moment. Yang Sweki went to the bedroom with a clattering sound, and then gracefully returned. She also handed a bank card to Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao was stunned for a moment, his eyes questioning, what do you mean by this? Yang Sweki pursed her lips. You must have spent a lot of money renting this house and buying all these groceries. I have some money here, you can take it. Zhang Yao was moved by Yang Sweki's actions. They got back together because of their child, but their feelings for each other are somewhat ambiguous. As for his feelings for Yang Sweki, he definitely liked her. It's the kind of liking a boy has for a pretty girl. Because of the child, I like things even more. However, Zhang Yao was still unclear about Yang Sweki's thoughts. Was she only with me for the sake of the child, or for some other reason? However, the fact that she was willing to give him money shows that there was a high degree of trust involved. Zhang Yao pushed the money back, saying, I can't accept this money. It's only right that I take care of you. Yang Sweki replied, but you are just a student, it's a bit unfair to make you bear all of this alone. I'll find a way to make money, so you don't need to worry. Yang Sweki was shocked, you still have to study, how are you going to make money? Zhang Yao understood what she was thinking, smiled, and said, I have my own way, but it will definitely be a legal one. Yang Sweki breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. She shook her head. Although you want to make money now, your family will need money in the future. I have 200,000 yuan here, you can take it. Zhang Yao was somewhat shocked. My god, 200,000? Judging from Yang Sweki's tone, she spoke of 200,000 yuan as if it were nothing. How did Yang Sweki get so much money? Judging from his tone, he's quite boastful. Moreover, the sentence here's 200,000, take it and use it sounds especially like he's being offered a sugar daddy sugar baby. Zhang Yao has had a lot of pocket money since he was a child, and over the years he has accumulated more than 100,000 yuan in his bank account, so he is not short of money. How do you have so much money on you? My parents prepared my dowry, and last time they gave me their bank cards. Yang Sweki answered calmly. Zhang Yao was shocked. This is your dowry. Then why did you give it to me? Yang Sweki smiled and said, I was just worried you didn't have any money, so I lent it to you. You can pay me back when you have the money. Zhang Yao was somewhat touched, but he didn't need Yang Sweki's money right now. Keep this money for yourself. I'll talk to you again if I really run out of money. Yang Sweki responded with an O. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yao received a call from his mother. Have you eaten lunch? Did you cook for Sweki? We ate the right food for lunch, Mom, why don't you care about me more? Why should I care about you? Aren't you doing just fine? Sweki needs care right now, so it's only right that I care about her. After a pause, Zhang's mother added, the little girl was very well behaved today. Sister Zhang even gave the baby a bath. Does that little girl miss me and Sweki? I think the little girl cried for a long time after you left, but we comforted her. We'll go back to see our little girl in a few days. Although he had only been away from home for a few days, Zhang Yao was still thinking about his little girl. Although Yang Sweki didn't say it, she often spaced out to herself. Jiang Yao knew that she missed her child. Zhang's mother quickly reminded them, "You should focus on your studies. You can come home later. With me and sister Zhang at home, we take very good care of the little girl. Your father will be back soon, then you can bring Sweki home." Jiang Yao nodded. "Okay, then take good care of yourselves." Zhang's mother smiled with relief and said, "Don't worry, you're all doing well too." Chapter 42. Zhang's mother delivers the car. Jiang Yao is shocked. "I've been tidying up the house for a couple of days now." That day, Jiang Yao was shopping at the mall when he passed by a flower shop. He hesitated for a moment and went in. He remembered that Yang Sweki really liked flowers and plants. She would buy some to take home or put some potted plants in her house, as they were both beautiful and good for the eyes. But he didn't know anything about these things. On the shopkeeper's recommendation, he bought a pot of jasmine, which girls like, and planned to put it in Yang Sweki's bedroom. I bought another succulent to put on the balcony, and a clivia in the second bedroom. Let's buy these 3 pots for now, and we'll come back if we need more. No problem, you can come to our store again if you need anything in the future. Jiang Yao returned home, arranged the potted plants, and felt cheerful upon seeing them. I bought jasmine flowers and put them in your room. If you like them, I can buy more later. Yang Sweki was very satisfied. Okay, thank you. Jiang Yao bought some crabs at the mall, intending to make spicy crab for Yang Sweki. In the kitchen, he first declared that this was his first time making spicy crab, and he learned it from a video. He added that if it didn't taste good, he shouldn't be too critical. Yang Sweki shook her head. "No, I'll eat whatever you make." With a smart range hood installed in the kitchen, there's no need to worry about cooking fumes. Jiang Yao followed the instructions in the video while doing the exercises, while Yang Sweki watched from the side and occasionally lent a hand. After finishing the spicy crab, both of them looked satisfied. Yang Sweki gave a thumbs up. "Jiang Yao, you're amazing. You can do it just by watching the video." Jiang Yao waved his hand and said, "No, I just got lucky and succeeded on my first try." After dinner, Jiang Yao was in charge of washing the dishes, while Yang Sweki wiped the table with a rag. "Want to see a movie? Okay, then can you recommend a movie for me?" Yang Sweki looked delighted. "Jiang Yao, you have no idea how bored I am. I'm so tired of playing with my phone." Jiang Yao smiled and shared his thoughts. "We can turn on the TV in the living room to watch while we eat. I also plan to buy a projector for your bedroom so you can watch movies more easily." Yang Sweki's eyes lit up. "Jiang Yao, you're so good to me. But just buy something cheaper, nothing too expensive." "Okay, I'll take a look." So the two of them searched everywhere on shopping platforms for projector brands. Finally, after searching around, I chose the projector from the official flagship store. It's a brand with many positive reviews, so it's trustworthy. They offer after-sales service and also give away tripods, screens, and other similar items. The price is also moderate and acceptable. It should arrive tomorrow. Yang Sweki was full of anticipation and went to rest with a happy heart. The weather was perfect for sleeping today, so Jiang Yao went to rest as well. On the other side, Zhang's mother drove towards the Jiangnan mansion. Before going, Zhang's mother thought about whether to call Jiang Yao, but then she thought better of it and decided that they were probably still sleeping. "It rained a little today, so I slept very well." An hour later, Jiang Yao was woken up by the doorbell. Upon opening the door, Zhang's mother was there. "Mom, what brings you here?" "I'm here to deliver your car." Jiang Yao was a little excited. "Mom, why are you suddenly giving me a car? I begged you before, but you wouldn't buy it for me." Zhang's mother took a sip of water and said slowly, "Well, now that you're married, it's inconvenient not having a car, so your father and I decided to give you one." Jiang Yao was shocked. He had no idea that marriage had this advantage. "I wish I had gotten married sooner." Zhang's mother handed Jiang Yao a file bag containing some relevant documents and invoices for purchasing the car. "Take a look," she said. "That car is already parked in parking space number 88 in your community's parking lot." Jiang Yao tried to calm his excitement and carefully looked at the information about the car. "Wow, Mom, you're so generous to buy me an Audi A6 sedan." The Audi A6 is a newly launched car, and even the highest spec version on the market costs hundreds of thousands of yuan, yet it sells very well. Jiang Yao had even thought that he would buy this car when he had money in the future. Jiang Yao couldn't contain his excitement and wanted to run to the parking lot to see the car right away. "You can also take it for a drive when you have time." But considering it was drizzling outside and Yang Sweki was still sleeping, I decided to wait a little longer. Mom, thank you so much. Jiang Yao gave his mother a big hug. He felt incredibly happy. Jiang Yao, don't get excited yet, there are conditions to this. Jiang Yao was a little confused. What conditions? Of course, you should live a good life with Sweki, otherwise the car you were given will be taken back. Jiang's mother was somewhat helpless with her mentally challenged son, who was nothing like her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao immediately nodded repeatedly. I will definitely treat Sweki well, don't worry. Jiang's mother hummed in agreement, then asked, where is Sweki? Where is she? She is sleeping now and hasn't woken up yet. Okay then, do you have a room here for me to rest? I'm a bit tired from the long journey. Jiang Yao pointed to the second bedroom. Mom, you can sleep in the second bedroom for a while. Everything is ready in there. I need to make dinner now. Mom, you can have dinner with us when you wake up. Jiang's mother hummed in agreement and closed the door to rest. Yang Sweki woke up groggily after finishing making dinner. In the living room, Jiang Yao was setting out the food. Yang Sweki rubbed her eyes. Jiang Yao, how long have I been asleep? You've been asleep for 3 or 4 hours. Ah. So long? Why didn't you wake me up? I see you're sleeping soundly, so I'm sorry to disturb you. After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he invited Yang Sweki to come to the table for dinner. Oh, by the way, my mom is here and is sleeping in the second bedroom now. Yang Sweki gave a sweeten, and then asked, should we call Auntie to get up for dinner? Jiang Yao shook his head. No need. I saved some food for my mom. Let's eat now. Yang Sweki nodded, alright then. Jiang's mother was still asleep after the meal. The two sat on the sofa and watched TV. Chapter 43, Jiang Yao gets a house now. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and then told Yang Sweki about his mother giving him the car. Yang Sweki was somewhat shocked. Your parents are so good to you. They just gave you a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan like that. My parents only have one child, and they only gave me the car now that I'm married. My mom really loves you. She even told me that if I don't treat you well, she'll take this car back. After saying that, Jiang Yao was a little jealous. Now his parents are focusing all their attention on their daughter-in-law and don't care about him at all. Who is the biological child? However, he then thought that being good to his daughter-in-law was also being good to himself, and his jealousy dissipated. Come on, I'll take you to the parking lot to look at the car. Good. Yang Sweki followed Jiang Yao slowly as they arrived at the parking lot. Parking space number 88 is occupied by a brand new, legendary black Audi A6 5-seater luxury car. This Audi A6 incorporates Audi's exclusive technology and further enriches its luxurious features, characterized by luxury, dynamism, and sophistication. Jiang Yao had discussed with Chen Yuan and the others in the dormitory that they would buy a car like this that was both cost-effective and high-class when they had money in the future. Less than a year has passed, and Jiang Yao never expected that he would actually own this car. It has to be said that this gift truly touched Jiang Yao's heart. He wasn't very familiar with the system that came with it, but fortunately Jiang Yao had already gotten his driver's license, so he would be able to get the hang of it soon. Yang Sweki sat in the passenger seat, looking around at the car's interior. The interior is spacious and comfortable, with simple yet elegant decor, giving a sense of comfort and luxury. Jiang Yao, the car your mom bought you feels so nice to the touch. Ha, my mom really has good taste. Jiang Yao chuckled and continued studying the car's system structure. On the other side, Jiang's mother had already woken up and saw the WeChat message Jiang Yao had sent her on her phone. The gist of the story is that Jiang Yao left her some food, and they are now watching the car in the parking lot. After reading it, Jiang's mother smiled with satisfaction. She walked into the kitchen, opened the lace cover, and saw the meal Jiang Yao had prepared for her. After finishing her meal, Jiang's mother felt a bit hot. He held a fan and fanned himself. They haven't returned yet after so long, so Jiang's mother thought for a moment and called Jiang Yao. Hey Jiang Yao, why aren't you and Sweki home yet? Jiang Yao was backing up to park in the parking space. He had just taken Yang Sweki out for a few drives. Mom, I'm just about to take Sweki home. Okay, that's good. Come back soon, I have something to tell you. Okay, let's go back right away. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao turned to Yang Sweki and said, my mom wants us to go home early. Let's hurry up, your mom might need to talk to us urgently. Yang Xueqi and Jiang Yao quickened their pace to get home. Upon opening the door, Zhang's mother was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Zhang's mother hadn't seen Yang Xueqi for a while and looked her up and down, saying, "Xueqi, you're getting prettier and prettier now, that's great." After recovering, Yang Xueqi's complexion was rosy like a peach, and her skin was smooth like jade, like the early summer sun, full of vitality. Yang Xueqi smiled sweetly, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Zhang's mother. Zhang's mother squeezed her hand and said, "I can do it myself." "Don't burn yourself. Your hands are quite delicate." "Auntie, it's my duty to pour you water." Zhang's mother smiled and said, "Xueqi, you and Jiang Yao have already registered your marriage. Why don't you change how you address me? Or is it because you don't like the term auntie?" Yang Xueqi said shyly, "Auntie, you're such a nice person, of course I like you. I'm just a little embarrassed to ask right now, could you give me some time?" Jiang Yao chimed in, saying that Xueqi was easily embarrassed and that he would change how he addressed her in the future. Zhang's mother was naturally delighted to see the young couple singing and dancing in harmony. "Okay, I understand. I also brought a gift for you this time. Mom, didn't you just give me a car? What else do you want to give me?" Jiang Yao was shocked. What kind of surprise was his mother going to give him? "Mom, are you going to give this away?" "That's right, I'm going to give you a house." "House?" Jiang Yao and Yang Xueqi shouted out in unison. "Yes, I also brought the property ownership certificate for the house." Jiang Yao tried to calm his excited emotions. "Mom, has our family struck it rich? I was quite surprised when you gave me both a car and a house today." Zhang's mother shook her head. "Our family hasn't made any money yet, don't worry. You can't rely on your parents yet, you'll have to rely on yourself in the future." Jiang Yao. Is this how he is perceived by his mother? Yang Xueqi burst out laughing. Zhang's mother continued, "Your father and I have discussed it and decided to sell our other house and buy you a bigger new house. After all, you have a wife now, so you can't be without your own house. However, we only paid the down payment for this house for you, you'll still have to pay the mortgage yourself. We've considered that you don't yet have the ability to earn money, so let us help you pay your mortgage for now." Jiang Yao suddenly realized, but he was still very grateful to his parents. "My parents are getting old now, and it's already quite an achievement that I can do these things for them. He also needs to grow up quickly so as not to disappoint them. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will definitely repay you in the future." Zhang's mother nodded. "We're very happy that you think this way. But right now, taking good care of your own little family is the most important thing. You don't need to worry about me and your dad." Zhang's mother handed the property certificate to Jiang Yao and instructed him, "Put my name on this house first, and we'll go to the property registration department to complete the transfer procedures when you have time." Jiang Yao nodded. "Okay." After Zhang's mother left, Jiang Yao sat on the sofa in a daze, holding the property certificate and car keys. Seeing Jiang Yao's expression, Yang Xueqi was puzzled. "Your parents bought you a house and a car, aren't you happy?" Jiang Yao shook his head. "I'm just too happy, so it feels like a dream." Yang Xueqi found it somewhat amusing and lightly covered her mouth. When she smiled, a faint smile appeared at the corners of her eyes and mouth. "Jiang Yao, you don't need to worry about the mortgage." Jiang Yao looked completely bewildered. "Why?" "Because I'll pay it back with you." Jiang Yao's heart stopped for a moment, as if time itself had frozen, leaving only a surge of shock within him. For a girl to be willing to share the mortgage payments with him, that takes such a huge amount of trust. Jiang Yao shook his head. "You'd better not help me pay it back. You should save your money and spend it on yourself. Be good to yourself." Yang Xueqi immediately refused. "I have my parents to help me, and I will also earn money in the future to help you pay off your mortgage, which will make me feel more at ease. Besides, that place will be my home from now on, so if I put in some effort, it will make things easier for you." Jiang Yao's expression softened. He had been persuaded. "Okay, if you help me pay off my mortgage, I'll give you half of the house." Yang Xueqi seemed surprised by Jiang Yao's words and couldn't help but express her thoughts. "Are your parents willing?" "My parents will definitely agree. My mom just texted me to tell you that you can have half of the house in the future. My parents like you very much, and our family will take good care of you." Yang Xueqi's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, but her lips were upturned in a happy smile. At that moment, she felt incredibly lucky. Chapter 44. Thank you for your lack of foresight. Our brother Jiang is now a winner in life. Before falling asleep, Jiang Yao couldn't help but post a message on his WeChat moments in his excitement. Today is a good day, all my wishes will come true. He then posted photos of his car keys and property certificate. The next day, Chen Yuan and his friends were shocked when they saw this post on WeChat moments. Holy crap! How did brother Jiang suddenly get a car and a house? Exactly. It's only been a short time, and they already have a car and a house. Chen Yuan suddenly noticed the car key Jiang Yao posted online. My goodness, it was actually the latest model of the Audi A6. I've had my eye on this one for so long. Wang Zihao was immediately taken aback. Brother Jiang had struck it rich. Could he have bought it himself? He bought it? Impossible, where would he get the money? Jiang Yao was renting a place not long ago, how could he possibly have the money to buy a house? Brother Ma nodded. Indeed, it must have been a gift from Jiang Yao's parents. In recent years, Chaoyang City has experienced rapid economic development. Nearby, residential buildings and commercial streets have been planned, the surrounding environment is getting better and better, and housing prices are rising rapidly. It's really difficult to buy a house in the city on your own these days. Most people have to work hard to achieve their dream of owning a house and a car. Suddenly, Jiang Yao became someone who owned a house and a car. Several of them felt somewhat saddened. The three of them were getting hungry since they hadn't had breakfast yet. Chen Yuan's stomach was rumbling. Want to go to the cafeteria for breakfast together? I'm so hungry. Wang Zihao nodded, me too, I'm going to faint if I don't eat soon. Brother Ma had no objections. The three of them went to the cafeteria and ordered some breakfast items such as meat buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk from the student window. The aroma of the meat buns whetted Wang Zihao's appetite. The meat buns in the cafeteria smelled so good that he could eat 3 or 4 in one go. Chen Yuan and brother Ma nodded in unison and continued eating their breakfast. Coincidentally, Gao Wenwen and her best friend Zhang Xiaowei were having breakfast near Chen Yuan's table. Ugh, the cafeteria chef's skills are just so-so. The bun skin is so hard, it hurts my teeth when I bite into it. If it weren't for the fact that it's more convenient to eat breakfast in the cafeteria, I wouldn't even want to eat there. Zhang Xiaowei chimed in, that's right, this chef's skills are far inferior to the cook your family hired, Wenwen. Your cook is really good, I haven't been able to stop thinking about her cooking since I left your house. Gao Wenwen and her sister were speaking quite loudly, and Chen Yuan and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard them. Wang Zihao said helplessly, what a small world. How did I run into Gao Wenwen again? Who knows? Let's just say we're unlucky. Never mind them, let's eat. As the group was drinking soy milk, they heard Gao Wenwen and her sisters talking. Wenwen, is Su Anbo talking to you now? Of course, men are easy to appease. These past few days I've taken the initiative to explain to Su Anbo, and once his anger subsided, we made up quickly. Ambo said he would buy me a bag as compensation for misunderstanding me. Thinking of this, Gao Wenwen covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Xiaowei couldn't help but give a thumbs up, Wenwen, you're amazing. You two made up so quickly. After this incident, Su Anbo will be completely devoted to you. It's a good thing you dumped Jiang Yao, he's nowhere near as good as Su Anbo. Look at Su Anbo, he's not only the school heartthrob, but his family is also incredibly wealthy. Having a boyfriend like that must be so prestigious. Gao Wenwen smiled smugly, of course, I've always had a good eye for boyfriends. Gao Wenwen and Zhang Xiaowei spoke loudly, and Chen Yuan and the others could hear them clearly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan and his companions could no longer remain seated. Chen Yuan put down his soy milk, turned around and said, Gao Wenwen, when you were talking badly about others, you were so loud. Were you afraid we wouldn't hear you? Wang Zihao was also furious. That's right. You actually said my brother is not as good as Su Anbo. You guys are so blind, you have no eyes at all. Gao Wenwen and Zhang Xiaowei's expressions changed, they hadn't expected that Jiang Yao's roommate had overheard their conversation. Gao Wenwen snorted coldly, you are Jiang Yao's friends, so you're bound to side with him. So what if we say Jiang Yao is not as good as Su Anbo? A bunch of poor bastards, no wonder they've never had a girlfriend. Jiang Yao is a little better off than you guys, at least his family is well off and he's handsome, but he still can't compare to Su Anbo. Chen Yuan was furious. You're talking nonsense. Brother Jiang is a winner in life now. Jiang Yao not only married the campus beauty, but he also has a car and a house. Do you know who his wife is? She's 1,000,000 times prettier than you. Wang Zihao chimed in, that's right, you're nowhere near as good as her. Ma Guo exhaled through his nose, Yang Sueki is Jiang Yao's girlfriend. In the forum's ranking of school beauties, you've lost to Yang Sueki. Are you even as pretty as her? You just have a face full of plastic surgery. Cao Wenwen was furious. She had indeed had plastic surgery, but only her nose, everything else was original. Damn it, stop saying she has a plastic surgery face. She roared, when I was with Jiang Yao, Yang Sueki was still nowhere to be found. How could Yang Sueki possibly be with Jiang Yao? That's hilarious. Zhang Xiaowei chimed in, that's right, I know Yang Sueki too, she is indeed very beautiful. But Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao are completely unrelated people. If you're going to talk big, at least make it believable. Shen Yuan, you don't know anything, so don't talk nonsense. Did you know that Yan, the school beauty, has already given birth to a daughter for brother Jiang? Wang Zihao chuckled. Being with Yang, the school beauty, was something many people dreamed of. What's more, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki even had a child. Brother Ma looked on with envy. Of course, Yang, the school beauty, must be head over heels in love with Jiang Yao, otherwise she would have had a baby with him at such a young age. Cao Wenwen looked suspicious, I don't believe it. Did Jiang Yao give you some benefits? Did he ask you to help him brag? Zheng Xiaowei scoffed, yeah, Yang Sueki had Jiang Yao's child. Who would believe that? Don't exaggerate so much. Cao Wenwen didn't believe it either. Could it be that Yang Sueki was attracted to Jiang Yao because he was handsome? That's impossible. Chen Yuanqi laughed and showed the phone to Cao Wenwen. These are photos and videos of Yang Sueki and her baby. These are photos Jiang Yao took of Yang Sueki and the baby playing games and spending time together when he was at home. Because it was so meaningful, Jiang Yao couldn't help but take more pictures. Cao Wenwen looked at the photos and videos with suspicion, could they be real? But Cao Wenwen had never heard Jiang Yao mention Yang Sueki, so how could the two of them suddenly have a child? Zheng Xiaowei scoffed. Where's Jiang Yao? Why isn't he in the photos and videos? Jiang Yao is in the next photo. In the next picture, Jiang Yao is holding a child, and there is a girl next to him. She was wearing loose long-sleeved shirts and trousers, and a beanie on her head. It was obvious that this was her postpartum attire. The girl's face, visible only halfway across the face, was clearly very beautiful, and her eyes were filled with happiness. Cao Wenwen had seen Yang Sueki's photos. This girl was indeed Yang Sueki herself. But how is that possible? Cao Wenwen refused to believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. Zhang Xiaowei's heart skipped a beat, could it really be Yang Sueki herself? Chen Yuan snatched the phone. Now you believe me, right? Not all girls are like you. Wang Zihao tsk, some people just have no taste. Now brother Jiang has a school beauty wife, a car, and a house. He's a true winner in life. Brother Ma nodded. That's right, things will definitely get better and better from now on. Chen Yuan stood up. Let's go, so our luck won't be affected by certain people. Wang Zihao nodded, and said even more exaggeratedly, hurry up and leave, or you'll get bad luck. I was hoping to find a good job and make a lot of money after graduation. Ma Ge didn't say anything. Among the three, he was the most honest and not good at arguing. By the way, we wish Cao Wenwen all the best in finding someone even richer in the future. Wang Zihao, that's right. After all, Suan Boy isn't rich enough, there are others who are even richer. Let's pray that Cao Wenwen can attract a rich man, so she can fawn over him. After saying that, the three of them playfully left. Chapter 45. The projector has arrived, and Yang Sueki brings a surprise. Wenwen, don't believe them. They might just be making up stories to upset you. These poor bastards are just here to show off and save face. Cao Wenwen shook her head and frowned, saying, this might be true, the person in the photo is indeed Yang Sueki. Zheng Xiaowei's eyes widened. No way. How could Yang Sueki be with Jiang Yao? And even have a child with him? Cao Wenwen was in a state of utter confusion, and I didn't know either. She felt a sense of being beaten to it, and a strong sense of frustration. Zheng Xiaowei comforted her, it's okay. Even if it's true, so what? It just means that school beauty Yang is stupid. Cao Wenwen nodded, agreeing that it made sense. With Yang Sueki's stunning beauty, what kind of woman couldn't she find? Unfortunately, Yang Sueki ended up with Jiang Yao and even had a child with him. Yang Sueki will regret it one day. After being disturbed like this, Cao Wenwen lost her appetite for breakfast and got up to leave. Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki had finished lunch and were taking a nap. At 2 p.m., the delivery man called Zhang Yao. "Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Yao?" Zhang Yao whispered, "Yes, I am Zhang Yao." "And you are?" "I'm a delivery man. The projector you ordered on the platform has arrived." "Are you in building 18, room 18 too?" "Yes. I will deliver it to you in about 10 minutes. "Okay, thank you." 10 minutes later, Zhang Yao took the projector from the delivery man and walked to the door of the master bedroom. "Sueki, the projector has arrived." Yang Sueki was asleep when she heard that the projector had arrived, and she immediately woke up. Upon opening the door, Yang Sueki saw the projector in Zhang Yao's hand. The projector is a bit complicated to install. How about we install it tomorrow?" Yang Sueki's happy smile froze instantly, as if she had been doused with cold water, and she had no choice but to give in. "Okay then, let's wait until tomorrow, it'll be quick anyway." Although Yang Sueki said that, there was clearly some disappointment in her eyes, and she looked pitiful. Zhang Yao felt a little soft-hearted. "How about I install it for you now?" Yang Sueki's eyes lit up, but she still stubbornly said, "No need." Zhang Yao hummed in agreement, then waited. Yang Sueki quickly said, "No need to wait until tomorrow, we can install it now." After she finished speaking, Yang Sueki saw Zhang Yao's sly smile and pouted. "Zhang Yao, are you teasing me on purpose? Why are you like this?" Zhang Yao chuckled and said, "No, I'm going to get some scissors to open the package." The package included instructions, so installation was quite convenient, but debugging was a bit troublesome. Zhang Yao tried several times but failed, so he had to contact customer service on the platform. Customer service replied that they could arrange on-site installation service, but Zhang Yao refused. In the end, customer service sent Zhang Yao an installation video. After pondering for a while, Zhang Yao finally got it working. Yang Sueki was overjoyed she could finally watch a movie. "Do you want to watch a movie with me?" Zhang Yao nodded. "Okay, let's watch it together then. This is a domestically produced romance film, lasting 1.5 hours. Zhang Yao felt something was missing while watching the movie. "Sueki, would you like some fruit? There are grapes and strawberries in the fridge, which one would you like?" "I want to eat strawberries." Yang Sueki really likes strawberries, so she chose strawberries. Zhang Yao got up, took a box of strawberries from the refrigerator, and washed them. Zhang Yao handed a plate of washed strawberries to Yang Sueki. Yang Sueki noticed that these were all relatively large strawberries, and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Zhang Yao thought for a moment and reminded her, "Sueki, although this projector I bought is less likely to hurt your eyes than a TV, you still shouldn't watch it for too long. We can only watch movies for a little over an hour a day. Watching too much will hurt our eyes." Yang Sueki ate a strawberry, smiled sweetly, and said, "Okay, I understand." Zhang Yao saw that it was almost time and started preparing dinner, with Yang Sueki helping him. After dinner, Yang Sueki held a jewelry box and smiled at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao asked curiously, "What is this?" "This is a gift I'm giving to my aunt. Please open it and take a look." When Zhang Yao opened it, he found it was actually a jade necklace. This piece of Haitian jade has a pure color, a rich green hue, an oily luster, and a warm, jade-like texture. Zhang Yao couldn't help but think to himself, "Beautiful." The jade necklace shone brightly under the lights. "Your mother has been taking good care of me during this time, and I thought that elders generally like jade jewelry, so I bought one." Zhang Yao didn't know much about jewelry, but he could tell that the jadeite had a very pure color and probably wasn't cheap. "If you're going to give it to my mother, then give it to her in person next time. I think my mom will be very happy." Yang Sueki smiled sweetly and hummed in agreement. That evening, Zhang Yao made a phone call to his mother. "What's up?" "I'm eating right now. Mom, Sueki has a surprise for you." "Oh, what surprise?" Zhang Yao smiled mysteriously, "You'll find out when you get here." Zhang's mother was completely confused. "All right then," she said, "I'll come over to your place tomorrow and discuss the baby's 1-month celebration with you." Chapter 46. Little Nan Nan is here. Yang Sueki gives her a jade necklace. The next day, Zhang's mother brought her little girl to the apartment Zhang Yao rented. Zhang Yao and Yang Sueki were excited when they saw the little girl. "Little girl, Mommy and Daddy miss you so much." "Mom, let us hold the baby for a moment. We haven't seen our little girl for several days." Zhang's mother smiled kindly, "Don't rush, you hold Sueki first." Yang Sueki held the little girl in her arms, her face overflowing with maternal love. "Little girl, my good daughter. Do you miss your mom? Are you upset that your mom hasn't seen you for several days? The little girl opened her cherry-like mouth and smiled sweetly, her two little hands clutching young Sweki's clothes. The little girl is so happy to see her mother holding her. John's mother comforted young Sweki, saying that her little girl was very well behaved and sensible, and that she wouldn't blame her. Young Sweki nodded, tears welling in her eyes. John Yao watched the little girl from the side, and he was also very moved. Becoming a father made Zhang Yao realize that the most beautiful face in the world is his little girl's smiling face. When she is happy, he is happy too. Zhang Yao suddenly remembered something and smiled mysteriously. "Oh right, Mom, Sweki wants to see you." Seeing her son's mysterious smile, John's mother became even more curious. "Sweki, what do you want from me?" Yang Sweki realized what was happening, took out a jewelry box from the bedroom, and said, "Auntie, this is for you. I hope you like it." John's mother was taken aback. She took the jewelry box that was handed to her, opened it, and exclaimed, "Wow, this jade necklace is so beautiful." Seeing how much the aunt liked it, Yang Sweki also smiled. "Auntie, try it on. This necklace is quite long, you should be able to fit into it." John's mother has a slender and elegant neck, and the pearl necklace she is wearing now looks like it has been worn for many years. It's so beautiful. John's mother looked at it from left to right, extremely satisfied. This jade necklace is truly beautiful. Although John's mother has also been exposed to jewelry, no woman dislikes it. The jadeite that Yang Sweki gave her was of pure color and shone brightly under the light, which is something that artificial jadeite cannot compare to. "Auntie, this is for you." John's mother shook her head, took off the necklace and returned it to Yang Sweki. "This necklace is too valuable. It's inconvenient for me to wear it to the company. Besides, it would be such a pity if it got damaged or lost. Sweki, I appreciate your kind gesture, but you should take the gift back." Yang Sweki insisted on giving it to John's mother. "Auntie, please accept it. Wear it if you like, and leave it if you don't. I will buy you more in the future. This is also a token of my appreciation." John's mother shook her head. "You should keep it. This isn't suitable for me to wear." Zhang Yao, who was standing to the side, saw them pushing and shoving each other and then spoke up. "Mom, this is Sweki's thoughtful gift, please accept it." Young Sweki chimed in, "That's right, Auntie, please don't be so polite with me." John's mother hesitated for a moment, then took the jewelry box and thanked Sweki. Yang Sweki's arms were a little sore from holding the baby for so long. Seeing this, Zhang Yao took the little girl from Yang Sweki's arms and suddenly noticed that the little girl had a bump on the spot where she had received the vaccine. "What's going on?" Zhang Yao was about to call the doctor. John's mother quickly explained, "This is a normal reaction for the little girl after receiving the vaccine. This reaction indicates that it was successful. About 4 weeks later, a pustule will form and rupture, and after 10 weeks it will begin to scab over, eventually turning into a slightly reddish small scar." "You had this when you were a kid too, Zhang Yao, look at your arm." Zhang Yao glanced at the small scar on his arm and suddenly realized. He was in such a hurry that he didn't think of this. Young Sweki noticed that the little girl would develop abscesses in a while, so they had to be careful. Zhang Yao nodded. "Indeed, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. The weather has been getting hotter and hotter these past few days. You can't go without air conditioning for even a short while." Zhang Yao brought out the prepared food. "Let's sit down and eat first." The three of them were covered in sweat after finishing their meal. Especially since young Sweki was covered in sweat, it was even more inconvenient for her to feed the baby. During this time, Yang Sweki's abdominal wound was itchy, and it became even itchier when she sweated. Yang Sweki kept trying to scratch, but couldn't, which made her feel even worse. John's mother suggested that Sweki should wipe away the sweat from the scar area promptly after sweating. When wearing clothes, be careful not to wear anything too tight, as this can worsen the irritation to the skin. Zhang Yao chimed in, "Sweki, try to wash your hair and take showers as little as possible. If you really feel uncomfortable, you can wipe your body with hot water." "Okay, I'm going to change my clothes." After wiping herself down and changing into loose clothes, young Sweki felt much refreshed. Zhang Yao threw young Sweki's clothes into the washing machine. Yang Sweki lay on the bed and exclaimed, "Wow, I feel so comfortable now." Sometimes, young Sweki can be quite childish. Zhang Yao was worried that the little girl would get too hot, so he held her in his arms and fanned her. "Mom, go take a nap after you finish eating. We can talk about it this afternoon." Zhang's mother yawned and said, "Okay, I'll go sleep in the second bedroom." "Okay, Mom, go to sleep. I'm going back to my bedroom for a nap. Fortunately, Jiang Yao was thoughtful and had prepared a crib at home long ago. Jiang Yao gently placed the sleeping baby girl into the crib, then closed his eyes for a nap. Chapter 47, Taking full moon photos of the little girl. After lunch break, Zhang's mother told Jiang Yao that Sister Zhang had gone back to her hometown because of some family matters, and that she herself had been quite busy lately, so they would be taking care of the little girl for the time being. Jiang Yao nodded, looking happy. After thinking for a moment, Zhang's mother added, "The dog days of summer are coming soon. It will be hot, so you should eat less spicy food, otherwise you will easily get a sore throat. The baby hasn't had formula yet, so please give her plenty of water and remember to apply baby powder after her bath." Zhang's mother carefully instructed Jiang Yao on everything she could think of. "We don't have to wait until the baby is a month old to have a full month celebration. Your father and I have already discussed and decided on a date. However, we haven't decided where to hold the full moon celebration yet." Just as Jiang Yao was about to answer, his mother continued, "Let's hold it here. I have many relatives and friends here, so it's more convenient for us to travel back and forth." Jiang Yao. "I'll send you the list of guests who will be attending the full moon celebration. You can find a good hotel and make the reservation. You can invite your classmates and friends over. The more people, the more lively it will be." Jiang Yao hummed in agreement. "Should we take a picture of the baby's 1-month celebration?" Zhang's mother smiled and nodded, "Of course I'll take it. This is the contact information for a photography studio I got from a friend. You can take your little girl to have her picture taken sometime." Jiang Yao took the business card handed to him by his mother, which had the studio's phone number and address on it. "Okay, it's getting late, so I'll head back now." After saying that, Zhang's mother drove back. In the living room, Jiang Yao looked at the business card in his hand and made a phone call. "Hello, are you Angel's Shadow Children's Photography Studio?" "Yes, what would you like to know?" "We'd like to take some full-month photos of our baby. What packages do you offer?" "Sir, I suggest you come to our store to learn more, as it's difficult to explain over the phone." "Okay, let's go take a look now." "Okay." Jiang Yao hung up the phone and saw that Yang Sweki had already woken up. "Sweki, our little girl is going to have her 1-month celebration, and we need to take her 1-month photos. I've already contacted a baby photography studio. Change your clothes now and come with me to take a look." "Okay, then wait for me a moment." Yang Sweki turned around and went back to her bedroom to change her clothes. Yang Sweki changed into a pink long dress and simply styled her hair, giving her an elegant and refined look. They arrived at the photography studio around 3 p.m. Jiang Yao held the little girl in his arms, with Yang Sweki beside him. They looked like a happy family of 3. When the staff saw Jiang Yao and his group arrive, they greeted them warmly. There was a man and a woman. The man was chatting with Jiang Yao. The woman chatted with Yang Sweki about the baby, showering the little girl with praise. Although the little girl was rather thin when she was born, she was fed until she became chubby and fair-skinned. With Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao being both good-looking, the little girl is naturally even cuter and prettier. As they were talking, the male staff member took out various framed photos of babies' births. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki looked through the photos and found that the baby had changed so much. When it was born, it looked like a little monkey, but now it's a chubby and adorable little thing. The speed of growth is truly astonishing. We offer full moon photography packages, priced at $666, $888, $999, and $1388. This is a collection of photos taken by our photographers of babies who are 1 month old. You too can take a look and then consider having a set of photos taken for your baby as well." Upon hearing the price, Jiang Yao felt it was reasonable. Opening the photo album, the little angels were just too cute, they melted our hearts. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki couldn't wait to take a set of photos of their little girl. The photos taken of the little girl will definitely be very, very cute. In the end, Jiang Yao chose a set priced at 1,388 yuan, which also came with a baby hairbrush. Jiang Yao asked, "When can we start filming?" "That's all for now. We just called the staff, and they've already chosen the costumes and set. The team at their studio worked together very well. Some set up the sets, and others delivered the costumes." Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki didn't need to do anything, the staff were all ready. The staff quickly delivered the clothes. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki carefully checked the quality of the clothes to make sure they wouldn't prick the baby or cause an allergic reaction due to poor quality materials. "Don't worry, these have all been sterilized at high temperatures, and the materials are perfectly fine. You can rest assured." You can tell from the touch that this texture is very soft and won't hurt your baby's skin. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki were finally relieved. After the staff finished setting things up, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki helped the little girl change her clothes. The first outfit is of a little girl wearing a white lace dress with a pair of white feather wings on the back. The background is a blue sky and white clouds. The little girl sat on the ground, her tiny feet still bearing Cupid's arrows. The photographer snapped away, while staff helped pose the baby. This set of photos was quickly finished, and the set and clothes for the next set were changed. The little girl sat on a thick cushion, with a pink bow tied in her hair and a red apple prop in her hand. The little girl was very cooperative and looked really cute. The staff kept praising the little girl for being very well behaved and sensible, and for not making a fuss at all. Next, let the little girl sit in the flower petals and wear a flower crown on her head. Midway through, the little girl got hungry, so Yang Sueki took her to the room to breastfeed. After feeding the baby, Jiang Yao noticed it was getting late and it was time for dinner. The staff member smiled and said, "You can go out and have a meal first, and we'll continue filming after you've eaten." Jiang Yao nodded and took Yang Sueki and Xiao Nan out for dinner. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki brought Xiao Nan back to continue filming. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki also participated in the next few sets of photos. The whole family is very good looking, which is very enviable. The little girl is more lively at night. Her yawning, pouting, and laughing with her mouth open are all captured by the photographer, who frantically presses the shutter button. After the filming ended, Jiang Yao changed the little girl's diaper. After finishing their work, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki sat down in front of the computer with great excitement to help the little girl choose photos. Could you please provide us with a copy of the negatives for these photos? Sure. The two looked conflicted as they chose the photos. Every picture of the little girl was so cute. How were they supposed to choose? This photo is so cute, let's choose this one. My goodness, this little girl's smile is so heartwarming, I'll choose this one. Look, this photo is pretty good too. The two spent a long time choosing photos, and in the end, the staff even recommended a special offer to them. If you book our 100-day photo shoot, we can give you a few photo frames so you can display them in your bedroom or living room. Although this event was indeed a marketing tactic, the staff's service attitude and skills were excellent. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki were very satisfied with the photographer's skills and finally booked a 100-day photo shoot, paying a deposit. After selecting the photos, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki took a taxi home with their little girl. Back home, Yang Sueki leaned back on the sofa, squinting. Let's rest for a while. I want to go for a walk tonight. Yang Sueki hasn't been out for a long time and wants to go out for a stroll. Okay, then let's take the stroller and our little one out for a walk tonight. Yang Sueki didn't respond, she had already fallen asleep. Jiang Yao also fell asleep. The room was unusually quiet at this moment, and everyone was sleeping soundly. After waking up, Jiang Yao saw that it was almost time and called Yang Sueki to get up and go for a walk. Yang Sueki yawned and got up from the sofa. By the way, the doctor said you should go to the hospital for a checkup after your postpartum period. Yang Sueki was stunned. The doctor seemed to have mentioned that we should take the baby to the hospital for a checkup. So the two decided to go to the hospital early the next day. Jiang Yao pushed the stroller and took the elevator with Yang Sueki to stroll around the neighborhood. Chapter 48: Getting Lost in the Neighborhood. Classmate, did you two really have a baby together? After strolling around the nearby shopping mall, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki felt there wasn't much to see, so they decided to go home and relax on their phones. They bought quite a lot of things, and the two of them were carrying loads full of items. Jiang Yao thought he should remember the way back, but he didn't expect that he had actually forgotten. Yang Sueki followed Jiang Yao, but she didn't remember the way. Oh no, I'm really lost now. This is building 16? Shouldn't it be building 18? Building 18 might be ahead of it. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki excitedly went around to take a look, and, well, it was building number 20. Jiang Yao picked up his phone and opened the navigation, but the map did not show the specific locations of the buildings. Jiang Yao looked disappointed. Sigh, let's look around then. If we run into anyone, we can ask for directions. Fortunately, at this time, there are still many people who have just finished get off work and are going home. Yang Sueki saw a girl walking ahead and quickly went over to ask for directions. Hey girl, do you know where building 18 is? The girl turned her head, her eyes widened, and she asked excitedly, Are you Yang Sueki? Although Yang Sueki didn't know the other person, she still greeted him politely. Who are you? I'm a sophomore majoring in broadcasting at Peking University. It's normal that you don't know me, but I do know you. The girl was holding a cup of iced coffee, and young Sweki felt a little tempted. Oh, it's a classmate. We're lost. Do you know how to get to Building 18? I know where Building 18 is. Follow me and I'll show you. Okay, thank you so much. Wait a moment, I'll call someone over. When Jiang Yao pushed the stroller and walked up to the girl with Yang Sweki, she was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a long pause, the girl couldn't help but ask, "Goddess, are you two really together?" Yang Sweki didn't want to answer after all, they were just strangers. But out of politeness, Yang Sweki nodded. People outside are saying you already have a child, so is the baby in this stroller yours? Seeing the girl's face etched with gossip, Yang Sweki replied coolly, "Yes, this is our child." Yang Sweki's tone was cold and distant. In the eyes of outsiders, she was a cold and aloof school beauty who never showed her emotions. In fact, Yang Sweki is only enthusiastic about things she is interested in, and doesn't care about things she isn't interested in. Jiang Yao listened from the side, feeling equally puzzled. Why are some people so gossipy? Why do they always have to stare into other people's private lives? Can't they just live their own lives well? But Jiang Yao didn't forget to ask for directions, and gently asked, "Beautiful lady, can you take us to Building 18? The girl realized what was happening and said, "I'm sorry, I'll take you there right away." The girl sipped her coffee while cautiously observing Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao. No wonder she was the school beauty, she's still so slim even after giving birth. Jiang Yao himself is much more handsome than rumored, he looks clean-cut and even a bit sunny. As she was pondering this, Yang Sweki stopped and said, "Thank you. We've arrived, so we'll be leaving now." The girl quickly apologized to them, "I was a bit abrupt in asking you that question." "I'm sorry." Yang Sweki shook her head, "It's alright." The girl waved goodbye, farewell to her goddess. And her idol too. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki smiled and nodded, saying goodbye. Back home, Jiang Yao put all the vegetables and fruits he was carrying into the refrigerator. "Sweki, are you hungry? Do you want some midnight snack?" Yang Sweki was breastfeeding her baby when she felt a warm glow inside as she saw how much Jiang Yao cared for her. "I'm actually a bit hungry now that I'm back from shopping. Could you make me some noodles?" After busying himself in the kitchen for a while, Jiang Yao brought out a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. "These noodles smell so good." Yang Sweki's mouth watered at the smell, and she picked up her chopsticks to eat. "Wow, this noodle dish is so delicious. I could eat 2 bowls." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki with a smile, "Little glutton, eat slowly, don't burn yourself." Jiang Yao also picked up his chopsticks, tasted the noodles, and found that the taste was indeed not bad. Yang Sweki ate 2 bowls of noodles and a lot of vegetables. After finishing her meal, Yang Sweki lay on the sofa with a satisfied look on her face, but her expression was somewhat worried. "I've gained 10 pounds since giving birth." "Jiang Yao, do you think I'm fat?" Jiang Yao glanced at her and said, "No, you're just right now. You were too thin before. Girls shouldn't be too thin, it's more attractive to have some curves." Yang Sweki blinked. "Are you serious? Don't you think I've eaten too much?" Jiang Yao shook his head. "You're still breastfeeding, so it's normal for you to eat more. Besides, if you're not satisfied with your figure, you can wait until you've finished breastfeeding before trying to lose weight. Whether you're fat or not, I think you look good, so don't feel pressured." After hearing this, Yang Sweki felt much happier. "I'll wait until after I finish breastfeeding before I start dieting. I really don't need to diet now." Jiang Yao felt that girls nowadays had too high expectations of themselves, believing that they had to be as thin as a stick to be considered beautiful. Actually, in boys' eyes, girls are healthier if they have a little bit of meat on them, at least they don't have to worry about them suddenly fainting when they go out on a date. Jiang Yao was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen when Yang Sweki tugged at the kitchen door, looking rather pitiful. "Jiang Yao, is there anything in the house that can help with digestion?" Jiang Yao, after washing the dishes, asked, "Did you eat too much? Is your stomach upset?" Yang Sweki was a little embarrassed and said with a blush, "My stomach is bloated, but I can't go out." Jiang Yao found it funny, "Eat less next time. I'll go to your bedroom and see if there are any digestive pills." Yang Sweki pouted and replied with a wronged expression, "It's all because your cooking is so delicious that I ate so much." Jiang Yao. If she ate too much, she'll have to blame herself. Yang Sweki's thought process is so strange that sometimes Jiang Yao doesn't know what to say. "It seems we don't have any at home. I'll go downstairs to the store and buy some for you." Okay, remember to buy me the sweet-tasting digestive tablets, I don't want the bitter ones. Okay, then you wait. As soon as Jiang Yao left, Yang Sweki, lying on the sofa, couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Yao was quite good to her. His helpless yet affectionate expression just now made Yang Sweki's heart feel as if it were soaked in honey, full of sweetness. When Jiang Yao returned after buying digestive pills, he saw Yang Sweki lying on the sofa, slowly massaging her stomach. You're back. Here you go, these are the sweet digestive tablets you requested. Chapter 49. Jiang Yao's cooking is so delicious that Yang Sweki always eats until she's stuffed. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Yang Sweki went to the hospital for a checkup on an empty stomach. Jiang Yao placed the little girl in the car seat. After Jiang Yao carefully checked and found no problems, he drove to the hospital and arrived in 30 minutes. They arrived relatively early. After registering Yang Sweki and Xiananan at the hospital registration desk, they just had to wait for their number to be called. When it was Yang Sweki's turn, the doctor gave her a referral for an ultrasound, which included blood tests and other examinations. Then it's just a matter of queuing up for the tests and getting the reports. The little girl underwent routine checkups, such as to see if her weight and height met the standards. After Xiaonan finished her checkup, Yang Sweki was still waiting in line for hers. Xiaonan, are you done with your checkup yet? Jiang Yao nodded, holding the little girl, and sat outside the ultrasound room with Yang Sweki to wait. This checkup was mainly to examine Yang Sweki's physical condition after her postpartum period, and to see if she had recovered to her pre-pregnancy state. Many people came for checkups, and they all cast curious glances at Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki, the very good-looking young couple. The little girl is especially adorable, which makes everyone around her extremely envious. Outside the ultrasound room, there are many color ultrasound photos of babies on the wall. Yang Sweki wants to see the baby's ultrasound image. Jiang Yao, where did you put the ultrasound photos of our little girl? Jiang Yao replied, it's in the drawer in our bedroom. If you want to see it, I'll go back and find it for you. When it was Yang Sweki's turn to go in for the examination, she came out more than 10 minutes later with the report in her hand. Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki by elevator to the hospital office in the obstetrics department. Dr. Liu? Dr. Liu was writing a medical record on his computer when he heard the sound and looked up. Oh, your wife is eating well during her postpartum period. She seems to have gained weight. Back then, in the hospital's obstetrics department, every doctor knew Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki. The main reason is that they not only had babies at a young age, but they are also exceptionally good looking. Dr. Liu, this is my report. Could you please take a look at it? After reviewing the report, Dr. Liu smiled and said, your recovery is going very well, but you still need to take good care of yourself when you get home, and avoid eating things you shouldn't. You need to pay close attention to your wound and avoid getting it wet frequently to prevent infection. You can also wipe it with iodine solution when you have nothing to do to help disinfect and sterilize. By the way, you can't lift heavy objects yet. Let your husband hold the baby more often, and you can breastfeed lying down. Once you've fully recovered, your relative will come. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everything was normal, that was fine. Yang Sweki arrived at the hospital at 9:30, and it's already 11:30. Her stomach is growling with hunger. Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki to the hospital cafeteria for breakfast. The cafeteria lady remembered Jiang Yao and said warmly, is that your wife next to you? She's so beautiful. You're very lucky. Jiang Yao is handsome and easy to remember. Plus, Jiang Yao is a college graduate and a stay-at-home dad, which makes him hard to forget. After finishing their meal, they prepared to go home. At this time, the sun is blazing and very hot. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki quickly took the little girl home, otherwise her skin would get sunburned. When they got home, both of them looked exhausted. Jiang Yao had barely sat down when he remembered that he hadn't made lunch yet, so he quickly got up and went to the kitchen to cook. Jiang Yao simply stir-fried 2 dishes for lunch, and the meal was ready quickly. Wow, Jiang Yao, how come your cooking is so delicious now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao laughed and said, it's probably because you've cooked so much that your cooking skills have improved. Yang Sweki nodded, that's certainly possible. But it's also because you have that talent, unlike me who can make simple porridge but can't do complicated stir-fries. Jiang Yao reminded you, don't eat too much, or you'll have to take digestive pills again. Yang Sweki was also helpless, I didn't want to either, it's just that your cooking is so good that I ate too much. Jiang Yao laughed, so it's my fault for letting you eat too much? Yang Sweki raised the corners of her mouth and said shamelessly, yeah, it's all your fault. If your cooking is a little worse, I won't eat too much. Jiang Yao. But you're a good cook, you'll definitely make money opening a restaurant someday. I'll definitely give you free advertising and help you promote it everywhere. Thank you, but I have no intention of opening a restaurant. Oh, that's such a pity. No, I'll only cook for you from now on, and not for anyone else. After saying that, Jiang Yao looked at Yang Xueki with a smile, which made Yang Xueki too shy to look at him. After finishing her meal, Yang Xueki felt a little full, but thankfully she didn't feel uncomfortable. I'll take a walk around the house that will help with digestion. After tidying up the kitchen, Jiang Yao walked into the living room and saw Yang Xueki taking a leisurely stroll. How are you feeling? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Yang Xueki shook her head. It's alright, my stomach doesn't hurt now. Jiang Yao was resting on the sofa when he suddenly received a photo from his mother on his phone. The above is a list of the people we'll be inviting for our little one's 1-month celebration. It'll be about 20 or 30 people, enough for 3 or 4 tables. Once Jiang Yao got the number of people, he called to book a hotel table. The set meal was priced at 1,200 per table. Hello, do you need us to make a PowerPoint presentation for your baby's 1-month celebration? Your hotel offers this kind of service? Then we'll proceed according to your arrangements. Okay, our staff has added you. Please accept the request. We can communicate any further questions through this platform. Jiang Yao quickly accepted the friend request and sent over some carefully selected artistic photos of his little girl. Yang Xueki was looking at her sleeping baby with a happy expression. Suddenly, her phone rang. Yang Xueki looked at the number and saw it was her best friend Tang Qingyue calling. Hey, yeah, what do you want? Can't I contact you if I have nothing to do? Why don't you reply to the messages I sent you on WeChat? Yang Xueki opened WeChat and found that Tang Qingyue had indeed sent her a lot of messages, but she hadn't seen them because she didn't check WeChat often. I'm sorry, I haven't been checking WeChat much lately, so I didn't see the message you sent me. Alright then, I forgive you. Little Fairy Xueki, what are you doing now? Why haven't you been chatting with me lately? It's been so long, I miss you so much. I've already booked my plane ticket, and I'll be coming to visit you in the next few days. I hope you won't be unwelcome. Yang Xueki readily replied, yeah, if you miss me, you can come find me. Tang Qingyue originally just wanted to see Yang Xueki's attitude, but she didn't expect Yang Xueki to agree immediately. Tang Qingyue readily agreed, okay, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll arrive tomorrow. But you don't need to come pick me up, I'll come find you myself. Could you please send me your exact location? Yang Xueki sent the exact location, and Tang Qingyue, having succeeded, immediately hung up the phone. Yang Xueki. Chapter 50 Tears Well Up. My baby and I will be with you for the rest of our lives. After hanging up the phone, Yang Xueki turned to Jiang Yao and said, one of my best friends is coming to my baby's 1-month celebration, and my parents are away and can't come this time. Jiang Yao hummed in agreement. Jiang Yao stared at Yang Xueki, who was looking at the baby with a furrowed brow and a troubled expression, making it hard for her not to be distracted. Yang Xueki asked with a smile, why are you looking at me? Jiang Yao answered the question very seriously, because you're good looking. Yang Xueki smiled sweetly, engaging in mutual flattery, you're very handsome too. Jiang Yao knew this, of course, because many people praised him in this way. But since Yang Xueki said those words, Jiang Yao felt a strange sensation in his heart. For a long while afterward, the two remained silent. Yang Xueki was tidying up the baby's clothes, and Jiang Yao was helping her. He hesitated several times before speaking, and Yang Xueki couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Yao, what's on your mind? Jiang Yao mustered his courage and said, let's go buy wedding rings tomorrow. Yang Xueki was stunned and blurted out, why do we need to buy a wedding ring? Jiang Yao's expression changed slightly. We've already registered our marriage. Don't you want to? Yang Xueki quickly explained, no, I'm willing. I was just a little curious why you suddenly brought up buying a ring, but I would have brought it up anyway even if you hadn't. Jiang Yao thought Yang Xueki was unwilling, which startled him. Jiang Yao smiled and said, then let's go buy wedding rings early tomorrow. Yang Xueki blushed upon hearing this, and said with a hint of coquettishness, okay, I'll listen to you. Yang Xueki had trouble sleeping that night, as did Jiang Yao. In the dim light, the two lay facing each other, and simultaneously spoke, me. You. Seeing their perfect understanding, Jiang Yao couldn't help but smile. Xueki, you go first. After a moment of silence, young Sweki thought for a moment and said, "Could you tell me about your relatives? I'd like to learn more about them before the baby's 1 month celebration." Jiang Yao's father, Jiang Fu, had an older brother. The two brothers had little contact after Jiang Yao's grandmother passed away because of their incompatible personalities. A few years ago, we would make a few phone calls during holidays, but now we don't even make phone calls anymore. About a year ago, my father was in a car accident, and that's when the two of them reconnected. My uncle even paid my father's medical bills, which surprised us. Later, the two brothers reconnected and their relationship improved. My uncle's family also runs a business, and they live a pretty good life. He and my aunt had 2 children, a boy and a girl, but my aunt passed away from illness when I was in junior high school. Later, my uncle became taciturn and didn't like to communicate with people. Yang Sweki recalled the list of invitees, and it seemed that they were not on it. My mother has an older sister and an uncle. My mom is the youngest. My grandma told me that my mom used to be very beautiful, and many people liked her, but she ultimately chose my dad. My aunt is married and lives elsewhere. She has a good relationship with my mother, but my uncle's side of the family doesn't have a very good relationship with us. My uncle and aunt told my mother they couldn't make it in time, but they'll send the gifts later. Yang Sweki said, "Oh," and then asked, "Is your grandfather still alive?" Jiang Yao replied that after his grandmother passed away, his grandfather also got old and fell ill. My mom was overwhelmed taking care of my grandpa all by herself. Later, my dad also helped, but my grandpa still passed away when I was in high school. My grandparents loved me very much, and I saw my grandfather off on his final journey when he passed away. When I was little, I always told my grandpa that when I grew up, I would make a lot of money and buy him a big house to live in. But my grandpa passed away before I grew up. Jiang Yao felt very sad, because his grandparents really doted on him. His grandparents would buy him whatever he wanted to eat. Sometimes, even when his parents disagreed with Jiang Yao eating certain things, his grandparents would secretly give him the food. On his deathbed, Grandpa held Jiang Yao's hand. His eyes were already cloudy and lifeless, but he still said, slowly and deliberately, "Little Jiang Yao, Grandpa is leaving. Grandpa will bless you and keep you healthy, my dear grandson. You must listen to your parents from now on and be a filial and sensible child. Grandpa is leaving. Grandpa will miss Xiao Jiangyao." Grandpa Mingming was lying on his sickbed, too weak to speak, but when he saw his most beloved grandson, he suddenly felt a surge of energy before he died. Jiang Yao still remembers that when his grandmother passed away, it was very sudden, and she didn't leave any last words. He thought that since his grandmother doted on him so much, she must have given him the same kind of advice as his grandfather. Such a deep love for one's son. Jiang Yao's maternal grandparents passed away when he was in elementary school. Jiang Yao didn't have a deep impression of them, if he did. That was when his grandmother brought him chicken soup, but he was being naughty and refused to drink it. Then he watched his hunched-over grandmother coaxing him again and again. For some reason, Jiang Yao has kept this memory to this day. Jiang Yao always remembered his grandmother. Yang Sweki could see that Jiang Yao was upset, so she held his hand and said, "Although your grandparents and maternal grandparents have all passed away, their love for you has always been with you. From now on, my baby and I will stay with you for the rest of our lives." In the night, young Sweki's eyes sparkled, as if they contained a vast ocean of stars and a dazzling starry sky. Jiang Yao smiled back. Thinking of Yang Sweki and Xiao Nannan always softened his heart. He now has a family, a lover to spend his life with, and children who are his own flesh and blood. Yang Sweki lay down and hugged him, whispering, "If you're feeling sad, just cry it out. I won't laugh at you." Jiang Yao asked in a low voice, "Sweki, why do you think I will cry?" "I won't cry, I'm mature and composed." Yang Sweki gently coaxed, "Because you looked so sad just now, you must be feeling very upset." That night, their hearts drew closer, and they became more familiar with each other. Chapter 51, Buying Wedding Rings. Yang Sweki calls him husband. There are jewelry stores on the first floor of the shopping mall near the community. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki entered the store, and a beautiful jewelry sales assistant greeted them with a smile. "You're here to buy wedding rings, right? This way, please." When the sales assistant saw Jiang Yao pushing the baby, she was stunned for a moment. Wow, what an adorable little baby. Many young couples come to the boutique to buy rings, but it's rare to see a young couple bringing their baby to buy rings. The saleswoman asked Jiang Yao, "What are your requirements regarding the price and style of wedding rings?" Jiang Yao smiled and said, "I don't know much about rings. It mainly depends on what my wife likes." Yang Sweki smiled sweetly, What kind of rings do you have that you can show us? I'd like to know more about them first. The jewelry sales assistant nodded and handed them some wedding rings to choose from. Yang Sweki carefully selected rings, considering everything from style to price, hoping to find a pair she was satisfied with. Could you please show me those silver wedding rings? Beautiful lady, this wedding ring set has a simple and elegant design, perfect for your hands. Yang Sweki tried it on, and the ring added a dazzling effect to her slender fingers. But she didn't really like it, so she looked around some more. Yang Sweki suddenly saw a pair of elegant and unique wedding rings with a few letters engraved on them. Jiang Yao, come and take a look. Do you like these rings? I think these wedding rings are quite beautiful, and they're also very convenient to wear every day. Let me help you put it on and see. Jiang Yao also really likes this pair of wedding rings, mainly because they look very elegant. Yang Sweki tried it on herself and was quite satisfied, but felt that the band was a bit tight. Could she exchange it for a larger size? The sales assistant smiled and replied, "These are size 11 wedding rings. I'll exchange them for size 12, and then you should be able to wear them." Yang Sweki nodded. How much do you sell these wedding rings for? 9,999. This symbolizes that your love will last forever. Yang Sweki frowned and said, "These wedding rings are a bit expensive." Jiang Yao stepped forward and took her hand. "It's okay. We'll only get married once in this life. It doesn't matter if it's expensive." Yang Sweki nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to you." "Okay, would you like to pay by card or by scanning a code?" "Swipe your card." "Okay, thank you for your patronage. I wish you a long and happy marriage." Stepping out of the store, Yang Sweki looked at the bustling street corner, feeling somewhat dazed. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki with a smile, "Wife." Yang Sweki was taken aback, then smiled shyly, "Husband." Jiang Yao said, "Please guide me for the rest of my life." Yang Sweki's stunning face and radiant smile make me wish you would guide me through the rest of my life. Come on, let's go buy groceries and head home. We're having a big meal today, I'll cook whatever you want. Anything is fine with me, I'll like whatever you make. While waiting at the traffic light, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki discussed the menu. On the other side of the road, a taxi was carrying two very pretty girls. One of them happened to see Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki crossing the road. My goodness, Wenwen, look. Those two people are Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki. Jiang Yao is even pushing a stroller. Look. Gao Wenwen was chatting on her phone when her friend startled her. What are you doing? Zheng Xiaowei was thrilled. Look. Those two are Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki. I've looked several times, I'm absolutely sure I'm not mistaken. Gao Wenwen paused for a moment, then craned her neck to look. At that moment, the green light turned green, and one person went right while the other went straight. Gao Wenwen spotted Jiang Yao pushing a stroller with a girl beside him at a glance, but she didn't have time to get a good look at her. Zheng Xiaowei's eyes widened. Do you see that? That girl is Yang Sweki. It really is Yang Sweki herself. She's so beautiful, it's hard to mistake her. Gao Wenwen, hearing her friend's certainty, asked, Are you really sure you saw it clearly? Zheng Xiaowei nodded vigorously, It's definitely Yang Sweki, I'm not mistaken. Gao Wenwen's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned pale. Let's follow them and see. Forget it, Wenwen, Jiang Yao and the others are already far away. Besides, it's not worth running around in this hot weather. Gao Wenwen had no choice but to nod and agree. Wenwen, don't be sad. They'll definitely break up eventually. Gao Wenwen was skeptical. What did she say? Zheng Xiaowei said with certainty, Wenwen, think about it. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki are both so young. They must have gotten together on a whim. If we wait too long, we'll definitely break up if I meet someone better. Hearing her friend say that, Gao Wenwen finally felt better. Okay, let's hurry up and go to the restaurant for dinner. It's so hot today, my makeup is melting, I need to touch it up as soon as I get there. Back home, Jiang Yao went into the kitchen to prepare a big meal. Yang Sweki was lying in her bedroom with the air conditioning on. She didn't know if it was because she had walked too much, but her thighs felt very sore. You should lie down and rest a bit longer, you'll feel better soon. Yang Sweki would have fallen asleep almost by now if Tang Qingyue hadn't called. Dear Fairy Sweki, I'm in your neighborhood right now. Where is building number 18? I've been looking for ages and still can't find it. Your neighborhood is like a maze, I'm about to faint from the heat. Tang Qingyue thought that Yang Xueqi's neighborhood should be similar to her own, but after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find Building 18. Moreover, Tang Qingyue wanted to ask someone for directions, but she waited a long time before she met an old lady. The old lady was a little hard of hearing, so Tang Qingyue patiently asked her again and again, "Grandma, where is Building 18? The old lady couldn't hear clearly at all, so Tang Qingyue had no choice but to call Yang Xueqi. "Fairy Xueqi, please come and pick me up. I'm about to faint from the heat even with an umbrella." Yang Xueqi felt much better. "Okay, wait for me a moment, I'll come downstairs to find you right away." Tang Qingyue smiled and said, "Alright, come and pick me up." Tang Qingyue wasn't so angry anymore. She had been quite unhappy because she hadn't been able to find Building 18 after searching for most of the day. Yang Xueqi went downstairs and searched everywhere for Tang Qingyue. She finally found it. Yeah, if you turn around now, you can see me." Tang Qingyue was suspicious. "So fast? Xueqi, don't lie to me. I'm turning back now." Wow, little Xueqi, you really came." After saying that, Tang Qingyue ran towards Yang Xueqi with a happy expression. Yang Xueqi looked at Tang Qingyue and thought for a moment, yeah, it's not appropriate for your hands to be empty. Why don't you go to the fruit shop and buy some fruit?" Tang Qingyue smiled and asked, "What kind of fruit would you like to eat?" Yang Xueqi smiled and said, "Just buy a nice fruit basket, it will have several kinds of fruit inside." Tang Qingyue responded with an "Oh. Do you want me to go with you to buy fruit?" Tang Qingyue shook her head. "No need, just wait for me here. I saw a fruit shop near the entrance of your complex, I'll be right back to find you." After Tang Qingyue walked away, Yang Xueqi called Zhang Yao and said, "Zhang Yao, my best friend is coming to our house later. Remember to cook extra food, okay?" Zhang Yao exclaimed, "Okay, anyway, we have plenty of food at home. Should I tidy up the second bedroom? Should I prepare some toiletries or something?" Yang Xueqi smiled slightly and said, "No need, Yaya isn't staying here, she's booked a hotel." Zhang Yao hummed in agreement. "Okay, I'll do as you say. By the way, we've registered our marriage. Could we change how we address each other from now on? Wife." Yang Xueqi's heart skipped a beat. She touched the ring on her finger and blushed, saying, "Husband." Chapter 52. You really had a baby secretly, shocking everyone. Yang Xueqi bought some traceless nails for photo walls online, and they just arrived. Seeing the scorching sun outside, Yang Xueqi thought she should ask Tang Qingyue to pick up the package while she was at it. Yang Xueqi called Tang Qingyue, yeah, are you buying fruit outside now?" Tang Qingyue's tone was completely calm. What is it?" The temperature was close to 35 degrees Celsius today, and the midday sun was so strong that it took her several minutes to walk to the fruit shop in high heels. Tang Qingyue was afraid she would lose control and scream. What a tragedy! Her relationship with Yang Xueqi is a cursed one. That month, I had a package arrive. Could you please pick it up for me at the Jiangnan Mansion's courier station? I've sent you the pickup code, thank you. Tang Qingyue looked up at the words "the call is over" and sighed deeply. What sins did she commit in her past life to become best friends with Yang Xueqi? Tang Qingyue held an umbrella in one hand and carried a fruit basket in the other, walking as gracefully as possible under the scorching sun. Upon arriving at the courier station, Tang Qingyue gave the pickup code, 24105. The other party's boss sized up Tang Qingyue. Although she was wearing sunglasses and his face was not clear, he could tell from her temperament and figure that she was definitely a great beauty. The other party's boss handed her that package. Is her name Shuer? Tang Qingyue nodded, gritting her teeth as she said, yes, it's her. She carried the package under her arm and went into the Jiangnan Mansion residential complex. Yang Xueqi stood in the corridor and vaguely saw a figure walking towards her. She squinted and looked closely. The person was Tang Qingyue. Yang Xueqi sent a message, keep walking forward, I'm in the corridor on your left. Following the instructions, Tang Qingyue finally saw Yang Xueqi. Yang Xueqi took her own package, showing no intention of helping her carry it. The moment she stepped into the elevator, Tang Qingyue gritted her teeth and thought, Xueqi, you really are my best friend. Yang Xueqi smiled and said, be nicer later. Tang Qingyue chuckled. Yang Xueqi, you'd better beg me. Ding, the elevator doors open. 18-2. Tang Qingyue heard the sound and went over to take a look. A handsome, tall man stood at the door with his arms crossed to greet them. Honey, is this your best friend? Yes, this is my best friend Tang Qingyue, and this is Jiang Yao. Yang Sueki felt embarrassed to call her husband in front of her best friend. This man gave Tang Qingyue the feeling of a good family man, and his every move exuded handsomeness. Tang Qingyue never missed the title of wife. At that time, she thought it was just a pet name between two people in a relationship. Tang Qingyue was still satisfied with Jiang Yao. He was handsome, could cook, and seemed reliable. Yang Sueki now has a rosy complexion and her figure is a bit fuller than before. Maybe Yang Sueki became like this because she was fed by this boy. Tang Qingyue is a stunning beauty, long hair, tall figure, and delicate, beautiful features. However, she lacks the stunning beauty of Yang Sueki, and Tang Qingyue's figure is a bit flat, but she is good at dressing up so it is not obvious. Jiang Yao nodded slightly. Hello? Tang Qingyue raised an eyebrow slightly. Hello, I am Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue handed the fruit basket to Jiang Yao, saying, "These are the fruits I bought for you, please don't find them too bad." Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Thank you, please come in." Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that there was still fish cooking in the pot in the kitchen, so he hurried back to check. "Honey, I'm going back to the kitchen to get busy." "Go ahead and get busy, you've worked hard." Tang Qingyue pouted. "Sueki, why didn't you tell me how hard it was?" Seeing that Tang Qingyue hadn't gone inside, Yang Sueki went in first and remembered to close the door. Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue breathed through her nose and smelled the rich aroma of food as soon as she entered the house, seeing its luxurious and high-class decor. Tang Qingyue took off her high heels and put on a brand new pair of women's slippers, then casually placed the fruit basket on the coffee table in the living room. Yang Sueki was unpacking a package when Tang Qingyue sat down on the sofa. "The decor here is nice. Did you rent this place together, or did he buy it?" Tang Qingyue's eyes lit up when she saw the ring on Yang Sueki's hand. She said with great interest, "You two have a strong sense of ceremony. You're wearing rings as soon as you start dating, and he even calls you wife. Did you call me here so I'd have to eat dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection? Tell me about him, how did you two meet? How long have you been together? How many people are in his family? Hey, I'm talking to you, so stop opening the package. By the way, is he an only child? What's his family's financial situation like?" Yang Sueki stopped and looked at Tang Qingyue. "Come here, let me show you a treasure." Tang Qingyue's eyes widened. "My God, you have a treasure in your house. What treasure? Let me see." She followed Yang Sueki to the master bedroom and stood in front of the crib, staring blankly at it. Tang Qingyue asked Yang Sueki in disbelief, This is your baby?" Yang Sueki looked proud. "Of course. This is an irreplaceable treasure." Tang Qingyue was still in shock. "Where did this come from?" Yang Sueki was speechless. Wasn't the answer obvious? Could it be that the little girl could just pop out of a stone? The next second, Tang Qingyue suddenly exclaimed in shock, "My God, could it be that this child is yours? You too have a child?" Yang Sueki felt a pang of heartache when she saw that the little girl was clearly frightened. "Could you please keep your voice down? There are children here." Tang Qingyue snapped out of her daze. "Okay, I'll keep my voice down. Were you giving birth during the time you disappeared?" Yang Sueki hummed in agreement, then checked the little girl's diaper and noticed it seemed to have a smell. Tang Qingyue was unable to describe her feelings in words at this moment. Her expression was complex. "You really did have a baby secretly and then scare everyone." Tang Qingyue felt she needed to remind her best friend of something and was about to ask her for the details. But then they saw Yang Sueki smelling something at the baby. "What are you doing?" Yang Sueki looked at Tang Qingyue seriously and asked, "Try to smell what's in the air." Tang Qingyue hadn't reacted yet, but she immediately did as she was told, and then said in confusion, "It smells kind of smelly." Yang Sueki nodded. She was certain that the little girl had pooped. But this time, the little girl didn't cry or fuss. The next second, the little girl started whimpering and wriggling her body. Yang Sueki asked Tang Qingyue for help. Yeah, go to the bathroom. There's a small pink basin inside. Could you get me a basin of clean, warm water? There's also a small handkerchief on the hook, take it along with the other handkerchiefs." Tang Qingyue realized what was happening and said, "Okay, right away." Next to the crib is a table for changing diapers, and next to the table are baby supplies such as diapers and wet wipes. Yang Sueki laid the waterproof pad on the table, picked up the little girl, and opened the ear flaps of the diaper. Chapter 53. This dog food is practically slapped in my face. Tang Qingyue, carrying a small basin, was stunned when she came out of the bathroom and saw the scene in front of her. Yang Xueqi was seen holding the diaper that was sticky with odor, smelling it and examining it. Tang Qingyue suddenly realized. No wonder Yang Xueqi made her smell the poop. It's because every time the baby poops, it needs to be checked to see if it's normal and if there are any signs of diarrhea. Yang Xueqi handed the smelly diaper to Tang Qingyue and took the small basin from her to wash the baby's bottom. Tang Qingyue almost screamed, as if she were holding a time bomb, and anxiously searched for a trash can while spinning around in place. Where's the trash can? I'm about to lose it. Where's the trash can? Yang Xueqi was amused by her exaggerated reaction. Isn't the trash can right next to your feet? Tang Qingyue looked closely and saw that it was indeed a trash can. Tang Qingyue threw away the diaper in her hand and quickly ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. Yang Xueqi, you did this on purpose. Yang Xueqi skillfully changed the baby's diaper. Come and help. No, you know I get a headache whenever the baby cries. Yang Xueqi sighed, my baby was born via C-section, and the wound hasn't healed yet. Please help me out. While she was struggling with her decision, Tang Qingyue noticed Yang Xueqi lying on the bed with a U-shaped pillow behind her, and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. What are you doing? I'm breastfeeding. Could you come over here and help me hold the baby up for a bit? Tang Qingyue twitched the corner of her mouth and said, alright then, I'll help you out for your sake. Tang Qingyue went around to it, becoming flustered. How could she carry it? Was it like this? After stabilizing the baby's body, Yang Xueqi began to breastfeed. Tang Qingyue looked at Yang Xueqi with envy and exclaimed, Xueqi, your baby is so lucky, he has never lacked food since he was a baby. Yang Xueqi glanced at her and said, your future baby will be very lucky, having the advantage of having a mother with a flat chest from a young age. Tang Qingyue's face darkened. This was her sore spot. The little girl is so cute. When she drinks milk her two little feet twitch around. The little hands waved in the air, as if they were happily drinking milk. Tang Qingyue felt a wave of tenderness wash over her. After all, no one dislikes a cute little angel. Xueqi, what exactly happened between you two? Yang Xueqi told Tang Qingyue the whole story. Your story is like a romance movie, full of twists and turns. For a moment, I don't even know what to say. Tang Qingyue's expression suddenly turned serious. Did you marry him because of the child? Or did you marry him because you love him too? Yang Xueqi answered honestly, yes, both. At first, I did marry him because I wanted to give my baby a complete family. But as we spent more time together, I found that he had become much more mature and stable, and was a good man I could entrust my life to. Moreover, our breakup wasn't because we stopped loving each other, but because he and I weren't mature enough. I have to thank God for letting us be together again. I'm so happy now. Tang Qingyue couldn't help but remind you, but you two have only just gotten back together, so you can't jump to conclusions so quickly. Yang Xueqi understood Tang Qingyue's meaning. Time would tell, and she understood Jiang Yao's character. Yes, but I feel that he is the one I'm looking for. You used to always ask me what kind of boy I liked, and later I realized that he was exactly that kind of boy. I'm happy every day with him. Tang Qingyue felt her teeth were aching. Xueqi, I know you've made up your mind about him now, and nothing anyone says will change your mind. I hope you made the right choice. If he does anything to wrong you in the future, I will definitely stand up for you. Yang Xueqi was touched. I thought you would keep advising me. Tang Qingyue chuckled and said, you two have already had a child and got your marriage certificate. What else can I say but wish you happiness? Besides, you asked me to come here just so I could see you're happy, right? I'm not stupid. I, Tang Qingyue, am very smart. Yang Xueqi said with a smile, we are doing very well now, and I believe our future will only get better. Seeing that she was now completely immersed in happiness, Tang Qingyue couldn't bear to say anything that would spoil the mood. So, do your uncle and aunt support your marriage? Yang Xueqi nodded. My parents are quite satisfied with him, especially his mother, who is a very nice person. The absence of conflicts between my mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has put my mother at ease. Tang Qingyue smiled and said, that's good. Your uncle and aunt also have high hopes for you. That puts my mind at ease, since your parents have already vetted him for you. It means that guy is really good, and as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. In the kitchen, Jiang Yao cooked a few more dishes, and after plating them, Yang Xueqi and the others still didn't come out. Jiang Yao wondered what they were whispering about, why they hadn't come out yet after all this time. He knocked on the door. Dinner's ready. If you don't come out to eat soon, the food will get cold. Tang Qingyue opened the door. Sweki was breastfeeding. We'll come out for dinner later. Zhang Yao went in and saw that the little girl had almost finished eating, so he took out a new nursing pad and put it on. He picked up the baby and patted her to help her burp. His movements were very skillful. Zhang Yao, it's time to trim the little girl's nails. My little girl hasn't had her nails cut since she was born. Zhang Yao nodded and said, I'll buy a set of tools for the baby later, and I'll help the little girl trim her nails when I have time. Every time his little girl burps from breastfeeding, Zhang Yao would specifically call Dr. Liu to ask, how is your baby's feeding? It's great. It has a lot of strength when it nurses and poops very well. You should pay attention to keeping your child warm, and cover them with a small blanket when they sleep. If the baby doesn't have any digestive problems and poops normally, then it means the baby has probably eaten too much. The little girl always drinks her milk until she's full, and she's always loved eating rice. Zhang Yao patted the baby's back to help her burp. Wife, you and your friend go eat first. Yang Sweki smiled and said, wait a moment, let's eat together. Yang Sweki then went to the bathroom to wash her hands and change her clothes. Tang Qingyue, huh? She's really hungry right now, okay? And she's a guest. Yang Sweki changed her clothes, and Zhang Yao finished his work as well. After sitting down, Zhang Yao first helped his wife pick up some food and serve her soup. I don't know what kind of food you like to eat. Since Sweki is currently breastfeeding, I've made the dishes rather light. Tang Qingyue looked at the dishes, which looked and smelled delicious, and felt more satisfied with Zhang Yao. Yang Sweki laughed, saying that Yaya is not a picky eater and usually eats very casually with a fairly common taste. Tang Qingyue rolled her eyes and replied sarcastically, yes, I'm not usually a picky eater. Yang Sweki now has a husband and has forgotten her friends for the sake of a pretty boy. Chapter 54, time to show some love and give a gift. Tang Qingyue took a bite of the dish Zhang Yao had cooked and her eyes lit up. This is good, it's really delicious. Yang Sweki said proudly, of course. Zhang Yao's cooking skills are no worse than those of top chefs outside. This is outrageous. It's infuriating. Tang Qingyue turned her body to the side, not wanting to see Yang Sweki's smug face. Yang Sweki served food to Tang Qingyue, probably because she felt Tang Qingyue hadn't had enough of the dog food and wanted to feed her more. Yeah, try this lobster, it tastes really good, come and have a taste. And this cucumber salad is so refreshing and sweet this summer. Come on. This is Zhang Yao's specialty dish. I've put it in your bowl, so you have to eat it. Tang Qingyue didn't want to accept Yang Sweki's kindness. Sweki, I can do it myself. You don't need to help me. In order to wear beautiful clothes in the summer, Tang Qingyue has been eating a low-fat diet these days and goes to the gym in the afternoon. She'd finally lost a little weight, and she didn't want to gain it all back. Oh my god, this tastes so delicious. After finishing the meal, Tang Qingyue felt very regretful. Looking back, I realize how much sweat and effort I put in to lose even a pound, working myself to the bone every day at the gym. This meal ruined all her hard work over the past few months. She wanted to cry, she really wanted to cry. Tomorrow is the baby's 1-month celebration. As a member of my family, you should dress appropriately and elegantly. Tang Qingyue said oh, and seeing Yang Sweki taking a walk in the living room to digest her food, she quietly joined in. Should I give your precious daughter a red envelope as a gift? Of course. Otherwise, why would I have called you over? Wasn't it just for the little bit of money you'd give me as a gift? Yang Sweki, where is your conscience when you say that? Give a generous gift of money, and I'll save it for my little girl later. So how many do you think is appropriate? Just name a number. You can give me 2,888. Okay, I can think about it. When Zhang Yao came out of the kitchen, he saw two beautiful women strolling in the living room. At noon, Yang Sweki is sleepy and wants to take a nap. What about you? Do you want to go back to the hotel to rest? Tang Qingyue glanced at the blazing sun outside and said, I think I'll sleep in your spare bedroom. Yang Sweki pointed to the sofa in the living room. Why don't you sleep on the sofa in the living room? Tang Qingyue accused Yang Sweki of being heartless again, but in the end, Tang Qingyue still went to sleep in the master bedroom with Yang Sweki. That's great, you're much more cheerful than before. I can tell you're really happy right now. Yang Sweki laughed, I used to think that marriage would restrict my freedom, but now I don't think that's the case. It depends on who you marry and what kind of life you lead. Tang Qingyue was genuinely happy for Yang Sweki. Tell me who will be at tomorrow's full moon celebration, and what's the situation like at your husband's family? In the afternoon, Jiang Yao began preparing dinner in the kitchen. Tang Qingyue said she was on a diet and would be making her own dinner. Because young Sweki is still breastfeeding, she feels at ease eating her fill every day. She eats whatever Jiang Yao does, and plans to lose weight after breastfeeding. For dinner, Tang Qingyue prepared a fruit salad and a low-fat meal. There is chicken breast, boiled broccoli, a few tomatoes, half an egg white, and some purple rice. Tang Qingyue was very satisfied with the weight loss meal she had made, but when she saw the dinner the two of them were eating, she suddenly felt what kind of life she was living. She eats only half-full, low-fat meals all day long, eating less than grass. Let me try a bite, just to see how it tastes. Let me try one of those too. It tastes alright, I'll have another bite. In the end, Tang Qingyue couldn't stick to her dieting principles. The food was too delicious, and it would be a waste not to eat it. After finishing dinner, Tang Qingyue came to her senses and felt deeply regretful. Why didn't you stop me from ordering more? I ate so much today, I might gain all that weight back. Yang Sweki was speechless. I tried to stop you, but you just kept eating. What could I do? Tang Qingyue rolled her eyes. You only said one thing, and you call that blocking me? It was past 6 o'clock in the evening, and it was still light outside. Usually, they would take their little girl for a walk in the neighborhood around this time. The baby stroller can be fitted with a mosquito net, so mosquitoes from outside can't get in. Tang Qingyue changed her clothes, put on a hat, and followed them downstairs in high heels. There are many people taking a stroll downstairs at this time of day, and occasionally you'll run into someone you know and exchange greetings. Tang Qingyue waved, you guys continue your stroll, I'm going back to the hotel first. She also needs to go to the nearby bank to withdraw some money so she can give the baby a red envelope tomorrow. The two strolled around the neighborhood several times, taking about half an hour. Yang Sweki held a fan in her hand, fanning Jiang Yao and the little girl. There are so many mosquitoes tonight. I saw several flying around just now. Jiang Yao was wearing long sleeves and trousers, so the mosquitoes couldn't bite him. On the contrary, Yang Sweki is very easy to attract mosquitoes. Here, take this fan and fan yourself. Let's go to the small supermarket in front to buy some medicated oil and mosquito repellent. Yang Sweki didn't expect there to be so many mosquitoes today. She was wearing a long-sleeved shirt and shorts, and the mosquitoes kept biting her legs. The two arrived at the supermarket, where the smell of mosquito repellent was very strong. Forget it, I'll pass on mosquito repellent and medicated oil, they might irritate the baby. That's what I was thinking too. Boss, I'd like to buy a bottle of 10 drops water. Jiang Yao asked Yang Sweki to sit down on a chair in the supermarket. Take out a small bottle of 10 drops water and apply it to the mosquito bites. This mosquito is really fierce, the bumps it caused are huge and swollen. How are you feeling now? Yang Sweki smiled sweetly, this should have a pretty good effect. When I was little, my mother would add 10 drops of water to my bathwater. This can help with prickly heat and eczema, and it also helps repel mosquitoes. Jiang Yao hummed in agreement. After applying the ointment, he said, let's see if you're still itchy. If not, go back and apply some iodine or something. Yang Sweki walked for a while and found that the itching had stopped. That really worked well. The weather was quite cool a few days ago, but it's muggy today. I think it might rain. Upon hearing what Jiang Yao said, Yang Sweki opened the weather forecast. The weather forecast says it will rain tomorrow. And then, the rain suddenly started in the middle of the night. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Yao began packing the baby's supplies. Pack the baby's diapers, baby powder, and spare clothes into the backpack. There are also spare diapers on the bus, just in case. Baby diapers go through very quickly, so it's good to have plenty on hand. Jiang's mother called and said, Jiang Yao, our relatives and friends will arrive around 11 o'clock. Let's meet at that hotel then. Jiang Yao nodded, okay, Mom. We're about to head out. I'll call them to prepare the groceries after I leave. Jiang's mother, this is good. When we arrive, we can eat right away. The weather was kind, it rained last night, and today is cloudy. The overcast weather was quite cool, and with a gentle breeze on my face, it felt very pleasant. Chapter 55 The lively full moon banquet begins. Jiang Yao was packing his things, while Yang Sweki was choosing suitable clothes to make a good impression on others. Because Yang Sweki was still breastfeeding, she ultimately chose a pink chiffon blouse, paired with blue wide-leg jeans and low-cut flat shoes. Yang Sweki had considered buying cosmetics that pregnant women could use, but ultimately decided against it for the sake of her baby's health. So she didn't wear foundation, just drew light eyebrows and applied lipstick. Girls can skip makeup altogether, but eyebrows and lipstick are still essential to enhance their complexion. It's quite strange, but many pregnant women experience dull, yellowish skin after becoming pregnant, and some even develop age spots. Yang Sweki's skin is even better than before she was pregnant, so she only needs to moisturize it. She's in incredibly good shape right now. Her complexion is rosy and radiant, and her skin is smooth and delicate. Yang Sweki turned around in front of the mirror with satisfaction. Apart from being a bit rounder than before, nothing else has changed. After Yang Sweki finished packing, she called Tang Qingyue. Yeah, are you ready? Let's go to the hotel together. Tang Qingyue is putting on makeup at her dressing table. I'll be done soon and wait for you at the hotel entrance. Good. Zhang Yao glanced at Yang Sweki and said, You look beautiful today. Although Yang Sweki only did a simple tidying up, she still looked stunning. Yang Sweki smiled, pleased with the compliment, and said, Thank you, let's go. At the hotel entrance, Tang Qingyue was dressed elegantly and fashionably, carrying a beautiful bag in her hand. Zhang Yao's car was parked on the side of the road. Yang Sweki called out to her, Get in the car. After Tang Qingyue got into the car, Yang Sweki sniffed the air and smiled. Yeah, I didn't expect you not to be wearing your usual perfume. This perfume is light, it won't affect the baby. Tang Qingyue said proudly, Of course, I did my homework in advance. Tang Qingyue handed the bag in her hand to Yang Sweki. Take a look. Yang Sweki picked up the bag, opened it, and saw a half-sized box inside. Upon opening it, I found bundles of money inside, totaling about 100,000. Wow! Why did you give so much? Tang Qingyue smiled and said, As your best friend and the godmother of your future child, it's only right that I give you a small gift. Yang Sweki was deeply moved and thanked her. Zhang Yao was focused on driving and didn't notice what was happening on their side. Upon arriving at his destination, Zhang Yao parked his car in the parking lot at the entrance. Zhang Yao got out of the car, took out a stroller from the trunk, and lifted the little girl out of the car's car seat. In addition to these, he also brought a backpack. Zhang Yao had already made a reservation. He wanted a large private room, as it would be more convenient that way. Tang Qingyue followed behind in high heels, took off her headphones, tossed her long hair, and asked the staff. Excuse me, where is the restroom here? Hello, you can see it by turning right at the intersection after going straight here. Sweki, I'm going to the restroom first, I'll be right back. Yang Sweki quickly reminded her not to remember the room number wrong. Zhang Yao parked the stroller in a corner of the private room. The little girl was already awake, and Yang Sweki went over to feed her. Zhang Yao checked the time and it was almost 11 o'clock, so he called his mother. Mom, are you almost there? We're on our way here, we'll be there in about 20 minutes. Okay, then hurry up. After Tang Qingyue finished using the restroom, she went into the private room and chose a seat in the corner. Hadn't the others arrived yet? Zhang Yao replied, It will take about 20 more minutes to arrive. Would you like to have something to drink first? Tang Qingyue shook her head, No need, I won't be able to eat if I just drink water now. She had already decided that she would eat more later. After all, this is Yang Sweki's baby's 1-month celebration. If she still refuses to eat anything, it would be a huge disrespect to Yang Sweki. Therefore, Tang Qingyue had no choice but to reluctantly suspend her weight loss plan for the time being. Zhang Yao glanced at Yang Sweki, who was still breastfeeding her baby. Sweki, you sit down first. I'll go to the door and see if Mom and the others have arrived yet. Just then, Chen Yuan and his 2 companions arrived together and bumped into Zhang Yao at the entrance. Brother Jiang, which private room are you in? Wealth comes from all directions. Then, Chen Yuan put the 3 red envelopes into Zhang Yao's pocket. This is just a small token of our appreciation for the child, please don't think it's too little. Zhang Yao didn't refuse. Thanks. You guys go sit in the private room first. I'll wait here for my mom and the others. As soon as Chen Yuan and his 2 companions entered the private room, they saw not only the stunningly beautiful Yang Sweki, but also another exquisitely beautiful woman. Yang Sweki stepped forward and introduced, This is my best friend, Tang Qingyue. Yeah, they are Zhang Yao's good friends, Chen Yuan, Wang Zihao, and Ma Gu. Yang Sweki possesses breathtaking beauty, with stunningly beautiful features that are beyond reproach. Although Tang Qingyue wasn't stunningly beautiful, she was still a great beauty, and she had almond-shaped eyes, which gave her a unique charm. Tang Qingyue greeted them with a smile. Hello. Chen Yuan smiled warmly and said, hello, beautiful lady. Wang Zihao and Ma Gu also greeted her, but since she was Yang Xueqi's best friend, they didn't dare to be too enthusiastic. Chen Yuan asked familiarly, beautiful lady, are you from here too? Tang Qingyue shook her head. No, I'm from City A. I came here to attend my baby's 1-month celebration. Chen Yuan then asked, so what year are you in? Are you also a junior? Tang Qingyue nodded, yes, I'm a third-year student just like Xueqi. Tang Qingyue looks like someone who has been pampered by her family since childhood. She has a confident and individualistic demeanor. It's clear that her family is quite well off. On the other side, Zhang's mother and father, as well as elders who had a good relationship with Zhang Yao, all came. It's summer vacation now, and some elderly people have brought their grandchildren along. Zhang's mother didn't look well. It turned out she was tired from working at the company these past few days. You all go in first, I'd like to sit down and rest for a while. Zhang Yao asked the waiter to take them to the private room first, while he took care of his mother. Mom, what's wrong with your health? It's okay, I'm just a little tired, I'll be fine after a rest. Zhang's mother dressed up today and even wore the jade necklace that young Xueqi had given her. She was already beautiful, and this little bit of dressing up made her even more elegant. After resting for a few minutes, Zhang's mother recovered and couldn't wait to see her little granddaughter. It's already July, and many of the people they wanted to invite are still out of town and can't make it. Zhang's mother thought about it and decided to hold another event when her little girl is 7 or 8 months old. Zhang's father introduced young Xueqi to the two women. One was the same age as Zhang's mother, and she should call her auntie. The other was the same age as him, and he should call her uncle. Old Jiang, your daughter-in-law is so beautiful, your son is so lucky. Your daughter-in-law gave birth to your child at such a young age. She's definitely destined to bring good fortune to her husband. I'll have another boy for you later, so we can have a son and a daughter. Your son and daughter-in-law are a perfect match. Your granddaughter will definitely be just as beautiful as them when she grows up. Chapter 56: A lively banquet and a visit to Zhang Yao's new home. The guests gradually took their seats and began to eat. Inside the private room, there was a projection screen that displayed a series of photos of the little girl, along with messages of blessing. The overall style of the decorations was very warm and inviting, with colorful balloons and ribbons everywhere, which the children they brought loved at first sight. Yang Xueqi smiled and responded politely to the elders' questions. Zhang Yao's parents were very satisfied with Yang Xueqi's family situation, saying that their son was lucky to have married a good wife. At the dinner table, someone asked about Yang Xueqi's parents. My uncle and aunt like to travel around after they retire, and they're currently in another city. My aunt and uncle really wanted to come to the full moon celebration, but they just couldn't make it. Otherwise, they definitely would have come. Me? I'm a junior in college, the same age as Xueqi. At the dinner table, Tang Qingyue acted as Yang Xueqi's family member, answering their questions with a smile. Yang Xueqi only needs to focus on eating and avoid eating too much spicy food. Zhang Yao and his mother used serving chopsticks to put food on Yang Xueqi's plate, and Yang Xueqi ate with a satisfied and happy expression. During this period, Zhang's mother would call Zhang Yao almost every few days to inquire about Yang Xueqi's health and how she was taking care of the little girl. Seeing that Yang Xueqi's complexion was rosy and she looked very healthy, Zhang's mother felt relieved. Auntie, don't just stare at me, eat some more vegetables. Zhang's mother laughed and said, Xueqi, do you still call me auntie? Shouldn't you change how you address me? Yang Xueqi was taken aback, then shyly called out mom, which made Zhang's mother extremely happy. Xueqi, you've been wronged. Your dad and I will make up for the difference in payment later. Sweet and sour fish is the restaurant's signature dish, and it tastes delicious. Zhang Yao was busy helping Yang Xueqi pick up fish pieces. Aunt Gao joked, look how much Xiao Zhang dotes on his wife. He's been putting food on Xueqi's plate since we started eating, afraid that she might be hungry. Then he said to Chen Yuan and the others, you should learn from Xiao Jiang. When you have a girlfriend in the future, you must be gentle and considerate to her. Most girls nowadays want to find a kind and caring man. You should learn to treat him well, and you guys should hurry up and find a girlfriend. At the other table sat Tang Qingyue, Chen Yuan, Wang Zihao, Brother Ma, and a few children. The two youngest were only 6 or 7 years old, the perfect age for being mischievous and naughty. Two children ran around the private room with balloons and ribbons, bumping into Tang Qingyue several times as they passed by. Finally, Tang Qingyue could no longer bear it and grabbed a child's wrist with one hand. Tang Qingyue forced a smile and said, little friend, sit in your seat and eat properly. Don't keep running around with the balloon. It wouldn't be good if you accidentally fell. Another child was so frightened by Tang Qingyue that he ran to his grandfather. The one in Tang Qingyue's hand was also frightened, but in order to escape, it could only obediently nod. Tang Qingyue was very satisfied with her deterrent method, so she turned her head and continued eating. However, just a few minutes later, the two children started playing around again, leaving Tang Qingyue exasperated and at her wits' end. The adults clearly couldn't control these two children. They were sitting in their seats, happily eating by themselves. Chen Yuan is sitting right next to me. Would you like to switch seats with me? His seat was in a corner, behind which was a cabinet containing chopsticks, water cups, and other supplies. Chen Yuan sat down, letting the children play around without affecting him. Tang Qingyue nodded and stood up. Okay, thank you. Chen Yuan smiled. It's normal for kids this age to be mischievous, especially boys who are more resilient. We just have to be more patient. Tang Qingyue sipped her orange juice and nodded absent-mindedly. By this time, most people had finished eating, but some elders were still continuing their conversation, so they could only go home after the conversation ended. Xiao Jiang, where is the house your parents bought for you? Your dad said the house there is beautifully decorated. Is it close to your home? If it's convenient, could you take us to see it? We'd like to see it for ourselves, since we have nothing else to do anyway. Aunt Gao chimed in. Xiao Jiang's house is indeed very beautiful. You'll see when you get there. Let's go take a look later, Xiao Jiang. I'll just sit and rest for a while, and we'll go see it this afternoon. Zhang Yao nodded. Alright then, I'd also like to see what the house my parents bought for me looks like. As they talked, they realized they had almost finished their meal and it was time to leave. On many tables, there was still a lot of food that hadn't been touched. Aunt Gao asked, it's such a waste to throw this food away. Can we take it home? John's mother nodded. It should be possible to take it away. Waiter, can we take these dishes away? The waiter replied, we can pack it up. Do you want to take it to go? I'll go get you some takeout containers. John's mother said, yes, we need to pack it up. Could you get us a few more packing boxes? The waiter went to get takeout boxes, and John's mother and Aunt Gao were discussing what to pack to take home. This stewed beef, and this crab stir-fried in red sauce. Soon, everything on the table that could be packed up was packed up. Aunt Gao carried a takeout box. These things are so delicious. It's such a waste to throw them away. We can reheat and eat it again if we pack it up and take it home. Being thrifty is a virtue. When they arrived at the parking lot, everyone curiously gathered around to see what kind of car Zhang Yao was in. Wow, this car is great, the space is huge. It seems like old son bought this same car for his son? I just don't know if it's the same model. I heard it cost over 100,000 yuan. Having a car is so convenient. I can get to anywhere near my home very quickly. Zhang Yao put the little girl into the baby car seat, and the uncles and aunts who saw it exclaimed in amazement. Are those chairs specifically designed for children like this? People these days really know how to enjoy life, inventing new and creative things. Absolutely, life is much more convenient now. After seeing enough, everyone wants to see Zhang Yao's new house. Wang Zihao and his companion had to go back to class in the afternoon, and it was already very late. Brother Jiang, we're going back to school now. We'll come visit you again when we have time. We'll be going now, Uncle and Auntie, we have class this afternoon. After exchanging greetings, the two hailed a taxi and returned to school. Upon arriving at the residential complex, everyone took the elevator. The little girl started whimpering as soon as we got to the elevator, probably because she was hungry, since she hadn't been breastfed for several hours. Upon arriving at the new home, Zhang's mother asked Zhang Yao to greet everyone first, while she helped Sweki take care of the baby. It was also the first time Zhang Yao had seen his new house, and he followed everyone to look around. Everyone was very satisfied with the renovation and praised Zhang's parents for their good judgment in buying the house. Everyone envied Zhang's father. He had everything arranged for parents, so they wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. This golden chandelier is so beautiful. Look at these floor tiles. They're very easy to clean, they don't show dirt easily, and they look nice. Oh dear, nowadays, who needs to clean the floors anymore? Nowadays, young people buy those robot vacuum cleaners, and they just circle around the house every day, and the floor gets clean. This house has good natural light and is comfortable to live in. Zhang Yao didn't stay at home much during his junior high school graduation, high school, and college years. Back then, high school students all lived on campus and had to attend evening self-study sessions. After starting university, Jiang Yao went home even less often. The university wasn't very close to home, so he would always go out with Chen Yuan and the others during summer and winter vacations. Jiang Yao only had a vague impression of a few households that lived nearby. Jiang Yao boiled water for everyone to drink. Xiao Jiang, you don't need to boil water, we're not thirsty. Yes, no need for that. We'll just sit for a bit and then leave. Xiao Jiang, you've matured. Take good care of your family from now on. In the master bedroom, Zhang's mother held up the baby so that Yang Sueki could breastfeed. Sueki, you're still too thin. You're still breastfeeding, so you need to eat more. Mom, I know, Jiang Yao has fed me a lot. Then I'm relieved. Just ask Jiang Yao for anything. He's still young, so he should do more work. Zhang's mother spoke sincerely, and Yang Sueki nodded in agreement. Chapter 57 Counting Red Envelopes. Jiang Yao, from now on, every penny I earn will be kept by you. Before we knew it, it was already 3 in the afternoon, time to go. Zhang's mother was reluctant to part with her little girl and repeatedly told them to take good care of her. Before leaving, Zhang's mother suddenly remembered something and handed Yang Sueki a bag. This contains the red envelopes that my relatives and friends and I gave to Xiananan for her 1-month celebration. You can keep all this money safe. Sueki, keep it for yourself and don't let Jiang Yao know. Jiang Yao, standing at the door, laughed and said, Mom, you're talking too loudly. I know everything. Zhang's mother snorted, so what if you know? Zhang's mother looked at young Sueki kindly and said, Sueki, we'll head back now. You should rest well at home. Let Jiang Yao do the hard and dirty work. Take care of your health and don't overwork yourself. Yang Sueki saw her to the door, and Zhang's mother told her to go back and rest. I'm going to see my parents off, I'll be right back. Yang Sueki nodded, okay. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already taken Zhang's father and the others down in the elevator. Standing behind Yang Sueki, Tang Qingyue smiled and said, Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Be careful on the road. Zhang's mother smiled slightly and said, Okay, goodbye. As soon as Jiang Yao and his mother left, Tang Qingyue smiled and said, Your mother-in-law is very good to you, and your father-in-law seems kind too. You can tell they care about you a lot. Tang Qingyue was relieved, at least she didn't have to worry about her best friend being wronged. Yang Sueki nodded. Yes, my in-laws are both very nice. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Tang Qingyue said very reluctantly, Sai, I have to go back to school. I'll come visit you again when I have time. Then I laughed and said, I called you because I happen to be free these past few days. Yang Sueki looked at her and said, Take good care of yourself. Let's keep in touch when we have time. Tang Qingyue raised an eyebrow. Keep in touch when you have time? Yang Sueki looked apologetic and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. In fact, Tang Qingyue had been busy giving birth and taking care of her baby during the time Yang Sueki disappeared, and her anger had long since subsided. I even felt a little sorry for Yang Sueki. After all, it was her first time being a mother, and it must have been quite tough for her. Since you've apologized, I'll reluctantly accept it. Take good care of yourself, after all, you still have to take care of your child. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. It's always good to have someone who cares about you. Yang Sueki nodded. Now that she had found a good partner, she also wanted her best friend to be happy. You should find a boyfriend soon, I hope you'll be happy. Tang Qingyue shook her head vigorously, saying, No, I'm happy being single right now. In the elevator, Zhang's mother praised her son for doing a good job taking care of Yang Sueki and Xiaonan. Zhang's mother suddenly smiled mysteriously and handed Jiang Yao a laptop bag. There's something very important in this laptop bag. You can open it when you get home. Huh, what is that? You'll see when you open it. Jiang Yao nodded blankly upon hearing this, okay. Jiang Yao waited for the car with his mother and the others at the entrance of the residential area. He watched them get on the car before turning around and going home. Chen Yuan chuckled as he approached, Brother Jiang, your wife's best friend is very beautiful. Jiang Yao glanced at him. You want to pursue her? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan chuckled and said, I've got that idea. I'd like to give it a try. Although Chen Yuan appears to be rather honest and simple, he can be quite quick-witted at times. At least when people want to do something, they don't hesitate or look back. Whether it succeeds or not, as long as it was done, that's enough. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I can't help you with this. After all, if Yang Sweki knew about this, it would probably cause a misunderstanding. Chen Yuan chuckled and said, I didn't ask you for help, I just wanted to talk to you about this. Jiang Yao was happy to know that Chen Yuan understood his situation. Chen Yuan had known Jiang Yao the longest and understood his personality and temperament best. Back at her new home, Tang Qingyue stood up and said, You're back. I'll go back to the hotel to pack my things first. Jiang Yao was changing his shoes, while Chen Yuan behind him remained still. Why not stay a few more days? Tang Qingyue shook her head. No, I have some things to take care of. I'll come visit you guys when I have time. She went to the master bedroom to say goodbye to her little girl. Godmother's gone, I'll come visit you another day. I'll buy you new clothes and delicious food then, okay? The little girl has a soft, adorable face and a sweet smile, she's very cute. Tang Qingyue couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her little face. Yang Sweki slapped her hand away and said, What are you doing? Tang Qingyue looked aggrieved. I just wanted to touch the little girl's face. She looks so cute. Yang Sweki was speechless. That's not touching. That's pinching. Before leaving, Tang Qingyue had a private chat with Jiang Yao. It's simply to tell Jiang Yao to treat Yang Sweki well and not to let her down. If Jiang Yao bullies Yang Sweki in the future, Tang Qingyue will break his legs with a stick. Sweki, I'm leaving now. I just warned Jiang Yao to treat you well, and I reckon he wouldn't dare to treat you badly. Okay, thank you. Take good care of yourself too, and let's keep in touch when we have time. Don't worry, I'll contact you when I have time. Chen Yuan is already standing at the door. Let me take you back to the hotel. In front of Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao, Tang Qingyue couldn't refuse Chen Yuan, so she said, Okay, thank you. After closing the door, Yang Sweki watched Tang Qingyue leave from the balcony, feeling a tightness in her chest. Jiang Yao went over and hugged her, saying, Don't be sad, the baby and I will always be with you. Before long, Yang Sweki saw Chen Yuan and Tang Qingyue's figures gradually disappearing into the distance. Yang Sweki still had the bag given to her by Zhang's mother on her person. You can take this. Jiang Yao shook his head. This is what my mom gave you, so it's yours. Yang Sweki tilted her head, Did you really give it to me? Jiang Yao laughed out loud, Of course it's really for you. Not only these, but every penny I earn in the future will be kept by you. Yang Sweki was touched and somewhat moved. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Yao countered, Yes, why would I joke about this? There were several red envelopes in the bag, each with the abbreviation of the name written on the back. One of the red envelopes was bulging, and there was no name written on it yet. It must have been given by Jiang Yao's parents. Yang Sweki opened it and found 60,000 inside. She looked at Jiang Yao and asked, Your parents gave you too much. Do you want to give it back? Jiang Yao paused for a moment, then said, No need. This money is a token of my parents' affection. You should keep it. Yang Sweki said oh and continued opening the red envelopes. These will all be given as return gifts later, and they were all given the auspicious number 666. Aunt Gao's family gave 999. These red envelopes totaled over 9,000, plus 60,000. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that he still had the red envelopes that Chen Yuan and the other two had given them in his pocket. Their red envelopes totaled 6,000. At this moment, Yang Sweki took out a half-sized box, which was a red envelope that Tang Qingyue had given to Xiao Nannan. Upon opening it, Jiang Yao saw bundles of money, which he counted to be 100,000. Wow, my wife's best friend is really rich. His wife is also rich. As Yang Sweki sorted through the money, she thought about her plan. We'll save this money for our little girl first, and use it as her education fund later. Jiang Yao nodded, indicating that he had no objection. Chapter 58 Let's open a spicy hot pot restaurant. Back in his apartment in the Jiangnan mansion, Jiang Yao set his alarm and got up an hour later to make dinner. Just as Jiang Yao was about to lie down and rest, he suddenly remembered the laptop bag his mother had given him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao was instantly wide awake and quietly got up and left the room. Jiang Yao opened his laptop bag and found a file folder inside. Opening the file bag revealed various documents and procedures related to the shop. Unable to contain his excitement, Jiang Yao called his mother. Mom, why did you suddenly give me a shop? Zhang's mother, you're a junior now, you should start looking for something to do. Your dad and I gave you this small shop for your own good, so you could try doing some small business yourself. When your father and I were young, we were also learning how to do business at your age. Hearing his parents' good intentions, Zhang Yao's excited emotions gradually calmed down. Zhang Yao smiled and nodded. Okay then, thank you and dad, I'll make myself proud. That's all for now, I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yao stared at the shop documents in his hand, lost in thought. My mom gave me a 40 square meter shop located on the famous commercial street of Wenhua Road. Now it's called a snack and food street, where all kinds of food are sold. That place isn't far from here, it's a 20-minute drive away, right behind the school. It's just 3 blocks from the back gate of the school. Business on that street is booming, and shop rents are rising year by year. In the past, during holidays or weekends, the 4 of them would often go to that food street to eat, and when they didn't have time, they would order takeout. In short, many students at the school have frequented that food street. Yang Sueki had joked about it before. Zhang Yao's skills are good enough to open a restaurant. He hadn't thought about it before, but now that he has this shop, things are different. Zhang Yao calmed down and then called Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, what are you doing? I just saw Tang Qingyue off at the airport and am walking out of the airport. What's wrong, brother Jiang? Is something the matter? Come to my place, I have something to tell you. Okay, I'll take a taxi to your place now. Wait for me a moment. Zhang Yao started preparing dinner. After dinner, he planned to go to the shops to think about what kind of business he could start. When Chen Yuan arrived, young Sueki was still asleep. Brother Jiang, what do you want from me? Come into the kitchen and say I'm making dinner. Good. In the kitchen, Zhang Yao picked up a spatula and busied himself. Zhang Yao stirred the pot, and the whole pot caught fire. Chen Yuan was so frightened that he ran far away. Upon seeing these practiced movements, Chen Yuan knew that the man in front of him was no longer the same brother Jiang from before. His cooking skills have improved a lot. Chen Yuan had never seen him do this before. Wow, brother Jiang, your cooking skills are amazing now. Zhang Yao turned off the stove, went to wash his hands, and at the same time started talking to Chen Yuan about serious business. What are your plans for the future? Have you started looking for an internship? Chen Yuan sighed. I am looking for one, but I haven't found a suitable job yet. Wang Zihao and Ma Go have both found internships recently and will be starting work soon. Seeing how energetic they were, I was quite envious. Unlike me, who just eats and sleeps all day, and plays a few games when I have free time. If Wang Zihao and Ma Go heard this, they would definitely think Chen Yuan was a Versailles and be so angry they would want to beat him up. Here's the thing, I'm thinking of starting a business recently. But as you know, I don't have any free time right now. I also have to take care of my children and family. So I'm looking for a partner. You happen to be free, so why don't you join me? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Sure. Actually, I was thinking of starting a small business, but it's too hot now, and I don't feel motivated to do it alone. Zhang Yao smiled and asked, what kind of business did you originally want to do? Chen Yuan chuckled and said, I'd like to buy a pushcart to sell some 4-fruit soup or fooding meat slices. It would be more convenient to set up a stall with a pushcart. Zhang, what kind of business are you looking to start? Zhang Yao thought for a moment and said, I'm going to sell malatang, a type of spicy hot pot. Chen Yuan was taken aback. If he wanted to do this, he would need to rent a shop. Zhang Yao nodded. Yes, I have a storefront now, right over on that food street. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Brother Jiang, you have a storefront now? Zhang Yao nodded. I have a small shop. As for the rest, don't ask me anything else. Just one question, what do you want to do with me? Chen Yuan nodded repeatedly, of course I'm willing, I'd even work for you. Zhang Yao laughed, no need for that. We'll split the profits proportionally. But you'll have to work a little harder because I need to take care of my family. Chen Yuan nodded, it's all right, brother Jiang, I can endure hardship. He rubbed his hands together. Regardless of whether the business would be profitable, without rent, the business would improve sooner or later. Brother Jiang, should we talk to Wang Zihao and brother Ma about this? Both Wang Zihao and Ma Go had finally found internships with decent benefits. Based on Zhang Yao's understanding of them, they wouldn't give up their work until the business was profitable. Go talk to them and ask if they'd like to do business together. Chen Yuan excitedly went to the balcony to call them. As expected, they did not agree, saying they would consider it later. Chen Yuan sighed, somewhat disappointed. Zhang Yao went over to comfort him, saying that Wang Zihao and brother Ma had worked hard to find internship opportunities, and if they suddenly quit to do business with us, you certainly wouldn't agree either. Besides, you know that Wang Zihao's family isn't well off either, so he just wants to earn money as soon as possible to help reduce the burden on his family. Brother Ma's internship salary is quite good, and there's room for advancement in his position. Hearing this, Shen Yuan felt a little better. Brother Jiang, thank you. You still think of me when something good happens. Zhang Yao smiled. We're all brothers. After finishing dinner, Zhang Yao called Yang Sueki to get up. Wife, get up. We have some errands to run after dinner. Yang Sueki stretched and yawned. She was already used to Zhang Yao's way of addressing her and actually enjoyed it. What do you need me to do? Zhang Yao laughed. Go and deposit all of the little girl's money into the bank card. Yang Sueki slapped her forehead. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. I'll get up now. Zhang Yao pulled her along, saying, I'll get you some rice. Oh, and Shen Yuan's here. We have some things to take care of later. Yang Sueki nodded. Okay, I'll get ready and come out to eat right away. Shen Yuan has already served the rice. Brother Jiang, your cooking skills are amazing now. I couldn't resist and stole a piece of beef. It was so delicious that I almost swallowed my tongue. I am now very confident in our Malatang restaurant. The business is sure to be a huge success. Seeing Shen Yuan grinning foolishly, Zhang Yao also laughed. At the dinner table, Yang Sueki learned that Zhang Yao was going to open a Malatang spicy hot pot restaurant, and suggested that perhaps they shouldn't save the money for now. Zhang Yao put some meat on her plate, saying, let's save it. I have some money on hand right now. Let's eat first, otherwise the banks will close. Yang Sueki said oh, and asked again, do you really have money? Zhang Yao nodded, don't worry, I really do. Yang Sueki was relieved. Shen Yuan is a foodie, and his mind is always on food. He kept saying that Zhang Yao's cooking was too delicious. If you like it, eat more. There's still plenty of rice in the pot, you can eat your fill. Chapter 59 Yang Sueki, Zhang Yao, I will support whatever you do. After dinner, Yang Sueki opened a bank account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China near her residential area. Zhang Yao went directly to the counter to deposit the money, and finished the matter before the staff left work. Shen Yuan sat in the car looking after the little girl, waiting for Zhang Yao and the others to get in. Shen Yuan asked in confusion, Brother Jiang, how come your car doesn't have any smell at all? Unlike some cars that have a strong smell when you buy them. The smell gets even stronger when the air conditioner is on. Shen Yuan felt quite emotional. Back when the four of them went to learn to drive and get their driver's licenses, Zhang Yao was the first to get a car. Upon arriving at the food street, the street was bustling with activity at this time of day. However, one inconvenience is that you have to go quite far to find parking in this area, and sometimes you can't even find a parking space. Zhang Yao pushed the stroller and walked with Yang Sueki along the food street. The two's striking good looks attracted the attention of passers-by. Especially when they saw the little girl in the stroller, people around them were whispering and talking about her. Yang Sueki discovered she was pregnant not long after arriving at Yinqing University, so not many people on campus had actually seen her in person, most knew her through photos. However, such stunningly beautiful women always leave a deep impression. Look, isn't that Yang Sueki, the school beauty from our school? Let me see, it really is her. Who's that guy next to her? He's quite handsome. Wasn't there a rumor that Yang Sueki, the school beauty, is married to a guy and has a child? Could it be the guy next to her? It seems this rumor is true, but they look very well matched. Yes, they're a handsome man and a beautiful woman, they really look like a perfect match. We've arrived, this is the place. On either side of this store, there is a milk tea shop and a hot pot restaurant. Zhang Yao used a key to open the roller shutter door, which contained two double doors, each secured with a lock. Opening the door, the interior was very clean and spacious. There's a kitchen for cooking, a toilet, and a small room where people can rest. Shen Yuan exclaimed in surprise, wow, this place looks great. I think it would be perfect for making malatang. I remember there was a shop in front of here that also sold malatang spicy hot pot. The taste was so-so, but the business was quite good. Ours will definitely taste better, especially since Brother John's cooking skills are now superb. We're sure to have many repeat customers in the future. As Zhang Yao walked around and looked around, he asked Yang Sueki, Sueki, what do you think of this place? Yang Sueki smiled and nodded, that's great. I'll support whatever you do. Jiang Yao smiled and looked at her. Aren't you afraid that I'll lose money in my business? Yang Sweki disagreed, saying that making money and losing money are normal in business. If everyone is afraid of losing money, how can any business succeed? Jiang Yao smiled in disgust with Chen Yuan about finding someone to make a design. I'll try to open the shop when schools reopen. It's already July, almost a month and a half, and school is about to start. Chen Yuan was sweating profusely. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Brother Jiang, you can make the decision. I'll listen to you. We'll buy a freezer here to store the vegetables, and this area will be the cashier's counter. The rest of the space will be used for tables. Also, we need to buy an air conditioner here, otherwise who would come in to eat in this hot weather without air conditioning? Jiang Yao had found a shop near the parking lot. It was an advertising design shop. Jiang Yao pushed the stroller into the store and talked to the owner. How much does it cost for a shop design? The specific price depends on the actual situation. Is your store in this area? Yes, our store is nearby. I'll have my friend take you there. This shop was run by a husband and wife. After the owner and Chen Yuan left, the proprietress offered them water and started chatting with Jiang Yao. This must be a daughter, right? Wow, she's so cute. She must be over a month old. So you're all students here. That's great. You can study, get married, and have children at the same time without neglecting either. You're planning to start a small business here? That's great. Mala Tang spicy hot pot is really delicious. I'll definitely come and support you when you open your shop. It's so hot. Drink more water, sugary drinks won't quench your thirst. Half an hour later, the boss returned on his electric scooter. The boss told Jiang Yao that the drawings would be ready in about 2 days, and that the design could be made according to Jiang Yao's specifications. On his way home, Jiang Yao stopped at a fruit shop and bought some fruit. After returning home, Chen Yuan helped wash the fruit, while Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were busy feeding the baby and changing diapers. After finishing their work, Jiang Yao and Chen Yuan sat in the living room chatting. Yang Sweki ate fruit on the side and listened to their conversation. I guess I'll wait for the design drawings to come out, and then I'll research the market situation. You need to find out what ingredients other people's Malatang restaurants use, the freezers they use, and so on. Chen Yuan's father has many friends here. I asked my father to ask his friends about the renovation, since my father has friends who are in the renovation business. As for the types of ingredients, I'll look into it in the next few days and make sure I get a clear picture of the prices and ingredients for you. It's getting late, so I'll head back now, Brother Jiang. Call me if you need anything. With something to do, Chen Yuan perked up and happily went off to get busy. Chen Yuan's family was well off, but Chen Yuan was not very healthy when he was a child, which frightened his parents. Later, Chen Yuan's health gradually improved, and his parents became less concerned about reputation. As long as their child was healthy, that was more important than anything else. Chen Yuan never experienced work anxiety because his parents never pressured him to go to work. But as his good brothers all started getting busy, Chen Yuan also felt anxious. Suddenly I feel like I'm utterly useless, doing nothing all day. No matter what you do, you always have to find something to do. Chen Yuan may seem carefree and irresponsible at times, but once he has something to do or a goal to achieve, he always manages to get it done. This is a conclusion Jiang Yao reached after knowing Chen Yuan for many years, so he thinks Chen Yuan is actually quite reliable. After finishing her fruit, Yang Sweki prepared to wash up and go to bed. The two lay in bed and watched a movie for a while. What do you want to watch today? Otherwise, let's watch Stephen Chow's movies instead. Good. The two sat on the bed, and Yang Sweki ate peanuts while watching the movie with great interest. Eat less peanuts, they can cause internal heat if you eat too many. Here, have some strawberries. Yang Sweki smiled sweetly, obediently put down the peanuts, and took the fruit plate from Jiang Yao's hand. Here, you've worked hard, let me feed you strawberries. Jiang Yao ate the strawberries that Yang Sweki fed him, and asked, Who am I to you? There are no outsiders here, so call me husband and let me hear it. Yang Sweki felt embarrassed by his teasing and said shyly, Honey, please stop teasing me. Okay, then you'll be obedient from now on. Jiang Yao felt a sweet warmth in his heart after hearing this. The two watched for half the time, and Yang Sweki rested her head on Jiang Yao's shoulder. Are you sleepy? Let's go to bed early then. I'm not sleepy. 10 minutes later, Yang Sweki fell asleep, and Jiang Yao watched the rest of the movie by himself. Chapter 60, The Pressure to Get Married is On. Chen Yuan, I feel immense pressure. Chen Yuan's electric vehicle battery has been draining too quickly these past few days. He was thinking of replacing it, but he kept forgetting about it. Chen Yuan thought that it was actually convenient to scan the code to ride a bike now, and it was fine if he didn't use an electric bike. His family currently owns a rental apartment, a new house, and an old house where the three of them live. Chen's mother said that once Chen Yuan has a girlfriend, the new house can be renovated, and they can move in after the wedding. His mother was watching a rural mother-in-law and daughter-in-law drama. The drama was about everyday family matters, and the plot was as melodramatic as it could get. But Chen's mother really enjoys watching it. She's obsessed with it and watches it every night without anyone to watch it with her. There's your favorite braised noodles in the kitchen, would you like some? Chen Yuan changed his shoes and sat down on the sofa. I've already eaten. Where's Dad? Chen's mother gets angry whenever this is mentioned. Your father probably fell into a latrine. Just then, Mr. Chen came out of the bathroom and asked, how did I end up in the latrine? You take your phone to the toilet and sit there for more than half an hour. Why don't you just live in the toilet? Phones are so pretty, why don't you marry one? A mobile phone can keep you company while you sleep, and it can also keep you company while you play. I think from now on, let your phone cook for you and do your laundry. You two can live together from now on. Mr. Chen sat down irritably. I was just looking at the daily news headlines on my phone. Why do you seem to enjoy these melodramatic TV dramas so much? When Chen's mother heard that she was being dragged into this, she immediately became furious. So what if I like watching TV dramas? Can't people have hobbies? At least I don't play on my phone while using the toilet like you do. Mr. Chen disagreed, saying, that's because the conditions don't allow it. If the conditions did allow it, how about I install a TV for you in the bathroom? These words nearly made Chen's mother faint with anger, and she turned around and vented her anger on her son. Neither of you, father and son, is any good. What sins have I committed in this life to have encountered two scourges like you? Chen Yuan looked completely innocent. What does their argument have to do with me? I didn't do anything. Chen's mother launched into a tirade. If you were even a little bit more ambitious and found me a daughter-in-law, and then had a grandson, I wouldn't be so bored as to watch those melodramatic family dramas. Your dad doesn't take his phone to the bathroom either. He plays with it for more than half an hour at a time. People who don't know better would think your dad is a graduate student having a second child. Your father and I are so old, and we still have to worry about you. It's such a waste. Mr. Chen glared at him and said, speak properly. Chen's father turned to look at Chen Yuan and said with a look of agreement, although your mother's words are sometimes unpleasant to hear, this matter is indeed your fault. Why didn't you find something for us to do? Chen Yuan. What are you talking about? The disharmony in his relationship and family is all his fault? Chen Yuan sighed, took out his phone, opened the photo album, and found Tang Qingyue's photos. The couple took a closer look and their anger immediately dissipated, turning hostility into friendship. This girl is pretty. What's up? You've got your eye on her? This girl has a great presence, but she's a bit too thin. She needs to eat more and gain some weight. Chen Yuan said that this is Zhang Ji's wife's best friend, whom he met at the full moon celebration today. She is a junior in college in City A, studying acting. I really like her, and I want to give it my all. Upon hearing this, the couple smiled with satisfaction and wholeheartedly supported their son's pursuit of love. Oh, there's one more thing, Dad. I want to do some business with Brother Jiang and open a spicy hot pot restaurant. Mr. Chen thought it sounded good and said, how much will it cost? Should I help you find a storefront? Zhang Yao, Wang Zihao, and Ma Go have all met with Chen's father. From freshman year to now, Chen's father has always had a good impression of Zhang Yao, and Zhang Yao has also taken good care of Chen Yuan. Zhang Yao is now married with children, and he owns a house and a car. This surprised Mr. Chen, and he couldn't get any information from his son. Chen Yuan was loyal to his parents and didn't even reveal anything about Zhang Yao and Yan Sueki. I don't need to spend any money, it's just that the storefront needs some renovations, and I was thinking of asking Dad if your friend knows anything about this. Mr. Chen looked surprised. You two are opening a shop together, how could you not have contributed any money? Are you hiding something from me? Chen Yuan chuckled and said, Brother Zhang has a shop on the food street behind our school. It's a snack street there. Mr. Chen was surprised. Where did he get a shop? Chen Yuan shook his head. He didn't tell me this. Anyway, brother Jiang is a rather low-key person. I guess it was given to him by his parents. The couple looked at each other in bewilderment. So, what kind of business are you planning to start? Mala Tang, a type of spicy hot pot, there's only one place selling it on that food street, and it's not even that good. Let me tell you, Dad, brother John's cooking skills are pretty good. He'll definitely have no shortage of repeat customers. I have a feeling that our Mala Tang spicy hot pot shop will definitely be a hit in the future. Finally, Mr. Chin agreed to help with the renovations. He figured he could just call a friend and ask. Unable to sleep, the couple speculated. Could it be that Jiang Yao's family was originally very wealthy, but they just kept a low profile and it wasn't obvious? Men and women sometimes have completely different views. Why do you care so much about other people? Anyway, I like Jiang Yao a lot. He's reliable. I'm quite at ease having our son work with him. Besides, there's nothing wrong with young people taking risks. Let our son do whatever he wants. He doesn't have much to do these days, and he can't just stay at home playing games all the time. By the way, what do you think of that girl named Tang Qingyue? I think she's a pretty good girl. Do you think we should start renovating the new house now? That way, if they get married, they can move in. Father Chen, it's too early to think about these things, there's not even a glimmer of hope yet. No, I think I need to think about it more. That girl has a great presence, her taste must be very high. The interior design style will definitely have to be based on the ideas of young people, otherwise the style we like will be a bit outdated. You mentioned that by the time they get married and have children, we should ask them to have a third child, but we don't know if they would be willing. Mr. Chen, my God, why are you thinking so much? Think about it yourself, I'm going to sleep. Hey, why are you asleep? I was still discussing this with you. We can't rely on you for something as important as our son. I, as his mother, am the most reliable person. Lying in bed, Chen Yuan sent a message to Tang Qingyue to check her WeChat moments. Some things you just have to try. As a result, these messages disappeared without a trace, but Chen Yuan didn't care. There was plenty of time in the future anyway. He sent a goodnight emoji, and he's going to be busy for the next few days. Chapter 61. This little girl has been a prodigy since she was a child. In the middle of the night, the little girl suddenly woke up and started whimpering for milk. After Yang Sweki finished feeding the baby, she suddenly felt something warm in her palm. She looked down and saw. Goodness, the little girl was drinking milk and pooping at the same time. How did she do that? She's an absolute genius. What's wrong with the little girl? The little girl pooped. When Jiang Yao came over and saw that she really had diarrhea, he was both amused and exasperated. My darling daughter has quite a big appetite. After the little girl finished drinking her milk, Jiang Yao held her and patted her back to help her burp. Little girl, you're such a foodie, just like your mom. But it's the same if you drink milk after you poop. Anyway, your mother is well nourished and doesn't need your little bit of food. Yang Sweki, who was well nourished, was worried because her little girl only ate from one side each time, and the other side of her clothes got wet at the chest. I'm going to change my clothes. Now, Yang Sweki changes into pajamas and some underwear every time she finishes breastfeeding. If you think about it carefully, you need to change your clothes for each of your 3 meals a day, plus your afternoon nap, so you need to change your clothes 5 or 6 times a day in total. Jiang Yao would wash these clothes that same night or the next morning, since they weren't very dirty and washing them wasn't difficult. Looking at Jiang Yao, he usually wears t-shirts or vests, which are both breathable and cool. You only need to change 2 or 3 outfits throughout the day. Because they need to hold their babies frequently, they must ensure that they are clean and dry. Taking care of a baby in the summer is very difficult. Don't let your baby get too hot and develop prickly heat. A baby's skin is delicate and needs careful care. You shouldn't let your baby stay under the air conditioner for too long, otherwise they'll easily catch a cold. Of course, babies aren't very fragile, they have their own immune systems. Babies are born with immunity in the first 6 months, but as parents, you still need to take good care of them at all times. It's not very hot tonight, so I turned on the fan. Jiang Yao sat by the crib fanning the little girl until midnight before going to sleep. I check her poop every day, just in case her tummy gets cold. Fortunately, the intervals between her milk feedings and bowel movements are not long, making her relatively easy to care for. Yang Sweki changed her clothes, and Jiang Yao changed the baby's diaper. Just an hour later, the baby was hungry again. The two of them had just fallen asleep. Jiang Yao is the type who falls asleep as soon as his head hits the pillow, and his sleep quality is pretty good. Yang Sweki lay on her side, half asleep, groping to feed her baby. A few minutes later, Jiang Yao got up to pick up the little girl and discovered that he had sprayed her. It turned out that the nursing pad had fallen off, and it was dripping down. I washed the little girl's face, and the water dripped from her face into her clothes, soaking them quite a bit. Yang Sweki seemed to sense something was amiss when the little girl left her arms. She opened her eyes, woke up, and exclaimed, "Oh dear." Yang Sweki became nervous when she saw Jiang Yao holding a baby girl who smelled of milk. "Is the little girl all right?" Jiang Yao shook his head. "It's all right, it can be cleaned up. I'll help Xianan change her clothes later." "On the contrary, Sweki, you should go and change into some pajamas." Yang Sweki didn't care about herself anymore. While Jiang Yao was patting the baby to help her burp, she prepared warm water in baby clothes. The little girl's head was also covered in milk. She leaned on Jiang Yao's shoulder, yawning with her eyes half closed. After doing all this, young Sweki finally had time to think about herself, so she got up to change her clothes and take a shower. After burping the baby, Jiang Yao changed her clothes and cleaned her on the diaper pad. Jiang Yao went from being hesitant to try it at first, to being able to do it with ease after more than a month. After cleaning the baby girl, Jiang Yao put her back in her crib. An hour later, the little girl started whimpering, and the two woke up again. "He must have pooped. You go to sleep, I'll take care of it." Yang Sweki felt that Jiang Yao had a hard time too, so she got up to help. "I'm not sleepy yet, let's finish tidying up and then go to sleep together." Actually, she didn't help with anything, just fetching and pouring water. Finally, the two lay down and fell asleep. The next day, Yang Sweki woke up to find ulcers in her mouth. Jiang Yao leaned closer and said, "Let me see." Yang Sweki opened her lips, and Jiang Yao saw that it was indeed a large ulcer. Mothers who breastfeed their babies need to pay extra attention to their diet, as it directly affects their babies. This person definitely shouldn't take any medications to clear heat and reduce inflammation. "Sweki, does it hurt?" Yang Sweki nodded. "It hurts. It's probably because the recent dry weather has caused me to get a sore throat." Jiang Yao sent a message to Dr. Lu. "It may not necessarily be due to the temperature." Dr. Lu said that mothers' immune systems tend to weaken after giving birth. "Your mouth ulcers may be caused by a weakened immune system or a zinc deficiency. I'll ask Dr. Lu if I can give you some honeysuckle water." Soon after, Dr. Lu sent a message. "It's okay to drink some honeysuckle water, but you shouldn't drink too much. It can clear heat and reduce inflammation, but if fed to the baby through breast milk, it may cause diarrhea in the baby. You can also take some zinc supplements, or drink more fish soup." So Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki immediately decided to drink some zinc supplementing oral liquid and some crushing carp soup. After breakfast, Jiang Yao went downstairs to a nearby pharmacy to buy zinc supplements and also went to the mall to see if they had any fresh crushing carp. Upon returning home, Jiang Yao immediately gave Yang Sweki the oral liquid to drink. This touched Yang Sweki deeply, so she obediently drank it. Around noon, Jiang Yao was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, while Yang Sweki assisted him. Yang Sweki bought water spinach at the market before she could eat it. She had to peel off the outer leaves before she could eat it. This task naturally fell to Yang Sweki. She stood aside peeling leaves, watching Jiang Yao cook with practiced ease, her eyes filled with admiration. "Wow, Jiang Yao is an amazing cook. No wonder he's her husband, he looks so handsome cooking so earnestly." It was ready in no time, and Yang Sweki looked down at the dish in her hand. "Oh, there are some vegetables here that look tender, they can be stir-fried." Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment. He remembered that the water spinach didn't look like this. Jiang Yao leaned over and glanced at the vegetables in Yang Sweki's hand, his expression strange. "Sweki, this isn't a vegetable, it's grass." Yang Sweki was stunned for a moment, but it really did look like water spinach. Jiang Yao smiled. "This one is obviously different. Hurry up and take them out, or we'll have to eat grass." Yang Sweki hurriedly and frantically picked out the grass. Jiang Yao was amused by her. "Silly girl, you can't even tell the difference between grass and vegetables." Yang Sweki. Chapter 62. A chubby little girl. In the afternoon, the owner of the advertising design company sent Jiang Yao a message saying that the store design drawings were ready. "It looks pretty good, it was all designed according to Jiang Yao's requirements. I just don't like the style of this chair or bench, so I'll have to change it, and the wall stickers will also need to be changed to a different style. There's no need for a major overhaul, we'll just need to renovate the kitchen and change the floor color." Jiang Yao was very satisfied with the final result and sent it to Chen Yuan. I've already spoken to my dad, and he said he can help us renovate the shop in about 2 weeks. Please thank your dad for me, about the renovation fee. My dad said it wasn't necessary. He knew a few renovation contractors he was on good terms with, and they would be happy to help with the renovations. Okay then, I'll buy some good cigarettes and liquor for my uncle and send them over later. No need, brother Jiang. My dad already has high blood pressure, and my mom won't let him touch cigarettes or alcohol anymore. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yao called Chen's father. Uncle, I need your help with the shop renovation. It's no trouble at all, just a small favor. You're about to start a business, and I'm happy to be able to help you. I still want to thank you for your help, uncle. I'll treat you to a meal later. No need for a meal. I'll bring my friends to your store to support you on opening day. Mr. Chen smiled and said, Uncle knows you're very busy right now, and you have children to take care of at home. You don't need to worry about the shop. Uncle will take care of everything for you. My child said that you are a very good cook now, and that you, the head chef, should come back when the restaurant opens. After all, the other party provided the shop, and his son didn't contribute much money. They just opened the shop together as partners. As a father, he helps as much as he can. The renovation of the shop requires tiling the floor, painting the walls, installing chandeliers, and so on. The renovation will take about half a month. Every day, Chen Yuan would wander around the nearby Malatang spicy hot pot restaurants. As a foodie, he would pack a portion of whatever he found delicious and bring it back for Jiang Yao to try. Jiang Yao is now a skilled cook, so making these dishes is naturally a breeze for him. Here, have a taste. Wow, it smells so good, brother Jiang. Your malatang is so delicious. Jiang Yao is quite confident in his current cooking skills. During this time, you will learn how to make malatang, a type of spicy hot pot, from me, while I will research the soup base and other ingredients. Okay, brother Jiang, with your skills, our business is sure to be booming. For the next few days, Chen Yuan would come over every afternoon and study until evening. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki take care of the little girl every day, without fail. The baby girl started growing after she was 1 month old. Her hair is now yellowish, which Dr. Lu says is normal. It's probably because the little girl eats so much every day that she weighed almost a pound more during her last checkup at the hospital. Even the doctor who did the checkup said that your baby must have been eating a lot at home, as he is chubby and fair-skinned. Your baby is very healthy, so you parents can rest assured. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki both breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Jiang Yao suddenly remembered something. Doctor, my child has finished his vitamin A/D drops. The doctor said oh, and then said, okay, I'll give you another prescription. You know the daily dosage and how to take it, right? These are the doctors who know. After the examination, Yang Sueki pushed the stroller while Jiang Yao took the prescription to pick up the medicine. Just as she was about to walk out the door, Yang Sueki suddenly remembered something and asked, besides taking Xiananan for a physical examination and vaccination today, should I also have a checkup? Jiang Yao smiled and said, you don't need to have any tests done now. Dr. Lu said that if you haven't had your period in 3 months, you should go to the hospital for another checkup to see how well you're recovering. Yang Sueki patted her forehead. Look at my memory. I thought it was a checkup I was supposed to have this month. It's often said that a woman's brains become dull for 3 years after pregnancy, and it seems that this is true. Yang Sueki's mind is now completely focused on her child, but sometimes she's forgetful. Next, we gave the little girl her vaccinations. The vaccination record clearly states which vaccines were administered at which time and in what month. It was right around lunchtime, and the medical staff were discussing what to eat later. Oh my, a cute little baby has arrived. How old is she? It's been almost 2 months. This is my vaccination record. 2 months old already? That's fast. The vaccination was over quickly because it was almost lunchtime and not many people came to get vaccinated. After receiving the vaccine, they left with the medical staff. Your precious daughter is so strong. She didn't make a sound when she got her shot. This little baby must have drunk a lot of milk. He looks so cute and chubby. Everyone loves this little girl who looks like a pink dumpling. After getting vaccinated and returning home, Jiang Yao immediately went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The little girl is still quite energetic, and Yang Sueki is using a rattle to amuse her. The little girl's eyes followed the sound. When she heard the adults talking, the little girl looked very attentive, her eyes searching for the adults. Chapter 63 Parent-Child Interaction, Young Sweki's Breastfeeding Tips. Since Chen Yuan's father helped, everything in the shop has been handled perfectly by him. Mr. Chen handled everything from the initial renovation work to the later procurement of air conditioners, chairs, and the design of price lists. Before we knew it, it was already the end of August. Zhang Yao and Chen Yuan discussed that they would open their Mala Tang spicy hot pot shop on the day the school started. For our grand opening, let's do some promotions, like discounts for spending a certain amount, or free drinks with any purchase. Zhang Yao thought it was a good idea. Sure, we'll be doing online food delivery orders, and we can also run some online promotions. Chen Yuan nodded repeatedly, okay, I'll take care of it. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki bought a lot of toys for the little girl on this trip. Yang Sweki sorted out the toys she bought, disinfected them all, and carefully wiped them clean with a cloth before letting her little girl play with them. These toys include rattles, hanging toys, ducklings for learning to climb, and some miscellaneous bells. Hanging toys are arched. Let your baby lie down and place the toys upright on either side, adjusting them so they can see or touch them. Babies these days are very interested in things they can touch or hear. In addition, babies will try to reach out and grab things in front of them, and express their emotions by kicking their little legs. At this point, the bells on hanging toys become toys that babies enjoy exploring and investigating. Some toys can be hung on the crib, such as wind chimes that make soft sounds. When babies are sleeping or playing, listening to soft voices can soothe their emotions and calm them down. Of course, some toys can be hung on the stroller. However, this was not very convenient, so Yang Sweki found another type of single handle bell. The gaps in this toy are very small, so that babies won't get their little fingers stuck when they hold it. Some of these toys on the market are poorly made and have large gaps, which can easily cause a baby's finger to get stuck and get injured while playing with them. Therefore, when Yang Sweki buys toys, she always chooses those made of fine materials and with meticulous workmanship that give adults peace of mind. Yang Sweki used a rope to hang one bell on each side of the baby's stroller. This way, the little girl won't suddenly fall to the ground while she's playing. Now the little girl can also interact with her parents. When he has free time, Zhang Yao will adjust the height of the stroller so that his little girl can sit in it. Yang Sweki shook the toy bells attached to both sides of the stroller to attract the little girl's attention. Sure enough, the little girl's attention was quickly drawn to the toy in Yang Sweki's hand. Yang Sweki said with a smile, "Little girl, do you like the toy in mommy's hand?" Then he handed the handbell to the little girl. The little girl grabbed the toy at only 2 months old. She could hold it firmly in her hand. With the slightest movement of her hand, the bell rang. The little girl's big, dark eyes, like black grapes, were filled with curiosity and doubt. She shook her little hand again, and the bell rang again. The little girl got excited and happily laughed, bouncing her little bottom around. Yang Sweki then gave her a rattle drum, saying, "Little girl, here, you can play with this." The little girl didn't react, and Yang Sweki realized that the little girl didn't seem interested in the red rattle. To confirm her guess, Yang Sweki took out 2 small bells, one red and one pink, and gave them to the little girl to test. As a result, the little girl accepted the pink bell. Yang Sweki excitedly told Zhang Yao about her discovery and even demonstrated the testing process to him again. "Do you think the little girl doesn't like the red bell?" Zhang Yao was a little surprised. "Yes, that seems to be true. My dear wife, you're so smart." The stroller was placed next to them during mealtimes. Zhang Yao and Yang Sweki ate while using toys to amuse the little girl. Suddenly, the little girl's expression changed. Her face turned bright red, and her features scrunched up. "It looks like the little girl is pooping." Finally, the little girl's expression returned to normal, but because she was uncomfortable due to the smell on her bottom, she started crying loudly. "Honey, you eat first, I'll take care of it." Yang Sweki didn't even have time to eat. She quickly helped Zhang Yao change the baby's diaper. Zhang Yao was holding the little girl's legs, but the little one started kicking wildly, making it very inconvenient for Zhang Yao to wipe her bottom with a diaper. "Honey, let me help you." Zhang Yao threw away the diaper and started washing the little girl's bottom again. After cleaning her up, the little girl quickly stopped crying. Zhang Yao teased her, asking if her bottom was smelly and uncomfortable, which was why our little girl was crying. When the little girl reaches out to grab something, Zhang Yao will extend his hand so she can grab it. Zhang Yao would pretend to bite her little hand, and the little girl would laugh happily. After finishing their work, the young couple continued eating. While eating, Yang Sweki asked the little girl, "Little girl, when are you going to poop again?" The little girl's attention was focused on the rattle in her hand. Before the afternoon nap, Zhang Yao put the little girl on the bed and started playing games with her. Young Sweki placed the arched hanging toy bell on the table. The little girl stretched out her legs and reached out to grab the noisy toy. To strengthen his daughter's leg muscles, Jiang Yao would have her lie flat with her legs bent and hold her little feet. At this moment, the little girl will kick over, and Jiang Yao will then exert a little force to fight her. Regular practice like this will make your little girl's legs stronger. In addition, Jiang Yao would also let the little girl lie on her stomach on the bed. The little girl can hold her head up for almost a minute. When Yang Sweki teases her with toys, she will turn her head to look for the sound. When Jiang Yao gently pushes the little girl's toes with his palm, the little girl tries hard to crawl forward, looking very energetic. After the little girl practiced several times, today's exercise was over. Starting this week, Jiang Yao will set aside some time each day to do strength training for his little girl. The little girl is making rapid progress. She is becoming stronger and stronger. Yang Sweki saw that it was time for today's exercise. Okay, let's get ready to take a nap. After playing with my little girl for a while, it's time to put her down for a nap. As for how to coax her, that's up to Yang Sweki. The little girl was drinking her milk, making gurgling sounds, and seemed to be enjoying it. Usually, the little girl will fall asleep while drinking. But today was different. The little girl was drinking milk while also falling asleep with her baby in her mouth. She remained motionless, looking as if she had eaten and fallen asleep. Just as Yang Sweki was about to leave, the little girl started smacking her lips and drinking again. After several attempts, Yang Sweki still couldn't tell whether the little girl was full or not. Later, Yang Sweki learned to be smarter and would try to move a little before retreating, just to test the waters. Check if the baby is still drinking milk. If the baby smacks her lips when she moves, it means she is still drinking milk. If the muscles loosen, it probably means the baby has fallen asleep. However, there are exceptions, such as what is happening now. Yang Sweki tentatively unloaded the food, concluding that the little girl must be asleep. Just as I was feeling relieved that I had finished feeding my baby, the little one, who wasn't fast asleep, suddenly stirred and started to whine. Yang Sweki had a bad feeling. Then, just as the baby was about to start crying, she quickly lay back down and started breastfeeding again. This set of movements is fluid and seamless, performed in one go. Because of the many unexpected events, I sometimes spend a lot of time feeding my baby and putting her to sleep. Yang Sweki said, "I'm so tired." But when Yang Sweki saw the little girl's angelic profile, she really couldn't be angry at all. Motherly love replaced her temper. After feeding her for a few more minutes, Yang Sweki stopped feeding her and waited for a few seconds. She found that the little girl had fallen asleep and started snoring. I just realized that the little girl was really asleep this time. I'm going to change my clothes. Chapter 64. Yang Sweki, as long as you lie next to me, my sleep quality is very good. The little girl usually gets full after eating from one side, while the other side almost always gets her clothes completely soaked. Yang Sweki came out of the bathroom with a worried look on her face. Honey, we need to find a way to get our little one to drink her milk properly. How can she drink while playing? Otherwise, let's let the little girl go hungry for a while. Maybe she's not appreciating food because there's too much of it. Jiang Yao felt that this method might not be very reliable. The baby is only 2 months old. All she knows is that if she wants something but can't drink it, she will cry for the adults. They just cry and that's it. Crying is their way of expressing their emotions. Yang Sweki sighed. Well, this method really won't work. Jiang Yao was also very worried. What if his little girl's health deteriorated because she wasn't drinking her milk properly? I'll call my mom and see if she has any ideas. Yang Sweki's eyes lit up. That's right, Mom should have a way. When Zhang's mother found out, she spoke as if it were nothing out of the ordinary and told them about Jiang Yao when he was a few months old. Xiao Jiang also had this habit when he was a child, but it would change every now and then. For example, a few months ago, he liked to fall asleep while sucking on his breast, but then he didn't want to anymore. Then, when he was 8 or 9 months old, he started sucking on his breast again. Until one day, she suddenly stopped drinking milk, and that's how weaning her off milk. Maybe Xiaonanan and Jiang Yao are the same. They just suddenly want to play for a while now, and they'll be fine after a while. The couple looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing this. Yang Sweki wondered to herself, could this be hereditary? Zhang's mother knew they were still worried about their little girl, and she was also worried, but she still comforted them. Raising a baby is a long process, so don't be too impatient or worry too much. Take it slow. You're already worried about your little girl who's only 2 months old. What will you do when she's older? You'll all be worried sick. Another issue is that the weather is hot and humid in the summer, which can cause adults to lose their appetite, let alone children. Maybe when autumn comes and the weather gets cooler, the little girl will be able to eat properly. After hanging up the phone, the couple thought they might as well wait a few more months and see how things go. Honey, you'll have to work hard for the next few months. Yang Sweki shook her head. I'm not tired. You're the one who's really tired. She usually just feeds the baby and plays with the child at home, so it's not hard work. On the contrary, Jiang Yao gets up in the middle of the night every day to change the baby's diapers, and during the day he still has to cook and do housework. It has to be said that he is busy every day and really doesn't get any rest. Go to sleep. I'll tidy up the house now and wash the clothes. Yang Sweki took his arm, blinked her eyes, and said coquettishly, No, you can take a nap with me. We can do those chores together after we've rested. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I'll be able to finish these chores quickly, very quickly. Yang Sweki insisted, It's not okay if I finish quickly, I want you to take a nap with me. Jiang Yao smiled and had no choice but to compromise, Alright then, let's take a nap together. Yang Sweki immediately beamed with joy, as happy as a child. During this time, I've been trying to make the little girl happy, and the smile on her face has never faded. Lie down quickly and cover yourself with the blanket so your stomach doesn't get cold. Yang Sweki yawned. She didn't know why, but whenever you lay next to her, her sleep quality improved significantly. So, from now on, will you stay with me for lunch break every day? Jiang Yao saw that she was very sleepy and said, Okay, Sweki, you should go to sleep. Yang Sweki rested her head on his arm, hugged his hand, and fell into a deep sleep. She absolutely loved sleeping with her head on Jiang Yao's arm like this, and sometimes she would even put her legs on him. Jiang Yao was thinking about how the housework wasn't finished yet, and the clothes hadn't been put in the washing machine. Lost in thought, Jiang Yao fell asleep without realizing it. He sleeps very well. As long as he gets 5 or 6 hours of sleep a day, he will be in good spirits and will not feel sleepy all day. When Jiang Yao woke up, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, so he quickly got up and got busy with his own things. After finishing the housework and cooking the rice in the rice cooker, Jiang Yao returned to the bedroom to find that his little girl had already woken up. He greeted his daughter softly, You're awake. My little girl, you were so great today, you didn't cry at all when you woke up. I don't know if it was the hanging toy that worked, but my little girl was very quiet when she woke up. Jiang Yao held his daughter next to Yang Sweki and said, Baby, look. This is your mom. Your mom is still sleeping. Shall we wake her up? The little girl turned her head to look at her mother, her face full of curiosity. Jiang Yao whispered, Mom, get up. Yang Sweki's eyelashes trembled slightly, but Jiang Yao pretended not to notice and continued to tease his daughter. Mom doesn't seem to hear Dad's voice. What should we do? Little girl, why don't you go and kiss your mom? Little girl, you're still too young, so your dad can come too. Yang Sweki suddenly opened her eyes. I'm awake. Jiang Yao looked disappointed. Oh dear, why is Mom awake? Yang Sweki kissed her daughter's face. Little girl's awake. She seems to be very well behaved today. She didn't cry when she woke up. Jiang Yao also praised, Yes, the little girl has become so well behaved now, hasn't she? As they were talking, the little girl suddenly started whimpering. Jiang Yao picked up his daughter and asked, Little girl, is it time to eat? The first thing my little girl does when she wakes up is drink milk, and the way to stop her from crying is also to give her milk. Before Yang Sweki was ready, the little girl started gulping it down. Don't rush, you've bitten mommy. The little girl drinks milk with great force, and Yang Sweki experiences some pain every time she feeds her. It's only 2 months old now, what will happen to it later? Chapter 65 Happy Valentine's Day, Sending Roses to Yang Sweki. During the day, the little girl plays while drinking milk, but at night she drinks milk obediently. I usually have to feed my baby twice at night. During the day, it's a bit more work for my little one, as feeding takes a bit longer. This puzzled the couple. Why is that? Yang Sweki came up with another seemingly good idea. Honey, how about we draw the curtains when we breastfeed our baby during the day, to give her the illusion that it's nighttime? Jiang Yao was a little puzzled, but the little girl was currently getting used to day and night, so would she know? Yang Sweki thought her suggestion was worth a try. Why not give it a shot? Who knows, it might just work. You don't know, but when the little girl drinks milk diligently at night, she can actually finish it from both breasts. Therefore, as long as the baby drinks milk well, her health will improve. Jiang Yao thought about it and finally agreed to Yang Sweki's suggestion. So, whenever Xiao Nan Nan needed milk during the day, Jiang Yao would draw the curtains in the room. To create a better effect, Jiang Yao also turned on the night light. The atmosphere of nighttime instantly came together, and the little girl drank her milk obediently. It seemed to be having some effect, at least the feeding time wasn't as long anymore. Seeing the remarkable results, the couple both felt that the method was effective. It seems that correcting the little girl's bad habits is just around the corner. However, less than 3 days later, the little girl would sleep with it in her mouth, whether it was day or night. To make matters worse, the little girl would cry in the middle of the night, not because she was hungry, and certainly not because she needed to poop. The little girl wanted to drink milk while sleeping. Yang Sweki was stunned. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Honey, I never imagined things would turn out this way. Jiang Yao naturally knew that she didn't know either. They were both new parents, and they should take their time raising the child. We probably disrupted the little girl's routine. It's okay, she'll be fine. Yang Sweki felt very guilty. She said, I'm sorry, husband. You've worked so hard. Jiang Yao laughed and said, I'm not tired, you're the one who's had a harder time. When her baby girl was just a month old, Yang Sweki still had time to rest properly. My little girl's appetite has suddenly increased. When Yang Sweki is breastfeeding, she has to stay alert, because if she falls asleep and the baby's mouth and nose are blocked by the milk, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Jiang Yao would always watch Yang Sweki breastfeed, not daring to let his guard down. The little girl likes to sleep with her mouth full of food, and no matter how long Yang Sweki feeds her, Jiang Yao will stay with her until the end. And so, the couple stayed awake while breastfeeding at night. However, Yang Sweki often gets drowsy while being fed, and Jiang Yao always has to watch over her from the side. Because after feeding, you need to burp the baby, and change the baby's diaper, etc. Honey, are you tired? Jiang Yao patted the little girl's bottom. He was tired, but it was all worth it. Yang Sweki smiled and said, yes, that's what I think too. From then on, the two of them continued to do what they had done during the day when they were breastfeeding, without bothering to close the window. A few days later, the little girl returned to her previous routine. The little girl is quiet at night, but she starts making a fuss during the day. Before we knew it, the days had passed. On an ordinary day, Jiang Yao took the elevator downstairs to a nearby shopping mall to buy groceries, pondering what to eat that day. In the past, Jiang Yao definitely wouldn't have been able to get up early to buy groceries. But now, in order to ensure Yang Sweki gets fresh food and to make sure his little girl is healthy and chubby, he's happy to get up earlier. As Jiang Yao passed by the flower shop, he noticed that there were many bright red roses displayed outside. Upon checking the date, Jiang Yao realized that today was Valentine's Day. Jiang Yao bought a large bouquet of roses when he passed by a flower shop on his way back from grocery shopping. The female owner of the flower shop saw that he was handsome and had come early in the morning to buy groceries by bicycle, and asked with a smile, handsome guy, are you buying flowers for your girlfriend? Jiang Yao picked up his phone, scanned the QR code to pay, but no, I'm buying it for my wife. The female boss was a little surprised. Seeing the ring on his hand, she said, being your wife must be very lucky. Jiang Yao smiled and said, I'm very happy to have her. Watching Jiang Yao's departing figure, the female boss sighed, why can't I meet such a handsome and caring man? You're back? Oh, this is. Jiang Yao solemnly handed a large bouquet of roses to Yang Sweki, saying, wife, happy Valentine's Day. Yang Sweki was stunned for a moment, and a blush rose to her fair cheeks. Thank you, husband. Now, all she thinks about is her baby, and she's even forgotten that today is Valentine's Day. This was the first time she had received red roses from Jiang Yao. They were so beautiful. Yang Sweki excitedly placed the roses next to the TV and took a picture with her phone to commemorate the moment. Today is Valentine's Day, so shouldn't I give Jiang Yao a gift too? What should I give as a gift? Hey mom, what's up? Jiang's mother asked, is your school about to start? What are your plans, little girl? Jiang Yao thought about it. The courses in the 4th year of university were not too heavy. Sweki and I discussed it and decided to take care of the baby while preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Jiang's mother frowned and said, with so many things to do, how can you manage? Jiang Yao laughed and said, let's take it one step at a time. If we're really too busy, we'll trouble you, Mom, to come and help take care of the baby for a while. Jiang's mother scolded him, what do you mean by it's troublesome? I'm your mother. Tell me if you have any difficulties. I will do my best to help you in any way I can. Jiang Yao hummed in agreement, Mom, I understand. He never took these words of concern to heart before. But now that he's a parent, he can empathize with these words. John's mother noticed the unusual tone in her son's voice and felt relieved. By the way, I just checked the calendar and realized today is Valentine's Day, did you know? Yes, I just gave Sweki a big bouquet of roses. John's mother smiled with satisfaction. You did the right thing. Sweki is a mother now, and it's not easy for her. As a man, you should take better care of her in her daily life. My mother has been through this. Most women are actually easy to please. As long as you treat her sincerely, she will treat you back with the same sincerity. Couples should take care of and understand each other. Mom knows it's not easy for you either. If you feel tired, you can tell Mom and she will come over to help take care of things. Jiang Yao was touched. Okay, today is Valentine's Day. I'll go talk to Dad and ask him to do something too. John's mother chuckled. Let him say something, she asked. I'd better not dream about it. We've been married for so many years, and I've never even seen a single flower. Jiang Yao laughed. If you don't tell him, how will my dad know? You should remind him appropriately. John's mother laughed too. Forget it, forget it. With your father's wooden head, there's no point in reminding him. Yang Sweki bought a neck massager for Jiang Yao on a shopping platform, and it should arrive this afternoon. I can pick up my package when I go for a walk in the neighborhood in the afternoon. Jiang Yao has been experiencing neck pain frequently lately due to taking care of the babies. Yang Sweki also experiences neck and shoulder pain when holding children, so they massage each other's necks and shoulders. However, sometimes the massage technique may not be right, so it's more practical to buy a massage device. Chapter 66. A family of 3 appears at school. As per Yang Sweki's plan, when the family went for a walk downstairs in the community in the evening, she specifically carried a small bag. The baby stroller has a small basket underneath, which is filled with baby supplies. The walk downstairs lasts about half an hour. The little girl rarely feels the urge to pee or poop, so there aren't many things in the bag. Let me bring it up. Yang Sweki took a step back and said, No need, I can carry it myself. When they arrived at the entrance of the residential area, Yang Sweki told Jiang Yao to go back first, and she went to the small supermarket to buy some things. I'll go with you. No need, you can wait for me here. Jiang Yao nodded, completely bewildered. Before long, Yang Sweki walked over with a cheerful expression and said, Let's go. Jiang Yao glanced at her small bag, which looked bulging. When they got home, unlike usual, Yang Sweki stood in front of Jiang Yao with a smile. Jiang Yao was infected by her smile and smiled too. What are you smiling about? Yang Sweki coughed lightly. Today is Valentine's Day, this is a gift for you. After saying that, Yang Sweki handed a gift bag to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was stunned. What was this? Yang Sweki looked at him expectantly. You'll see for yourself when you open it. Jiang Yao opened the box and found a brand new neck massager inside. Yang Sweki observed Jiang Yao's expression and asked, Do you like this gift? Jiang Yao nodded and said seriously, I like it. This is exactly what I need right now. Yang Sweki was very happy that she gave the right gift and Jiang Yao liked it. I'm glad you like this gift. That evening, Jiang Yao looked at the new neck massager for a long time and then smiled. Yang Sweki went to the living room to get a cup, and when she saw the large bouquet of roses, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Before we knew it, it was time for school to start. The night before, Chen Yuan and his son came over and brought the soup mix that Jiang Yao had prepared back to the shop. The store has now hired a waitress and another cashier, while Chen Yuan is in charge of the kitchen. Aside from being responsible for making the soup base, Jiang Yao didn't have to worry about much else at the shop. Chen Yuan had said on the phone that he was coming alone, but when Jiang Yao learned that Chen Yuan's father was also coming, he prepared a few more dishes. Uncle, you're here. Please have a seat. The food will be ready soon. After changing his shoes, Mr. Chen said, You go ahead with your work. Oh, this must be your daughter. She's so cute. Yang Sweki got up from the sofa and greeted him. Hello, uncle. Mr. Chen took out a red envelope from his bag and said, Here, this is a little gift for the baby. Yang Sweki shook her head and refused to accept it, but Chen's father smiled and said, This is a small token of my appreciation for the child, please accept it. Chen Yuan smiled and said, Sister-in-law, please accept this. It's just a small token of my father's appreciation. Yang Sweki then accepted the red envelope and thanked uncle. Mr. Chen smiled and said, No need to be so polite. Now it's the two of you taking care of the child, right? It must be quite tiring. Yang Sweki nodded. It was indeed hard work, but it was all worth it. Mr. Chen gave a thumbs up, saying that few young people these days take care of their children themselves, and it's rare to see someone as hands-on as you. Most young people leave their children with their parents after giving birth, without paying attention to the process of raising children. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the children have grown up. Only by raising your own child can you truly understand the challenges of parenthood and grow closer to your child. Yang Sweki nodded. Mr. Chen then asked, "Your school is about to start, and I heard from Chen Yuan that you plan to bring your child to school." Yang Sweki nodded and said, "Yes, let's just take it one step at a time." Mr. Chen smiled and said, "That's fine. If you're really too busy, your parents can help take care of the baby. Dad, sister-in-law, come and eat." After washing his hands, Mr. Chen sat down and was surprised to see the colorful, fragrant, and delicious dishes on the table. He thought, "This cooking is excellent. They look so delicious. Dad, I told you so. Brother Zhang's cooking skills are really good. Just wait and see, our Mala Tang shop will definitely make money." Mr. Chen took a bite and his eyes lit up. The cooking was indeed excellent, and it tasted delicious. At the dinner table, Jiang Yao raised his teacup to toast Chen's father. "Uncle, thank you so much for your help with things at the shop. Chen Yuan said you've quit smoking and drinking, so I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. I hope you like these simple home-style dishes I made." Saying thank you would be too formal. "You and Chen Yuan are good friends, and I wholeheartedly support your decision to start a business together." Mr. Chen ate with relish. "Xiao Jiang, I had a feeling your business would be great." After finishing his meal, Mr. Chen looked on with a lingering sense of satisfaction. "We'll open at 10:30 tomorrow. Chen Yuan will go to school to register in the morning, and after he finishes that, he'll go to the store. Brother Jiang, I am truly grateful that you have complete faith in me. I will definitely work honestly, and I will hand over every penny of the money I earn to you." Jiang Yao was busy taking care of the child, so Chen Yuan was temporarily put in charge of the store's affairs. Jiang Yao patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, showing complete trust in Chen Yuan's character. "We're good brothers, saying such things is too formal." After Chen Yuan and his son left, the couple went to the kitchen together to clean up. A stroller was placed at the kitchen door, and the two people were busy playing with the little girl. The little girl opened her big, grape-like eyes and watched her parents' busy figures with curiosity. "Honey, when I was pregnant with our baby, I especially loved eating grapes. Later, a pregnant woman told me that my baby would definitely have very big eyes when he was born. And look, it's true." Jiang Yao was in charge of washing the dishes, and Yang Sweki was in charge of cleaning. Jiang Yao pondered whether he should consider buying a dishwasher when he gets busier in the future. While doing her work, Yang Sweki would suddenly turn her head and make a funny face at the little girl. The little girl kept laughing. Yang Sweki looked blissfully happy. "Honey, our little girl is so adorable. Sometimes I feel especially grateful to you. Without you, I wouldn't have such a lovely baby daughter." Jiang Yao also started making funny faces, and the little girl really liked it. The little girl would always be amused and laugh so hard she'd bounce her bottom around. That evening, Jiang Yao packed up some documents for registering at the school, still holding a stack of things in his hand. Yang Sweki was breastfeeding her baby girl. Once the little one was sleepy, no noise could wake her up. "Honey, what are you holding in your hand?" Jiang Yao looked down and saw that it was a promotional flyer for the store's grand opening tomorrow. Chen Yuan asked me to go to the school to distribute them tomorrow. He also gave Wang Zihao and brother Mai a stack each. Yang Sweki asked with a smile, "Then I don't have any?" Jiang Yao said with a smile, "If you want to send it too, I'll give you half." Yang Sweki slightly raised her chin and put it in my bag. After tidying up, Jiang Yao whispered, "Wife, you feed the baby first, I'm going to take a shower." Yang Sweki also asked softly, "Honey, did you take my pajamas? Did you put the nursing pads in my bag?" "I've put them all away." "Okay, go take a shower." The next day, Jiang Yao looked after the little girl while Yang Sweki changed her clothes in the bedroom. Yang Sweki looked at herself in the mirror and silently comforted herself. "I eat too much myself, also that my little girl can be plump and healthy. So it's all worth it to have gained a little weight. Let's go, beautiful hot mom." Jiang Yao stood at the door, looking at her with a smile. The little girl in the stroller was holding a toy in one hand and staring at Yang Sweki with her big, dark eyes. Yang Sweki pouted, "I'm much fatter than before." Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki's stunning face without any makeup and smiled, "You're not fat at all, you're just the right size." Yang Xueqi liked hearing Zhang Yao praise her and smiled sweetly. Then, let's go. Yanqing University. When Zhang Yao appeared pushing the stroller with Yang Xueqi, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them. Soon, news of Zhang Yao's marriage to the beautiful school beauty and his bringing their child to school spread throughout the campus. Chapter 67 Yang Xueqi meets Gao Wenwen. Before coming to school, Yang Xueqi and Zhang Yao were prepared to be talked about by others. From the moment Yang Xueqi stepped into the school, she seemed to automatically change her demeanor when facing others, a cold and aloof goddess. Although she was wearing a cute yellow Pikachu outfit, had 2 pigtails on her head, and was holding a toy in her hand. However, her ethereal and aloof appearance was like snow in the cold winter. Her skin was as white as jade, and her eyes were slightly upturned, like scattered cold stars, revealing a faint sense of detachment. Yang Xueqi ignored the stares from those around her. Zhang Yao pushed the stroller, looking in surprise at his wife's aloof, goddess-like demeanor, the mother of his child. Is this how Yang Xueqi acts in public? Honey, our little one wants the toy you're holding. The little girl got tired of playing with her own toys and became very interested in the toys her mother was holding. Yang Xueqi's aloof expression vanished instantly upon seeing the little girl's adorable appearance. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, completely devoid of the aloofness she had displayed before. Even the Pikachu on her clothes isn't as sweet as her smile, nor as pleasant as her voice. Little girl, do you want the toy in mommy's hand? Then mommy will tie the toy to your car so you can play with it. The little girl was overjoyed to receive her new toy, and Yang Xueqi was happy too. Her precious daughter is so adorable, she's melting her heart. The little girl's pink and tender face was as soft as flower petals. Yang Xueqi couldn't help but give her a kiss, inwardly screaming with delight. Oh my god, that's so cute. After the kiss, Yang Xueqi resumed her aloof goddess demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Isn't this Yang Xueqi, the school beauty? She's so much prettier in person than in the photos. Rumor has it that Yang, the school beauty, is already married and has a child. It seems to be true. Oh my god, I'm heartbroken. This guy is so handsome. The two of them look so good together. See that? The baby in the stroller, no wonder she's a goddess and gave birth to such an adorable little angel. We both went to university, so why are some people married and have children while I've been single for years and haven't even held a girl's hand? Heaven is so unfair to me. Wow, did you see the baby? She's so cute. She'll definitely grow up to be a stunning beauty. I heard that this school beauty, Yang, has been on leave from school for a long time. It turns out she went to have a baby. Hey, isn't this the girl who got dumped by Gao Wenwen from our school? Hey, what kind of melon is this? You didn't know that? Gao Wenwen was exposed for making a bet with her girlfriends before getting together with Zhang Yao, and later she complained that he wasn't rich enough. No way, I heard from others that Gao Wenwen was a nice person. It seems she's really messed up now. Yeah, that's hilarious. Who would have thought that not only is he dating that school beauty Yang now, but they even have a child together? Indeed, in the end, he discovered that the Joker was himself. Yeah, and wasn't Gao Wenwen dating that school heartthrob Suanhua? They broke up now and she found a new boyfriend. Gao Wenwen's speed in changing boyfriends is really appalling. Her reputation is now terrible. Yeah, how did Zhang Yao and Yang Xueqi get together? How would I know? Maybe they met off campus. I envy them so much. I also want to have a sweet romance and have a child with the one I love. Sister, it's broad daylight. You should dream at night. Gao Wenwen, Zhang Yao's ex-girlfriend, had a falling out with Chen Yuan and his group, and publicly disliked Zhang Yao. Having learned of this, Gao Wenwen's expression turned extremely unpleasant, a mixture of emotions. Turning to look at Zhang Xiaowei, who looked astonished, I asked, didn't you say they would break up? Zhang Xiaowei never expected that the couple's relationship was so good that they would bring their child to school together. Zhang Xiaowei said helplessly, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. These words sounded like a sarcastic remark directed at her, and Gao Wenwen's expression worsened. However, Zhang Xiaowei quickly comforted her, don't take this to heart. Anyway, Zhang Yao has nothing to do with you anymore. You should focus your attention on your new boyfriend. Gao Wenwen's expression softened a bit. She had recently started dating a new boyfriend. We just confirmed our relationship a few days ago. He's quite handsome, and I heard his family is very wealthy with tens of millions in assets. Dressed head to toe in designer luxury goods and driving $1 million luxury car, the two have already decided to be together, except for not having met each other's parents yet. Gao Wenwen specifically transferred to his city, which is a neighboring city of Chaiyang. Gao Wenwen was in a bad mood. Come on, come with me to the restroom. Today, the little girl only drank milk from one side, and young Sweki felt a little uncomfortable on the other side. Honey, I'm not feeling well, I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, then I'll wait for you here. After Yang Sweki left, Zhang Yao found a bench and sat down. A message came in the dormitory group asking for his current location. Zhang Yao sent a message, I'm in the girls' restroom near Guanghua building. After sending the message, Zhang Yao played with the little girl. Besides being interested in toys, the little girl also likes to look at her own little hands. That expression was just too cute. Students passing by couldn't help but go up and greet the adorable baby. Wow, your baby is so cute. How old is she? Zhang Yao smiled slightly. The baby is now 2 months old. This smile made the girls blush. Are you Zhang Yao, the one who married Yang Sweki, the school beauty? Zhang Yao nodded. Yes, am I that famous? Several girls nodded, their eyes wide, and said, yes, a lot of people are talking about you too now, and everyone envies you. Zhang Yao smiled. 2 of the girls took out their newly bought toys and gave them to the little girl. Zhang Yao accepted it on behalf of the baby, and I thank you on behalf of my baby. The 2 girls waved their hands, saying, you're welcome. It's because your baby is so cute that we're giving her some little toys to play with. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Yao suddenly remembered that he hadn't handed out any flyers yet. This is a Malatang spicy hot pot restaurant that my friend and I opened. We officially opened at noon today, and they're having a big opening promotion with great discounts. You guys should check it out. The 2 girls took it and looked at it. The discount was indeed quite substantial, and the promotion was going on for 3 consecutive days. Thank you, we'll definitely come and support you. Yang Sweki went to the restroom to clean herself up and felt much better. She changed her breast pads and then came out of the restroom. As luck would have it, they bumped into Gao Wenwen and Zhang Xiaowei right at the door. Zhang Xiaowei's eyes widened. Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki looked at the 2 people in front of her expressionlessly, not at all surprised that they knew her, and went to the sink to wash her hands. Looking in the mirror, Yang Sweki felt that the 2 girls behind her were looking at her strangely, unlike the way ordinary onlookers looked at each other. Yang Sweki casually dried her hands with a tissue and looked at the prettiest girl, wondering where she seemed to have seen her before. Neither Gao Wenwen nor Zhang Xiaowei expected to run into Yang Sweki here. Yang Sweki's stunningly beautiful face, even without makeup, is enough to amaze everyone. Her bright eyes, in particular, are like dazzling stars, captivating all who see them. Although Yang Sweki has gained some weight after giving birth, she still has a graceful figure and an elegant and outstanding temperament. Just her standing there made a great beauty like Gao Wenwen pale in comparison. Gao Wenwen was completely baffled as to why Yang Sweki and Zhang Yao were together. So she asked, Yang Sweki, why did you fall for Zhang Yao? Was it because he's handsome? Chapter 68, My wife's aura is too powerful, her fame spreads far and wide. Yang Sweki couldn't like Gao Wenwen at first sight. She didn't answer, treating Gao Wenwen as if she were invisible. Just as she was about to leave, someone called out to Gao Wenwen. Gao Wenwen, Teacher Wang wants you to go to her office. Yang Sweki immediately withdrew her foot, finally looked Gao Wenwen in the eye, and raised her eyebrows slightly. At that moment, Yang Sweki exuded her full aura, possessing the presence of someone who was not only 1.8 meters tall but also 2.8 meters tall. Yang Sweki's aura was so strong that the surrounding onlookers automatically moved aside, making way for her. Are you Gao Wenwen, the one who said in public that my husband isn't rich enough? Gao Wenwen raised her chin and said arrogantly, yes, am I wrong? Zhang Yao is not rich enough to begin with. Yang Sweki's face was as cold as ice, with a faint, cold smile on her lips, like a chilling wind in the dead of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. If your family is rich, why don't you get your face fixed? Gao Wenwen's face contorted with anger. Damn, compared to many girls, she's already very pretty. However, when faced with Yang Sweki, whose looks far surpassed her own, Gao Wenwen couldn't bring herself to refute her. Before she could catch her breath, Yang Sweki continued, but it doesn't matter that you're ugly, you can improve it with plastic surgery. But if someone has a mental illness, that would be a real problem. She tolerated being called ugly, but she couldn't compare to others. Gao Wenwen couldn't stand being called mentally ill, but then she remembered that the other person was a high IQ academic genius. Then, she changed the subject, saying that Zhang Yao was a scumbag and that he was with her when she had a child. Her best friend Zhang Xiaowei also realized what was going on and chimed in, "That's right, and Jiang Yao was so good to our Wenwen back then, didn't you know that?" Yang Sweki crossed her arms and sneered, "Bullshit. You were the one who made those things public knowledge back then. What did he want from being with you? Are you after your looks? Or are you after your stupidity, that you're mentally challenged?" Ah, that's hilarious. With each word Yang Sweki spoke, Gao Wenwen's expression grew increasingly grim. The key point is that she couldn't say a word after being rebuked, and her constipated expression was just hilarious. Zhang Xiaowei quickly stepped forward, her posture suggesting she was about to make a move. "What, you resort to violence when you can't win an argument?" Yang Sweki crossed her arms and stared coldly at Zhang Xiaowei. She spoke with an air of authority. "Do you want to make a move?" In the end, Zhang Xiaowei was the one who knew better and pulled Gao Wenwen away, even having come up with an excuse. "Let's go, don't waste your breath on her. Teacher Wang is still waiting for you in her office." Yang Sweki shouted at their backs, "If you ever dare to talk about my husband like that again, believe me, I'll make you regret it. This doesn't sound like a joke, it sounds serious." Yang Sweki snorted coldly, dried her hands, and went to find her husband and children. Seeing Gao Wenwen, that scumbag, Yang Sweki felt as if her eyes were seeing something dirty, and she needed to look at some beautiful things. Jiang Yao sat on a bench and handed out flyers to any students or teachers who passed by. Chen Yuan and his two companions had already handed out flyers at the school gate early in the morning. Just then, they walked over wearing t-shirts printed with promotional images, looking incredibly eye-catching. They were practically walking flyers. Jiang Yao was stunned when he saw the three of them. "Who came up with this idea? This idea is absolutely brilliant." Chen Yuan chuckled. "This was my mom's idea. My dad asked a friend to get it done. Here, brother Jiang, this is yours." Then he chuckled and said, "This is for your wife. If she doesn't want to wear it, we won't force her." Jiang Yao was naturally more than willing to promote his own store. The clothes had already been washed. When Jiang Yao went to the restroom to change, he ran into Yang Sweki. "Honey, where are you going?" Jiang Yao took out the t-shirts. This was Chen Yuan's mother's idea, and she wanted us to wear them for promotional purposes. Yang Sweki's eyes lit up. "This is a good idea. What about mine?" Jiang Yao gave her hers. "Go try it on and see if it fits." Yang Sweki nodded and went to change her clothes happily. The clothes fit perfectly, and Yang Sweki was very satisfied, happily telling Jiang Yao, "Honey, if we wear this out, we'll be the most stylish people in the crowd." And so, the five of them, dressed in promotional clothing and carrying flyers, walked around handing them out. What Yang Sweki didn't know was that someone had recorded her confrontation with Gao Wenwen on their phone and posted it on the school's forum. Right now, the school forum is in an uproar. "My goodness, Yang, the school beauty, has such a powerful aura. This is the aura of a leading lady." Gao Wenwen was rendered speechless by her retort. "I'm dying of laughter. Gao Wenwen's constipated look is enough to make me laugh for a whole semester. As expected of a goddess, YYDS. Classmates, I've turned Gao Wenwen's angry expression into a set of emojis. If anyone wants them, I'll send them to your email. This goddess is not only beautiful, but also has such a great speaking ability. She's truly outstanding. The way the goddess defended her husband was so cool. They are definitely true love. A goddess can be aloof or sweet. Look, this is how she talks to a baby. Jiang Yao, I'll give you a few seconds to let me know all the information about him. I want to know why he married my goddess. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life, otherwise why would a goddess fall in love with him? Even when she's roasting someone, she looks amazing. Come on, you can roast me too. The registration process for senior year is very simple. Once the paperwork is completed, everything is fine. Unlike when I first entered university, there wasn't a lot of paperwork to fill out. Wow, congratulations on your marriage. Congratulations. May your love last forever." Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki handed out the prepared wedding candies, their faces beaming with happiness. They also promoted their newly opened store. Yang Sweki was even more enthusiastic than him. Chen Yuan said that in order to promote the product, one had to be very enthusiastic. So she smiled throughout, greeting everyone she met and making sure people saw the promotional slogans on her clothes. "Teacher, this is a shop that my husband and his classmate opened together." "Yes, it's near the school. They're having a big opening promotion right now, and the food is really good. You guys definitely have to come and try it. Teacher, this is my husband. These single teachers were bombarded with displays of affection, feeling like they'd been stabbed in the chest. They endured the pain while still managing to smile and respond to young Sweki. Anyone who knows young Sweki even slightly knows that she is usually aloof and cold, but now she has changed her usual icy demeanor and greets them with a bright smile. How could they bear to refuse such a beautiful and smiling face? Finally, all the flyers were handed out, and the little girl started whining. They found a cool, well-ventilated spot and sat down for Yang Sweki to breastfeed. When the little girl gets hungry, she has to drink milk immediately, otherwise she will keep crying. Jiang Yao picked up a fan and fanned them, teasing the little girl. Shen Yuan called to say that they had finished their work and were already at the store. Brother Jiang, here's the video link I sent you. Open it and take a look, there's a surprise inside. Jiang Yao asked in confusion, what did you send? Shen Yuan smiled and said, you'll see once you open it. I have to go now, so I'll hang up. Jiang Yao opened it and saw that it was their school's forum. I've only seen a few words of Yang Xiao's angry rebuke, I haven't opened it yet. Jiang Yao couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Yang Sweki, who was breastfeeding. After opening the link, you will see a video. As soon as I opened it, I heard Gao Wenwen's words. Yang Sweki turned to look at him. What are you looking at? Chapter 69. The baby and I are your most important family members. Jiang Yao put his phone in front of Yang Sweki's eyes and said, come on, let's watch it together. Yang Sweki had already guessed what was in the video. Her eyes were filled with disgust. Husband, I don't want to watch this. I hate that woman. Jiang Yao watched his domineering wife in the video. Gao Wenwen was speechless, her face turning ashen from her sharp retorts. He couldn't help but praise her. Wife, you did a great job. Yang Sweki gave a soft snort, switched the baby's breast to the other side, and looked smug. The little girl drank her milk while looking at her mother with her big, dark eyes. Yang Sweki hugged her, patted her little bottom, and said, little girl, why are you looking at mommy? As Jiang Yao looked at the comments on the forum, he smiled and said, little girl must be watching because her mother is good looking. Isn't daddy right? The little girl smacked her lips and shook her head to indicate that she was full. Yang Sweki quickly pressed down on her food to prevent the little girl from getting food all over her face. Previously, in an effort to break their baby's bad habit of falling asleep while drinking milk, the couple unintentionally disrupted her sleep schedule, which they gradually corrected later. My little one is very well behaved when drinking milk at night, but not during the day. She insists on having the milk in her mouth to fall asleep. When the little one wakes up and finds there's no food, he'll cry incessantly. Jiang Yao was patting the baby to help her burp when the little one spat out again, leaving him somewhat helpless. Little girl, it's okay if you drink a little less, why do you have to drink until you're stuffed before you stop? Your mother has plenty of food, she doesn't need you. The little girl nestled on Jiang Yao's shoulder, trying to eat his clothes, but Jiang Yao quickly stopped her. Little girl, these are daddy's clothes, you can't eat them. Seeing how much the little girl could eat, Yang Sweki couldn't help but place high hopes on her. My little girl will definitely grow up to be healthy and strong. Now that the little girl has finished drinking her milk, she feels much more relaxed and no longer feels tightness in her chest or shortness of breath. After finishing with the baby's needs, the couple decided to go to the store. Honey, let's hurry up, the sun will get even stronger later. It's the end of August, but the weather is still very hot. The cool morning air didn't last long before the sun came out in a flash. Yang Sweki quickly opened the parasol, and the couple got into the car, not daring to turn on the air conditioning. Zhang's mother said that the baby shouldn't be kept too hot or too cold, as this would make the baby more susceptible to catching a cold. Catching a cold in the summer is very uncomfortable and difficult to recover from. Zhang's mother repeatedly told them on the phone to minimize the baby's exposure to air conditioning and to give the baby a bath every day. Jiang Yao was turning the steering wheel while wearing a Bluetooth headset and making a phone call to Chen Yuan. Now that the store is open, are there many customers? Jiang Yao hung up the phone, and Yang Sweki's tone was reproachful. From now on, please drive properly and don't talk on the phone while driving, as it's easy to get distracted. There's me and the baby in your car. We're your most important family. Yang Sweki turned to the little girl and asked, little girl, is what mommy said right? Jiang Yao accepted his wife's criticism and said, I'm sorry, honey. You're right. I will never talk on the phone while driving again. Parking is difficult here, so Jiang Yao plans to drive to the store entrance and take a look. As a result, the store was packed with customers. Chen Yuan's parents originally only said they were bringing friends to support the event, but they ended up working as waiters with Chen Yuan and Wang Zihao. Yang Sweki was overjoyed. "Honey, business at the store is doing very well." Jiang Yao hummed in agreement, agreeing that it was a valid point. With the grand opening promotions, many people were there specifically for the events. And since it was lunchtime, the restaurant was naturally packed. Even after the event ended, there were still so many customers in the store, which shows that the store is really doing well. Yang Sweki, however, didn't think so. "Husband, your cooking skills are so good, the store will definitely have a lot of customers every day in the future." Being unconditionally supported and trusted by one's lover would make any man genuinely happy. Jiang Yao drove home. It was time for his little girl to take a bath and go to bed. Jiang Yao's parking space is very close to the elevator door, it's just a few steps away. Back home, Yang Sweki turned to Jiang Yao and said, "Honey, take the watermelon out of the refrigerator and let it air out for a bit." "Honey, I'm going to run the bathwater for our little one. Could you please find her change of clothes for me?" An hour passed in this flurry of activity, and Jiang Yao, observing the little girl's state of mind, guessed that she wouldn't be sleeping for the time being. "Honey, you watch the baby for a bit, I'm going to cut the watermelon." Yang Sweki was playing a game with the little girl. She hid behind the window and then suddenly appeared. "Wow, Mom's here." Or when they appear, they make funny faces at the little girl, and she laughs so happily. Making a child happy is actually very tiring. For example, she's been playing hide and seek for over 10 minutes now. "I'm done playing, Mom's a little tired. Can I go watch Dad cut the watermelon?" The little girl was playing with a bell toy when Yang Sweki insisted on teasing her with a watermelon. "Little girl, look what this is." The bright red watermelon quickly caught the little girl's attention. Yang Sweki chuckled and used the tip of the watermelon to wipe the little girl's lips. The little girl smacked her lips, finding the taste different from breast milk quite novel. "Little girl, is this tasty?" Seeing the little girl staring at the watermelon, Yang Sweki ate the watermelon right in front of her. Seeing this, the little girl bounced her bottom and kicked her little legs to indicate that she wanted more. Yang Sweki then let the little girl taste a little bit of the watermelon tip. This was the last bite for the little girl. You can't understand these things if you talk to a 2-month-old baby. Soon, the little girl said she wanted more, but Yang Sweki said she had already finished eating and there was none left. The little girl was very angry and looked at Jiang Yao, who was watching the commotion from the side. Jiang Yao quickly ate the last piece of watermelon in his hand, then shrugged and said there was none left. The little girl smacked her lips, savoring the lingering watermelon flavor in her mouth, while bouncing her bottom. After watching the commotion, Jiang Yao got up and cleaned up the watermelon rinds that had been eaten on the table. "Honey, you started this fire, so you're responsible for putting it out." After taking out the trash and tidying up the kitchen, Jiang Yao returned to the living room and saw Yang Sweki breastfeeding. Yang Sweki had a helpless expression on her face. "Honey, our little girl really loves rice. If I didn't have plenty of food, it would be hard to coax her." Jiang Yao looked down and asked the little girl who was still drinking milk, "Little girl, after you finish your milk, how about Daddy takes you to do some exercise?" Luckily, the little girl couldn't understand, otherwise she would definitely have shaken her head. After finishing her milk, Jiang Yao smiled and said, "I'll take the little girl to exercise." The little girl has made great progress. Her leg strength has improved significantly, and her hand strength is also quite good. The little girl can hold onto her toy for a while before it falls, and now she can even hold it up for a bit. After the workout, Jiang Yao kissed his precious daughter's little feet. "You're so great, little girl. Thumbs up for you." The little girl was very cooperative during the exercise and did not show any signs of resistance. The little girl kicked Jiang Yao in the face with her tiny feet, and Jiang Yao pretended to bite her little feet, which made the little girl giggle. For a moment, the bedroom was filled with the laughter of the father and daughter. Yang Sweki looked at them and couldn't help but smile as well. These little days are both fulfilling and happy. Chapter 70, Yang Xiao's smile is so beautiful, I'll definitely support her. In the afternoon, it was time for the family of 3 to take a nap. When it's time to cook dinner in the evening, Jiang Yao gets up to cook, and Yang Sweki wakes up too, then goes to the kitchen to help. Yang Sweki peeled radishes with a peeler, doing small things within her ability. "Honey, should we buy some breast milk storage bags? When I go back to school, I won't be able to leave. I can't bring my baby to the classroom if he wants milk." Jiang Yao had already thought about this problem, so he had already bought milk storage bags and a small refrigerator to store the milk bags on the shopping platform. "I've already bought it." You've already bought it? Jiang Yao nodded. I thought you were in class earlier, so I can bring Xiao Nan Nan to the school to find you. But upon closer reflection, I still think it would be more convenient to buy some breast milk storage bags for home use. The couple had this idea mainly because their little girl was such a good cook. Why didn't you tell me? I told you, but you were breastfeeding at the time, so you probably didn't hear me. Cooking in the kitchen on a hot day is stuffy, especially stir-frying. The heat just hits you. Honey, why don't you go to the living room and have some fruit? It's way too hot in the kitchen, you'll get too hot. Yang Sweki stood at the kitchen doorway with a fruit platter in her hand. Then I'll stand here, she said. Eating fruit alone in the living room is nowhere near as enjoyable as watching my husband cook in the kitchen. Suddenly, Yang Sweki's ears twitched. I think I heard the little girl crying. Yang Sweki rushed to the bedroom and saw that the little girl was indeed awake and crying loudly. After the baby girl turned 1 month old, she began to have her own thoughts and habits. As a mother, Yang Sweki can already distinguish the differences in her baby's cries. A little girl being hungry is different from her wanting to poop or pee. The crying was urgent and accompanied by smacking lips, clearly indicating that the little girl was hungry. Yang Sweki picked up the baby girl to breastfeed and shook the bell toy on the crib. The little girl drank her milk while keeping her eyes fixed on the bell behind her. Yang Sweki gently patted her little bottom to remind her to drink her milk properly, and at the same time turned her little body around. Now you see, the little girl is drinking her milk so well. Jiang Yao had finished preparing dinner when Yang Sweki had already finished breastfeeding. Honey, it's time to change the baby's diaper. Jiang Yao brought warm water to change the baby's diaper. Wife, let's go to the store after we finish eating. Today is the first day of business, so it would be better to go and check it out. Yang Sweki had no objection. Okay, then I'll wear this t-shirt over there. After dinner, Jiang Yao packed the baby supplies, such as diapers, bottles, and wet wipes, into his backpack and then went out to the store. This shop is located just after 7 p.m., which is the busiest time of day in the food street, when people are coming and going. When Jiang Yao arrived at the store, he saw that it was full of people, and even the 2 tables set up outside the store were full of people. The mala tang here tastes great, we can come again next time. I'll just order takeout, it's too hot now, I don't want to go out. This place is much better than the previous one. I won't go to that place again, it was expensive and the food was terrible. I heard this is the shop owned by Yang Xiaohua's husband, is that true? Yang Sweki happened to overhear the 3 young ladies mentioning her, so she quickly went over to give them a shout out. Yes, this shop was opened by my husband and his friend. The 3 young ladies turned their heads and saw the school beauty with an exceptionally bright smile. Her attitude was incredibly warm and friendly. Yang Sweki's video of confronting Gao Wenwen went viral on the school forum, giving students a deeper understanding of this aloof goddess. This goddess is incredibly powerful and not to be trifled with. At all, it's best to stay far away. Therefore, when they saw Yang Sweki, who was so approachable and had a smile on her face, the 3 of them were somewhat flattered. Yang Sweki asked with a smile, "What do you guys think of the taste of this mala tang?" The 3 girls immediately showed satisfied expressions, as if they were foodies. The taste was indeed very good. Yang Sweki smiled slightly and said, "You can come often in the future. If you like it, you can recommend it to your friends." These girls were completely captivated by Yang Sweki's sweet smile, unable to resist. For this smile, I'd come every day, let alone often. I always introduce my friends to them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of such a beautiful smile? Yang Sweki smiled and said, "Thank you." The guests outside had already finished eating and left, so Mr. Chen hurried out to clear the dishes, working up a sweat. "Xiao Jiang, you're here." Jiang Yao went over to help. "Yes, you've really worked hard, uncle." Mr. Chen originally just wanted to show his support, but he never expected there to be so many guests, so he ended up working as a waiter. "I've been busy since noon, and only took a short break around 3 p.m. The rest of the time he was busy wiping tables, clearing away dishes, and greeting every customer with a smile. You should know that he was at home, according to Chen's mother's description. She's the kind of person who expects to be waited on hand and foot and never lifts a finger when it comes to housework. Working as a waiter this time really exhausted him. "Please sit outside for a moment, I'll go check on the situation in the kitchen." Yang Sweki smiled sweetly and said, "Okay." Turning her head, she said to the passers-by, "Grand opening special. All drinks are free." The other party became interested upon hearing this and asked, "Do you have ice-cold beer here?"